My name is Anan. I woke up to intense pain and realized my closest friends, Bai Wenbin and Qianinger, had betrayed me. They chopped off my hands just to steal my jade bracelet. As I lay bleeding out, I heard them celebrating. They were going to eat me. I died full of regret, cursing my own foolishness for trusting them. But then I woke up. I was back in my room, 3 days before the apocalypse started. The temperature was warm and comfortable, something I hadn't felt in 4 years. Checking my phone, the date confirmed it. I had really been reborn. The apocalypse began with a massive flood, followed by endless disasters, acid rain, extreme heat, earthquakes, and freezing cold. I struggled for 4 years, only to be killed by those I trusted most. But this time, things would be different. I immediately checked my jade bracelet, the only reason I survived the first time. I cut my finger and let a drop of blood fall on it. A flash of light confirmed that my personal space had returned with me. Inside was an 800-square-meter area, half empty and the other half occupied by a small house with working water, electricity, and gas. I could store items, and time inside the space was frozen, preserving food forever. However, I could only stay inside the house for an hour each day. In my past life, I shared this secret with Bai Wenbin and Qianinger, helping them survive. But they only stayed with me for my resources. When I had nothing left to offer, they turned on me. I even went to my father, hoping he would help, but he had already abandoned me for his new family. Not this time. I wouldn't warn them. Let them struggle. I checked my bank balance, 1 million yuan. In my last life, this money became worthless, but this time, I would use every cent to prepare. I would stockpile supplies, protect myself, and live on my own terms. This time, I would survive, and I would make sure those who betrayed me suffered. Time was tight, so I quickly made a list on my phone and rushed out. The neighborhood was peaceful, elderly people chatting, couples strolling, but I knew this harmony wouldn't last. In 3 days, everything would be gone. I rented a small truck and drove straight to the city's largest wholesale market. First, I stocked up on staple foods. Rice, flour, potatoes, corn, and various grains, enough to last a small family for decades. Food was more valuable than money in the apocalypse. I also bought 500 bottles of cooking oil and stocked up on essential seasonings. To keep my space's secret safe, I transported everything to a secluded spot before storing it. After several trips, I was exhausted, but I still had more to buy. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten all day. Walking into a bustling food street, I was overwhelmed. Fried chicken, hot pot, barbecue. These were things I hadn't tasted in years. I ordered a feast, savoring every bite. In the apocalypse, people fought over rotten bread. I even ate dirt to survive. The memory made me treasure every mouthful. Before leaving, I packed the leftovers and stored them in my space. Back at the market, I focused on meat, eggs, seafood, and fresh produce. I bought thousands of pounds of vegetables and fruit, ensuring I'd have a steady supply for years. Clothing came next. I prioritized warm winter gear, since extreme cold would be deadly. Then, I stocked up on hygiene products, kitchen supplies, and essential household items. By nightfall, I had filled my space with everything I could think of, but I still felt it wasn't enough. Preparing for decades in just a few days was overwhelming. Finally, I sat in my truck to rest, exhausted but satisfied. Just then, my phone buzzed with a message. I glanced at the screen and frowned. I received a message from Bai Wenbin, inviting me to his new home for dinner. I didn't even hesitate. I deleted and blocked him immediately. How shameless could he be? He and his sister had betrayed and killed me, yet he still had the nerve to act friendly. I took a deep breath, refusing to let that scumbag ruin my mood. Instead, I drove back to the food street for another feast. The apocalypse would soon take away all these delicious meals, so I wanted to enjoy them while I could. After stuffing myself with barbecue, I packed extra and stored it in my space. With my last bit of money, I bought all my favorite foods, hot pot, seafood, pastries, and snacks, knowing I'd never get to eat them again once the disaster struck. 1 million yuan was already gone, spent on food, clothing, and supplies, but I wasn't worried. I had a plan to get more money soon. As I drove home, I checked my storage space. Seeing the piles of supplies gave me a deep sense of security. In the apocalypse, food and resources meant survival. If I kept going at this pace, I'd be fully prepared before the floods hit. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin was confused when he saw I had blocked him. He even asked his sister, Qian Inger, to check on me. She also messaged me, pretending to be sweet. I blocked her too. They thought they were so clever, but I had seen their true faces. They would pay, just not yet. After a long day, I took a relaxing bath, played some music, and finally lay down on my soft bed. It was the first peaceful sleep I'd had in years. But before I could fully drift off, a strange sound woke me up, loud thuds, like someone chopping bones. In the apocalypse, I had heard that sound too many times, when people ran out of food and turned to eating the dead. Now, in this peaceful world, why was I hearing it again? That night, I heard chopping sounds from a neighbor's apartment. A fat middle-aged man claimed he was just cutting up pork, but something fell off. I remembered him from my past life. He had incited others to loot and rob while staying safely in the background. The next morning, I went straight to a loan company. Selling my house would take too long, and I needed money fast. The banks were too slow, so I turned to high-interest loans. My apartment was worth around 2.5 million, and I secured a 2.5 million loan with a fake guarantee from my father's wealth. I also took out 50,000 from online loans, making it an even 3 million. With the money, I reinforced my home's security. I ordered explosion-proof glass and heavy-duty armored doors. Since my building had a keycard system for each floor and an extra stairwell gate, I made sure my 14th floor would be completely sealed off once power went out. Nobody would be able to break in. Next, I stocked up on survival gear, diving suits, tents, sleeping bags, gas masks, even a rubber raft for floods. I also bought coal and gas tanks in case power and fuel ran out. While construction workers installed my security upgrades, Qian Inger, that backstabbing snake, tried to reach me. When she realized I had blocked her, she climbed the stairs, breathless and sweating, just to confront me. She was shocked to see me reinforcing the hallway door. I barely acknowledged her, just told her she was ugly, just like her dear brother. Her face twisted in rage as I walked away. I knew how much she hated me, but that didn't matter. The only thing that mattered now was preparing for the end. Let her scream all she wanted. Soon, she'd have bigger things to worry about. After making Qian Inger furious, I was in a great mood. My next stop was the hardware market. I had stocked up on food and supplies, but I needed weapons. In the apocalypse, being unarmed meant becoming someone else's resource. Real guns weren't an option, but I didn't need them. Most people in my past life fought with kitchen knives and baseball bats. I needed something better. Chainsaws. Their loud roar alone could make attackers think twice. I bought both gas-powered and rechargeable ones, ensuring I had backups. Next, I picked up nail guns with extra nails, accurate and deadly in close combat. The shopkeeper warned me to use them carefully, but I just nodded along. From there, I called an old acquaintance, asking to retrieve a weapon my mother had once loaned her, a 3-edged bayonet. A single stab from it caused massive bleeding, nearly impossible to stop. In an apocalypse without proper medical care, it was as deadly as it got. After that, I bought tools, wrenches, bolt cutters, sledgehammers, fuel barrels, and emergency escape gear. I even stocked up on generators and solar panels to prepare for power failures. Then, I bought metal shelves to organize everything inside my space. Realizing I had overlooked medicine, I made multiple trips to different pharmacies, carefully avoiding suspicion. I stocked up on antibiotics, painkillers, wound care supplies, and other essential drugs. On my way, I also stopped by a water testing facility. My space had a water source, but I wanted to ensure its quality. By the evening, my home security upgrades were complete. I was exhausted but satisfied. After checking everything, I treated myself to a hot meal for my space, appreciating how much better prepared I was this time. But one problem remained: fuel. I spent hours visiting different gas stations, filling up barrels and storing them in my space. By midnight, I had gathered 3,000 liters of diesel. Just as I was about to rest, I noticed two men sneaking around a parked truck. Fuel thieves. I smirked. Fuel was exactly what I needed. I started my engine and quietly followed them. Two men drove a silver van out of a city. Annan followed them and saw the car drove to an abandoned factory. The gate of the factory was locked. When they arrived, a fat man came out and opened the gate. "You two guys are the fastest. The other groups haven't come back yet. I'm bored to death." The fat man's voice was as loud as his body. Annan's car was parked not far away, and he heard it clearly. "It seems that there are only these three people in this space now." Annan breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to get out of the car. "Keep your voice down. We are being followed." The red-haired one in the duo grabbed the fat man. "What? You attracted the cops here?" "It's not a cop. I saw a woman in the rearview mirror." Poochie the fat man laughed out loud. "Why are you afraid of a woman? Let me see what kind of little woman she is." Annan had already walked over and showed a decent smile. "Hello, how much oil do you have in stock?" "I want to buy oil." The three people on the opposite side were stunned. "Buy oil? Red hair? You followed us in the middle of the night just to buy oil?" "Excuse me, I urgently need a lot of diesel and gasoline. There are limited legal channels to buy them, and it's rare to meet you, so I'm being presumptuous." After hearing this, the fat man looked up and down at the woman opposite. Oh, she is still a beauty. Tall, with jade-like skin and a head of hair fluttering in the wind. He rubbed his hands and showed a greasy smile. "Little sister, it's easy to want oil. Just play with your brother for a while." The red hair next to him also laughed. "Yes, play with your brothers for a while, and I will sell you the oil at a low price." Annan stood in the dim light outside the factory. His expression was indistinguishable. "Let's go in and talk." Hearing this, the three of them happily took her into the factory. The abandoned factory was in a mess, with oil barrels everywhere and classification labels on the barrels. Annan took a look and saw that in addition to diesel, there was also gasoline, and even the labels distinguished between 92, 95, and 98. "Don't say it, it's really complete." Annan looked around and was very satisfied. The oil was enough for her to use for decades. "When will the others come back?" "It's too early. They have to come in the middle of the night," the three said, grinning and approaching, ready to make a move. Annan remained calm and dodged a dirty hand. Seeing this, Red Hair slapped her fiercely. "Stinky woman, be smart. If you don't obey, I'll kill you now. Believe it or not, no one will notice?" Annan raised her hand to block his slap, and with her other hand, she grabbed a fruit knife from the air and stabbed Red Hair to the ground with 2 puffs and puffs. The speed was too fast. The fat man next to her had not seen how her companion fell down, and he had already waved his fists to her. Annan dodged sideways, quickly went around behind the fat man, and kicked him hard in the knee joint. Annan had practiced before, and his power was steady, accurate, and fierce. With a click, the fat man instantly knelt on the ground, holding his dislocated calf and wailing in pain. The last man was amazed to see Annan kill the 2 brothers in an instant. He stepped back a few steps, took out a machete from the corner, and rushed towards Annan with a roar. Oh, a killing move?
Annan låg disdainfull.
She was a desperate person who had experienced the end of the world, and her hands were stained with a lot of blood. A few thieves who stole in the prosperous times wanted her life? She waved her arm, and a large amount of flour in the space flew out of her hand and sprayed at the other party. The man was covered in flour and coughed. He couldn't see anything in front of him, so he could only wave the machete around. Annan took the opportunity to move over quietly and cut the other's neck with a knife. The man soon died. The 2 injured people on the ground next to them widened their eyes and were so shocked by the scene that they couldn't speak. How did the flour fly out of this woman's hand? And how did the knife appear in her hand out of thin air? The 2 looked at the weird woman in horror, walking slowly towards them. "You, don't come over here. I was wrong. I'm sorry, I'm worse than pigs and dogs. Please let me go, lady." Annan looked at the trembling two people. If I begged you like this just now, would you let me go? Looking at the stunned two people, Annan said again, Of course you won't. Not only that, they also planned to kill and burn the bodies directly after they had fun to eliminate future troubles. There are many missing girls in this world. Who would have known that a girl was missing in the abandoned factory outside the city in the middle of the night? Annan was not soft-hearted and sent the two people to paradise directly. I said I bought oil, but you don't make money and you have to die. Annan, who has experienced the end of the world for 4 years, looks like a young girl who just graduated, but in fact she is weathered and hard-hearted. She calmly put all the oil barrels into the space, and before the other oil rats came back, she simply cleaned up the scene, wrapped the bodies of the 3 people in sealed bags, and threw them into the space. After leaving the factory, just as he was about to drive away, he suddenly found that Hong Mao's van was still parked there. Willing magic car? This is an excellent car in the end times. It is tough, durable, not eye-catching, and can carry a lot of supplies. When the official base is established in the later stage, Annan can't just measure it with his feet, right? The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. There were still a few barrels of diesel in the car, and he didn't pull out the keys, so he put them all into the space. When he got home, Annan was tired and his back ached. It seems that his physical fitness needs to be strengthened. After packing up, Annan collapsed on the bed, and sleepiness swept over him. At this time, there was a sudden sound downstairs. The pork of 1302 has not been processed yet. Annan thought dazedly. But she was too sleepy today and had no energy to care, so she fell asleep soon. The next day, when she woke up, it was drizzling outside the window. She picked up the phone beside the bed. July 10th, 2039. In the last life, it started to rain today. The summers have been getting hotter and hotter in recent years, and this year is even more unbearable. The first rain has only fallen since the beginning of summer. People cheered for this rare bit of coolness, but they didn't know that tomorrow, this light rain would turn into a heavy rainstorm, sweeping the world and becoming the beginning of the end of the world. Annan hurriedly got up and washed up. Today is the last day before the end of the world, and she has to go to Aunt Chen to get the triangular bayonet back. As soon as she got downstairs, her cell phone rang. It was an electronic version of the test report sent by the water quality testing company. Annan couldn't wait to click it to check. The water quality meets the drinking standard. Annan immediately put her heart at ease and happily went to Aunt Chen's house. Mrs. Chen also lives in the mid-mountain villa area. The villa area is halfway up Luoan Mountain, and you need to take a winding mountain road to get up. The road is slippery on rainy days, and it is difficult to drive the rented light truck on this road, but Annan still chose the light truck. After all, the world is not in chaos, and the stolen Wuling magic car cannot be taken out and driven openly. Annan carefully controlled the steering wheel and looked ahead. Suddenly, a pure black armored vehicle drove over from the opposite direction. She widened her eyes. This is the Knight 15. A bulletproof armored car worth 16 million. The black steel behemoth is armed from the body to the glass, and even the tires are bulletproof. The whole car can withstand the attack of a 15-kilogram TNT bomb, a doomsday chariot. Annan couldn't help but look back and watch the dream car whizzing by. I really want it. It is said that there are only 2 of this car in the country. Annan has only seen Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and various supercars in the villa area. Why didn't I notice before that someone drove such a cool armored car? While thinking, I arrived at the destination unknowingly. Mrs. Chen had already greeted the security guard, so she didn't encounter any obstacles and entered the Chen family smoothly. This place is as magnificent as the mansion she lived in before. Mrs. Chen sat on the luxurious sofa and handed her the triangular bayonet that had been prepared long ago. Annan took it with both hands and politely said thank you. Mrs. Chen looked at the girl in front of her, who was still polite despite the family change, and couldn't help but feel some sympathy. It's hard for her to be so clean and elegant even in such a desperate situation. So she found another exquisite jewelry box. This jade pendant was given to me by your mother. I heard that you didn't take anything with you when you left home. I'm giving it back to you as a keepsake. Annan was stunned. Since it was given to you by my mother, how can I take it back? I told you to take it, so you take it. Mrs. Chen interrupted her and stuffed the jewelry box directly into Annan's hand. Then she turned around and went upstairs without looking at her. Xiao Lu, please show up. The nanny of the Chen family came over immediately and made a please gesture. Annan looked at Mrs. Chen's back thoughtfully and left with the pendant and the triangular thorn. She remembered that she had seen Mrs. Chen when she came to find her scumbag father in her previous life, but she didn't lend a hand at that time and watched her being driven away coldly. But at this moment, she gave her the pendant in a friendly manner. I guess human nature is complicated. When you are rich, you can help the world, but in the end times with material shortages, you naturally choose to keep to yourself. Annan returned to the city and found a hot pot restaurant with a good reputation. Rainy days and hot pot are the best match. While eating mutton, she checked her stockpile list. All items were checked, and only one spiritual food was left to buy. So after dinner, she went to the computer city immediately and bought a few tablets, mobile phones, memory cards, hard drives, headphones, etc. According to yesterday's plan. When I get home in the evening, I can continue to download the movies and materials that I didn't finish downloading yesterday. After putting all the things into the space, Annan hesitated for a moment and walked into a pet shop. Humans are social animals. If they are separated from society and alone for a long time, they will suffer from depression. Especially in the end times with great psychological pressure, Annan thought that in order not to go crazy, she still needed a companion. Her companions in the previous life were by Wenbin and Xianinger. Facts have proved that humans are difficult to trust. Only dogs can remain loyal forever. There were enough supplies in the space, so Annan was going to buy a companion dog to accompany her in the darkness of the apocalypse. As soon as she stepped into the pet store, the puppies all rushed over excitedly, barking woof woof. Annan frowned. Do dogs bark so loudly? It's not good to be too loud. Once discovered by others, they will be targeted as food. Suddenly, a milky white ball caught her attention. Behind a group of excited puppies, there was one lying leisurely on the mat, with its head lazily buried under its paws. Annan went over to pick it up and saw its true face.
Ah,
Why is this dog so ugly? It looks like a piglet. As if hearing her inner voice, the dog hummed twice in dissatisfaction. Annan looked at the clerk. This dog doesn't bark? The clerk smiled. It's a French bulldog, it hardly barks. This little girl is only half a year old. She's a little lazy and doesn't like to move. Being lazy is good. It's not convenient to go out for a walk in the end times, and there's enough room for this little one to run around at home. And it doesn't bark randomly, it's so small, you can just put it in your bag and go. Annan looked at its ugly and cute face, and liked it more and more. This is it. Then she bought a lot of dog food and snacks, as well as dog beds, pads, dog clothes, small toys, etc. Before leaving, she looked at the puppies, thought about it, and said to the clerk, My friend at the weather station said that there will be a heavy rain tomorrow, and there's a risk of flooding into the house. You'd better make preparations in advance. Then she turned and left. After the end of the world, even people will find it difficult to survive, and the fate of these little guys can be imagined. She is not a savior, and it's difficult to protect herself. All she can do is give a reminder. After leaving the pet store, Annan went to the wholesaler to get 2 more large trucks of pet supplies. When checking out, she caught a glimpse of a pile of cat litter, and suddenly an idea came to her. After the water supply was cut off in the apocalypse, the toilet could not be used. Although there were garbage bags in the space, it was not as clean and convenient as using cat litter. So she bought another truckload of cat litter. After buying cat litter, the 3 million yuan she borrowed was also used up, with only the last 3,000 yuan left. Annan breathed a sigh of relief. In this life, she finally did not let the money become waste paper again. She was in a good mood and touched the dog's head on the passenger seat. Let's go. Sister will take you for a ride. The dog hummed twice with its nose. In the drizzle, Annan drove while opening the paper map and carefully compared it. In a few days, the mobile phone navigation will not work, and if you want to go out, you have to rely on the map to identify the direction. Annan marked several important landmarks and shopping malls on the map, and then compared it with reality, carefully remembering the appearance of the upper half of these buildings. The lower part will be flooded. After a circle, she finally returned the light truck before the car rental company closed, and then rented a motorhome instead. Although there is already a Wuling Hongguang in the space, considering the comfort of travel, you still have to buy an RV. The interior environment and functionality of the RV are much better than the Wuling God car. The rental period is 2 days, and the deposit is used as collateral for the previous truck, and then another 3,000 yuan in rent is paid. There is no need to wait until the return date, and the heavy rain will flood the city. If she doesn't take the car away, it will be scrapped in the flood. It would be a waste if she doesn't take this wool. Annan swiped the last money in the card without any psychological burden. As the RV was also put into the space, the last bit of space in the space was also occupied. 4 million doesn't sound like a lot, but it's so considerable when converted into supplies. Annan held an umbrella and hugged the dog, and walked home contentedly. As soon as he walked to the front of his building, he saw Bai Wenbin standing at the door of the unit. Annan felt unlucky in his heart. Nan Nan. Bai Wenbin looked at the dog in Annan's arms. You bought a puppy? Annan said expressionlessly. Do you have any objection? No, I just want to ask you why you suddenly blocked me. Yesterday Inger said that you called us ugly. I know you are not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Today I went to the 14th floor to find you, but you were not at home, so I had to wait for you here. Nan, There is no misunderstanding. Annan interrupted him. I just think you are ugly. Bai Wenbin choked, and his face almost couldn't hold back. But he still forced himself to say, Nan, I really like you. I hope you give me a chance, even if it's just to be friends. Why is this man so clingy? After a busy day, Annan just wanted to go home quickly. So he said, I'm tired. If you have anything else to say, tomorrow at 12 noon at the Huaishu restaurant in Quancheng District, we will eat and talk. Bai Wenbin was overjoyed to hear this. Huaishu restaurant is a famous couple's restaurant. Annan suddenly asked him to go there for dinner. Does that mean? Annan ignored him who was in a sweet dream and took the elevator upstairs. Have fun. Quancheng District has the lowest terrain. Let's see if you can still have fun if you are trapped in the flood tomorrow. After returning home, Annan put the puppy in her arms on the ground and then picked out a doghouse from the space. The puppy saw the owner conjure up a doghouse out of thin air, and his eyes widened. He cautiously approached and sniffed with his nose. Annan looked at its round dog face and actually showed a surprised expression like a human, and wanted to laugh. Silly dog, this is your doghouse. It's not poisonous. The little white dog seemed to understand what she said, hummed, and crawled into the doghouse with his little ace twisted. Wow, this dog is quite smart. What name should I give it? Annan looked at it lying in the doghouse, chubby, lazy, and solid. Let's call it Fugue. It sounds rich and long-lived. Fugue. Annan took out a handful of dog food and fed it to the little white dumpling's mouth. From now on, your name will be Fugue. Fugue hummed like a piglet, wagged his tail, and ate voraciously. After feeding the dog, Annan changed into home clothes and went into the kitchen to cook himself a bowl of sour noodle soup. While eating noodles, he browsed his Moments. Everyone in Moments was expressing their admiration for today's rain, which saved the workers who were busy in the scorching heat. Someone took a screenshot of today's temperature. After a month of high temperature of 38 degrees, it suddenly dropped to 28 degrees. Others said that the rain was too light, and it would be better if it could be heavier and last for a few more days. Annan looked at this Moments and thought, brother, you got it right. This rain will indeed last for a long time, but by then, I guess this brother won't be able to laugh at all. After dinner, Annan stretched his body, did a set of boxing, and then went back to his room to sleep. Little Fugue, who was originally lying in the living room, got up immediately and followed him in. Annan smiled and touched its head. It's so clingy. She found a small bed for dogs in the space and placed it next to her bed. Then he turned off the lights. Go to sleep. Perhaps because the end of the world was approaching, Annan slept very uneasy that night. In her dream, it seemed as if she had returned to her previous life, with Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger chasing her with a boning knife. She ran all the way and was suddenly blocked by a dark shadow. Looking up, it was in Xingye. He showed a sinister smile. "Good girl, go." Then he pushed her hard and pushed her to Bai Wenbin's side.
No.
Annan shouted and woke up from the bed. It was already dawn. Fugue had climbed onto her bed at some point and was licking her palm gently, as if to comfort her. Annan felt warm in her heart and hugged him. Everything in the previous life was over. In this life, they must live well. Pulling open the curtains, it was still drizzling outside. Annan first mixed dog food for Fugue and then went into the kitchen to get busy. While there is still water and electricity at home, Annan plans to make more delicious food and put it in the space so that he can use it whenever he needs it. He first made a simple breakfast and then took out all the pots in the house. Pots were placed on both stoves. The electric stew pot was also connected to the power supply, and the oven and air fryer were working at the same time. Annan was very busy and made 6 dishes in a short time. Each dish was very large, so it was divided into small portions and packed in disposable lunchboxes bought before, and then stored in the space while hot. This cycle was repeated until after 11 o'clock, when it suddenly became dark. It was noon, and although it had been drizzling before, it was still bright. At this moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the city, and the city instantly fell into darkness, while the drizzle that had been drizzling before stopped. "It's coming." Annan looked out the dark window, exactly the same as in his previous life. First it was suddenly pitch black, and in another hour, heavy rain would come and gradually submerge the city. The room was now completely dark. Fugue's first stood up, and he rubbed against Annan anxiously. Annan turned on the light, picked up Fugue, gently soothed him, found a teething stick for him to play with, and then picked up his phone. Weibo and Moments were all buzzing. "Oh my god, how come it suddenly got dark in the middle of the day? This is the first time I've seen this scene. I thought aliens had invaded. Is it going to rain heavily? The clouds are dark and low." A text message rang. It was a yellow rainstorm warning from the Meteorological Bureau, reminding that there would be heavy rainfall within 3 hours. Citizens were asked to reduce going out and suspend outdoor activities and homework. Annan put down his phone, picked up the kitchen waste before the rain, and threw it into the trash can outside the building. After throwing away the garbage and returning home, he just entered the elevator and heard someone shouting, "Wait a minute. Duane closed the door yet." It was the young man and his mother on the 15th floor. The woman was carrying large and small bags of vegetables and seeds. As she entered the elevator, she scolded her son. "You little brat, you are looking for trouble for me. I would rather have given birth to a piece of barbecued pork than you. Mom, you are idle anyway. It would be great if you could grow some things at home to cultivate your sentiments."
Bah.
"Little brat, you just want to trap me at home as a nanny so that you can tinker with those junk. Don't say it so harshly. This is called logistics work, and it is also a contribution to the great cause of scientific research." "Zhao Ping'an, you're talking nonsense." Seeing that his mother was scolding more and more dirty, Zhao Ping'an embarrassedly explained to a Nan beside him, "I'm sorry, sister. My mother has manic disorder, and she speaks like this." And Nan smiled and said it was okay. The elevator soon reached the 14th floor. Nan walked out of the elevator and heard someone inside comforting his mother. "Look at the bright daylight. It could get dark any time. Who knows, my article might come true." "Don't. The 15th floor is the top floor. Only their family lives there. Both houses belong to the mother and son." Annan was very impressed with them. In the previous life, they were the only family in the community who lived well. Not only were they not starving, but their belongings were not robbed by thugs. In the late stage of the extreme heat, they left the community safely.
No one knew where they moved to.
Annan turned on his computer when he got home. He curiously searched for Zhao Ping'an's name and actually found an article on 20 possibilities of the doomsday, written by Zhao Ping'an. It deduced the probability of various doomsday events, including extreme weather, large-scale plagues, and even studied ways to escape from zombie sieges. It was very imaginative. There were a lot of comments under the article, some saying that he had read too many novels and was crazy, and some were excited to discuss doomsday survival tools. It turned out that he was a doomsday survival enthusiast. No wonder he lived well in his previous life. His major was suitable for him. Kwancheng District, Huaishu Restaurant. Bai Wenbin booked a window seat on the second floor and waited proudly for Annan to arrive.
Block me?
Never mind. I'll have to add it back after this meal. He touched the medicine in his pocket. He would pour it into her drink later. When the rice is cooked, Bai Wenbin imagined it happily. Suddenly, in the silent sky, a thick purple lightning flashed, followed by a loud boom and thunder. A gust of wind blew, and the leaves downstairs were rustling. Then heavy rain poured down, and dense raindrops crackled against the windows. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and the rain hit the ground violently, stirring up a mist. Bai Wenbin was startled. Is it raining so hard all of a sudden? Bai Wenbin looked at his watch. It was already the agreed time, but Annan hadn't shown up yet. In order not to miss this rare opportunity, he had to sit and wait patiently. After waiting for half an hour, Annan still didn't show up. Looking at the heavy rain outside, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Bai Wenbin picked up his phone and called Annan. It was still blocked. So, he had to borrow the waiter's phone to call. Hello? Hello. Annan, it's me, Bai Wenbin. I'm at the Huaishu restaurant. When can you expect to arrive? Oh, I have something to do here, so I'll be late. Please wait for me. Okay, Nan. After hanging up the phone, Bai Wenbin heard that her attitude was not bad, so he was relieved and waited patiently. As long as he could get things done today, he would be able to marry a beautiful woman in the future and enjoy endless wealth and glory. It's just a matter of waiting. He still has this patience. The rain outside the window has been pouring down. Unknowingly, another hour has passed. Ding buzz, the cell phones of people in the restaurant rang at the same time. Bai Wenbin looked down and saw that it was a text message from the Meteorological Bureau. Red warning for heavy rain. Remind the general public to stay at home. Stop all outdoor activities and work, and suspend work and classes. People in dangerous areas, please move to a safe place immediately. Oh my God! How come this car is floating? The woman at the next table suddenly exclaimed. Bai Wenbin looked out the window and saw that the water on the road had already submerged the waists of pedestrians, and some small vehicles had even floated. How could this happen? The heavy rains on typhoon days before were not so severe. He borrowed another cell phone to call Annan. Nan, where are you? Who are you?
I'm Bai Wenbin.
Bai Wenbin? I don't know. What an ugly name. After that, the other party hung up the phone directly. Bai Wenbin was stunned and dialed again. This time there was only a busy tone. His face was livid. Are you kidding me? The restaurant was in chaos at this moment. Some people's cars were washed away by the water, some people received a notice from the school to pick up their children immediately, and some people called online taxis, but no one responded. Bai Wenbin hurriedly left the restaurant, but when he went downstairs, he found that the amount of rain had increased again in such a short time, and the water had reached his chest. Although the door on the first floor was closed, a lot of water had already flooded in. His car parked on the side of the road was also soaked in water and could not be opened at all. Bai Wenbin was furious. Annan played him like a fool. Not only did he sit here for an hour and a half, but he also lost a car. Now he is trapped here. The road was in chaos. The rainstorm was so fierce that many people did not react at all. Some were trapped in the car and could not get out, some fell down and were washed away while wading through the water, and some were scratched while swimming in the water. At this moment, Annan was watching TV series at home and eating steaming hot pot. The hot butter was boiling in the pot, isolating the wet water vapor outside the window. Even the dog, who was restless at the beginning, calmed down and nestled comfortably at the feet of his owner, chewing a big bone happily. Annan chewed the fresh bamboo shoots while dipping the tripe in the pot, then wrapped it in oil and stuffed it into his mouth. The house was filled with fragrance. After dinner, Annan threw all the dishes into the dishwasher. He opened WeChat and found that the owner group was already in an uproar. Why is it raining so hard? The car is floating. I just picked up a new car. I feel sorry for you. Fortunately, I have no money to buy a car. This is thunder. Is it some immortal master who is going through a tribulation? When it suddenly got dark at noon, I felt something was wrong. Now the sky is like a leak. The sky is really abnormal. Could it be the end of the world? Annan saw this post and sighed that someone actually knew the truth. He clicked on the other person's avatar to check, and it turned out to be the guy on the 15th floor. I am dying of laughter. It's just a heavy rain, but it's the end of the world. You must have watched too many movies. Our school has announced that we will have a holiday. That's great. We have a holiday just on Monday. Our company is also on holiday. Neighbors, be careful when you go home. I almost fell into a well just now. Annan quit WeChat and opened Weibo again. At this time, a news report about the subway in Hagwon City flooded became a hot search. There was also a live video. Many people were trapped in the subway, the water was over their shoulders, and some people were crying and calling their families to say their last words. Annan felt sad. It was the same in the previous life. At first, people thought it was just a rain, but they never thought that disasters and deaths would never stop. Many netizens commented on the news. Beautiful girl warrior. So distressing. Why is it raining so heavily in Hagwon City? Our Lingnan City has also been flooded. Contentment. The same is true in our Linbei City. Number 1 in eating. Oh my god, it's raining heavily in the north too? I thought it was only in the south. Cherry calf. I'm in the beautiful country, and it's pouring rain here too. It's not raining all over the world, is it? The atmosphere on the internet is getting more and more tense. Annan looked at her inner depression, so she put down her phone and prepared to play with her dog to adjust her mood. Fugue was not at her feet. After looking around, she found it on the sofa, sticking its ace out and scratching the sofa with its claws. It was in full swing and full of energy. Fugue, don't destroy the house. Annan walked over and picked up the white ball. Only then did she see that there was a necklace in its mouth. This is the jade pendant that Aunt Chin gave her yesterday. Little thing, where did you find it from? Annan took the pendant, put it into the space casually, and then tapped Fugue's head. Don't eat anything randomly. You'll get sick. Suddenly, a white light flashed in her consciousness. This familiar feeling. She hurriedly checked the space. The space has become bigger. The original 800 square meters of space had been filled with supplies by her, and now there is an extra 1,000 square meters. The original 60 square meter bungalow has become 100 square meters. Annan was ecstatic. This space can actually be upgraded? She searched the space and found that the jade pendant disappeared. It seems that the reason for the space upgrade is that it absorbed her mother's pendant. Annan's eyes burned. Mom must be blessing her in heaven. Not only did she let her be reborn, but she also sent this jade pendant to help her expand the space. Thank Aunt Chen for returning the pendant to her. After thinking for a moment, Annan walked to the dressing table and opened the drawer. Inside were her various jewelry. She put all the jewelry into the space and found that a jade ring disappeared instantly. The other things were still there. And the space has an additional 500 square meters of area, and the bungalow has become a 2-story building. It turns out that jade can upgrade the space. What if there are more jade? It's a pity that Annan used to think that jade jewelry was a bit old-fashioned and rarely bought it. Therefore, only the jade bracelet on her hand and this ring were made of jade. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist that was bound to the space and found that its water quality and texture had also improved greatly. It used to be sticky, but now it has become sticky and much clearer. It seems that I need to collect more jade in the future to upgrade the space and bracelet. Annan thought happily. Then she looked at the space that was more than half empty and suddenly felt a lack of security. The supplies were already fully stocked, and now there is such a large space left. The supplies are not much. No, the extra 1,500 square meters must also be filled. Annan took out the map in the space and suddenly had a new idea. Yesterday, Annan took a map and marked some important landmarks and shopping malls. She remembered that there was a newly built shopping mall in a higher place in Jongbei district, and the opening time was set to be tomorrow. Now all the goods should have been put on the shelves. It rained heavily today, and work and business were suspended everywhere. This shopping mall must not be able to open. Annan planned to go there tonight for 0 yuan shopping. It would be a waste if you don't fleece the capitalists. It's better to save yourself than to soak in water. Thinking of this, Annan set an alarm and went to bed first. Tonight is a big project, and you must replenish your energy first. On the other side, Bai Wenbin was trapped in the Huaishu restaurant for 3 hours. Seeing that the water level was getting higher and higher, there was no sign of stopping the rain. Will I have to spend the night here today? He thought with a dark face. At this time, a big brother who loves fishing and has a kayak in his car all year round happened to pass by Bai Wenbin in a kayak. Bai Wenbin's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked the other party to take him for a ride. No, brother. It's too heavy with another person. I can't row. Here's 1,000 yuan for you. Come on up, brother. It's not about the money. It's mainly because I think you look like someone who is meant to be with me. As he spoke, he quickly found the payment code on his phone. Bai Wenbin kayaked to the vicinity of the community and got off the boat. The water level at home was lower than that at Quanqing district, but he was still scratched by floating objects in the water on his way home. After so much trouble, he arrived at the door of his home, and his hands were shaking. He couldn't match the key to the keyhole, so he had to knock on Qian Inger's door across the street. Qian Inger was horrified to see her cousin in such a sorry state. Brother Wenbin, are you okay? Bai Wenbin frowned and walked into the house. Find me some iodine and medical gauze. Qian Inger asked while looking for medicine. Why did you come back so early and in such a state? Where's Annan? Didn't you succeed? While bandaging, Bai Wenbin gritted his teeth and told her what happened today. This witch, how dare she stand you up? Qian Inger looked sinister and said sternly, since she is so ungrateful, let's show her some power. What do you want to do? Isn't she noble? Qian Inger suddenly showed a meaningful expression. Then find 2 gangsters to have some fun with her and see if she can still be noble. Bai Wenbin frowned. That's too much. She is your future sister-in-law after all. Brother, she doesn't plan to be with you. When she loses her innocence, I will find a way to help her promote it.
Qian Yinger smilet maliciously.
When she is ruined and deserted by her friends and relatives, we will go and comfort her, letting her know that you are the only one who does not despise her and is willing to accept her. Then everything will be smooth sailing. Bai Wenbin's eyes lit up. Inge, you are still smart. After hesitating for a while, he said, it's just a little disgusting. Oh, brother, do you really treat her as your wife? When you have control of her family's property, what kind of girl can't you get? Then you can just dump her. That's right. Bai Wenbin no longer hesitated. Where can we find the gangsters you mentioned? Don't worry, leave it to me. Qian Inger said confidently. Annan is good-looking, and there are many men who are interested in her. As long as she adds a little fuel to the flames, there is no fear that this thing will not work. The brother and sister smiled at each other, as if they had seen the success of the plan. At this time, Annan was sleeping soundly. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the alarm clock rang, and Annan got up on time. Fugue, who was standing next to him, was startled. He opened his eyes alertly and rubbed against Annan. She stroked his dog's head. You go to sleep. I'll go get us something good. Fugue was very human. He soon calmed down and closed his eyes lazily. Annan packed up, put on clothes that were convenient for movement, and quietly went downstairs. The accumulated water outside was higher than a person at this time. All the houses on the first floor were flooded. The residents left in the afternoon and went to other places for emergency shelter. Annan checked carefully and made sure that there was no one around. Then she took out a kayak from the space and slowly paddled out of the community. Although the kayak was quiet, it was too tiring to paddle. Not long after leaving the community, Annan changed to a speedboat. There were all kinds of floating objects in the water, such as cars, branches, and signboards, blocking the way. It took Annan more than an hour to reach the new shopping mall, which was supposed to take half an hour. The terrain here was very high, and the water only flooded to the thighs. She took out a window breaker from the space and successfully entered the interior. Although the power and network will soon be paralyzed, for the sake of safety, she first violently destroyed the mall's surveillance system and then went shopping boldly. As she expected, all the goods in the mall have been put on the shelves. The underground parking lot has been flooded for a long time, so Annan skipped it directly. The first floor is a large shopping supermarket. There are 6 layers of shelves in each area, and only the bottom 2 layers are flooded at present. Due to the short soaking time, many sealed products can still be used. Annan checked it out and started a happy 0 yuan shopping. First came to the snack area. Potato chips, spicy strips, squid shreds, beef jerky, pickled pepper chicken feet, ham sausage, seaweed, chocolate, biscuits, canned food, various nuts. These things are not in the space. Take them all. There are also self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, snail noodles, pasta, and instant noodles of various flavors. Braised beef, scallion ribs, old sauerkraut, turkey noodles, etc. Boiled and soaked everything is available. No matter the taste, put them all in the space. Then came to the wine area. Although there is drinking water in the space, bottled water is more convenient to drink and can also be used to exchange supplies. Collect, collect, collect. There are also various alcoholic beverages such as red wine, beer, cocktails, Lao Baigan, Ergotu, etc. Coke, Sprite, Wanglaji, coconut milk, Red Bull, soda water, and other beverages. And various nutritious dairy products are also collected. Next is the frozen area. There are semi-finished quick frozen snacks, soup dumplings, glutinous rice, brown sugar glutinous rice cakes, original chicken nuggets, French fries, and potato cakes, etc. These things are convenient and simple and can be eaten after simple heating. There are also high-end steaks, foie gras, lobsters, abalones, sea cucumbers, and king. And various meatballs that I didn't buy before, cuttlefish, crab sticks, shrimp, ping beef, fish roe lucky bags, etc. Finally, fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, grains, and oils. Those soaked in sewage are not needed, and all intact ones are collected in the space. After the food area was searched clean, it was time to go to the daily necessities area. Toiletries, cleaning supplies, storage boxes, food containers, table lamps, hangers. All were put into the space without even looking at them. In the sweep, even diapers, bottles, and other baby products were not spared. Finally, all kinds of dog food, canned food, teething sticks, and other things in the pet supplies area were put into the bag. It took about an hour for Annan to finally empty the entire supermarket. Not only the things on the shelves, but also the inventory in the warehouse were not left out. Just as he was about to leave for the second floor, he was suddenly attracted by the cashier counter at the exit. There were a lot of cigarettes and condoms near the cash register. Annan herself didn't smoke, but this stuff could be used as money in the future. For those old smokers, these cigarettes were the top luxury goods in the end times, the kind that one less cigarette is smoked. As for condoms, although she didn't have a boyfriend, she remembered that the rich wives in the villa area in her previous life spent a lot of money to buy these things. After all, in the end times where people are eaten without spitting out bones, pregnancy is equivalent to half of the body stepping into the gates of. Annan waved his hand and put them all into the space. At this time, the accumulated water rose a lot, and Annan quickly swam to the stairs and went up to the second floor. On one side of the second floor were various cosmetics counters, and on the other side were bags and shoes. Annan ran from south to north and put everything he touched into the space, and didn't care about choosing what brand or type. The third floor was branded women's clothing. Although I had stocked up clothes in the clothing wholesale market before, the quality couldn't be compared with these branded goods. Especially for close-fitting underwear, you still have to wear better quality. After the third floor was completely emptied, there was not much space left, so the men's and children's clothing on the fourth floor were skipped. They went directly to the home plaza on the fifth floor. There were not only leather sofas, solid wood beds, mahogany coffee tables, massage bathtubs, and other furniture here. There were also mosquito nets, mats, four-piece sets, and other bedding. There were also various electrical appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, and small appliances such as electric fans, ovens, wall breakers, and hair dryers. Although all these things were available at home, in case of moving in the future, I still needed to prepare some new household items for myself. Not to mention the turbulent end of the world. Even in the peaceful and prosperous times, everyone would have to move several times in their lifetime. With so many supplies in hand, she could settle down anywhere. The 6th floor was a cinema. Annan walked around and found nothing useful except the popcorn machine. Finally, she came to the top floor, the 7th floor. This floor was the private space of the mall owner and could not be entered. Annan took out the hydraulic pliers and sledgehammer and violently opened the door. As soon as he entered the door, the president's generosity hit him in the face. Oversized desks and tea tables, all kinds of priceless teas and tea sets, not to mention the famous calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Even any decoration in the room is an antique. What attracted Annan the most was the 4-meter-long and 3-ton landscape ornament against the wall. It was made of jade. It was of excellent quality and exquisite carving. Annan admired it for a while, and then put it into the space without hesitation. In an instant, the space that was originally filled with supplies from an entire shopping mall had an additional 4,000 square meters. The gray 2-story building was also transformed into a 2-story villa covering an area of 200 square meters. This time the space has changed so much. Annan sighed while checking it out. It seems that the degree of space upgrade is also related to the quality of jade. This ornament has good water quality and is large in size, which has upgraded her space so much in an instant. The bracelet on her hand has also changed from glutinous to icy. Annan sighed that this trip was really worth it. After the excitement, she naturally accepted the other supplies from the president. A 5 Wagyu beef, Boston lobster, caviar, black truffles in the small refrigerator. The famous wines in the wine cabinet, such as Dom Perignon Champagne, 1982 Lafite, Fétien Matai, etc., were all put into the space. There were also cigars, tea, golf clubs, foreign classics.
And
A box of car keys? Who cares? Collect everything you can see. There are also antiques and calligraphy and paintings. Antiques are not valuable in the end times. In the extreme cold period, these calligraphy and paintings will be burned as waste paper. It would be a waste if I don't collect them. Anyway, the space is large. In a blink of an eye, everything was swept away, leaving only a floor-standing bottle with bird patterns and pastels, which could not be put into the space no matter how hard I tried. What's going on? Annan moved it directly and found that it was fixed to the ground. No wonder it couldn't be put into the space. Is there any mystery in this bottle? Annan studied it curiously and found that although it could not leave the ground, it could be rotated. So he slowly turned the bottle. I saw that the bookshelf in front of him also moved slowly, revealing a secret door. There is actually a secret room? Annan took out his bayonet and walked in cautiously. The secret room was empty, with only a plain bed and a small wardrobe. It doesn't fit the boss's lavish personality. Could this be just a hiding place prepared by the president for himself? When he was a child, Annan also fantasized about carving out a secret space in his bedroom so that he could hide in it when bad guys broke into the house. It turned out that the president also had paranoid delusions like himself. Annan looked around and opened the ordinary wardrobe out of boredom. It was full of gold bars. This thing is not put in a safe or a bank, but in a broken wardrobe? The president is really unique. Annan put them all into the space without hesitation, and then found a large box at the bottom of the wardrobe. So he dragged it out and opened it. This is an submachine gun. Big boss, you are really cruel. Annan was stunned when he looked at the gun and half a box of bullets. This president is not paranoid at all. Has he really offended some criminal group? No need for a pistol, just get a submachine gun. Be ready to shoot 10 at a time. How insecure it is to hide guns in the office. Annan smacked her lips and put the gun and bullets into the space. Thank you for the gift. After receiving the submachine gun, Annan felt like a tiger with wings. The 7th floor was completely plundered, and she went downstairs with satisfaction. After thinking about it, she went back to the 4th floor and put the men's and children's clothes into the space. Now that the space area has increased, no matter whether it is useful or not, just put it in first. Those rich people have so many assets that they can't spend them all in several lifetimes, and I haven't seen any of them stop making money. After emptying the shopping mall, Annan came to the high-rise office building connected to it. The office building has 40 floors and belongs to the shopping mall. It has just been put into use. Annan walked in and found that many places inside have not been rented out, and only some floors have companies settled in. Since I'm here, I might as well look around to see if there is anything worth buying. While the elevator was still usable, Annan went straight to the top floor. The top floor was empty except for a small door on the east side, which was locked tightly. Her experience of looting the president's office taught her that the more secure the lock, the more treasures there are. So she took out all kinds of tools and violently broke the door. After working for a while, she finally opened it and found that it was a staircase leading to the rooftop. Why was a staircase locked so tightly? Annan was speechless. After a lot of effort to open the door, she thought about it and decided to go up to get some fresh air and take a rest. After running around all night, she was out of breath. When she got up there, she found that there was actually a helipad on the roof. But the green helipad was empty at this time. Annan couldn't help thinking how great it would be if there really was a helicopter. In the event of an earthquake or tsunami, she could just fly up to the sky to take refuge. Just as she was feeling regretful, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow in the distance. What is that? It looks like a tank. Annan couldn't help but take a closer look. Tough black steel plates, sharp steel bumpers, diamond-shaped square lines. Is this Night 15? The armored vehicle that made her salivate on the winding mountain road when she went to the villa area in the middle of the mountain. Annan widened her eyes in disbelief. The owner of this car is really awesome. Not only does he have a helicopter and a helipad, but he can also get the car to the roof. The rooftop has good drainage, and the car is well preserved. Annan couldn't let go and stroked the hard body of the car. What a great doomsday tank. Not only can it easily knock all other vehicles away, but it is not even afraid of grenades. It's a pity that she doesn't have the key, so she can't open it even if she puts it in the space.
Wait. Keys.
Annan thought about it and found the box of car keys she found in the president's office. The president is so rich that he has so many car keys that he has to put them in a box. After searching for a while, she successfully found a car key with a K mark among various logos such as Bentley, Maybach, and Lamborghini. Press it, and the car lights flash. It's on. Sure enough, it's another asset of the boss. Annan quickly put the armored vehicle into the space. Thank you again for the gift from the boss. Coming down from the rooftop, Annan quickly searched the building floor by floor. It was nothing compared to the boss's office. There were only some simple office supplies, which were of no use to her. On the contrary, some newly settled companies had a lot of cement, tiles, stones, paint, and other decoration materials. Annan made a lot of money. These things will become very precious later and can be used to exchange for housing after entering the official base. In her previous life, she had nothing and could not enter the base until she died. She could only wander around and flee. In this life, she had to plan ahead. It was already 3:30 in the morning when she came out of the office building. Annan drove the boat back to the community. On the way, she met a pharmaceutical factory. Annan explored it and found that there was no one there, so she went in to buy decisively. Here are not only the daily medicines she had stockpiled before, but also Chinese herbal medicines and various vaccines. There are even a small number of medical equipment. The most difficult thing in the end times is to treat diseases. Even if you have a chief physician from a tertiary hospital by your side, you will die from a simple infection because of the lack of medicine. With these medicines and equipment, her chances of survival are a little higher. While collecting space, Annan sighed that tonight was really fruitful. Back to the community, the water level has submerged the entire first floor. Soon, the residents on the second floor will be awakened by the water that has flooded into the house. Annan quickened his pace and returned home quickly. As soon as he opened the door, Fugue rushed up enthusiastically, wagging his tail. Fugue, don't make trouble, I'm wet. Annan first changed his clothes that were wet by the rain, and then pampered the spoiled dog. While holding Fugue, He went to the kitchen and cooked himself a bowl of hot soup. You can't catch a cold at this time. After drinking the soup and taking a hot bath, he went back to bed to rest. Early in the morning, an AW-139 helicopter landed steadily on the roof of a high-rise building without fear of the heavy rain. A man in a suit walked out, opened his umbrella, and stared blankly at the empty rooftop. "Where's the car?" He frowned and went downstairs, entered the mall next door, and was shocked to find that there was nothing in front of him. Where are the things in the mall? He rubbed his eyes and looked again. There was still nothing. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He rushed to the 7th floor and was stunned to see the opened office and the searched secret room. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and dial the phone. "Boss, the things you want are gone. Also, the armored vehicle on the roof is gone." "What do you mean?" "That's right. Everything is gone. The whole mall is empty." The man in the suit spoke more and more quietly. It was outrageous. The whole city was flooded, and people could only travel by boat. Who was so capable that he emptied the entire mall overnight? The voice on the other side could not hear emotions. "Check." "Okay, boss." The man in the suit put down his phone, wanting to cry, but without tears. "Who is it? Who is so wicked as to empty out all the people's stuff?"
Check.
"It's easy to say, but the surveillance cameras have been destroyed and the whole city is flooded. Where can we check?" He rubbed his brows in pain. There is no way. The boss says a word, and the employees run around.
Check.
Phomlin Ijing Community. When Annan woke up, it was already noon. It was still dark outside with dark clouds, and the rain was hitting the windows, and the lights in the community were bright. She turned on her phone and found that there was a new message in the owner group.
Click to view.
It turned out that the residents on the 2nd floor asked the neighbors upstairs to take them in. When it rained heavily yesterday, the residents on the 1st floor whose homes were flooded left while the water was shallow. Now the residents on the 2nd floor are the most uncomfortable. They never thought that the accumulated water would completely submerge the 1st floor and overflow to the 2nd floor. In just one day, the water depth has reached nearly 4 meters. There was chaos outside. The rescue team was busy rescuing people trapped in the flood and could not take care of the situation inside the community for the time being. Therefore, the unlucky 2nd floor residents could not leave and could only ask for help from their neighbors. However, no one responded. The unprecedented heavy rain cast a shadow on everyone's heart. The Chinese people's inherent food hoarding gene made everyone extremely anxious. In this situation, everyone felt insecure and wanted to go out to buy food. However, the water was too deep and the situation in the water was complicated. Even swimming athletes did not dare to go into the water easily. Being scratched by floating objects was light, but if there was a leakage of electricity or being into an uncovered sewer, it would be fatal. It was not known how long they would be trapped at home by the rain. They had to save their own food, so how could they take in other people? Therefore, after the help message on the 2nd floor was sent, no one responded for a long time. "Neighbors, please help us. The children at home are still young. Please lend us a place to stay." When the children were mentioned, someone immediately felt compassion. "Come to my house. I still have an empty room. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we will move out immediately when the rescue team arrives." Seeing the plight of the residents on the 2nd floor, the residents on the 3rd floor also became nervous and kept praying, "Please stop the rain soon. Don't let it flood my house." But reality will disappoint them. Annan remembered that in the last life, the rain did not stop until the 6th floor was flooded. Annan put down her phone, mixed some dog food for Fugue, and then went into the kitchen to cook a plate of beef dumplings for herself. Fugue smelled the fragrance, ran over and looked at her with bright eyes. "Let me try it." Annan couldn't help laughing and picked up a few dumplings for him. After the man and the dog finished eating, Annan had nothing to do, so she started cooking again. She only picked stir-fried and various strong-flavored dishes. Stir-fried lamb with green onions, spicy crayfish, braised beef, braised duck, stewed pork ribs. While the neighbors still have surplus food, start cooking quickly. After a few days, everyone was exhausted, and the smell of food would attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. After a few days of busy work, there was suddenly a noise outside. rescue team has arrived. After a few days, the water level has reached 9 meters and the accumulated water has submerged the third floor. After searching and rescuing the trapped people outside, the rescue team began to relocate the affected residents in the low-rise residential buildings. Residents from the second to fourth floors of the community were relocated to high-rise hotels and office buildings. The rescue young man picked them up and was about to leave when he was surrounded by other residents coming down from the upper floors. Young man, when will the rain stop? Will it flood my house? I saw on the internet that it is raining heavily all over the world. Is it the end of the world? Do you have any official news? Can you send some food? My family's food is almost gone. Send it to my house first. My children need fresh milk every day. And my family, my elderly, don't eat rice. Can you send me some coarse grains? What's the situation outside? Do you have any extra kayaks? Give us a few. The group of people talked at once and became more and more excited. The young man's eyes were red. I really don't know. The rain came too suddenly, and our unit was also flooded. My wife was washed away by the water, and we haven't found her yet. We are outside rescuing people every day, and we haven't slept for several days. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Seeing this, the young man hurriedly took the residents on the lower floors away. A tense and depressing atmosphere spread. 2 more days passed, and the rain still didn't stop. The accumulated water flooded the 4th floor and flooded the 5th floor. The second rescue team was slow to arrive. The residents on the 5th floor had no choice but to ask for shelter in the group like the residents on the 2nd floor before. However, this time no one was willing to take them in. Everyone was running out of food. I only have rice left at home. Are there any neighbors who can exchange some vegetables for us? It's good enough to have rice. I only have 2 eggs left. I'll be satisfied if anyone can give me some instant noodles. Someone replied to him soon. I have instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you. 300 yuan a bag. Instantly someone got upset. You sell something for 300 yuan for 3 yuan? A neighbor is better than a distant relative. How can you ask for so much from your neighbor? That's right. How can you drive up prices like this? You don't really think it's the end of the world, do you? The rain will stop sooner or later. Many people criticized him. At this time, the fat uncle in 1302 downstairs of Annan suddenly sent a message. If they don't want it, I will. I'll buy as many bags as you have. A stone caused 1,000 ripples. Big brother, are you crazy? The resident opposite 1302, the man with a crew cut whom Annan had seen last time, also questioned. Didn't your family just deal with half a pig a few days ago? You kept chopping it all up in the middle of the night. Why are you still spending a high price on instant noodles? I'm rich, so I can do whatever I want. I'll buy any extra noodles, rice, etc. from anyone who has them at a high price. Looking at the message on his phone, Annan couldn't help but sigh. He's not being willful, but he's already aware of the crisis. 1302 is a very smart person, and he was the same in his previous life. He quickly reacted and stockpiled a lot of food. But this person has evil intentions, and he always instigates others to fight and then reaps the benefits. This smiling tiger who stirs up the situation is more terrifying than those thugs. At this time, the people in the group were still accusing them of driving up prices, and 1302 had already gone downstairs to get the instant noodles. The person who sold him the things was complacent. He's really made a fortune. A few packs of instant noodles were exchanged for thousands of yuan. Little did she know how much she would regret it when she recalled this moment in the future. But none of this had anything to do with Annan. At this moment, she was putting anti-peep film on the windows of her home and replacing them with blackout curtains. The power would soon be cut off. Although she had a generator and was not affected, it was inevitable that she would be peeped at by the building opposite. By treating the windows in this way, the outsiders could not see what was happening at home. Then cement and sand were mixed into simple concrete to seal the sewers in the house. This would prevent floods and odors from returning. After a heavy rain, it was extremely hot, and there would be many snakes, insects, rats, and ants causing trouble. If they were not sealed with cement, they would crawl into the house along the sewers. After eliminating all the hidden dangers, she turned her attention to the small villa in the space. Although there was water, electricity, and gas inside, there were no pots, pans, or anything else. Annan was going to clean it up so that she would not need to go in to cook or take refuge one day, and she would have to clean it up now. Just as she was about to slip into the villa, she caught a glimpse of Fugue gnawing on a bone. She picked it up and took it with her into the space. The environment around her suddenly changed, and Fugue was stunned for a moment. After confirming that it was safe, he wrinkled his nose and looked around. Annan used his consciousness to take various household items from the space outside the villa. Sofas, large beds, dining tables and chairs, refrigerators, washing machines. These things would take up space if they were placed outside, so it would be better to move them all into the villa. Annan even decorated the second-floor room like a big boss's office with a bad taste. She liked the boss's taste very much. So those calligraphy and antiques, tea tables and tea sets and other things that did not need to be preserved were all placed in the space. Finally, she focused on cleaning up the bathroom. This will be the place she will use most in the future. The sewer outside is blocked, and it is inconvenient to take a shower. The villa can be used for 1 hour every day. If the use time during the day is less than 1 hour, then before midnight, she will come in to take a shower and use up the remaining quota. The main point is to seize every minute and second and not waste anything. Just after cleaning up, the person and the dog were kicked out of the space. How can an hour pass so quickly? Fugue was still immersed in the exploration of his new home when he was kicked out of the space. He lost his balance and fell on his back. After struggling to stand up, he found that he was back to his original home. Sister Nan, what's going on? Where is my villa? Annan smiled and picked it up. What are you saying, silly dog? Just like this, 2 days passed happily, and suddenly a message came from the internet. The little book country had been flooded by seawater and completely sunk. Before they could applaud, Kimchi Country, Beautiful Country, and others also fell into chaos. Although China has always been united, when one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. Unfortunately, this time all sides are in trouble, and each side can't take care of itself. The entire blue planet was shrouded in heavy rain. In just over a week, all cities turned into a vast ocean. People's food gradually ran out, and they could only frantically call for help. However, the phones they called were also sunk underwater. On this day, the tenacious power system finally couldn't hold on any longer. Snap! All the lights went out. The network was disconnected instantly. Woo buzz, the air defense alarm suddenly sounded, like the city's last cry. Then the world was silent. Buildings became isolated islands under the rippling water. Annan looked out the window and lowered his eyes. It had begun, the end of the world, and a new era. From now on, the blue star will fall into the most chaotic era. After the power outage, the community was plunged into darkness, but the voices of people were bustling. The low battery and disconnected signal on the mobile phone made the panic accumulated in people's hearts for these days reach its peak. Everyone opened their doors and talked about it. Neighbors, I feel like the sky has fallen. The emergency phone was not working, and now even the internet is down. Do you have any food? Will the rain continue to fall? There were many opinions, and the corridor was in chaos. Finally, someone shouted, "Hurry up and save water. The water will stop soon, and we'll have to drink rain." Everyone immediately dispersed like birds and beasts, and each went home to fill water containers. At this time, the accumulated water had flooded the floor of the 6th floor. The homeless residents on the 5th and 6th floors were the most anxious. They could only squeeze in the corridor, regretting why they did not leave with the residents downstairs. They couldn't help but blame the neighbors for being unkind. At this time, Qian Inger from 802 had already moved to 801. The brother and sister gathered all the food together in the dark and found that there was only 1 bowl of rice and 2 bags of instant noodles left. Brother Wenbin, we can't hold on for a few days if this goes on. By Wenbin, why don't we ask Nan for help? She likes to study food, and her family has always had a lot of food stored. Qian Inger bit her lip, but she treated you like that before. Even if she has any opinions about me, we have known each other for a while, so she wouldn't just stand by and watch someone die, right? Qian Inger thought for a moment. You rewrite. And if the water keeps rising, it will soon reach our floor. We might as well live in her house directly. The 14th floor is much safer. After discussing, the two immediately went upstairs. When they got upstairs, they found that Nan had locked the stainless steel door on the 14th floor, and they couldn't touch the door of 1402 at all. So the two could only knock on the corridor door first. After knocking for a long time, no one responded. Qian Inger suddenly had an idea. Brother, she seems to have installed an armored door behind this door. Installed a door? Bai Wenbin frowned. Then she may not be able to hear it. Let's knock harder. So the two of them gathered their strength and knocked with their arms. Nan, open the door, I'm Inger. Nan, open the door, I know you're home. Annan didn't come until their hands were numb and their throats were hoarse. In fact, Annan had heard the knock on the door a long time ago, but she was studying the instruction manual of the generator. Power outages can cause a lot of inconveniences, and a long dark environment can also make people depressed. Therefore, for the sake of his own and Fugue's happy life, the family will never lose power. Annan installed the generator and went into the kitchen to install the gas tank for cooking. After getting the house in order, he picked up a kitchen knife and opened the door slowly. Bai Wenbin and the others were overjoyed to see that the door was finally opened. When he looked up, he saw Nan holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Nan, are you cooking? The two were very happy. Sure enough, a food lover like her has a lot of food stored at home. They can only eat porridge to fill their stomachs, but she can still cut vegetables and meat. Nan, our family is out of food, and I want to borrow some food from you. Or you can let us stay for a while, I can take care of all the housework. And Nan looked at Bai Wenbin, who was speaking sincerely, and Qian Inger, who looked pitiful and couldn't help but sneer. In the last life, when you cut off my hands and cut my flesh, your expressions were not like this. You want to move in? Qian Inger saw that there was hope and hurriedly nodded desperately. Sure. And Nan looked them up and down, but you have to pay some rent. Bai Wenbin was stunned. Why is she so materialistic? We just met, and she charges for helping out in an emergency? Her family conditions are so good. Why is she still a gold digger? She didn't show it on her face and said sincerely, we don't have any cash. You name a price, and I will transfer the money to you immediately when the network signal is restored. That won't work. What if you refuse to pay? Annan shook his head. By then you've already eaten and lived here. I can't do anything if you refuse to pay. Qian Inger really thought so. She was a little embarrassed by what she felt and forced a smile. How could that be? We have been classmates for so many years, and you still don't trust me. Seeing that Annan didn't respond, she said, Nan, I will starve to death if you don't help me. Can you really bear to watch me die? Annan looked at her. Okay, I'll let you stay overnight. The two breathed a sigh of relief. But we don't have much food at home. If you insist on staying here, you have to hand over some food. Qian Inger, Nan, we have no food. If we had something to eat, why would we come to you for help? You do. And Nan suddenly said something shocking. Let each of you cut one hand, and I will let you in. The two looked at her in disbelief. She smiled sinisterly. Don't you know that I love braised pig's trotters the most? Your trotters are white and tender. After blanching and adding some seasoning, they must be delicious. After she finished speaking, she suddenly chopped at Bai Wenbin with a knife. Bai Wenbin was frightened by her words. Before he could react, his arm was cut. He subconsciously covered the wound. Looking at Nan with blood on her face, he suddenly felt that she was like a ghost running out of to collect debts. It made him feel cold all over. And Nan didn't care what he thought and raised the kitchen knife to chop at Qian Inger next to him. Qian Inger screamed, and her survival instinct made her turn and run, not caring about her injured cousin. Seeing this, Bai Wenbin also turned around and ran downstairs. Annan did not chase them. Looking at their hastily fleeing backs, she showed a playful smile. She would not kill them like this. She just wanted to scare the brother and sister and let them get hurt. In the end times, living with nothing is the most painful. Killing them with a knife is a relief. After they have tasted the suffering of the end times, they will be sent to see the king of. This is to get back her debt from the previous life. Thinking of their miserable appearance, Anan returned home happily. On the other side, Bai Wenbin and his sister crawled back home. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of Anan's house and food for free, but they didn't expect to return home without even reaching the door of 1402. She almost chopped him to death. Qian Inger was so angry that she screamed like a groundhog. Is this witch crazy? How dare she cut us with a knife? Bai Wenbin was so scared that he covered his wound. Quick, find some gauze to stop the bleeding. After bandaging the wound in a hurry, the brother and sister sat down on the sofa dejectedly. After a while, Qian Inger suddenly stood up with a ferocious look on her face. This ungrateful witch. She must be taught a lesson. And internet were cut off in the community, but also the water supply was cut off. Many people ran out of ammunition and food and could only swim out to find supplies. Anan looked out the window and saw people jumping into the water like dumplings. This water is not a swimming pool. The water depth is now more than 15 meters, and the floating objects and undercurrents alone are very dangerous. Many people were scratched by floating objects not long after entering the water and faced the risk of being infected by sewage. But in order not to starve to death, people still jumped into the water continuously. Only one day later, floating corpses appeared in the water. Anan was bathing Fugue at home and suddenly heard many people screaming outside the window. Pulling open the curtains, it was a corpse that was pushed by the current and floated over, and it was swaying with the waves. They were all people who grew up in a peaceful and prosperous era. Although they were trapped by heavy rain for a few days, they had never seen a dead person. For a time, people were panicked, and many people were scared. Anan shook his head. This is just the beginning. In the future, death will be as common as eating. Slowly, people will get used to it and become cold and numb. At this moment, although the bodies in the water were very creepy, some people still swam out desperately to find supplies in order to survive. Those who couldn't swim took out the large basins and bathtubs at home and used them as boats. Of course, there were also people who didn't dare to go into the water and wanted to get other people's fruits for free. Old Lady Lu from 701 knocked on every door. Good neighbor, do you have any food at home? I've been hungry for 2 days. No one responded. How can you be so cruel? My 2 children are so thin from hunger. Oh, my poor children. No matter how she cried, no one opened the door. Someone was so annoyed that he yelled at her through the door. What kind of kids are those in your house? 2 strong kids in their 30s? You are so big and strong. Can't you swim out to find food by yourself? Why should we share the things we risked our lives to find with you? Old Lady Lu glared. What do you care how old my kids are? They are my treasures no matter how old they are. The water is so deep. What if my kids get into danger? She scolded for a long time, and seeing that no one paid attention to her, she had to go home muttering. These young people nowadays, none of them respect the elderly and love the young. The next night, the door on the 7th floor was opened, and 2 men walked out on tiptoe. They were the 2 sons of Old Lady Lu. The 2 sneaked out of the house and quietly touched the 14th floor. There was a beautiful girl living on the 14th floor, and they had noticed it a long time ago. It was a pity that they had never had the opportunity to talk to her. Today, I heard from the brother and sister on the 8th floor that the girl had a lot of food stored at home, and she lived alone. The 2 brothers thought, if they can sneak into her house, not only will the food problem be solved, but they can also. Hee. The 2 brothers smiled at each other. The residents living on the 5th and 6th floors of the corridor saw them sneaking upstairs and guessed that they were going to do something bad. But they didn't care. None of these neighbors were willing to let them live in their homes. They were all selfish. They deserved to be robbed. It would be best if they could fight, dog bite dog, so that they could feel balanced. The Lu brothers carried a bunch of lock-picking tools to the 14th floor. They were used to doing sneaky things, and they were good at sneaking in and picking locks. They opened the stainless steel door of the corridor effortlessly, but they found that there was an armored door inside. What's going on? Why did this girl build it illegally? They had to keep their heads down and work. This armored door is not easy to pry open, but Lu Lauer has been a professional lock-picking master. Although it took several times more effort than the first door, he managed to open the door. The two smiled at each other and finally got in. Arriving at the door of 1402, the smile disappeared instantly. How come she changed the unified steel anti-theft door of the community into an explosion-proof armored door? The two of them gritted their teeth and comforted themselves. Good things take time. Let's do it. So they put in a lot of effort and spent more than an hour to successfully unlock the door. Pulling open the door, the obscene smile was just halfway torn off, and found that the door behind was not the beauty's home, but another door. Brother, I'm tired. How about we go to another house? Her door is playing with nesting dolls here. Don't talk nonsense, I've already pried it open 3 times. If I leave now, all my efforts will be in vain. Lu Lauer wiped his sweat. Indeed, after spending so much time and energy, it would be a pity to give up. So, I had to continue. Why do I feel like I was PUA'd by this door?
Door.
Brother, we have been tinkering here for so long. Won't the girl be woken up? What are you afraid of? What if she wakes up? We 2 grown men are afraid of a little girl. That's right. The 2 brothers worked hard. Their hands were shaking with exhaustion, and finally unlocked the door. Lu Lauer happily opened the door, but suddenly met a pair of eyes staring at them.
Ah!
He was startled and shouted, "What the?" Lu Lauda slapped him and looked into the room. He saw the little beauty on the 14th floor, wearing a pink bunny pajamas, standing at the door and looking at them steadily. There was also a little white dog at his feet, which looked like a piglet, baring his teeth and looking fierce. 2 little cuties who looked harmless. Lu Lauda pulled out a dagger from his. "Little girl, don't make a sound, let us in." And Nan looked at them calmly and pulled out a Mitsubishi bayonet from behind. She had been practicing fighting skills these days, and was just worried about having no one to practice with, when 2 fools came to her door. Lu Lauda saw that she was not afraid and took out a weapon, and immediately showed her fierceness. "Little girl, I tell you, in the face of absolute strength, weapons will hurt yourself. As a woman, you dare to challenge a man." Before he finished speaking, Nan grabbed him and stabbed him in the stomach. "Look down on women?" Nan sneered and stabbed again, and Lu Lauda bled. Fugue at Nan's feet instantly had starry eyes. "Sister Nan, you are awesome." Seeing that the master was so strong, Fugue ran behind her happily. "Stay away, don't splash dirty blood on my beautiful white hair." Lu Lauda was first incredulous, and then furious. With one hand covering his stomach, he swung a dagger with the other hand and stabbed Annan viciously. Annan dodged by leaning to the side, then he dragged him and stabbed him several more times. Every time he pulled out his knife, his blood would flow out along the blood groove of the bayonet. After stabbing 10 times in a row, Annan let go. Lu Lauda's eyes widened, and he fell down in disbelief, and soon he was silent. Lu Lauan next to him was already stunned. He was originally timid, and he was okay at stealing, but he was totally incapable of being aggressive. Seeing that Lauda was stabbed to death by the other party, he was immediately scared out of his wits and collapsed to the ground. You. Duent, come over. Help. Help. He looked up at the woman walking towards him. She was wearing cute bunny pajamas, but she was holding a cold bayonet expressionlessly. There was blood splattered on her body from his eldest brother, and the bayonet was also bright red. Blood drops dripped onto the ground. The strong visual impact made him wet his pants. Annan slowly walked towards him and pointed with his bayonet. "Restore the door to its original state." Okay. I'll fix it for you right now. I promise to restore it to its original state." Lu Lauer begged for mercy while tremblingly fixing the lock, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Under the blessing of fear, he fixed it very quickly. "Fixed it. Sister, I fixed it for you." He put down his hand and nervously looked at Annan's reaction. Seeing her lower her head and carefully check the door lock, Lu Lauer saw an opportunity and rushed out quickly. While running downstairs, he screamed heartbreakingly, Help. Murder. 1,402 murder. Annan raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect this coward to run so fast. She caught up with him quickly with a three-edged thorn and stabbed him with a knife. Lu Laowa ran so fast that he accidentally avoided the vital parts and was only stabbed in the shoulder. The desire to survive made him run fast, dragging his bleeding body, and ran back to the 7th floor. The residents on the 5th and 6th floors who were living in the stairwell were so frightened by this scene that they screamed and huddled together. Before Lu Laowa could open the door, Annan chased him with a knife.
Don't
kill me. Lu Laowa's eyes were red with anger. Annan would not show mercy. In the end times, without any moral or legal constraints, if you spare his life, it would be like burying a time bomb for yourself. You don't even know how you will die one day. So he was dealt with cleanly. Looking back at the shivering residents on the 5th and 6th floors, Annan did not deal with the bodies and turned back home. The dead Lu Laowa was thrown in the stairwell. Since the chicken has been killed, how can we not warn the monkey? In the previous life, none of these neighbors were easy to get along with. Order will soon be disrupted, so let them know as soon as possible that they are not easy to mess with. The next day, other neighbors opened the door tremblingly to check. Last night, Lu Laowa's shouting was deafening. They were all woken up, but no one dared to open the door. It's not like they're tired of living. Although they were mentally prepared before opening the door, they were still scared by the red bloodstains splattered all over the walls of the corridor. It was like traveling to the scene of a horror movie. This matter quickly spread in the community, and it became more and more bizarre. A female devil who kills without blinking an eye appeared on the 14th floor of Building 6. She was so fierce. She carried a bayonet and chopped everyone she saw. I heard that she was still a wanted fugitive. On the other hand, after Lu Laowa found her son's body, she rolled around in the corridor and shouted to call the police. But there was no signal on her mobile phone, and the police station had long been submerged underwater. She had to knock on the doors of every house, hoping that the neighbors would help punish the female devil. The 14th floor killed someone. Is there anyone to take care of it? The neighbors all closed the door. Are you kidding? The bloodstains on the wall are so scary. I'm tired of living and I'm meddling in your business? Moreover, who can't see what the Lu brothers are up to when they pry open the door of the little girl's room in the middle of the night? They only end up losing the rice. No one paid any attention to old lady Lu, who sat on the ground and started to curse everyone. You bunch of beasts. No one speaks up for my son. Why are you all so selfish? I'm an old lady, and no one helps me. Old lady Lu shouted for an hour, not tired at all, and kept yelling and cursing. So finally someone couldn't listen anymore. Why are you yelling? If you have the guts, go to 1402 to reason with us. Why are you blackmailing us morally? This old lady often plays blackmail morally. In the morning, she went out to grab the special price dishes, and she was so vigorous. After grabbing the dishes and getting on the bus, she took advantage of her age. If anyone didn't take the initiative to give her a seat, she would point at their noses and curse them. In the community, she doesn't like dogs, but kicks others when they walk their dogs. When the dog owner got angry with her, she would lie down on the spot, making ouch 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 sounds. Some people had long disliked her, so they all gloated and fanned the flames. Yes, go find whoever killed your son. You don't dare to find her, but you are here scolding us? An old thing who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Do you need to send you upstairs to talk to her alone? Old Mrs. Lu was silent, got up from the ground embarrassedly, collected her son's body, and went home.
So,
it's not that I don't want to avenge you, but you can't even beat her. If I go, I will die. Hearing that there was no movement outside, everyone sneered. What a selfish, cowardly old lady. Bai Wenbin and Qianinger, who had been hiding at home, were scared by what happened last night. They thought Nan was just bluffing when she was holding a kitchen knife to chop them, but they didn't expect that she would actually dare to kill someone. Originally, they planned to wait until she was abused by the two hooligans before pretending to be good people and comforting her. Then I took the opportunity to stay at her house. When I contact her family in the future, I will have endless wealth. But I didn't expect that all these wishful thinking would fall through. Those two fools who were not good at doing things and were more likely to cause trouble couldn't even beat a girl in her 20s. There was no food at home. The brother and sister were anxious and angry, and they didn't know what to do with her for a while. Because Annan got the first kill in the community, no neighbor dared to attack her for the time being. But the Liu brothers' story still opened up new ideas for the residents. In extraordinary times, sneaking in and picking the lock is also a way to survive. The residents on the 5th and 6th floors living in the corridor had long been out of ammunition and food, and the accommodation environment was poor, so after a discussion, they decided to attack Old Lady Liu. Everyone knew that there was only an old widow left in her family, so it was best to start. So they pried open her door. The Liu brothers probably never thought that they relied on their strength to blatantly pry open the door of the girl. When they are gone, others will also rely on their numbers to blatantly pry open your old lady's door. Old Lady Liu heard the clanging outside the door at home, so she shouted through the door. No one outside paid attention to her. Soon, everyone pushed the door open. After entering the house, they found that she still had a large bag of 50 kilograms of rice. This old lady, with so much rice at home, still begged from house to house, lying to others that she was hungry for 2 days. How shameless. She even robbed the little girl. Was she killed in return? She deserved it. Everyone found an excuse to eliminate harm for the people and took 701 for themselves with peace of mind. There were 4 families on the 5th and 6th floors. After occupying Old Lady Liu's house, they felt that there was not enough space, so they moved upstairs. When they reached the 8th floor, they found that there was no one in 802, so they moved in directly. Qianinger, who moved to 801, saw through the cat's eye that her house was occupied by several burly men, and she dared not say anything. Since we can't call the police now, we should not confront them head-on. We should wait until order is restored before kicking them out and asking for compensation. Just treat it as a rental. The Old Lady Liu, who was kicked out, also flinched. At first, she was still cursing, but when she saw the other party showing a knife, she immediately became honest. Please, let me take some rice with me, otherwise I will starve to death. No one paid any attention to her. They were directly carried out and thrown out of the house. Even her 2 sons were thrown back into the corridor. The residents on the 5th and 6th floors took the lead, and other families were also ready to move. If there is no food at home, can we go to other people's homes to find it? Not everyone can swim. Even if they risk their lives to bring back some food, it is only enough to eat for 1 or 2 days. Therefore, some people began to sneak into other people's homes to steal things. Those who were robbed today would make up their minds and rob others tomorrow. For a while, there was chaos. The evil began to spread among the crowd. The community soon became chaotic, and crying, looting, and smashing could be heard every day. But everyone had a tacit understanding. Don't mess with the devil on the 14th floor. Old Mrs. Liu was nowhere to be found, and the bodies of the Liu brothers were thrown into the flood by everyone. When they were lifted up, they were all smelly. Annan's life returned to peace. Although the noises of various looting and smashing in the community were disturbing, fortunately no one came to disturb her anymore. So she concentrated on improving her physical fitness and practicing her fighting skills at home. She often sweated profusely during training. When she was tired of training, she studied food. That night, Annan was skewering meat at home and preparing to have a barbecue with Fugue. Suddenly, she heard a scream from the 13th floor.
Ah!
Murder. Annan was stunned. In the previous life, there were only some petty thefts at this time, and no murders or robberies. Who was so cruel that he killed her so early? Since her rebirth, everything has been developing step by step like in her previous life. Her biggest advantage is that she has a certain ability to predict the future after rebirth. Therefore, this sudden variable attracted her attention. Go downstairs and take a look. Annan came downstairs and found that it was the buzz-cut man in 1301 who was shouting. The buzz-cut knew that the fat uncle next door had just harvested half a pig at home before the rainstorm and then bought a lot of instant noodles and dried noodles at a high price. So he sneaked into his house to steal things. There were not many instant noodles in the house, but there were a lot of fried meat jerky in the kitchen. Meat cannot be kept fresh after the refrigerator is powered off, so the meat in this family is made into meat jerky that is easy to preserve. The short-haired man excitedly put the meat jerky into his bag. Finally, he doesn't have to go hungry. Halfway through, he suddenly found an ear. A human ear. The short-haired man was shocked. Looking again, there were clearly a few fingers in the meat jerky. This meat is a human. The huge fear made him scream instantly. The scream immediately woke up the fat uncle, who was sleeping soundly. The fat uncle sat up in shock from the bed and ran to the kitchen following the sound. "What are you doing?" The short-haired man shuddered again when he saw the owner of the house coming. Originally, he thought this man was fat and silly, and he was an honest man, but he didn't expect that there was a corpse hidden in his house. Before, he said that he and his wife were chopping pigs at home. Now it seems that it is not a pig at all. It is clearly dealing with a corpse. Thinking that he was still knocking on the door to warn him not to disturb others when they were chopping up the body. It's terrible. The crew cut looked at the fat uncle's face and felt it was eerie. At this time, a sleepy woman walked out of the bedroom. "Brother son, what's going on?" The woman seemed to be 10 years younger than the fat uncle, with a curvy figure. The crew cut looked carefully. This woman is not his mistress. This is too arrogant. A mistress directly entered the house? Impossible. This man is obviously a famous henpecked husband.
Wait.
Could it be? The crew cut suddenly knew who the pile of dried meat belonged to. His wife. He instantly felt cold all over, picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, and waved it vigorously. "I warn you. Don't come over. You two cannibalistic perverts. I will fight you." The two people didn't dare to approach him when they saw him waving the knife wildly, and the woman was even more scared and screamed. So he rushed out the door smoothly. When the fat uncle chased him, he had already run back to his home. The woman said nervously, "Brother son, what should we do? We've been discovered." The man hugged her. "It's okay. He can't call the police now anyway, and the meat will be gone in a while, so there will be no evidence." "That's right." The woman was relieved. "If the police really come, we can say that your wife went into the water to look for supplies and disappeared. Anyway, there is no surveillance now. My Xiaoyu is still smart. Let's go home and sleep." To be honest, these two people are shameless. The man's name is Sun Peng. He was originally a mediocre person, but he was lucky. He married a wife who was good at business with sweet words. His wife was rich and his social status also rose. But he had bad intentions and soon got together with Wang Xiuyu, a new female colleague in the company, and brought her home. After being caught by his wife, who came home early, he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. His wife was furious and insisted on divorcing him and leaving the house. So he got red-eyed and killed her in the quarrel. Originally, they wanted to dismember the body and throw it in batches in the mountains, but they didn't expect that before they could throw the body, a natural disaster suddenly came, trapping the two people and the body in the house. They were afraid that the body would stink, so they had to fry it to dry the moisture. The food supply was getting less and less, but the meat became more and more fragrant. As the situation outside became worse and worse, the two finally couldn't help but have an evil idea. What is the difference between this meat and beef jerky during a famine? It can not only solve the problem of hunger, but also better destroy the body. So today, as incident happened. Annan hid in the corner of the stairwell and listened to the whole process. She didn't react as much as the buzz-cut man. In her previous life, she had seen too much darkness in people's hearts. In the late end of the world, there were even people who exchanged their children for cannibalism. Instead of criticizing the good and evil of others, it is better to stay away from them as soon as possible. In the end of the world, without legal constraints, such people will only act more recklessly. As Annan walked home, she thought, in the previous life, I only knew that man 1302 liked to sow discord, but no one knew that he also killed his wife. How could I be discovered by the buzz-cut man in this life? In fact, what Annan didn't know was that this was actually the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth. In her previous life, she didn't fall out with Bai Wenbin and his sister, and she took them in. Therefore, the Liu brothers didn't come to 1402 to pick the lock, and the community didn't get in chaos so quickly. When someone broke into the house and picked the lock, Sun Peng's family had almost eaten all the dried meat. And in this life, he was hit by the crew cut. He ran home panting. He sat down on the sofa, still in shock. A woman came out of the bedroom in a daze. "Husband, what was the noise just now? Why are you sitting on the sofa instead of sleeping?"
Wife.
When the crew cut saw his wife Chu Peipei, he suddenly rushed over with tears in his eyes.
Wife.
I was scared to death. He trembled and told what he saw and heard in 1302 just now. Chu Peipei opened her eyes wide in shock. There is such a thing? She was just 3 months pregnant, and she was sleepy in the early stage of pregnancy. She slept very soundly all night. She woke up in the middle of the night and found that her husband was not around. "Honey, I've told you not to learn how to break into houses and pick locks. How dangerous. Fortunately, you're fine. We won't steal or rob. We'll just rely on ourselves. Tomorrow we'll continue to paddle out in the basin to look for things." The crew cut, but Yuri's still pregnant. "What are you afraid of? You haven't shown your pregnancy yet."
My child isn't that delicate.
After thinking for a while, she added, "The order is chaotic now. You've kept the matter of 1302 in your heart, so don't spread it around. Remember to stay away from him in the future and stay alert." The crew cut nodded. "Okay, I got it."
A few days passed like this.
The community finally quieted down. After all, no matter how much people robbed, there was only so much food in the community, and soon there would be nothing left to rob. Everyone was equally hungry. Fortunately, the rain finally stopped after flooding the 6th floor. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sky was bright. After dawn, although the city was still immersed in floods, people seemed to see hope and went out to try to find supplies. For a while, the water was full of plastic basins and bathtubs with people on them. Some people found potato chips floating in the water. Some people fished out watermelons soaked in water, but they didn't know whether they were edible or not. Some people found a lot of kayaks from outdoor product companies in the office buildings outside. They took the extra ones back and sold them to their neighbors. They didn't charge money. They only took food. Although human beings' ability to survive is not as good as cockroaches, they are also very strong. Annan watched for 2 days, watching people coming and going outside the window, and thought it was time to go out for a walk. Staying at home all the time means that you have a lot of reserves and are likely to attract the attention of others. Although no one bothers her now, there is still a long time to come, and people will do anything when they are extremely hungry. Therefore, Annan also prepared to go out for some fresh air. To prevent others from breaking into the house, take the dog with you. Although the explosion-proof door is very strong, who knows if there is still a locksmith expert like Lu Lauer in the community. It is not safe to leave Fugue alone at home. Fortunately, it is small in size and not heavy when put in a backpack. Fugue has never been in a backpack before, and he resisted with his claws. Annan scared it. If you don't hide well, someone will catch you and steal your dog meat.
Ah.
Fugue widened his eyes and ran into the open bag. He turned around and pointed at the zipper with his claws. "Sister Nan, help me close the door. Little clever ghost." Annan smiled and zipped up the zipper, left the exhaust port, and set off with the bag on his back. He took out the speedboat from the space in advance and held it, and then came to the 7th floor. Because the accumulated water flooded the 6th floor, the 7th floor has now become the 1st floor, and everyone goes in and out from the windows of the 7th floor corridor. When she went out, she just happened to catch up with the residents in the unit setting off in groups. Now the world is in chaos, and people outside often fight over supplies. In order to keep the collected supplies, most people form cooperative teams based on buildings to search together. At the beginning, people were still alienated because of the previous break-ins and lock-picking. But after several single-handed fights and being robbed by people outside, everyone temporarily put aside their hostility and formed a team to search for supplies together. Except for Annan, who had never left the house, and Zhao Ping'an and his mother on the 15th floor, everyone else was there. The speedboat in Annan's hand formed a sharp contrast with the various basins and large vats of others. This group of people only had one kayak, and the others were all messy transportation tools. Everyone was originally envious of the speedboat, but when they saw that it was Annan holding it, they thought of the bloodstains on the corridor wall and gave up. The fat uncle from 1302 came up with a smile. His eyes were shining and his face was very kind. "Hello, my name is Sun Prung, and I am the temporary leader of our unit. Your name is Annan, right? Welcome to join our team and look for supplies together." Annan looked at him. The others had become much thinner due to hunger, but Sun Prung was the only one who still had a face full of fat and greasy. It seemed that the dried meat at home really helped him solve the problem of food and clothing. Annan decisively rejected his invitation. "No, I will go out by myself." She didn't plan to mix with them. Not only was it inconvenient to use the space, but this group of people couldn't find anything valuable. In the previous life, Annan was in the team, and the little things he found every time were not enough for everyone to share. Bai Wenbin and Qianinger were also in the team. Bai Wenbin wanted to come up and say something, but Qianinger grabbed him and looked at Annan quietly. Annan caught their gazes and chose to ignore them directly. What surprised her more was that the crew cut from 1301 was also there. He took his wife and hid at the end of the crowd, keeping a distance from Sun Prung. It seemed that the situation outside was really bad, otherwise the short-haired man would not have been with Sun Prung. After all, judging from his appearance last time, he was already scared out of his wits. Annan thought, the end of the world is really a great experience. The murderer and the witness can team up to find food. Sun Prung observed Annan's face and invited him again. "It's very chaotic outside. It will be safer if you team up with us." He smiled honestly and sincerely, thinking, if I can sit on her speedboat, it will be much easier than paddling by myself. And with her strength, what a great help she will be if she joins the team. It's just killing 2 people. Look how scared these cowards are. What's there to be afraid of? I have killed people before. You just don't know. Annan refused again without hesitation. "Thank you for reminding me. I don't team up." After that, he no longer paid attention to the people of different shades, stepped out of the window first, and drove away in the speedboat. Sun Prung was embarrassed and angry after being insulted in public. But he still greeted his neighbors in a friendly manner. "Since she won't join, let's go too." Bai Wenbin and his sister looked at Annan's back with deep eyes. "Brother, look at her. She hasn't lost weight at all, and her skin is getting better and better." Qianinger looked at him with anger. "Why? I was tortured to be pale and thin, but she is still fair and clean with a rosy complexion." Bai Wenbin thought for a while and said, "She must have a lot of food stored in her family." The 2 siblings looked at each other, with greed in their eyes. Regardless of what everyone thought, Annan drove the speedboat out of the community quickly. There were a lot of people outside, basically forming teams of 3 or 5, breaking into tall buildings as soon as they saw them. Annan avoided the crowd and drove to a place with fewer people. The inventory in the space is enough for her to eat for a lifetime, so the purpose of her trip is different from that of everyone else. Annan came to find Jade. Since the space can be upgraded, of course it must be upgraded to the highest level. Although the area is enough for now, she always feels that the wonderful use of this space has yet to be developed. Now all the shopping malls are submerged in water, and it is too energy-consuming to search for jade products in jewelry counters one by one. Although she has diving equipment, she has not received systematic training after all, and it is dangerous to dive up and down repeatedly. Therefore, she plans to find a place and fish all at once. Kwanchung District held a gambling stone conference this year, and the event was not over when the rainstorm came. There must be a lot of jade raw stones that have not been bought in the square. Annan went straight to Mingxing Square in Kwanchung District. The journey was long, and there were many debris in the water. It took several hours to reach the destination. Kwanchung District has a low terrain and is the earliest developed old city. Most of the residential buildings are 6-story old houses. Therefore, the entire Kwanchung District is almost submerged underwater. No one came here to look for supplies, and the water surface was silent. Annan found the approximate location of the square, left Fugue on the boat, and put on his equipment and went into the water. After diving down, he found that he was still a street away from the square. So he swam over quickly. On the east side of the square is the Gambling Stone conference site, and there are ticket gates and access control. Annan swam directly from above and came to the place where the raw stones were placed. She usually didn't study jade, so when she looked at these gray raw stones, she felt that they were no different from the stones piled up at the bottom of the river, and there was no way to analyze the situation of the jade inside by the appearance. Therefore, she chose not to look at them and put them into the space directly. If the jade inside is of good quality, the space will expand a lot. If the quality is not good, the space will change very little. There are also many stones that do not have jade at all, and they are not absorbed by the space at all. Annan sighed. It seems that gambling on stones is risky, and you need to be careful when spending money. She didn't throw out the stones that the space did not absorb, so she could keep them and throw them out to hit people in a fight later. The main goal is to catch people by surprise. Annan put all the raw stones into the space without missing a single one. The area of the space became larger and larger, directly breaking through 1 million square meters. The texture of the bracelet became more and more transparent. Annan was very excited and said that this trip was not in vain. But as she was collecting them, the space suddenly did not change. What happened? At this time, the space was endless, and Annan could no longer estimate the actual area. The small villa had also turned into a luxurious manor. There were still 3 pieces of raw stones left in the square, and the space no longer changed. Has it reached the peak? No matter how many jades are collected, it will not upgrade? After thinking about it, Annan still collected the remaining 3 pieces of raw stones into the space. Then he found that although the space did not change, the jade was still swallowed. After the jade disappeared from the space, the color of the bracelet also improved as usual, and it had reached the texture of high ice. All the raw stones were collected. Annan was a little exhausted after being in the water for a long time. He didn't have time to think anymore and turned around to swim back. Let's study it when we get home. Fugue is still on the boat. At this time, Fugue was standing at the bow of the boat, looking around vigilantly. Hearing the movement in the water, it immediately became agitated and sniffed wildly. Seeing the owner float to the surface and take off the mask, it was very excited. Its tail shook like a propeller, and its claws kept scratching Annan's face. Annan was furious. And Fugue, get out of the way. You hit me in the face. She avoided the enthusiastic dog and climbed onto the boat to rest. After a while, she took out a few steaming buns from the space, and the dog, and she had a simple lunch. After eating the buns, Annan started the speedboat and prepared to go somewhere else. After driving for a while, she suddenly heard a motor sound. Not far ahead, she saw an inflatable speedboat coming, splashing water, and towing a kayak behind it. There were about 7 or 8 people in the 2 boats. Annan immediately became cautious. Fugue, get in the bag. Fugue quickly got into the open bag. Annan put on the bag and took out a nail gun from the space to be on guard. They were about to leave Quanching District. There was a large group of office buildings in Zhongguan District ahead, and many people were searching for things there. The submachine gun was her trump card to save her life. She would not take it out to show off unless it was absolutely necessary. Honey, look, there's a speedboat ahead. Why would anyone come here? Didn't someone search all the supplies in the science and technology building? No, there seems to be only one person on that boat. The leading man. Come over and take a look. A group of people slowly approached Annan's speedboat, and when they got closer, they immediately showed greedy eyes. She's wearing a diving suit. Not only that, she also has an oxygen tank. She has a full set of diving equipment. With this, we can go underwater to search for supplies. Her speedboat is also better than ours. It's made of fiberglass. Several people couldn't hide their excitement and started discussing. There's also a dog. I just saw the dog go into the bag. People are starving to death, and she still keeps a dog? Annan frowned, watching the 2 boats getting closer and closer. There were a total of 7 people on the other side, 3 couples, and an old lady. It looked like a huge group, but the 3 men were the real hard ones to deal with. Annan took the initiative to speak. You are blocking my way. The leading man was holding a fire axe and showed a malicious smile. Little sister, it is fate that we meet here. Do you want to make friends? Annan, make friends? What's the benefit of being friends with you? The man was dissatisfied. Little sister, you can't be so utilitarian. Annan sneered. Why, you are not utilitarian? Don't you want my speedboat and diving equipment? Brother, why are you talking to her? Girl, be sensible. Leave everything behind, and we will let you go. Leave the dog behind, too. Since we ate my rhubarb, we haven't had meat for a long time. The person opposite saw that she was alone, and her tone was very arrogant. A trace of coldness flashed in Annan's eyes. What if I don't? The man's face was fierce. Then leave your life, too. After that, their speedboat suddenly accelerated and hit Annan, and the leading man also swung an axe. Annan reacted quickly and fired several shots at their boat. Their speedboat and kayak were inflatable, and they quickly started to leak air after being shot by Annan. Several women panicked instantly. The boat is leaking. The leading man, why are you shouting? Why don't you just get on her boat? Then he tried to get on Annan's boat. Before he could come over, Annan shot him in the head. Due to the close distance, Annan's shot hit the nail hard into his temple. The man quickly fell down, and the fire axe in his hand also slipped out of his hand. Several people behind him instantly became a mess. Husband! The woman behind him was furious. You little witch! How dare you kill my husband? Then she picked up the fire axe and chopped at Annan. Annan dodged and shot her directly in the eye with a nail gun. She instantly screamed in pain. You little witch! I'm going to kill you, then dig out your eyeballs, put them in front of the pot, and watch me eat your dog. Eat my family's wealth. Annan sneered. Just you? He shot her head and heart several more times without any hesitation. The woman waved the axe randomly and soon lost her voice. At this time, the leaking kayak at the back was quickly submerged by water because it was loaded with supplies, and the 3 people on it all fell into the water. The 3 people couldn't swim, and they were floundering in the water while shouting for help. The speedboat in front also leaked, and in addition to the couple who fell on it, there was a man and a woman. The man hurriedly reached out to pull the old lady who fell into the water. Mom, come here. The woman wanted to board Annan's boat, but was kicked into the water by Annan. Annan looked at the last man on the speedboat and slowly raised the nail gun. It's you. The one who just said he ate his own dog? And you're so proud of it? The man was so scared that his mother didn't even bother to pull him. She quickly withdrew her hand and found a kitchen knife from behind. However, their close combat weapons were no match for the nail gun in Annan's hand. He was holding the kitchen knife, and before he got close, he was shot in the wrist by Annan. The kitchen knife slipped out of his hand instantly. Annan was about to shoot again when Fuguwe suddenly jumped out of his bag. It nimbly jumped onto the speedboat on the opposite side, and then bounced with a force and bit the man's. The man was hysterical in pain. He was already injured, and at this moment, he broke out in a cold sweat and fell into the water. Annan didn't expect Fuguwe to rush out suddenly. He was startled and quickly shouted, Fuguwe, come back. At this time, the speedboat on the opposite side completely sank, and Fuguwe also fell into the water. Annan's heart tightened, and he was about to pick it up, but he saw it with its face upturned, paddling calmly in the water with its 4 paws. It swam with a proud look on its face. Bad guy. I'll let you eat dog meat. I'll bite you to death. Annan couldn't help laughing and picked it up. You stupid dog. You can actually understand human words. At this time, only 2 people who could swim were still struggling in the water. The woman swam desperately to get farther away, and the man was injured and wanted to climb onto her boat. Annan had a blank expression on his face, grabbed the man's head, and pushed him into the water. The man kept struggling and suddenly thought of his dog as he lost consciousness. If De Huang was here, the little white dog would not be able to bite him. It has sharp teeth, a strong and flexible body, and this woman is definitely not its opponent. It is not afraid of anyone except its master. It did not fight back until it was knocked unconscious by him that day. If only it were still here. His consciousness became more and more blurred, and he seemed to see De Huang running towards him. Annan watched the man gradually sink, and started the speedboat to chase the last woman. The woman listened to the sound of the motor behind her and swam forward desperately while begging for mercy. "Let me go. I know I was wrong." Annan said nothing and drove the speedboat directly into her. He bullied her when there were many people and wanted to steal her equipment and eat her family's wealth. Now that he lost the fight, he said he was wrong? Sorry, it's too late. The water surface soon returned to calm, as if the group of people had never appeared. Annan took out a towel and wiped the wet dog's body. "Fugue, don't bite my randomly in the future. It's so dirty. You're a little girl, you have to be a lady, okay?" Fugue leaned against Annan obediently, humming.
Got it.
After wiping the dog, he let it go back into the backpack and then changed the diving suit and put it into the space to avoid causing any more disputes. Annan started the speedboat, turned around, and drove deeper into Kwancheng District. Just now, when he heard that group of people say that they were going to the Science and Technology Building, Annan suddenly remembered that there was another high-rise building in Kwancheng District. It's just that the building is located at the edge of the city, almost crossing the entire Kwancheng District. If there is no speedboat, it is impossible to get there by kayaking alone, or even by a large plastic basin. So there is a high probability that the place has not been searched yet. Those people just now should have thought of this, so they ran over from Zhongguan District. Annan drove the speedboat and drove straight to the Science and Technology Building. It took 2 hours to finally arrive. In the endless flood, the building stood alone on the water. On the top of the building, the sign of Taiyu Technology Building was still shining. Taiyu Group is the second largest group in the province. Its main business is electronic products, but it has been involved in various industries over the years. This building is the headquarters of their group in Linbei City. Annan slowly approached and saw that there was no one around. She put the speedboat into the space and walked into the building with her backpack. Kwancheng District is low-lying, and the 11 floors below the building were all submerged. Only the top 6 floors were still above water. Annan entered directly from the window on the 12th floor. The 12th floor is the urban construction company of Taiyu Group. No one is searched here, and everything is neat and tidy, as if it was still the same as before the natural disaster. Annan first put the coffee machine and ice maker in the tea room into the space. Then she swept around and took all the snacks, biscuits, chocolates, beef jerky, etc. at the employees' workstations. Even various newer office supplies were not spared. Anyway, her space is endless now, and it's empty anyway, so just stock up. Maybe these things will come in handy in the future. The tea leaves of male employees, the humidifiers and small refrigerators of female employees, etc., were all put into the space. The various bidding documents, archive contracts, etc. in the filing cabinets were no longer useful, so they were dumped out, and then the empty filing cabinets were also put into the space. The main goal was to pluck the feathers of the passing geese, and even the disinfectant effervescent tablets of the cleaning lady were not spared. The 13th floor was a decoration company. In addition to the office supplies and snacks on the employees' workstations, there were also many decoration materials. Various beautiful sample tiles, removable floors, banana water, waterproof coatings, etc. were all put into the space by Annan. In addition to these, she also found explosion-proof glass and 5 armored doors. These are good things. Annan checked them out. They were brand new and looked no worse than the quality of her home. Collect, collect, collect. 1 floor up was the innovative technology company that the group had just established for 3 years. Annan had seen it on the news. They had been researching a new type of high-tech fabric that was said to be not only close-fitting and comfortable, but also cut-proof and stab-proof, and could maintain a constant temperature.
She was very interested in this.
If there really was such a magical fabric, she wouldn't have to worry about suffering in extreme heat and cold. Annan searched the R&D department carefully, but only found some research failures. There were still many wrong data and correction ideas drawn on the whiteboard in the conference room. It seems that this magical fabric has not been successfully researched. Annan was a little disappointed. Why are you publishing news without even a hint of success? Just some gimmicks. She came out of the R&D department and continued to move forward. The things in another department made her eyes light up. The latest drone worth 300,000. It has strong endurance and is equipped with ultra-clear cameras. There are 3 in total. Annan took them all with a smile, and then put all the related parts into the space. After a round, there was nothing valuable on this floor, so Annan went up to the 15th floor. This is a seed company. There are a small number of samples of various grain seeds, fruit tree seeds, flower seeds, etc., which are stored in categories. She didn't understand what kind of black technology seeds they were developing, but she only knew that any seed represents hope. So she waved her hand and put all the seeds into the space. After the flood, almost all crops were destroyed, but as long as there are seeds, there is hope for the blue planet to recover. After collecting the seeds, Annan came to the 16th floor, the newly established Automobile Research and Development Department of Taiyu Group. Annan couldn't help but sigh. This Taiyu Group is really involved in a wide range of industries and has a foot in all walks of life. But she recalled that it seemed that except for electronic products, Taiyu didn't make any big splashes in other industries. The comprehensive financial resources were also suppressed by the Gu Group in the same province and could only be ranked second. But this is not what Annan can judge. Her own industry is still incomparable with others. What's more, she couldn't even keep her own industry and was directly kicked out of the house by her scumbag father. She walked around the 16th floor and didn't see their concept car, but she found a lot of stored auto parts. Annan didn't care whether these parts could be used on her own car and put them all into the space first. In addition, 10 boxes of 400 bottles of maintenance oil were found, which were also collected. There are also various auto products such as car mats and safety seats in the company's warehouse, which are probably all benefits prepared for the company's employees. The poor workers can't use these things. Annan took them all for them. After searching this floor, only the top floor, the 17th floor, was left. She came to the stairwell and was about to go upstairs when she suddenly heard a lot of noisy footsteps coming from below. Annan was startled and stopped immediately. Someone is coming. In order to avoid another unnecessary conflict, Annan flashed into the space. She had searched the building, leaving only the top floor. Others did not have the cheating artifact of the space, so they would not take everything like her. They were just looking for the employees' snacks, and they would not stay for long. As long as she stayed in the space for a while, she could stagger away from them. Annan entered the space and looked at her new house. At first, it was just a small bungalow of 60 square meters, and later it was upgraded to a small villa. Unexpectedly, the jadeite raw stones collected in Mingxing Square today directly turned her small villa into a luxurious manor covering an area of 5,000 square meters. In addition to the 4-story main villa, there is also a large lawn, various rare green plants, and a clear spring. She let Fuguei out of the backpack. Fuguei's dog face was stunned, not understanding what magic the owner had performed on it again. Our new home. Run to Fuguei. Fuguei is really as his name suggests, and he is destined to be rich. Although her family has a little wealth, they don't live in the manor. Little Fuguei has only been with her for a month, and he has a manor, although it can only be enjoyed for 1 hour every day. Fuguei ran out of the exquisitely decorated 4-story villa and ran excitedly on the lawn. While running, he suddenly hit an invisible wall and fell to the ground. Ah! Ah! The dog tilted his head and slanted his mouth, cursing. Annan låg head, silly dog. We can't get into the space over there. Such a big lawn is not enough for you to play. Fuguei stood up and patrolled along the edge of the lawn. Sure enough, there was an invisible wall that surrounded the manor, and it couldn't get through the space on the other side. Annan explained to it. That side is equivalent to our big warehouse. There is nothing fun. You can explore this manor. After that, he no longer cared about it and used his consciousness to find a massage sofa from the space, put it on the first floor of the villa, and then went in to rest. Today, there were diving, fighting, and sweeping the building, which was a lot of tossing. The comfortable full-body massage made her relax. Fuguei was more interested in the world outside the building. He frolicked on the lawn, circled around a few trees, and finally ran to the clear spring behind the villa. After running for a long time, he stuck out his tongue and lowered his head to drink water. Inside the building. It's really strange. There are few people here, not even a bird. How come everything is gone? Could someone have arrived here before us and taken away all the supplies? Who is so cruel that not only the food but also the tea table in the leader's office was taken away? Could it be that Taiyu group moved all the things? Several people explored floor by floor and talked about it. The whole building was empty. There was nothing except some documents and waste paper. Several people quickly came to the top floor, but found that this floor was locked tightly. Brothers, there must be something on this floor. The lock has not been opened. Several people walked through the entire building and finally saw some shadows of supplies. They immediately excitedly smashed the door and pried the lock. After a long time of hard work, they finally opened the door. There were no windows inside, and it was pitch black. The leader quickly turned on the flashlight he carried with him. Oh my God! What's going on? What came into view was a large laboratory with all kinds of instruments and reagents everywhere. Several people searched the entire floor, and every room was a laboratory of various sizes. In addition to various experimental equipment and chemical reagents, let alone edible food, there was not even a hair here. The group of people were disappointed. The leader hit the head of the younger brother next to him frantically. You idiot! You said that there are abundant supplies here, but you burned so much oil to sail the ship here and found nothing. The man frowned, and tears came out of his eyes. I thought no one came to Kwanchung district. The people next to him helped to persuade. Forget it, we found a lot of things in Zhongguan district anyway. It's not his fault. Who would have thought that Taiyu group moved all the things away? How do you know that it was Taiyu group that moved them away? It must be their group that moved them away. It's impossible that someone was crazy and took away even the tables, chairs, and benches when searching for supplies. Even the cleaning room is empty. No matter who took it away, there is nothing here anyway. Let's not waste time here. The group of people argued for a few sentences and left dejectedly and cursing. Annan in the space closed her eyes and enjoyed it on the massage sofa for a while. She looked at the watch and calculated that the time was almost up, so she was ready to go out and take a look. Fugue, let's go. Annan walked out of the villa, while calling Guzzi. The lawn outside was empty, and there was no sign of Fugue. Annan looked around in surprise, and finally found it by the pond behind the villa. It was lying on the ground with its eyes closed, its round belly sticking out, and its tongue sticking out. What kind of sleeping position is this? Annan walked over and called it. Fugue, wake up. Fugue raised his head, shook his head and smiled at Annan, then hummed and stuck to her feet to act coquettishly. Annan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this guy look drunk? She looked around and didn't find anything suspicious. Then she squatted down, scooped up a handful of spring water, and smelled it. There is no smell of alcohol? What did this little guy drink to get so drunk? Fugue, are you drunk? Fugue touched his round belly and grinned, indicating that he was fine. It's been almost an hour since I entered the space, and I have to go out. She observed Fugue's condition for a while, confirmed that he was not dangerous, put it directly into the backpack, and flashed out of the space. As soon as she came out of the space, she stood on the steps. She missed a step and almost fell. What happened? Did she enter the space from this place? Annan scratched her head. She remembered that she was on the platform, so how come she stood on the steps when she came out? Without thinking too much, she went upstairs to check. The door of the 17th floor had been opened, and it was quiet inside without any sound. It seemed that no one had left. Annan carefully explored and confirmed that no one was there before she started to walk around with peace of mind. There were many chemical reagents on this floor, red and green, and she couldn't understand what they were. She only recognized some simple ones such as concentrated sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid, and she didn't know what the others were for. It didn't matter. She put them all into the space. She also put all the experimental equipment into her pocket. Since entering the end of the world, everything she saw was like an irreplaceable treasure, and she didn't know what it would be useful for one day. Anyway, the space was big enough, so she just put it away. In a blink of an eye, Taiyu building had been swept away, and Annan walked downstairs briskly. After leaving the building, she drove the speedboat home. Unexpectedly, not long after she started, she suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Quick, quick, quick. Catch them.
Ha!
Although there is nothing in the building, this trip is not in vain. Yes, these are 2 live sheep. Quick, grab their hooves. Annan stopped the speedboat and did not move forward, watching from a distance. It should be the group of people who came to the building just now. The water in front was boiling, and several people surrounded the 2 sheep swimming in the water, very excited. Annan had stored beef and mutton in her space, so she was not interested in robbing them. She was just a little curious. How could there be sheep in this place? She looked at the direction where the 2 sheep were swimming, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Beyond Kwanchung District is the suburbs, where there is a mountain. Unlike Luan Mountain in the Mid-Mountain Villa, this mountain is a wild mountain that has never been developed. Presumably, these 2 sheep had nowhere to stay in the city, so they went to that mountain. Sometimes animals are smarter than we think. They have their own survival instincts and skills. Annan turned the bow and drove the speedboat out of the city. Since these 2 sheep can find this place, there must be other animals on the mountain. Let's go and take a look. Soon they arrived at the mountain outside the city. Seeing that there was no one around, Annan put the speedboat into the space. There was a sudden commotion in the backpack behind him. It was Fugue struggling to get out. Annan opened the backpack and let it out. Its eyes had become much clearer, no longer drunk, but full of excitement. As soon as it landed, it happily turned around at Annan's feet for a few times and then ran away. Annan looked at the little guy with a motherly look. Dogs love to play by nature. Even Fugue, who is as lazy as her family, likes to run in nature. It's hard for it to stay in the room with her all the time. There is no way. The end of the world is cruel. Let alone dogs. How many humans can live as comfortably as before? Fugue, don't run too far. Annan warned, observing the surrounding environment. Although the terrain here in Kwanchung District is very low, the altitude of this mountain is still very high, so most of it is still exposed on the water. Fugue's figure had disappeared. Fearing that he might encounter some wild animals in the mountains, she hurriedly followed him up the mountain. Unlike the mountains in the scenic area, there were no artificial roads here, so it was quite difficult to walk. Annan took out the trekking pole from the space and climbed up carefully, calling the dog that had disappeared while climbing. After walking for a long time, they finally came to a flat place. She looked into the distance and saw a vast expanse of white that was unclear. It seemed that her dog had run over there. Annan had to stretch her neck and call it, Fugue. And Fugue, come back quickly. After shouting a few times, she saw a vast expanse of white in the distance moving rapidly towards her. When she got closer, she was surprised to find that it was actually a group of goats. It was estimated that there were about 200 of them. Annan was very surprised. When she looked again, her dog Fugue was following the flock of goats. Wherever it ran, a gap appeared in the flock of goats, and all the goats were chased over here. Occasionally, if someone falls behind, Fugue will jump up and bite their ace. Annan couldn't help laughing. Isn't Fugue a bulldog? How can he herd sheep? Fugue's forelegs moved very fast, panting and running to Annan's feet, with his tongue hanging out. Annan leaned over and picked it up. You don't exercise much. How dare you run so crazy? As she spoke, she held it in her arms and patted its head. The little guy behaved well. He knew how to help his master catch sheep before he grew up. She found a steaming Orlan's roasted chicken leg from the space, poured some water for it, and put it beside him. Fugue quickly ran over to enjoy it. Annan turned around and looked at the group of lamb skewers chewing grass. It would be great if they could be raised in the space, not only to eat, but also to give birth to pups. Unfortunately, the space cannot hold living things. Although the manor can be entered, it can only stay for 1 hour a day. It seems that my dream of raising animals is destined to be unrealized. Then I can only put them all into the space. After thinking for a while, she found an electric baton. This thing was found in the security room of the shopping mall before, and she didn't expect it to come in handy here. She walked forward quickly and stunned several sheep beside her. The other sheep around felt the danger and ran away. Annan had to chase them with the electric baton. At this time, Fugue had already wolfed down the big chicken leg. Seeing this, he hurried over to help his master drive the sheep. Lamb skewers. Where can you escape? The sheep that fled far away were quickly chased to the owner by Fugue, and then Anon quickly took action and stunned the sheep. The man and the dog cooperated happily, and soon all the sheep were knocked down. Fugue had a short nasal cavity, and he was so tired that he was panting after working for a while. Anon quickly poured some water for it and let it rest aside. He took out a knife from the space and bled the fainted sheep one by one. When all the sheep were slaughtered, it was already dark. Anon looked at the sheep all over the ground, and the mutton had not been processed yet. She immediately decided not to go back tonight, and to camp directly in the mountains to slowly deal with the hundreds of sheep. She first put all the sheep into the space, then called the dog, and left the mess they had made. After walking a little further up the mountain, they found another flat, open space. Anon found the camping equipment and successfully set up a tent according to the instructions. Then she picked up some dry wood and built a fire. Tonight we will have roasted whole lamb. As she said that, she took out her tablet and found various video materials she had downloaded before. Then she pulled a sheep out of the space and slowly cut off the sheepskin according to the video tutorial. The complete sheepskin was thrown into the space, and the lamb was processed and roasted on the fire. While roasting, it was brushed with oil and sprinkled with seasoning. The aroma soon spread out, and Fugue ran around the fire excitedly. "Sister Nan, when will the meal be served?" Anon smiled at its impatient look. "Little greedy dog, it will take a while to roast." While the roasted whole lamb was not yet cooked, she took the time to take out other sheep to deal with. All the sheepskins were kept so that they could be sold to others to make sheepskin coats and mattresses in the extreme cold. Some of the mutton was put into the space as a whole, and some was disassembled into lamb chops, lamb legs, lamb spines, etc. Sheep intestines, lamb livers, lamb tripe, and other sheep offal were collected separately, and they could be used to make mutton offal soup in the future. The busier Anon was, the happier she felt. With so many sheep, she could have a full lamb banquet at any time. In addition to the mutton she had stockpiled before the end of the world, she would never lack sheep to eat in her life. Aoao, aoao. Fugue, who was standing aside, suddenly shouted at her. Anon looked back at it, only to see it stamping its feet and looking at the fire. She laughed. "I know, I'm just making you greedy. Let's eat now." The aroma filled the air. The roasted whole lamb was already cooked, and Fugue was extremely anxious. Anon hurriedly stopped her butchering work and went to eat the lamb first. The lamb was roasted and sizzling, and waves of aroma filled her nose. She first cut a large piece of lamb leg meat for the dog, and did not forget to carefully remind him, "Eat slowly, don't burn yourself." Seeing Fugue's tail shaking like a propeller from eating so much, Anon's heart suddenly surged with warmth. In her previous life, she slept in the open air, had no food to eat, and there were 2 jackals around her ready to betray her at any time. Every day was precarious. In this life, she has no worries about food and clothing. In the cruel end of the world, there is a steaming roasted whole lamb, and there is a loyal Fugue by her side.
How lucky!
She was chewing the lamb chops, and her eyes were wet. Fugue was sensitive to her emotional changes and even stopped eating meat and hurried over to comfort his master. While scratching her with his claws, he licked her palm with his tongue. Licking the palm? "Fugue, your mouth is full of oil, all over my sleeve." Anon suddenly came out of her inexplicable emotions, looking at the messy sleeve with a smile. Are you okay? I'm going to eat meat." Fugue shook his head and went back to his food bowl, eating happily. The man and the dog spent a warm dinner time like this. After dinner, Anon put the leftover roasted lamb into the space, left a piece of lamb bone for the dog as a teething stick, and started to deal with the remaining sheep. Her skills became more and more skilled from the beginning. If this wasn't the end of the world, I could be a butcher who slaughters sheep to support myself. She quickly dealt with dozens of sheep. Seeing that it was getting dark, she stopped and went back to the tent to rest, and would deal with the rest tomorrow. The moonlight was bright, the air in the mountains was very fresh, and many stars could be seen in the sky. The fire outside the tent crackled. A man and a dog were relaxing under the starry sky, feeling unprecedented relaxation, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Annan was awakened by the sound of chickens. She opened her eyes confusedly at first, and then sat up suddenly. Chickens crowing? She put on her coat, opened the tent, and ran out. Sure enough, she saw a few roosters with big red crowns not far away, crowing with their necks stretched, and there were a few hens that didn't crow next to them. There are chickens here? It seems that the flood has really brought many creatures here. Fugue ran out following her voice, and when he saw the chickens, he immediately ran over and staged a real version of the chicken flying and dog jumping for Annan. Annan joined the battle with a smile. Although there are a lot of chickens stored in the space, who would complain about too much supplies? A man and a dog quickly took down more than a dozen chickens and harvested some eggs. But Annan's head has also become a chicken coop. With experience in slaughtering sheep, it was very easy to handle these chickens. Annan handled them in no time and took the dog back to the tent for breakfast. She took out soy milk and fried dough sticks from the space. After the man and the dog were full, they folded the tent and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, a snake appeared on the side of the road. Annan was startled and immediately found the realgar powder she had stored in the space and sprinkled it on her body. She really had no feelings for this slippery creature, so she quickly quickened her pace to climb up the mountain. The higher the road went, the harder it was to walk. After a long while, just when she wanted to stop and rest, the dog suddenly became excited and ran forward. Annan followed closely behind it and trotted all the way, and suddenly found a herd of cattle in front. There were about 30 big yellow cattle, grazing there with their heads down. Annan's eyes lit up. A cow can have 450 kilograms of meat, and these cows can produce about 15,000 kilograms of beef. There was a lot of meat stored in the space before, and it seemed that the freedom of beef in this life was realized. There are so many treasures in this mountain. If it weren't for the extreme heat and cold that followed, and the risk of her corpse being exposed in the wilderness, she really wanted to settle down here. Annan looked at the sturdy appearance of the yellow cattle, fearing that the dog would get hurt if it ran over rashly, so he quickly called it. Fugue, come back quickly. Fugue seemed to know that these cattle were not as easy to deal with as sheep, so he stopped and stared at them cautiously. Little guy, do you really think you are a bulldog and can fight against old cattle? Annan was afraid that it would be gored or kicked by the cattle. You are still a baby. Don't be impulsive. As he said, he hurried over to stop the little guy, and he approached the herd carefully. The big yellow cattle were steady in character and didn't take them seriously. They still ate their grass calmly. Annan approached carefully and turned the electric baton to the maximum power. One by one, they were all knocked down quickly. Still not satisfied, he shocked them one by one before starting to bleed them. After dealing with all the 30 or so cattle, the scene was a mess again. After putting all the cows into the space, Fugue suddenly growled vigilantly, and all the hair on his body stood up. What's wrong? Annan followed its gaze and looked at the grass, not far ahead. He saw the grass tips swaying back and forth, accompanied by a slight sound. Then, a gray-black wild boar slowly walked out. It must have been attracted by the bloody smell here. The huge body is muscular, and the bristles are upright like thorns. When the fierce eyes saw Annan, they immediately bared their fangs and roared as they rushed over. Annan shouted in desperation, Fugue, run! The man and the dog turned around and ran. This is not a domesticated little pink pig, nor a chicken, duck, cow, or sheep. This thing is a real beast. An 80-kilogram wild boar can even easily knock a 150-kilogram tiger to the ground. Annan is not crazy enough to kick the tiger or beat the wild boar. She ran all the way with the dog, but the crazy wild boar behind her was getting closer and closer. In a hurry, Annan leaned over and picked up the dog, and then slipped into the space. Sitting on the soft and comfortable sofa, both the man and the dog breathed a sigh of relief. The wild boar's oppression was too strong just now, and the first reaction was to run. I almost forgot that there was a life-saving artifact in the space. After a while, Annan thought that the wild boar should have run far away, So he left Fugue behind and took a knife out of the space to check. As soon as he came out, he was met with a pair of fierce eyes. Why didn't the wild boar leave? Anon was startled and immediately returned to the space. The irritable wild boar looked at the human who disappeared in front of him again, and his nostrils were full of anger, and his head was arched on the ground. How could that fragile two-legged beast disappear again? Anon returned to the space to think about it, and realized that this wild boar was not easy to deal with. It was very smart and knew how to wait and see. Hiding in the space all the time was not a solution. When time ran out, they would have nowhere to escape. So she took a deep breath, took the triangular knife, and went out of the space again.
Huh.
The pig is gone.
But
Why didn't his feet touch the ground? Anon looked down and saw. Oh my God. He was riding on that wild boar. The wild boar did not move from the previous location, but the position where Anon came out was somehow shifted forward, and she just happened to ride on the wild boar. The wild boar was furious and arched its body to throw her off. She hugged its round body tightly. If it was thrown off or hit, her ribs would be broken. But riding it like this was not a solution. Anon was embarrassed and instantly understood what it meant to be riding a tiger and unable to get off. The wild boar shook a few times, and seeing that the two-legged beast was still arrogantly riding on her, she became even more angry and jumped wildly. In a hurry, Anon raised the triangular thorn and stabbed it into its eye. The wild boar was in pain, screaming and shaking its body vigorously. Anon was thrown off by it and quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the wild boar's rampage. She looked at it and saw that the bayonet was still stuck in the wild boar's eye and had not been pulled out. It couldn't see clearly, so it rushed towards Anon based on its sense of smell and instinct. Anon immediately took out the submachine gun from the space and fired at it. When it was about to run to her feet, the irritable wild boar fell to the ground with twitched for a while, and completely lost its breath. Anon breathed a sigh of relief and transferred Fugue out of the space. As soon as Fugue came out, he ran to his master anxiously. He was relieved to see that she was fine, and turned around to look at the gray-black beast that had lost its breath on the ground. Another burst of starry eyes. Sister, Nan is mighty. Anon smiled and rubbed its head, and stood up. While dissecting the wild boar meat, he sighed. This thing is really thick and rough, and ordinary knives can't hurt it. If it weren't for the submachine gun, it would have been a fierce battle. It's inevitable that I will be injured. How can I get away so easily like this? Thanks again to the unknown big man for the weapon. The wild boar skin is difficult to peel, and Anon took a long time to clean up the pork. Unlike domestic pigs, this wild boar has tight muscles and almost no fat. I'll check back to see if there are any special cooking methods. Anon cleaned up the pigs and started to process the mutton that had not been finished before. There were more than 200 sheep, and only dozens of them had been cut down before. In the following time, Anon stayed in the mountains with the dog to process the mutton. In the middle of the journey, Fugue suddenly ran away. When she chased him, she found that he had found several nests of rabbits. The little rabbits were very good at escaping. Anon and the dog worked together and took a lot of effort to catch them all. Anon processed dozens of rabbits and put them into the space, then touched the dog's head. Well done. I'll make you spicy rabbit head when I go back. Fugue could understand the master's praise and immediately raised his dog face, squinted his eyes, and wagged his tail with a proud face. In the next few days, Anon and the dog carefully searched the entire mountain. They found 4 donkeys, which could be used to make donkey meat dumplings in the future. There were also 30 crispy roast ducks. Oh no, 30 cute little ducks. On the way, they encountered another wild boar and used submachine gun fire to suppress it, as usual. Apart from that, they did not encounter any danger. It may be because this place is close to the city, there are no large beasts like lions and tigers, only some snakes are more dangerous. But because they sprinkled realgar powder on their bodies, the snakes did not attack. 1 person and 1 dog stayed in the mountains for a total of 4 days, harvesting 216 sheep, 38 cows, 4 donkeys, 18 chickens, 33 ducks, 42 rabbits, and 2 wild boars. If it weren't for the dog with a keen sense of smell, she really couldn't have found so many livestock and poultry. Annan took almost all of what she saw and only let go of a few foxes and weasels. First, she had never eaten this special kind of meat, and second, she had awe for various folk legends. The most important thing is that the meat in her space is enough for her and Fugue to eat 3 highs. There is no need to kill them. What if it suddenly stands up and asks, "Do you think I am a human or a god? What should I do?" She didn't believe in these things before, but now the end of the world has come and she has been reborn. What strange things can happen? Someone came to tell her that the world she lives in is a novel, and she can believe it. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. Annan roughly dealt with all the livestock she harvested. Because there were too many, there were still many that had not been dealt with. There were more than 100 sheep that had not been completely dissected. But she still decided to go home. There was nothing valuable in the mountains. If she stayed outside for too long, it would be a loss if the neighbors broke into her house. So on the afternoon of the 4th day, she called the dog to prepare to go down the mountain. Fugue had liberated his nature during the few days he stayed in the mountains. When he said he was going to leave, he was reluctant. He stood still and tilted his head to look at Annan. Annan laughed at him. "Have you slept well these days? Don't you miss your warm and comfortable little bed?" Fugue was stunned. Suddenly, he thought of the soft big sofa at home and his pink nest. He looked serious and ran down the mountain immediately. Go home. Mountains of gold and silver are not as good as one's own doghouse. I haven't slept in for several days. The man and the dog quickly went down the mountain, started the speedboat, and left. A group of foxes on the mountain silently watched their figures going away. The 2 bandits finally left. If they don't leave, the mountain will be emptied. After leaving Quanching District, Annan asked the dog to hide in the backpack again. Passing by the office buildings in Zhongguan District, I saw that it was no longer as glorious as it once was. Only half of the building was above the water, and almost all the glass was violently smashed. At first glance, it looked like the wreckage of the city. The once important business secrets and contract documents were thrown out like waste paper and floated on the water. There are no more well-dressed white-collar workers holding iced American coffee and walking between the buildings. There is no KPI, no UGC, no digital economy. There is only cold floods and people who are crazy for a bite of bread. As the sky gradually darkened, Annan accelerated his way back. After all, in such a turbulent period, darkness means more danger. When she got home, the neighbors just came back from outside and blocked the corridor. She stopped outside the building. After not seeing them for a few days, these people have lost a lot of weight. At this time, everyone's face is not very good. How pitiful. She is still pregnant, but her man is gone. How can she live in the future? It's all her own fault. She is so strong and competitive. What's the use of finding so many supplies? She didn't even know that her husband fell into the water and drowned. Stop talking. She looks like she's going crazy. A group of people gathered together and whispered, and their eyes looked at Chu Pei, who was left alone at the end. Annan heard the discussions of the people in the corridor outside the window, and she understood. It turned out that the short-haired man was gone. She couldn't help but look at Sun Peng, whose secret of killing his wife was discovered by the short-haired man a few days ago. Sun Peng hid in the crowd. He was silent at first, and then approached Chu Pei with a compassionate face. "Sister, the dead can't be resurrected. Please accept my condolences." Chu Pei raised her head with a grim look. "Where were you when my husband fell into the water?" Sun Peng choked. "Sister, it is indeed my fault as the team leader for not taking good care of him." Upon hearing this, the neighbors couldn't help but think that she was being unreasonable. "You are such an interesting person. Your husband accidentally fell from the building. What does it have to do with old Sun?" "That's right. Maybe he had a bad mentality and was starving, so he jumped into the flood to end his life. Captain Sun took us to find supplies, but he didn't get paid. He didn't have the obligation to take care of your husband, did he?" Seeing that the neighbors were speaking for him, Sun Peng showed a smug look in his eyes, but he said, "Don't be like this. It's understandable that the family members are in a bad mood after something like this. This is my dereliction of duty. I will take good care of every member of the team in the future. Old Sun, you're too polite. Yes, Captain Sun, you've done a great job. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find the food. Sun Peng was very proud in his heart, but he was still humble. No, it's all thanks to everyone. Chu Pei didn't want to listen to these people flattering each other anymore. She approached Sun Peng with a sharp look in her eyes. I know you did it. Do you think you can rest easy after killing him? Then she suddenly shouted to the others. This man, together with his mistress, killed his wife and made it into jerky and hid it at home, but my husband accidentally discovered it. That's why he deliberately silenced my husband. Now you all know about this, so take care of yourself. After saying that, he took a deep look at Sun Peng, ignored these people, and turned to go upstairs. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then instantly boiled over. Oh my God! Captain Sun killed his own wife, and was discovered by the crew cut? No wonder the crew cut couple has been hiding at the end of the team, far away from Captain Sunday. I haven't seen Captain Sun's wife recently. I was wondering why there was always the smell of meat coming out of his house before. I smelled it too. I thought I was hallucinating because of hunger. You mean he really eats? Everyone was in an uproar and took a few steps back in fear. Sun Peng's face turned pale. Don't listen to Chu Pei's nonsense. He tried to control his expression. Kunta's death was sudden. As a family member, Xiao Chu was too sad. He was mentally confused and spoke without thinking. I can understand that. He stared at everyone's eyes seriously and said in a deep voice, everyone is tired and hard-working all day. Go home and rest. Everyone has a scale in their hearts, and they naturally don't believe what Sun Peng said. But after all, they will meet each other every day. Now, they can't call the police. What if they offend Sun Peng and end up with the same fate as Kuntu? What's more, they have no relatives or friends with Kuntu. It is the police's job to uphold justice. They just want to survive. There is only one woman left in Kuntu's family. Compared with Sun Peng, it is obvious who is stronger and who is weaker. Everyone soon knew which side to stand on. Some people still had objections, but they were also pulled back by the family. Captain Sun is right. We all know what kind of person you are. How could you kill someone? Haha. That's right. Xiao Chu is indeed too sad. Let's all go back and rest. We still have to continue looking for supplies tomorrow. Everyone responded with a few words and hurriedly turned back home. Bai Wenbin and his sister were left at the end, whispering, this Sun Peng is really a ruthless person. Cousin, the world is in chaos. Only by following ruthless people can you have food.
Qian Yinger luoket indifferent.
To be honest, I'm very curious about the taste of special meat jerky. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Annan walked in slowly from the window and went upstairs with the boat. I sighed in my heart. It's really ironic that the wife-killing criminals and cannibalistic perverts who were punished by everyone in the prosperous times have become the objects of everyone's pursuit in the end times. The human psychology of admiring the strong has gradually changed because of the arrival of the end times. People no longer pursue wealth and power, but succumb to blood and violence. The transformation has just begun. Chu Pei returned home with tears in her eyes and couldn't help crying. In order to avoid Sun Peng, the couple did not join the team. As a result, they were robbed several times and got nothing. In order not to starve to death, they had no choice but to join the neighbor's team. She was always careful in the team and tried to stay away from the pervert Sun Peng. But she was harmed by him without being careful. From now on, she will be alone and pregnant with a baby. The road ahead will only be more difficult. Chu Pei's eyes were filled with tears, and she clenched her fists. On the other side, Sun Peng had just entered the house when his lover Wang Xiuyu came to meet him. Brother Sun, how was your harvest today? Not bad. I found 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bags of millet. Sun Peng was very proud. The most important thing is that I solved the problem of the buzz cut next door. Really? Wang Xiuyu's eyes lit up. Sun Peng hugged her. Of course, if I help your man, nothing can be impossible. We found an office building, and when we divided the tasks, I arranged for him and Lao Wang to search the top floor. When everyone was in their positions, I sneaked upstairs and pushed him out of the window when he wasn't paying attention. Lao Wang was timid and an old smoker. He was going crazy without cigarettes these days. I gave him a box of cigarettes and threatened him a few times, and he shut up. Wang Xiaoyu kissed him on the face happily. You are really good. Now we can rest assured. But there is still a problem. Sun Peng's face was sinister. The wife of the buzz-cut guy is very clingy. I was afraid of something going wrong, so I sent her away. I should have solved it all at once. She knows it was you who did it? I can imagine. She just told me about it in front of the neighbors.
Ah?
Wang Xiaoyu looked nervous. What should I do? The neighbors all believed it? No problem. Sun Peng said proudly. What does it matter whether they believe it or not? These cowards are still on my side. Now the world is in chaos. It's better to let them be afraid of me. But that Chu Pei will be dealt with sooner or later. Oh, brother Sun, it's just a little widow. Killing her is just a matter of moving a finger. You rewrite, baby. Sun Peng looked wretched. Let's go in and reward your brother Sunday. Wang Xiaoyu threw a coquettish eye. Hate. Every household in the building closed the door and talked about what happened today. But no matter what the facts are, it doesn't matter to everyone at this time. What they care more about is their own survival. The supplies that can be found outside are getting less and less, and the things that are found hard every day are not enough to share. Many people went out today and only brought back a few bags of snacks, which are not enough for the family. Thinking of the future, every household was gloomy for a while. 14th floor. Annan closed the doors and windows, set up a copper pot, and prepared sesame paste and chili oil. She had been sleeping outdoors in the mountains for the past few days, so she planned to eat mutton hot pot in the copper pot to drive away the cold. The water soon boiled, and Annan called Fugue while eating mutton hot pot. And Fugue have some food. Usually, this dog would come running when he smelled the fragrance without being called. But today, he lay listlessly in his nest without moving. Annan saw that he seemed to be in discomfort, so she hurried over to check. When she picked him up, she found that there was blood in his nest. Annan's heart tightened. Fugue was injured. Annan looked at the bloodstains in the nest and was very nervous for a while. Was it injured on the mountain and didn't notice it? She hugged Fugue distressfully and checked carefully from head to toe, but found no wounds. But Fugue looked listless and uncomfortable. While wondering, Annan suddenly felt the heat in her palm, looked down, and saw a drop of blood on her hand. Annan lifted Fugue's little ace to check. Suddenly, she was enlightened. This girl is actually having her period. Do dogs also have periods? It's okay if they are not injured. Annan was relieved and searched in the space. Sure enough, she saw dog diapers among the mountains of pet supplies. She hugged Fugue, wiped it gently with a towel, then put on diapers for it, put on warm clothes, and changed its nest. Looking at its depressed look, Annan sighed. It turns out that dogs will also be in a bad mood and lose their appetite because of their periods. Sure enough, periods beat every woman equally. I think it was because it fell into the water when fighting a few days ago and then caught a cold in the mountains, so it felt so uncomfortable. She went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of warm millet porridge for Fugue. Add red dates for blood supplement, carrots for appetite and digestion, angelica for blood supplement and pain relief, motherwort for blood circulation and blood stasis, and yam for chi supplement. Finally, mix in some mutton slices and put it in front of Fugue. Good dog. Add some nutrition and calories, and you won't feel uncomfortable. Fugue seemed to understand what she said, stood up and ate slowly. It was the first time that Annan saw it eat so ladylike. Every time it ate before, it gobbled it up, grunting like a pig. Seeing that it could eat, Annan was relieved and returned to the table. There was no hot pot base in the pot, only scallions and slices. The copper pot hot pot meat tastes original. There was so much mutton in the space that she couldn't finish it all. Annan generously used a meat planer to prepare 2 large plates of meat rolls. Unlike the hot pot restaurants, where there is a layer of ice or vegetables under the meat, her 2 plates of mutton are real meat. She has been hunting in the mountains these days, and she really needs to eat more to replenish her body. Although there is no shortage of food in the mountains, the environment is simple after all, and you have to be on guard against wild animals at all times. Unlike at home, the environment is safe and you can eat safely and comfortably. Annan chewed a big mouthful of mutton, but it still felt not right. She looked at the seasoning bowl, added a piece of red fermented bean curd and half a spoonful of chives to the sesame paste and chili oil. After stirring, she dipped the chopsticks in it and tasted it. Well, this time it's right. She picked up a piece of trembling mutton with chopsticks, put it in the bowl and covered it with sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. The fragrance instantly exploded in her mouth, and Annan enjoyed it. While eating mutton, she also ordered a plate of fried tripe. Feeling that eating only meat was too greasy, she put some green vegetables and frozen tofu in the pot and ate them. Finally, she put a small piece of hand-rolled noodles in the pot to make a bowl of mutton noodle soup. The house was steaming and fragrant. Annan suddenly felt that this end of the world was no different from the past. There was good food and drink, and Fugue was her obedient pet. Unlike Annan's comfort upstairs, the neighbors downstairs were sharing food with great difficulty. The family sat at the dining table and put today's food on the table. Each person stuffed a dry biscuit or expired bread into their mouths. This was the only meal they could have in a day, and they were only half full. They ate it like a treasure, and then picked up the crumbs on the table one by one and ate them, not wasting any of it. I don't know why today, while eating the biscuits, I seem to smell the smell of mutton hot pot. Alas, I am hallucinating because of hunger. Everyone couldn't help but recall the good old days. At that time, the family cooked rich meals and threw away the leftovers. When I went to a restaurant to eat hot pot, there was always a lot of meat and vegetables left uncooked. Thinking about it now, my mouth is watering. I really want to travel back in time, scold myself for wasting food, and then eat all the leftovers. For a long time afterwards, Annan did not go out again. One reason is that Fugue is in her period and is weak. The other reason is that she does not need to stock up anything for the time being. The piles of supplies in the space also need her to sort them out bit by bit. People still come and go outside to find food every day. The man and the dog in 1402 were lying on their beds with their eyes closed. The difference is that Fugue was really sleeping, while Annan was using her consciousness to sort out the supplies in the space. Using consciousness can also be tiring. She was exhausted and dizzy after using it for a while at first, but now she can use her consciousness to move things in the space for a long time. Her mental strength is getting better and better. After sorting out the things in the space, Annan began to deal with the meat that had not been decomposed before. Different livestock have different ways of handling. Fortunately, she had downloaded all kinds of knowledge in almost all fields before, so she could handle them little by little according to the tutorials in the kitchen. When she was tired, she would watch the downloaded TV series and enjoy delicious food with her dog. The days passed by little in such a harmonious and beautiful atmosphere. Unlike her living environment, the situation outside was becoming more and more tense. Supermarkets and factories with abundant supplies were all underwater, and only some high-rise buildings on the water surface were available for people to search. These buildings were almost all office spaces, and there was not much food, just some snacks and instant noodles for workers. There were too many monks and too little porridge, and people had plundered them all these days. There were few supplies above the water surface, and the supplies under the water could not be retrieved without diving equipment. Even if there were some people who could free dive, the soaked food they desperately fished up could not be eaten. People were hungry and became more and more desperate. The death toll began to increase gradually. In the past, most of the floating corpses in the water were drowned by the flood while looking for supplies. Now many of them were thrown into the water by others after starving to death. Because the drainage system failed and toilets could not be used, people directly threw their feces and domestic garbage into the flood. For a time, the water was stinking. But because the tap water supply was cut off, people who wanted to drink water could only filter the flood water and then boil it for drinking. Many people with weak constitutions drank directly and got stomachaches, but there were not enough medicines at home. In short, people's living environment was extremely bad. At a time when life was constantly threatened, the dark side of human nature was once again exposed. There were fewer people searching for supplies outside, and more people were smashing, looting, and robbing. On this day, Annan was watching a movie with Fugue in his arms, and suddenly there was a sound of knocking on a basin in the stairwell outside. Neighbors meeting. Gather at 13:02. Annan thought about it and did not go out. The people outside were starving to death, and he was now rosy-cheeked, so it was really not suitable to appear in crowded occasions. I don't know what they are going to do. From 13:02 organized a meeting for the people in the building to discuss the way out of survival. Except for Annan from the 14th floor and Zhao Ping'an and his mother from the 15th floor, everyone was there. The hungry people gathered together. Each one was more pale and thin than the other. If we don't eat today, we will really starve to death. Where is there any food? The office buildings on the water have been searched out. All the belts in my house have been eaten up. Sun Peng first watched people discuss silently, and when the crowd quieted down, he whispered, "Have you noticed that the people on the 15th and 14th floors have hardly gone out to look for food?" The crowd was silent instantly. Yes. Annan from the 14th floor came out once, with delicate skin, rosy complexion, and even shiny hair. It can be seen that they are living a very comfortable life. The mother and son on the 15th floor have never left the house even once. They must have a lot of food stored at home. So much that we don't even need to go out to look for it. They are too much. We are starving to death. How can they still have a lot of food at home? We should go to them to share the supplies. We are all neighbors. How can you be so selfish to share the food alone? But the woman on the 14th floor is a perverted murderer. When Annan was mentioned, the crowd was quiet for a moment. Everyone thought of the bloody stairwell and the Liu brothers who died with their eyes open. The psychological shadow was too big. Why don't we go to the 15th floor first? Of course, you have to pick the soft persimmon. You rewrite, let's go to the 15th floor. His family hasn't come out for so long. Maybe the stock is enough for all of us to eat for a long time. As if seeing the hope of survival, everyone rushed to the top floor aggressively. Obviously, they had been hungry for a long time and were weak in speech, but at this time they were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Go to the 15th floor to share the food. No need to starve. And Nan heard their shouts in the corridor from her room. She frowned slightly. It seems that this group of people have gone crazy with hunger. But since they are not coming for her, she is too lazy to meddle in other people's business. As long as they dare to break into her house, she will let them know how powerful she is. In the previous life, this group of people also went to the 15th floor to ask for food, but Anand did not participate. She took by Wenbin and his sister to find things outside. First, she had a conscience at that time and did not want to bully the former neighbors with her numbers. Second, she felt that there were too many wolves and too little meat. How could so many people share the things of one family? It would be better to go out and try her luck again. When she, Bai Wenbin, and Qian Inger came back with a few bags of noodles, the corridor had returned to silence. Although she didn't know what happened, the mother and son on the 15th floor did not leave the house until the late stage of the extreme heat and left in good health. Obviously, the neighbors failed. When Annan fell into memories, everyone had reached the 15th floor. As expected, the stainless steel door of the stairwell was closed. Several young and strong men rushed forward and pried it open with a crowbar. Sun Peng walked to the door of 1501 first and knocked politely. "Hello, we are neighbors downstairs." There was no sound from inside. He continued to knock. "Is Zhao Ping'an at home? I am the head of our unit and I want to talk to you." A gentle male voice came from the room. "Sorry, it's inconvenient to open the door. If you have anything to say, just say it directly." Sun Peng looked back at the crowd behind him. Everyone's hair was like hay, their cheeks were sunken, and their eyes were filled with longing. He cleared his throat. "It's like this, the neighbors have no food at home, and I want to borrow some food from you." Zhao Ping'an in the room. "Sorry, I can't help you, and my family doesn't have much food." As a fan of the end of the world, Zhao Ping'an is well aware of the law of survival in the end of the world. the saint will not have a good end. So he didn't plan to share his own food at all. Hearing this reply, someone in the crowd behind shouted, "You are lying. You and your son have never been out of the house. There must be a lot of food at home." "Yes, why hide the food? Take it out and share it with everyone. You two are so vicious. You want to watch us all starve to death." The crowd became more and more excited, and many people rushed to the front and knocked on the door. Seeing this, Sun Peng's eyes flashed a gleam, and he retreated to the back, allowing the excited people to rush to the front. At this time, a full-bodied roar suddenly came from the house. "Get out of here. Don't come to my door to beg for food. Am I your ancestor? Should I care about your hunger and fullness? Do you want me to fry to feed you? Hey, mother, pay attention to your manners." "I pay attention to my father, you coward. The dogs are biting at the door. Why don't you do it?" The people outside heard the scolding inside and became more excited. The first few people knocked on the door and used something to pick the lock. Suddenly, they felt a strong electric current from their hands to their bodies. The door is electrified. The first few people were shocked and twitched. The people behind them tried to pull them away in a hurry, but they were also electrified and immediately started to breakdance. Seeing this, Bai Wenbin quickly used the wooden mop stick in his hand to push the people away and then stopped. The people who were electrocuted fainted. The rest of the people did not dare to move forward for a while. At this time, two middle-aged men stood up. "Our hammer handles are insulated. Let's just smash his door lock." After saying that, they immediately stepped forward and started to smash it. In the room, "Oh my gosh. If I, Hutsuelon, don't show my power, you guys can't count on me."
"Son, give me the thing."
Then, a hole suddenly appeared on the door. "What is this?" The people who were smashing the door with a hammer quickly noticed the hole that suddenly appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out from the hole and pierced his arm.
"Ah!
The man screamed in pain, and the hammer in his hand fell on his feet.
Ah!"
He screamed even more miserably and fell to the ground, holding his feet and wailing, with an arrow still stuck in his arm. Everyone was shocked, and before they could react, there was another sound of breaking through the air, and arrows were shot out quickly, hitting the people standing in the front one after another. Some were shot in the shoulder, some were shot in the thigh, and the most unlucky one was pierced directly in the chest.
"Run."
He has a crossbow at home. Being shot by a crossbow arrow is very dangerous at ordinary times, not to mention at this time, there is no life-saving hospital or medicine. The crowd quickly became chaotic and ran downstairs. Sun Peng, who was hiding in the back, was the first to react. He moved a few steps to the blind spot next to the gate and looked at the door of 1501 with a gloomy look. "Don't panic. Stand on both sides of the door. The crossbow arrows can't reach you." Everyone calmed down after hearing this, and those who hadn't had time to go downstairs quickly hid on both sides of the door. Seeing someone injured, people became even more angry. Several people hiding next to the door stood in the blind spot of the shooting and smashed the door more violently with hammers. Smash his broken door. Several people used tools to pry the door of 1502 opposite. The mother and daughter are both in 1501. There must be no one in 1502. Maybe all supplies. When it comes to supplies, the strength of smashing the door is several times greater. Others who retreated to the stairs were afraid of being shot by arrows if they got close, so they shouted from a distance. For a while, they actually played a concerted effort. A roar came from the room. "Stupid kids. No one wants to save your lives. I'm not polite anymore." Sun Peng, who was hiding in the corner watching people smashing the door, had a bad premonition in his heart after hearing this, and hurriedly retreated to the stairs. At this time, the shooting hole on the door suddenly closed, followed by a sound of mechanical operation. A hard, thick tube popped out from the original shooting hole. With a hiss sound, a large amount of liquid sprayed out from the pipe.
"Ah! Ah!"
My face hurts. All the people who stayed on the 15th floor were splashed by the unknown liquid. With a hiss sound, the skin that was sprayed was instantly corroded and turned a terrifying black. Sulfuric acid. It's concentrated sulfuric acid. The crowd was in chaos. 2 people who were close to the door were directly severely burned and fell to the ground, covering their faces and howling in pain. Others who were less injured cried and retreated to the stairs. The people who were originally standing on the stairs saw their miserable situation and couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, I didn't stay on the 15th floor just now. Sun Pring retreated quickly and ran to the stairs before the sulfuric acid was sprayed, and survived. At this time, his face was pale and his forehead was covered with sweat. In such a short time, 1 person was shot dead by arrows, 4 people were shot and injured, 2 people were burned by concentrated sulfuric acid and fell to the ground without knowing whether they were dead or alive, and 5 people were injured. Half of the team of about 20 people were injured, and they couldn't even get into Zhao Ping'an's house. The pipe spraying sulfuric acid was slowly retracted, and the manic aunt's arrogant shout came from the house. "You bunch of idiots, if anyone dares to take another step forward, I will let you know what it means to have no survivors." Everyone looked ugly, but no one dared to step forward. Starving can still prolong life for a few days, but being sprayed with concentrated sulfuric acid is no joke. Not to mention how painful it is to have skin corroded. The most terrifying thing is that there is no medicine available now, and you can only wait for the wound to be infected, slowly festering and dying. The 2 people who fell to the ground were helped by their family members and quickly transported back home. Although the others were unwilling, they could only leave with a gloomy face. In the house 1501, Hu Tsuelan smiled and patted her son's shoulder. "You made a good mechanism. I give you a thumbs up." Zhao Ping'an curled his lips. Hu said I was not doing my job. He also scolded me for reading too many apocalyptic novels and causing trouble at home. Hu Tsuelan glared. "Stop talking nonsense. Go out and see if there is anyone outside. If there is no one, fix the corridor door quickly." "Yes, mother." Zhao Ping'an imitated the appearance of ancient concubines and bowed artificially. Hu Tsuelan was so angry that she kicked him. She glanced at the messy door and sighed in a low voice. This kid really got it right. The end of the world is coming? Looking at the crazy look of those people just now, if they could not speak human language, she would have thought it was a zombie siege. These days, the mother and son have not gone out, watching the world outside become more and more chaotic. Fortunately, their son is a doomsday survival enthusiast. Not only does the family have a generator, but also a large amount of compressed biscuits and drinking water. He even transformed the 2 secondary bedrooms in 1502 into a warehouse, which was filled with various foods with a long shelf life, and he would replace the expired ones every year. On the day when the rainstorm hit, she happened to buy a bunch of vegetable seeds. In her son's words, manic patients should cultivate their sentiments and relieve their emotions by patiently caring for the seedlings. Zhao Ping'an also specially customized a solar lamp and a breeding box for her. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. Now there are various vegetables that she has successfully planted at home, and there is still a lot of food in stock, which will not be a problem for a few years. She glanced at her son, who was busy repairing the corridor door, and shouted, "Be serious. Otherwise, turn on the electricity of this door too. Electrocute these." Then she said silently in her heart, "In the future, if the child tinkers with his junk or experiments again, I will not scold him. This child's trouble is not in vain. It is really useful." Annan lay on the door of his house, eating potato chips while listening to the excitement outside. In the corridor, people were shouting archery and sulfuric acid. She had a general idea of it at home. Recalling the article on the 20 possibilities of the end of the world written by Zhao Ping'an that she had seen on the internet before, she couldn't help but sigh that this guy was really a talent. He actually came up with so many tricks and turned the 15th floor into a doomsday bunker. It's worth learning. It's a pity that she is biased in subjects. When she was in school, she had good grades in liberal arts, but she knew nothing about physics and chemistry. She can't make electric doors and so on, and she will be shocked. There is a lot of concentrated sulfuric acid in the building, not only sulfuric acid, but also many chemicals that can't be named. But she can't make mechanisms. What material is the pipe that sprays sulfuric acid made of, and why won't it corrode? Never mind. God opens a door for you, and must close other windows. She doesn't know how to make any mechanisms, and she is already very satisfied with the golden finger of space. Be wronged for a while, just deal with it. Fugue sat at Annen's feet, looking at her aggrieved expression, and widened his dog eyes. Sister Nan, are you secretly being Versailles in your heart again? The neighbors who had been frustrated returned to Sun Peng's house again. The seriously injured and their families have gone home. The rest were either slightly injured or frightened. The atmosphere in the house was very depressing. Bai Wenbin and Qianinger, who had been hiding at the back, were not injured. But their condition was also very bad. Bai Wenbin was pale, with stubble on his face, and his spirit was very depressed. After being hungry for too long, the once image-conscious and gentle Bai Wenbin no longer had any trace of the past. Now he just wanted to feast on the food. Qian Inga next to him was in a worse condition than him. She originally dyed a beautiful blonde hair, which was soft and shiny after careful care. Now she is always hungry and lacks nutrition. Due to the shortage of supplies, even the hair care products at home have been used up. The hair is like a pile of dry hay, messy on the head. She has always been very thin, and now she has been hungry for a while. Her face has become sallow, her cheeks are sunken, and she hasn't even had her period this month. She looks like a dried-up mummy. When Qian Inger thought of Annen's energetic and radiant appearance when she saw her last time, she felt so angry. Why can she always live a glamorous life? Why do I always have to look up to her? Qian Inger's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty, and she suddenly said, "Neighbors, why don't we go to the 14th floor to find Annen?" Qian Inger said loudly, "Do you remember the last time you saw Annen on the 14th floor? She looked so good. There must be a lot of food at home. Maybe even meat." Meat? Hearing this, Bai Wenbin suddenly remembered that the day before the rainstorm, he was waiting for Annen at the door of the unit and saw her holding a white dog in her arms. His eyes lit up. By the way, Annen's family also has a dog. The crowd suddenly became agitated.
Dog?
Dog meat. Their eyes were shining brightly, and they were salivating. They smacked their lips, as if they had already drunk the steaming hot dog meat soup. Although everyone had put a horror filter on Annen before, now people are so hungry that they have no other choice. You can't just wait to be starved to death, right? At this time, even if the opposite side is a terrorist organization of Jie Yaozi, you have to break in, not to mention that there's only a woman living alone on the 14th floor. They are right, let's go to the 14th floor. Go to the 14th floor. Eat dog meat. The crowd was boiling. But the few people who were injured on the top floor just now did not say anything. They understood that the seemingly large group of people were actually not united, and they were the only ones who contributed when the fight broke out. The others all hid behind. If they faced the mother and son on the top floor, Lao Lu would not be killed. But the sister on the 14th floor was really murderous when she met someone. They were already injured, and if they were not careful against the female devil on the 14th floor, they would lose their lives. They were not stupid, so this time they also learned to be smart and hid behind. For a while, no one was willing to move forward and take the lead. A group of people shouted slogans for a long time, but they did not leave Sun Peng's house. Seeing this, Sun Peng stood up and said, "We still have to go to the 14th floor. If we can't find food, we'll all starve to death. But everyone has worked hard today, and many people have been injured. Let's go home and rest first and recharge our batteries. I'll work out a systematic plan so that no one will suffer. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the 14th floor to divide the food." Everyone agreed and went back to their homes. Some were bandaging, some were sharpening their knives, and some were practicing boxing. All of them were sharpening their weapons before the battle, trying their best to get more food from Annen. That night, Annen was lying on the sofa with his dog in his arms, watching a downloaded comedy movie and gnawing on duck necks. Fugue suddenly stood up and looked at the door vigilantly. Annen followed his gaze to the entrance. He lay on the door and listened carefully. There was indeed a rustling sound outside. Was there another blind person sneaking in and picking the lock? Hearing that there were not many people, Annen took out the triangular bayonet from the space, opened the door of her house quietly, and came outside. She couldn't hear the situation outside the corridor through the door of the stairwell. She quickly opened the door and stabbed with a knife. She stabbed nothing. There was no one outside, only a note posted on the wall next to it. Everyone will come to the door tomorrow morning to grab food. She tore the note off and took it back to the house. Sitting back on the sofa, Fugue wagged his tail and sniffed around her. Annan touched its head and opened the note to examine it carefully.
Ah.
The handwriting is sloppy, the lines are flying, and it looks like chicken claws. Are there such ugly words in the world? She looked at the note and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After thinking about it, her eyes lit up. This is the person who sent her a message in the previous life. For years have passed, and Annan almost forgot. At that time, she also received a note like this, with the same special font, but the content was different. At that time, the note read, "Beware of the two brothers and sisters." At that time, Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger had just moved into her house. She saw the note that was stuffed into her bag at some point, and she did have some guarded feelings. But after careful observation, she didn't find anything unusual. They didn't do anything to hurt her. Instead, every time they found supplies, Bai Wenbin would take less and share the extra with the two girls. In the end times, he has always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, and Qian Inger has always been kind to her sisters. So she quickly trusted them completely, thinking that the note was stuffed in by someone as a prank. Now it seems that someone accidentally heard the brother and sister's calculations and kindly reminded her. I just don't know who this person is, and in this life, he actually came to remind her again. Note man, you are a nice person. With the previous experience, she took it seriously this time. Will everyone come to rob food tomorrow morning? Seeing what happened to Zhao Ping'an and his mother upstairs today, she had guessed that this group of people would sooner or later turn their target to her, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. It seems that these neighbors are really hungry. She counted her weapons and was not afraid. This day will come sooner or later. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Living a carefree life in the apocalypse will inevitably attract the covetousness of others. But she is different in this life from the last. This time she was well prepared. Not only did she stock up her weapons early, but she even got a submachine gun. Since the apocalypse came, she has never slacked off and has been working hard to improve her strength. Not only has she repeatedly practiced the Sonda skills of her previous life, but she has also learned many other fighting skills from video tutorials. With the strengths of each family and the rich combat experience of her previous life, it is not a problem for her to knock down a few desperate people with her bare hands. To deal with these neighbors who are starving to the point of being skinny, she doesn't even need a gun. Annan locked all 4 doors and set the alarm in advance to avoid being caught off guard tomorrow. Then she continued to watch the movie with Fugue in her arms. Before going to bed, she also applied a mask and did a full set of skincare before falling asleep beautifully. The next morning, everyone in the building gathered in 1302 early. Neighbors, I worked out a plan last night for your reference. Sun Pum cleared his throat seriously. I know that after what happened yesterday, no one wants to rush to the front again. But if everyone stops, everyone can only wait to starve to death. What we need most now is unity. Being able to become neighbors means that we are destined to be together, and we must trust each other. The food reserves in 1402 must be very rich. I suggest that we divide the food according to the degree of contribution. As he said, he took out a form. Supplies can be divided according to the priority above. Men are given priority. Those who take the lead can get twice as much food, those who have outstanding contributions can get twice as much, and if they are injured, there will be additional subsidies. What do you think? There must be brave men under heavy rewards. Everyone heard this and agreed. Captain Sun's plan is very reasonable. I am willing to lead the charge. I will lead the charge too. We have so many men, and we are still afraid of a girl in her early 20s. Charge into 1402. Down with the selfish female devil. Looking at the high-spirited crowd, Sun Peng's eyes gleamed, and he was very satisfied. He specially formulated this profit-sharing plan last night, with the purpose of letting these idiots rush to the front. he would not take the lead. 1402 That woman is extremely cruel, and rushing to the front will definitely suffer. However, no matter how strong she is, two fists cannot beat four hands. When she and those idiots are both defeated, he can get the food without any effort. He looked at the excited neighbors and sneered in his heart. It would be best if the crazy woman could kill a few more people who distribute the food. Double the supplies? They have to be alive to get them. When the men are dead or injured, all the supplies will be his. What can the old, weak, women and children left have to compete with him? Qian Inge stood in the crowd and saw the barely perceptible smile on Sun Peng's face. She cautiously grabbed by Wenbin and whispered, "Brother Wenbin, this uncle has bad intentions." The brother and sister had seen Annan's toughness. The knife wound on by Wenbin's arm had not yet fully recovered. He whispered in agreement, "Let's hide at the back and wait for the distribution of supplies." Qian Inge nodded. "Even a fly's leg is meat. At worst, we can go to the wounded's home and steal their food after the food is distributed." The brother and sister hit it off and fell far behind. A group of people quickly came out of 1302 and rushed to the 14th floor in a heroic and high-spirited manner. It seemed that in a few minutes there would be endless delicious food. Annan, who got up early, had already finished a hearty breakfast. Pan-fried ham, mutton-steamed buns, shrimp porridge, and a portion of egg and milk toast. The main feature is a combination of Chinese and Western, nutritious and healthy. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the strength to guard the city gate? After dinner, she changed into a training suit that was convenient for movement, warmed up, and waited for the blind neighbor to come. A group of people rushed to the 14th floor, pried open the stainless steel door of the stairwell with swift hands and feet, but found that there was an explosion-proof armored door inside. What kind of door is this? It looks quite high-end. Who cares if it's a high-end door? Pry it open. This group of people pretended to borrow food and made a few polite remarks on the 15th floor yesterday. Now that they have been hungry for another day, they don't want to pretend anymore and just force their way in regardless of the consequences. After working for a long time, they found that the lock could not be pried open at all. After all, not everyone has Lu Lauer's superb lock-picking skills. Everyone was furious. Don't pry, just smash it. Hammers and axes were used together, and they smashed the door with clanging sounds. After a while, people's hands were numb from the shock, but they found that there were only a few scratches on the door. No, this is a blast-proof door. It can't be opened. After working for a long time, they didn't even see anyone in the house. Seeing this, Qian Inger behind them reminded softly, "If the door can't be broken, what about the wall?" The eyes of the first few people lit up. "Big sister, you are smart." Just now, their thinking was fixed, and they only thought about entering through the door, and almost forgot that they could also destroy the wall. No matter how strong the door is, your wall can't be a copper wall, right? Everyone was instantly full of energy and raised hammers to knock on the wall. At this time, the door that had been smashed for a long time was suddenly pushed open from the inside. The figure of the girl finally appeared with straight and slender legs and a tight and perfect waistline, accompanied by a roar. Buzz, buzz. Before everyone could react, they were suddenly blinded by a blood mist. Annan walked out of the door with a huge electric saw in his hand. The two people in the front were instantly sawed into blood and flesh by her.
Ah!
The people who were splashed with blood foam shouted wildly, and the crowd instantly crowded back. The beautiful yet vicious girl in 1402 was holding a fast-moving chainsaw, with blood splattering all over her fair face. She looked like a god of death. One of the two people she sawed lost his head, and the other had half of his shoulder sawed off, and fell to the ground unconscious. "Chainsaw killer! Chainsaw killer!" Someone in the crowd shouted. The corridor was bright red, and the walls, the floor, and people's faces were covered with red liquid. There was even a small amount of splashed flesh. Everyone was trembling with fear at this horror movie-like scene. A woman in her 50s was so frightened that she wet her pants. Her daughter next to her supported her and asked in a trembling voice, "How could you kill someone?" Someone in the crowd echoed, "Yes, how could you kill someone as soon as you opened the door without even saying hello?" Annan laughed angrily. You came up and smashed my door. Did you say hello to me? An old man in a vest poked his head carefully from behind and said, Little girl, we are just here to borrow some food. Don't get excited.
Borrow?
Annan sneered. You didn't look like you were here to borrow something when you smashed my door. Seeing that she was still willing to talk back, the old man quickly comforted her. It was those young men who were impulsive. I apologize to you on their behalf. We are really so hungry that we want to borrow some food from you. Annan was unmoved. Why should I lend it to you? The old man smiled awkwardly. We are all good neighbors. Of course, we should help each other and tide over difficulties together. I'm sorry, I don't have that kind heart.
You can go now.
She had a lot of supplies in her space, but why should she share them? She could help them temporarily, but could she feed them for a lifetime? They were grateful for a little and resented a big. They were a group of jackals that could never be fed. She would be crazy to take out the supplies. At this time, Qian Inger, who had been hiding behind and keeping silent, suddenly attacked. Nan, why are you so cold-blooded? I really misjudged you before. And Nan glanced at her coldly. Don't blackmail me morally. I have no morals. Then he curled his lips. You want to borrow food? Why are you standing so far away? Come over and talk. Qian Inger didn't dare to go over. She saw that this woman didn't want to take out the supplies at all. If she went over now, she would end up like the two people on the ground. She hid behind her cousin and tugged at his sleeve. Bai Wenbin immediately said, Don't believe her. She just wants to trick us and kill us one by one. After arguing with them for a while, Annan had lost his patience. Stop talking nonsense. I definitely don't have any food. You either leave now or leave your life behind. Everyone looked at each other, and no one left. Are they waiting to starve to death if they leave? But they didn't dare to get close to Annan, and for a moment, the scene was frozen. Annan looked down at the loose chainsaw in her hand, frowned and muttered, This chainsaw seems to be less powerful than the chainsaw. As she said that, she put the chainsaw behind her and took out another chainsaw. She wanted to save fuel, but the chainsaw was too stuck just now. Fortunately, she had been dealing with chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep these days, and was able to judge the direction of bones and muscle skillfully. Otherwise, it would be easy for the chain to be stuck by bones. She raised the chainsaw. How about trying this one? After that, she pulled the drawstring. The machine started, and a deafening roar came. Annan had a blank expression on his face. Who will go first? Everyone retreated together. It was okay to talk big, but when a real fight broke out, no one wanted to rush to the front. Sun Peng, who had been hiding at the back and watching the excitement for a long time, pinched his throat and said, Don't be afraid of her. No matter how powerful that chainsaw is, can it cut down all of us at once? As he said this, he pushed forward with his hands. People were already crowded together, one next to the other. With his push, many people suddenly lost their balance and fell forward. At this time, a man standing in the second row was inspired by him, and suddenly his face became fierce, and he pushed the person in front of him towards Annan's chainsaw. A heart-wrenching scream came. The man pushed another person in one go. Then, while there were two people in front of him blocking the saw blade, he raised the axe and chopped at Annan with force. Annan raised her eyebrows. Big Brother is very cruel. But she was prepared. With her other hand, she quickly pulled out the nail gun on her waist and nailed it on his wrist.
Ah!
The man's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands lost strength in pain, and the axe fell to the ground instantly. Annan raised his hand without hesitation and fired 2 more shots, both of which hit the vital parts of the head. The man stared and fell down unwillingly. At this time, 5 people had fallen on the platform on the 14th floor, and 4 of them were not even intact. No one in the back dared to rush forward, and the people in the front even turned around and squeezed back desperately, trying to escape. Annan didn't care about that, holding up the nail gun, and began to shoot indiscriminately. TSK, where there are many people, there are many disputes. Today I will reluctantly help you reduce the number of people. Do you think she can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists? Sorry, she also has a group weapon like a nail gun. With a burst of gunshots, the crowd was in chaos. The first few were killed directly, And even Sun Peng, Qian Inger, and others who were hiding at the end were injured. The double damage to their bodies and minds made them completely lose their fighting power, and they ran home frantically. Annan looked at the empty corridor in the blink of an eye and sneered. A bunch of cowards who bully others by taking advantage of their power. They're vulnerable. She kicked the dead men downstairs and stopped chasing them. She didn't have the patience to pry open the doors of every house. They were starving and didn't feel tired, but Annan had everything. If you have the ability, you'd better hide from her for the rest of your life. If anyone dares to show off in front of her again, she will send them to.
By Wenbin, Qian Yinger, Sun Peng.
Let these jumping clowns enjoy this bone-eroding apocalypse to their heart's content. Sun Peng's home was downstairs in Annan, so he fled back home first. Wang Xiuyu, who was leaning on the sofa, saw that his arm was bleeding and hurried over to greet him and asked in surprise, "What's the situation? How did you get hurt? Where are the supplies?" As a lover, she never helped to make money. She just had to wait at home for Sun Peng a long-term meal ticket to bring back the supplies, and she could eat the ready-made ones directly. As usual, she did not participate in this operation. What's going on? How can you get hurt when so many people are fighting over a woman? Didn't I tell you to hide behind me? Sun Peng frowned and raised his arm. Hurry up and find something to help me pull out the nail. Wang Xiyu looked at the bloody wound and was a little afraid to start, but she still gritted her teeth and helped him pull out the nail with pliers and then sprinkled alcohol on it to disinfect it. Sun Peng was in so much pain that tears came out. He used up the few remaining medicines at home, and after a long time, he gritted his teeth and told Wang Xiuyu what happened today. Wang Xiuyu listened with disbelief. There are actually such fierce women. She rolled her eyes and pulled the man's clothes and acted coquettishly. What should I do now? There is no food at home. Sun Peng impatiently pushed her away without saying a word. His face was very ugly. 3 people were killed on the top floor yesterday, and 8 more were killed by Annan on the 14th floor today. Now there are less than 10 people left in the entire unit that can be used by him, and they're all injured. Not only did they find nothing, but with so many wounded, even going out to search for supplies became a problem. No, I have to find another way to make a living. He rubbed his brows and sighed. At this time, the other residents were also gloomy, especially the brother and sister in 801. Why is this Annan so hard to kill? Qian Inger, who had locked the door, lost her fear and was replaced by a face full of resentment.
Why?
It's okay that Annan had a good family background and was beautiful before, but now that everyone can eat, she is the only one who lives so comfortably. So many people couldn't hurt her. Why on earth? Qian Inger felt a surge of anger in her chest, which was difficult to vent. Kill her. I must kill her. Bai Wenbin looked at Qian Inger, who had a head of dry grass hair and a gradually crazy look, and frowned. Now is not the time to talk about this. We have to find a way to get food first. Qian Inger asked him, "What do you want to do?" Bai Wenbin lowered his eyes. "Cousin, people must live first. Then there will be a future." 15th floor. Zhao Ping'an and Hu Tsuelan, mother and son, looked at each other. Because they were attacked by neighbors yesterday, the two became extra cautious. When everyone ran upstairs and smashed the door this morning, they immediately woke up from their sleep. They thought their family was harassed again, but when they opened the door, they saw that everyone was gathered on the 14th floor downstairs. Annan's killing spree really scared the mother and son. The manic aunt admitted defeat. My goodness, this little girl is so fierce. Zhao Ping'an's eyes lit up. This little sister is too powerful. Hu Tsuelan looked at her son. Aren't you afraid? There are broken limbs and arms flying everywhere downstairs. What are you afraid of? Zhao Ping'an looked admiring. You forgot that my idol is the killing god Bai Qi. From today on, I am also a fan of this little sister. She actually fought nearly 20 people with her weak body and was unscathed. Mom, only the strong can continue to survive in this world today. Hu Tsuelan sighed. Alas, this world is really messed up. 14th floor. After returning home, Anon cleaned up his weapons and then changed his bloody clothes. After taking 2 serious baths, he still felt that the bloody smell on his body was very strong. Fuguwe, who had finished his menstrual period, ran to his master in full vigor. "My sister, Nan, is invincible and always wins the battle." Anon couldn't help laughing when she saw its dog-legged appearance. Flattering is useless. "I, your master, am tired today and don't have time to make you delicious food." After that, she poured a bowl of dog food for it. "Eat it, kid." Fuguwe has been eating all kinds of food with her these days, and his appetite has become picky. It sniffed for a long time but didn't eat a single bite. Anon had to add a bone to it, and the greedy dog started to eat. She took out a homemade fast food from the space: spicy shredded pork, soy sauce eggplant strips, stir-fried kohlrabi, and 2 tails of rice. It was steaming hot and made people salivate. She was in a good mood, picked up the chopsticks, and was about to start eating when there was a knock on the door from outside. Anon frowned. Will this group of people ever stop? If not, just drop all the knives. She walked to the door with a 3-edged bayonet in her hand, but heard a gentle male voice from outside. "Miss Sin, excuse me, I am Zhao Ping'an, who lives upstairs from you." Zhao Ping'an? The doomsday fan who transformed the 15th floor into a bunker? She calmed down a little, opened the armored doors one by one, and looked out. The man had a white and clean face and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. "What's the matter?" Zhao Ping'an looked at the slender girl in front of him, and he really couldn't connect her with a female killer before. How did this arm, as delicate as a lotus root, swing a large chainsaw so vigorously? He coughed. "It's like this, we met in the elevator before. You should have seen that I bought a lot of vegetable seeds." In fact, he was just trying to show his goodwill to his idol. Not to mention the end of the world where military strength is very important. Even before the natural disaster, he admired the strong very much. Seeing the girl opposite looking at him seriously, waiting for the next words, he suddenly became a little nervous. "I mean, my mother grows a lot of fresh vegetables, and I can give you some." As he said, he opened the bag. In his hand there were 2 large bundles of garlic sprouts and lettuce. Anon raised her eyebrows. What does this mean? In the face of natural disasters, there are still neighbors who take the initiative to share food? She refused directly. "Thank you for your kindness, I don't really need it." She never believed in pie in the sky. Zhao Ping'an was stunned for a moment. He knew that she must have a lot of supplies, but eating only dry food would always make her sick. There was no reason for her to refuse these fresh vegetables. Did she also grow vegetables at home? Anon looked at him. Anything else? Zhao Ping'an's brain was working fast. No, I can't just give up the opportunity to show my goodwill to my idol. He looked at the stainless steel door in front of him, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Do you need me to help you turn on the power to the door? Anon was stunned. What on earth did he want to do? Delivering food and changing doors. Could it be that he is attracted to her? Anon was horrified. Buddy, please don't be in love in the apocalypse. You're not my type. Zhao Ping'an looked at her expression and knew that she must have misunderstood something. He couldn't help but be anxious. Idol, I have no ill intentions. I just want to make friends with you.
The world is not good now.
The more friends we have, the more paths we can take.
Idol?
Anon couldn't help but laugh when he heard her call him that. It turned out that this apocalypse fan was attracted to his fighting ability and came to make friends with him. Seeing that Anon's expression had relaxed, Zhao Ping'an said, I am very useful. I can do research and development, design mechanisms, and I was once a scientific and technological talent that several companies were vying for. Anon looked at him desperately advertising himself and couldn't help laughing. This Zhao Ping'an is really a talent. She thought about it and thought that the switch in his house was really good, so she asked, what kind of reward do you need to help me modify the switch? Zhao Ping'an waved his hand and said, no reward. I'm free anyway. I'll help you for free. Anon didn't have the habit of taking advantage of others. I'll use food as a reward. Do you want rice or snacks? Zhao Ping'an, really, it's not necessary. It doesn't take much effort for me to make this thing. Anon frowned. If you don't need it, forget it. I only accept equal exchange. It seems that the idol is very defensive. Zhao Pingon hurriedly said. Then snacks. Anna nodded, thinking that this Doomsday Fan's family is not short of food. After the two reached an agreement, Zhao Pingon went upstairs excitedly to get the tools, and Annan turned around and went home to continue eating. If you don't eat, the food will get cold. Just after eating a few bites, you can hear the jingling of work outside the door. Annan didn't go out and let Zhao Pingon busy there. She knew nothing about this kind of mechanism and couldn't help at all, so she just continued to eat. After dinner, she found a batch of snacks from the space. Pickled pepper chicken feet, beef jerky, plums, cola, various spicy strips. She took 2 bags of each. Thinking that there was an ant at his house, she took out 2 bags of melon seeds, 1 bag of original flavor, and 1 bag of spice flavor. When she went out with a bag of snacks, she found that Zhao Pingon had already electrified the 2 doors of the corridor. He smiled brightly. I have a lot of materials, and by the way, I have modified your armored door. You just need to turn this place, and a shooting hole will appear. While explaining, he also demonstrated. Annan looked down at the things in his hand.
Ah.
It seems that I took too little. She looked outside, and even the bloodstains on the floor of the corridor had been wiped clean by Zhao Pingon. This is too sincere. There are not enough things.
Give me more.
Wait a moment. She hurried home and found a lot of snacks, filling 2 large bags with them before handing them to Zhao Pingon. Zhao Pingon took the 2 large bags of snacks and was a little flattered. This is not the time before the natural disaster. At that time, snacks were given to people casually and were not worth much. It's different now. Even that bag of beef jerky is enough for people outside to fight for it. The young lady is really nice. It's just to help her renovate the door, and it doesn't take much effort, but she actually gave him so many things. Zhao Pingon looked at her with a little more recognition. And Nan felt uncomfortable when he looked at him. What's the matter? Is it too little? Idol, do you want me to help you renovate the entrance door? Zhao Pingon looked at the entrance door of 1402. Idols are idols. Look how strong their awareness of prevention is. Not only is the corridor door equipped with 2 layers, but the entrance door of his own home has also been replaced with an armored door. A 3-layer door. How secure. And Nan looked at his energetic appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Since the natural disaster, everyone has been sad and pale. It has been a long time since I saw such a lively person. No, thank you. After the 2 doors in the stairwell were modified, they were enough. Annan would not let others enter her home easily. Except for the Liu brothers who had been killed, no one knew that her entrance door also had 2 layers. Although Zhao Pingon looked sincere, she would not trust anyone easily after living again. Zhao Pingon scratched her head. Then I will go back first. Thank you for the snacks. Anna nodded and watched him turn around and walk upstairs. As they walked, the man suddenly turned around and said seriously, Idol, remember to call me if you need help. Don't hit a smiling person. Anna nodded gently and watched the other party leave happily. She reached out and tried the modified door, and it really worked. In the future, if someone comes to harass her without long eyes, she will call him first. Then shoot directly. There is no need to go out, it's good. 15th floor. As soon as Zhao Pingon entered the house, his mother's loud voice came over. How are you? Little, didn't someone cut off your arms and legs, did you?
Mom.
My idol is a young lady, not a she-devil. Hu Tsuelon grinned. Wow. Whose young lady cuts people like cutting vegetables? Zhao Pingon handed the snacks in his hand to her. What are you having for lunch?
I'm hungry.
Bah, you're attentive outside, but you're the boss at home. You eat whatever I cook, and you ask whatever you want. Hu Tsuelon scolded while swiftly opening the bag of snacks.
Ah.
Her eyes lit up. Hu Tsuelon took out the melon seeds from the bag and finally smiled a little. Is this from the girl downstairs? As she spoke, she opened the package and stuffed it into her mouth. God knows how lonely her mouth has been during this period. Although there are a lot of dry food stored at home, so she is not afraid of being hungry. Eating compressed biscuits and rice every day will also make her sick. These snacks that change the taste really hit her heart. Son, pay attention. If the little girl needs any help, go and help her. Zhao Pingon frowned. Who scared me today? Will my legs be broken if I go down? Luoan Mountain, half-mountain villa area. A man in a suit hurriedly walked into the villa at the highest point. Go up the spiral staircase and come to the fitness area on the second floor. I saw a tall, muscular man sweating profusely on the treadmill. He walked over immediately. Mr. Gu, all the supplies have been transferred. Gu Jiu nodded. His neck was slender, and a few drops of sweat slid down his smooth cheeks and dripped on his collarbone. The man in the suit couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Mr. Gu's appearance was too aggressive, and no matter how long you looked at him, you couldn't get immune to it. He cleared his throat. Also, there is some progress in the theft case in the mall that you asked me to investigate before. Gu Jiu pressed the stop button after hearing this, and got off the treadmill while drinking water. Tell me about it. The man in the suit handed him a tablet and pulled out a video from it. This is a surveillance camera found in a building diagonally opposite the mall. Due to the angle, the face was not captured. But this is the only surveillance camera that can be pulled out. Some sweat seeped out of the man in the suit's forehead. This was the first time that he had failed to complete the investigation work assigned by his boss. It was really too difficult. The internal surveillance cameras of the mall and office building were all destroyed, and the nearby businesses were also flooded that night. Society quickly fell into disorder, and heavy rain and floods washed away all traces. Only a company on the 5th floor of the building opposite happened to have a camera that could take pictures of the outside of the mall, which gave him something to report. Gu Jiu took the tablet, sat on the sofa next to him, and clicked play with his slender fingers. There was a downpour in the video, and then a figure driving a speedboat appeared in the screen. Judging from her figure and hair, it was a woman. She was seen holding a window breaker and broke into the mall in a few moves. Unexpectedly, more than 2 hours later, she came out empty-handed and drove the speedboat away directly. The man in the suit stood by and wiped the sweat from his head. This video is really weird no matter how many times you watch it. Boss, I checked. The surveillance has not been edited. That night, it was indeed only this woman who entered the mall. The man in the suit himself felt that what he said was outrageous. How could this be reasonable? She was the only one who went in that night, and when she left, she was empty-handed, but everything in the mall disappeared. Could it be that she knew magic? Made everything in the mall disappear? The man in the suit was puzzled, but he could only find out so much. The camera angle was limited, and the clarity was low. Although it was taken for technical restoration, the woman's face could not be seen clearly.
It's a mess outside now.
It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find this woman. Gu Jiu, who was sitting on the sofa, looked much more normal. He slowly rewound the video, found a picture, and pressed the pause button. This was the clearest picture, but it only showed a very blurry side face. The woman had long hair casually gathered behind her head, a high nose bridge, a soft chin, and no fat. But her eyes were blocked by the broken hair on her forehead, so she couldn't see clearly. Gu Jiu lowered his eyes for a long time and whispered, "Let's leave it this way for now. If it was the submachine gun she took away, there will always be a day when it will be used. We'll follow up then." Okay, boss. What's the current situation of Taiyu Group? Their young General Yu scoffed at the doomsday theory and claimed that the flood would soon be over. He has been having a party at home these days, and his life has not been affected. The man in the suit said, sighing, "It's really a sin. So many people have starved to death outside, but that young master is still living a carefree life at home." He cleared his throat and continued, "But I went to Taiyu Building and saw that everything there had been moved. I guess the Yu family, while keeping calm on the surface, has also prepared to stockpile supplies in private."
Gu Jiu nodded. I see.
Prepare for the worst. Yes. The man in the suit bowed his head respectfully. Gu Jiu stood up, wiped his sweat with a towel, and walked to the bathroom. "Everything is arranged. You don't have to come. Take a long vacation first." The man in the suit was stunned. He knew what Mr. Gu meant. If this is really the end of the world, then he wouldn't have to go to work anymore. In the past, what he looked forward to most was a long vacation, so that he wouldn't have to run around under the command of his boss, and he could stay at home and sleep until noon every day. But this time, a sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. How could such a good world suddenly become like this? The man walked to the bathroom door and turned back to ask, "How is your family settled?" The man in the suit felt warm in his heart. "It's all settled. Thank you, Mr. Gu." The rainstorm came suddenly. If Mr. Gu hadn't arranged for him and his family to live in an unused villa in Luan Mountain, I'm afraid they would have to fight for bread in the city, like everyone else. Now they can't buy anything with money. Thanks to Mr. Gu, who exchanged all his salary for supplies for him, his family can have food. The man in the suit was full of gratitude and shouted to the bathroom, "Mr. Gu, I'm leaving first." No one responded, only the sound of water splashing. As he walked out, the man in the suit sighed. There are not many people in the world who can use water like this now, except his boss. Fong Lin Yijing. Annan turned on the TV while wrapped in a bath towel. I took another shower just now, and I feel that the blood smell on my body is finally not so strong. She opened a can of iced cola, then found a travel variety show and started watching it from the first season. She liked this variety show before, and watching it again after the natural disaster, she had a different mood. The picture showed an endless desert, and several beautiful female stars were sitting in a jeep, rushing through the sand and screaming excitedly. A fierce dive from the sand, where the wheels ran. The yellow sand flew, and the excitement of people also flew up. So happy. Annan couldn't help looking out the window, the gloomy sky, the cold, stagnant water, the people struggling to survive in the flood. She stared at the energetic female stars in the picture. I don't know how these originally glamorous and beautiful beauties survived the natural disaster. Annan stared at the screen for a while and suddenly thought that the hair fluttering in the wind in the picture was very beautiful. What color is this? Cold tea brown? She thought about it and used her consciousness to search in the space, and sure enough, she found the hair dye in the supermarket supplies she had collected before. I'm free anyway, so I might as well dye my hair. She squeezed the hair dye into a small bowl according to the instructions, and then gestured to her hair with a hair dye comb. What is teacher Tony's technique? Including the 4 years in her previous life, she hasn't done her hair for many years. She is in her early 20s. How can she not love beauty? Not long after the natural disaster in her previous life, she cut her hair with scissors herself. There is no way. It is difficult to take good care of long hair in the end times. There is no water and electricity, and there are no toiletries. Her hair is full of oil, sticking to her face, and often tangled. When she was just reborn, she thought about whether she should continue to cut her hair into a neat short hair. But after thinking about it, she gave up. She loves her long, smooth hair the most. In this life, she wants to maintain the best quality of life and never let herself down. Her hair can be long or short as she wants. She can cut it however she wants, and she can buy hair conditioners and hair-nourishing essential oils. She has the money. Upstairs, and Nan was excitedly trying to dye her hair, but downstairs, Qian Inger's screams came from room 801.
Ah!
Don't touch my hair. She covered her messy hair and backed away. Bai Wenbin frowned and yelled at her. Why are you being so pretentious? Look at you, with a head of dry grass. What do you look like? Qian Inger's eyes were filled with tears. My hair was designed by the chief barber of Huang Jihuan. Bai Wenbin held the scissors that were used to scrape fish scales at home and said to her unhappily, It's time, and you still want to do your hair. Hurry up and cut off this disgusting thing. He held Qian Inger. Do you want to disgust Brother Wang and run away, and then starve yourself to death? Qian Inger bit her lip and calmed down after hearing this. While Bai Wenbin was cutting her hair, he reminded her, When you see Brother Wang tomorrow, be sweet-mouthed, don't waste your energy, and bring back as much food as possible.
Got it.
Qian Inger looked in the mirror at her hair that she had carefully taken care of, which was cut off by her cousin without mercy, just like the face and dignity she had always maintained, scattered all over the floor. Tears filled her eyes. Brother Wang was a resident of Building 12 in their community. He is an outdoor sports enthusiast, and his family has all kinds of equipment, including kayaks. Therefore, at the beginning of the natural disaster, he went out to stockpile a lot of food. Later, he found more kayaks in the outdoor goods company in the office building and rented them to the neighbors in the same building at a high price in exchange for more food. Gradually, their building 12 became the richest in the entire community. Because there are many young and middle-aged people in the whole building, and they are very united, no one dared to rob them. Bai Wenbin and Qian Ying met them when they went out to look for supplies. The two groups targeted the same office building. Qian Ying relied on her beauty and wanted to fight for some supplies by acting coquettishly. The result was naturally a failure. In this special period, only a fool would give up the supplies. But before parting, Brother Wang looked at her meaningfully. If there is really not enough food, you can come to my house to help with housework, and I will pay you. As he said, he also winked at her. Everyone was an adult, and Qianinger had dated several boyfriends. She was not an innocent little girl, so she naturally understood his look. She had thought that as long as she followed Sun Prung to rob Zhao Ping'an and Nan, she would be able to solve the dilemma of being hungry and not have to suffer such grievances. Unexpectedly, so many people rushed upstairs to fight, but they still returned empty-handed. Thinking of Nan, Qian Ying was full of resentment again. Hate. She really hated it. How could that little witch live so well? It's fine if she lives well, but there are so many delicious foods at home, but she is unwilling to accept her and her cousin to stay overnight. What a selfish and self-centered witch. Ah! Thinking of this, Qian Ying couldn't help screaming again. Bai Wenbin frowned and slapped her neck hard. What are you crazy about again? Don't do bad things tomorrow, and pretend to be a lady. Woo-woo-woo. Qian Ying nodded while crying. 1402. Nan dyed her hair, washed it and blew it dry. Looking at the long flowing cold tea-brown hair in the mirror, she nodded with satisfaction. And Fugui, come and see if your sister is beautiful? Fugui heard his master calling him and ran over with a wrinkled dog face, rubbed her a few times perfunctorily, and went back to lie on the sofa. Big lazy egg. Annan was dissatisfied with its perfunctory attitude, rushed to the sofa, picked up the dog, and ate wildly. Looking at the dog whose fur was blown up by her, she smiled and turned on the TV to continue watching variety shows. The days passed peacefully. Since she drove away the group of provocative neighbors, no one came to disturb her anymore. Annan began to maintain her health and adjust her daily routine. She got up at 7 o'clock in the morning, drank a large glass of warm water to wake up her body, and then practiced a set of Ba Duan Jin on an empty stomach. She went into the kitchen at 7:30 and made herself a nutritious breakfast. The morning time was used for practicing. While strengthening every part of the body, she continued to practice body movements and fighting skills. She also made a target plate to practice shooting. Eat some high-protein food for lunch to replenish energy, then stand and watch an episode of TV series and go back to the room for a nap after digesting it. The afternoon is leisure time. When I want to make progress, I watch video tutorials and learn various professional knowledge. When I don't want to make progress, I read downloaded novels to kill time. The only thing that is a bit unpleasant is that there is no one to communicate. In the past, I could write paragraphs and reviews when reading novels and have fun with book friends. When I am in a good mood, I will also watch advertisements and give free gifts to the author. Now I am completely alone. Fortunately, there is a puppy at home to accompany her so that she can speak and not lose her language function. In the evening, I hold the dog to watch TV series or watch movies and variety shows. When my eyes are tired, I study and make various novel delicacies and put them in the space to eat slowly. Go to bed on time at 10:30 every day to allow the liver to be fully nourished and rested. Annan is very satisfied with her current life. She doesn't have to go to work or involution. She has enough food, is in a good mood, and her skin condition is getting better and better. Even her menstrual period has become very regular. Unlike in the previous life, due to long-term malnutrition, I didn't see my period before I was 30 years old. Soon, half a month passed. On this day, Annan got up early as usual and practiced Ba Duan Jin at home. Just when he practiced the fifth form, he suddenly heard a hurried knock on the door. Annan walked to the corridor of her house and opened the shooting hole of the corridor door. Zhao Ping'an helped her improve the shooting hole. There was a door mirror inside that could be moved. When the lens was aimed at the hole, it became a cat's eye. When the lens was moved away, it became a shooting hole. Annan looked out through the cat's eye and saw an unexpected figure. It was his wife with a crew cut, Chu Pei. She had a frown on her face, her features were twisted together, and her forehead was soaked with sweat. One hand was on the door frame, and the other hand was on her stomach, looking unstable. Was she injured? Missin, are you there? Annan didn't want to pay attention, but suddenly thought of something. She thought for a moment, opened the door, still holding the triangular bayonet in her hand, and remained alert. What's wrong with you? Chu Pei saw the door open. Her face lit up, and hurriedly said, Missin, excuse me. I am Chu Pei, who lives downstairs from you in 1301. Do you have any antibiotics and motherwort at home? If you do, can you lend me some? Annan looked at her belly. If I remembered correctly, she was a pregnant woman. She had used motherwort on fugue, which is a medicine for promoting blood circulation and regulating. Pregnant women should not take it.
Annan flov ned.
Did she have a miscarriage? She recalled carefully. In her previous life, she had no intersection with Chu Pei and her husband. She only vaguely remembered that short-haired fell into the water while searching for supplies and died. Not long after, Chu Pei was found dead at home. She looked at Chu Pei, who was fainting with her hands on her belly. She probably died of weakness due to lack of medical care and medicine after the miscarriage, and no food to supplement nutrition. Seeing Annan didn't say anything, Chu Pei looked a little embarrassed. I know it's a bit abrupt to ask for medicine rashly, but I really have no choice but to ask you for help. After her husband died, she had a harder time. She was tired of looking for food every day. She was overworked and malnourished, and her fetus was unstable. 2 days ago, several masked men broke into her house to rob. During the dispute, they kicked her to the ground, and she had a bleeding. The child was not saved, and her husband was gone. Chu Pei lost the will to live and lay on the floor waiting to die. Suddenly, Sun Peng's face appeared in her mind. He killed her husband, leaving her helpless, and the originally very healthy fetus was gone. But he is still alive and well. She is a doctor, her husband is a programmer, and the family's life was originally peaceful and stable, but now it has ended up with a broken family. And Sun Peng, the murderer, is still alive and well with a hypocritical face. Chu Pei suddenly burst out with a strong desire to survive. I have to live. I can't just let it go. She tried her best to induce labor, but without antibiotics and drugs to drain residual blood, she couldn't hold on for long. In the whole building, or even the whole community, there were no people with medicines at home. She could only think of Annan and Zhao Ping'an on the top floor. Zhao Ping'an probably didn't have motherwort, so she went directly to Annan to try her luck. Annan looked at her with no expression. Why should I lend you the medicine? Chu Pei lowered her eyes. Yes, why should they help me? She didn't use moral kidnapping, nor did she pester and beg, but just apologized. I'm sorry, I was really abrupt. There was no need to ask for help. If the other party didn't help, she had no choice. When she came, she didn't have much hope. Not to mention Annan, he almost didn't have a good face for everyone who came to his door. Even if he was friendly, why should she ask him to take out the medicine? In the face of natural disasters, all supplies have become extremely precious, especially life-saving medicines. If this is really the end of the world, whoever has medicine will keep it for himself. She said sorry angrily and wanted to leave. Everyone has their own destiny. Maybe her life is destined to end here. It doesn't matter. I have tried my best. But Annan suddenly called her. Wait. Chu Pei was stunned for a moment and turned around. Annan used his clothes pocket as a cover and took out a note from the space. Is this what you posted on my door? The note was folded in half, and the content inside could not be seen. Chu Pei, I did post a note on your door before. Annan stared into her eyes. What's inside? Remind you that someone is coming to your house to steal food. Chu Pei did not participate in the food robbery. Since her husband died, she left the team in the building and went out to find food by herself. That day, when she came out of her house, she saw the door of 1302 opposite was wide open, and the neighbors were gathered together. Then she heard the 8th floor suggesting that everyone go to the house of the girl living alone upstairs to grab food. Perhaps because she was also a woman struggling to survive alone, she immediately felt a sense of sympathy, so she wrote a note to inform others that night when no one was paying attention. Annan had an expression that said, "As expected." In fact, Annan had some guesses in his heart that it was her. Otherwise, he would not have opened the door for her today. Almost all the neighbors came to besiege her that day, but Chu Pei's face that she saw in the door mirror just now had not appeared that day. So she wondered if she was the note man. The note man who had reminded her in her previous life. That note was the only kindness she received in her previous life. With the connection between these two lives, Annan's expression eased a little. "Thank you for your reminder at that time. What medicine do you need?" Chu Pei was stunned. She didn't expect that a kind reminder more than half a month ago would actually give her a glimmer of hope. "I need antibiotics, cephalosporin, azithromycin, etc. Then there is motherwort. If there is no motherwort, other drugs that can promote the discharge of residual blood will also work." Annan asked in confusion. "Do you know how to use medicine?" "I am a doctor. Although I am not an obstetrician and gynecologist, I still know some basic medications."
Doctor?
Annan suddenly thought of the sloppy handwriting on the note. It really looks a bit like the doctor's handwritten prescription when he was a child, with a bunch of messy lines. "Annan, wait here." Then he closed the door and looked for medicine in the space. 3 boxes of cefixime dispersible tablets and 2 boxes of motherwort granules. After thinking about it, he took out a box of red date donkey hide gelatin for body tonic and a bucket of 5 liters of drinking water. Be a good person to the end. You can't let her drink medicine with floodwater. Open the door and hand the things to her. Chu Pei showed an expression of disbelief on her face. It was beyond her expectation that the other party could borrow medicine, and she didn't expect to give her extra supplements and drinking water. For Annan, who had a mountain of supplies, these things were just a small thing. But in this special period when medicine was hard to come by, medicine was as valuable as gold. Chu Pei's eyes were a little moist. "Thank you." She raised her head and looked at Annan seriously. "If I am lucky enough to survive, I will definitely repay you well." Annan didn't pay much attention to her words and waved his hand. "Go back and take the medicine." Chu Pei nodded gratefully, picked up her things, and left with weak steps. Annan looked at her back and couldn't help thinking, if in the last life, she really believed the note and was more cautious with the 2 siblings, would the result be different? After thinking about it, she shook her head, closed the door, and went home. The last life was over, and she just had to grasp the happy life in this life. Now, everything is different. I hope that this time, Chu Pei will have a different ending with the medicine she gave her, and live well. Annan returned home, practiced Ba Duan Jin again, and then went into the kitchen to cook a bowl of hot wonton soup for herself. The wonton skin is thin, and the filling is large. The soup is delicious, and seaweed and dried shrimp are sprinkled on it. Add some chili oil and vinegar, it's so fragrant. After breakfast, she flashed into the space with Fugue. When she was getting medicine for Chu Pei just now, she suddenly thought that maybe the lawn in the manor could be used for other purposes. As soon as Fugue entered the space, he ran to the spring and drank water in big gulps. Annan took out a shovel and marked out a planting area on the left side of the lawn. Before, almost all the medicines bought in the pharmacy were Western medicines, with only a few Chinese patent medicines. Later, she got some Chinese herbal medicines from the pharmaceutical factory, but the quantity was not large. These days, she has been studying health preservation. The more she understands, the more she trusts the profound Chinese medicine culture. Annan thought that if she could open up a herbal medicine field in the manor and successfully plant Chinese herbal medicines, she would be able to achieve Chinese medicine freedom in the future. Many medicinal materials can not only cure diseases, but also maintain health and regulate the body. The extra ones can be sold to others. In the future, as natural disasters come one after another, medicines will become more and more precious. The various medicines in her hands are almost non-renewable, but if they are planted successfully, she can produce Chinese medicine continuously. The more she thinks about it, the more feasible it seems. Annan finished marking the planting area with full enthusiasm and then began to turn the soil. She had never done farm work before, so she was a little clumsy and laborious at first. But fortunately, she was very smart and had a good understanding of everything, so she gradually got better. At the beginning of planting, she only marked out 300 square meters of experimental fields. If it goes well, she can mark out more areas later. Annan was very motivated, but before she had finished turning over all the land, she and the dog were kicked out of the space. How can an hour always pass so quickly? You can't get fat in one bite. Annan calmed down and took her time. Anyway, even if she couldn't get in, she could use her consciousness to control the tools and continue working in the manor. She turned around and looked at Fugue, who was kicked out, and found that it had drunk a lot of water again. Annan picked it up. "You stupid dog. Why do you drink so much water as soon as you enter the space?" Fugue looked dizzy again. With the experience of last time, Annan was not in a hurry and put it in the doghouse next to it to let it relax. "I found a tablet, searched for tutorials, and thought about which medicinal herbs to plant first to test the waters. After much selection, I finally decided to plant Isatis root. First, among the seeds I found in the building before, there happened to be seeds of Isatis root. Second, in the extremely hot period after the flood receded in the previous life, several small plagues broke out, and this Isatis root happened to be able to treat the symptoms. Isatis root tastes bitter and cold in nature, and has the effects of clearing away heat and detoxifying, cooling blood, and relieving sore throat. It has a good therapeutic effect on plague toxins, fever, and sore throat. In the previous life, 2 bags of rice could only be exchanged for half a box of Isatis root granules. Annan suffered a lot because there was no medicine at home. He had a fever for a whole week, was in pain all over, had diarrhea and vomited, and was almost tortured to death. Fortunately, he was young and had a good physical foundation, so he managed to survive. However, many people with average physical fitness were not so lucky. Many people survived the flood and extreme heat with great difficulty, but eventually died of plague. The planting period of Isatis root is about 6 months, and it should be mature at that time. Let's do it. In the next few days, Annan was busy entering the space every day to plant, and Fugue followed him in to drink water every time. Yes, it was to drink water. Annan looked helpless. I don't know what's so good about the spring water that attracted Fugue to drink it like an alcoholic. She smelled it carefully and didn't think it was anything special, just the smell of ordinary raw water. If she hadn't done a water quality test, she would definitely not drink it. But she couldn't stop the dog. Every time this guy went in, he went straight to drink enough water. If you don't take it in, it will stretch its neck and howl outside. When Annan came out, she saw that it had shouted hoarse, and her heart softened. So she had to continue to take it with her. Annan saw that it had never had any problems drinking, so she didn't care about it anymore. She had seen it on the internet before, saying that dogs are born to know how to seek benefits and avoid harm when they put things in their mouths. If they have skin diseases or poisoning, they know to find herbs to eat. Maybe there are some minerals in the water that attract it? There shouldn't be any harmful substances produced in the space. If you can't control a child, just don't control it, and let it drink happily every day. She herself concentrates on studying herbal medicine planting, learning, and exploring in practice. Unlike Annan, who stays at home and works hard, the atmosphere in the community is becoming more and more tense. Smashing and looting have become the norm. What's different from before is that now there are more cries from women. The extremely hungry people gradually began to realize that women are in an absolutely disadvantaged position. Since ancient times, women have not been as strong as men and have a natural disadvantage in strength. In recent years, with the continuous development of society, it is rarely necessary to use simple and crude force to obtain resources. Therefore, women with more delicate minds gradually occupy more positions in society. However, natural disasters have come, society is in disorder, and people gradually return to the primitive way of getting along with each other. The powerful grab more food and resources, while the weak can only starve and suffer from bullying. Every night Annan can hear the screams and cries of women outside. She ignored it, put on her earplugs, turned over, and continued to sleep. Having experienced the apocalypse for 4 years, she understood better than anyone what was happening outside. But she was not a female hero who fought against violence and protected the good, nor was she a savior with all-powerful hands and eyes. Saving people? It would only put herself in danger. Crimes happened in every corner of this world, and she, Anan, was just one of those struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Not all men have absolute power, and not all women are willing to be oppressed. Survival of the fittest. A week passed like this. One day, Anan had just come out of the space and was lying on the bed to rest when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. She came to the corridor and looked out through the cat's eye of the corridor door and found that it was by Wenbin and Qianinger.
Annan från ned.
These two siblings are really haunting. Bai Wenbin was skinny, with sunken cheeks, and stood there like a skeleton. Qianinger had a little more flesh than him, but she was also skinny, with short hair sticking to her scalp. She looked a bit like a man at first glance. She looked a bit like in her previous life. It was just less than a month since she drove them away last time. What gave them the courage to run to her again? This time, Anan was not going to show mercy. She opened the shooting hole directly and raised the nail gun to shoot. The two people outside the door saw that the door suddenly revealed a shooting hole like Xiao Pingan's house. They remembered the scene of being shot to pieces by arrows on the top floor before, so they quickly hid in the shooting blind spots on both sides of the door. What's going on? Why is there a mechanism on the door of Anan's house? Bai Wenbin frowned. He knew that Anan knew nothing about this, and it must be Zhao Pingan who helped her. But why did Zhao Pingan help her? Bai Wenbin raised his head suddenly. Could Anan be with that Zhao Pingan? He recalled carefully. He seemed to have seen the guy on the top floor in the community before the natural disaster. He was fair-skinned and indeed handsome. But how could he compare with himself? In terms of education, appearance, and figure, he is definitely not as good as himself. That can only be the economic conditions. Bai Wenbin suddenly felt sour in his heart. This Anan is such a gold digger. Her family is so rich, but she flatters the powerful and tramples on the weak. She is not polite to herself, and she got together with a rich man so quickly when she met him. Anan didn't know about his dirty thoughts, but felt that the mechanism designed by Xiao Pingan still had loopholes. The blind spot for shooting is too large. The two people hid next to the door and couldn't hit them at all. It seems that I should learn from him when I have time and make another mechanism to sprinkle concentrated sulfuric acid. Anan closed the shooting hole, took out the triangular bayonet, and decided to go out and kill them directly. At this time, Qianinger, who was hiding outside the door, shouted, Anan, don't get me wrong. We are not here to borrow food this time, but we have something very important to tell you. Bai Wenbin also reacted and said, Yes, Nan, open the door. We have seen your father. Dad? And Xingye's gloomy face appeared in Anan's mind. He is no longer a father. Thinking of him betraying his mother, angering his grandmother to death, robbing the family business, driving her out of the house and not saving her, leaving her to starve to death and fend for herself. Anan's heart was filled with anger again. In the last life, she had been killed by bone removal and flesh cutting, and the grace of giving birth to her was gone. In this life, Anan would no longer regard him as a father. But how could the brother and sister meet in Xingye? Isn't he living in a villa halfway up the mountain, living a life of drunkenness and dreams? How could he run to the city? These two people are probably talking nonsense, trying to use the news of her family to trick her out. Anan was alert and clenched the bayonet in her hand. She unlocked the door gently, then pushed it open, pointed it at Bai Wenbin, and stabbed him fiercely. Be careful! Qianinger on the other side shouted, holding a can of unknown spray in her hand, and rushed to spray Anan. Anan felt that the bayonet in her hand had pierced into Bai Wenbin's flesh, but in an instant, she was blinded by the large amount of spray. She subconsciously closed her eyes, and because she couldn't see anything, she unconsciously relaxed the strength in her hands. Bai Wenbin took the opportunity to retreat, and the three-edged thorn in Anan's hand was directly pulled out of his body. Annan couldn't care about him at this time, because the spray was accompanied by a strong smell of chemicals. Annan accidentally inhaled some, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. Alarm bells rang in her heart. Is this a drug? Qian Inge next to her was still pressing the spray in her hand, spraying and approaching Annan. Annan was a little annoyed, holding her breath, waving the bayonet in her hand, wanting to kill this annoying woman. But she felt somewhat powerless in her hands. She thought to herself that it was not good. If she was knocked unconscious by them, who knows what would happen? Annan held her breath and quickly retreated to the door. Then she quickly closed the stainless steel door of the stairwell. She looked at the scene in front of her and began to stagger. The door outside was not safe and could be easily pried open. With her willpower, she tried to control her hands and closed the armored door inside. She fell to the ground, her consciousness becoming more and more blurred. She used the last bit of her strength to open the power mechanism and turned it to the maximum. Then she fainted. Before she fainted, she looked at the door that was electrified, and there was only one thought in her mind. What Zhao Ping'an said was right. He was indeed very useful. Qian Inge, who was outside the door, threw the empty bottle in her hand on the ground, walked over and supported Bai Wenbin. Brother Wenbin, are you okay? Bai Wenbin covered his bleeding shoulder, his heart pounding. Fortunately, his cousin sprayed the drug in time. Otherwise, if Annan had stabbed him in the heart, or stabbed him again, he would have died today. He shook his head and felt a little dizzy. This drug was really powerful. He took the antidote in advance and held his breath, but he still felt a little dizzy. He grabbed his clothes and tore off of cloth, tied it tightly around the wound to stop the bleeding, and then replied, I'm fine. Annan should have fainted, right? Qian Inge pressed the wound for him with a gloomy face. She must have fainted, but it's a pity that she ran back. She looked at the closed stainless steel door viciously. The drug is so strong. She definitely couldn't run back home. She's probably behind the corridor door. Let's take her out while she's still unconscious. Bai Wenbin nodded. Yes, Brother Wang is still waiting. We have to hurry. The drug is gone, and we'll be in trouble when she wakes up. Originally, he didn't want to conflict with Annan again. After all, he had seen her ruthlessly killing people several times. He didn't think he had the strength to beat Annan. He didn't think she would have any feelings for him and his sister. Ever since he moved here and was blocked on WeChat by her, Annan seemed to have become a different person, cold and unkind. Not only did her attitude towards the two siblings change drastically, she even killed people without scruples. She cut people like cutting vegetables, with no expression on her face. Ever since she used a chainsaw to beat back the entire unit of people from their unit last time, he made up his mind not to mess with her anymore. In order to survive, he took Qian Inge to see Brother Wang in Building 12 and finally got a meal from him. But less than a month later, Brother Wang got tired of her and said that hugging Qian Inge was as dry as hugging a skull and asked her not to come again. Without the food given by Brother Wang, they simply could not survive. So the two of them had to search for beauties everywhere and bring them to the men in Building 12 in exchange for food. Bai Wenbin, a good doctoral student, was doing the work of a brothel owner. But Brother Wang was very picky and didn't like skinny girls. He insisted that they find some normal beauties. The natural disaster had lasted for 2 months, so where could there be any beauties with normal complexions? While they were in distress, they suddenly thought of Annan. Fortunes are sought in danger. If we can kidnap Annan, we can not only exchange food from Brother Wang, but also get the supplies from her home. But Annan's fighting power is too high. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. So Qian Inge spent a lot of money and accompanied a pervert for 2 days before getting a bottle of drugs from him. A set of universal lock-picking tools was also given. The brother and sister planned to use drugs to knock Annan unconscious and cut her tendons while she was unconscious so that she would lose her ability to resist. Then they used universal lock-picking tools to enter her house, swallow her things, and finally exchange her for supplies. Annan is so beautiful that even if Brother Wang is tired of playing, there are still people who will pay for it. You can use her to earn food continuously until she completely loses her value, and you can also taste what the dried meat that Sun Peng has eaten tastes like. Qian Inger became more and more excited as she thought about it. As soon as she got the drugs, she urged Bai Wenbin to come to the door together. Afraid that she would not open the door, she deliberately lied to her that she saw her father. As far as Qian Inger knew, Annan had a good relationship with her father, so she was not afraid that she would not open the door. Now, seeing that Annan had fainted and all kinds of supplies were within reach, Qian Inger was about to laugh out loud just thinking about it. She was different from her cousin. Her cousin cared about all kinds of supplies such as food and drink, but she wanted to see the witch Annan being tortured. The thought of Annan being controlled by them at home, allowing her to abuse him at will, and then constantly arranging for various men to exchange for supplies. That desperate situation made her hands tremble with excitement. The brother and sister did not delay any longer and took out the lock-picking tools with their hands and feet, ready to pry the door open. Qian Inger was anxious, her eyes lit up, and she rushed forward. But as soon as her hand touched the door, she was connected to electricity, her whole body twitched, her head shook, and her limbs shook rapidly and uncontrollably. Bai Wenbin was dumbfounded when he saw his sister suddenly going crazy. Why is she so happy? And she danced to celebrate in advance? After a moment of stunness, he realized his cousin was electrocuted. Seeing her hand tightly attached to the door, Bai Wenbin subconsciously wanted to reach out and pull her, but then he suddenly realized that he would get an electric shock along with her. He hurriedly looked around to see if there was any insulator. But the corridor was empty, and the tools in his hands were all made of metal, so there was nothing useful. Afraid of being electrocuted, he hesitated for a long time. When Qian Inger was so shocked that she was smoking, he suddenly had an idea and quickly took off his coat. He twisted the coat into a long rope, passed it through Qian Inger's neck, and with a strong throat lock, he finally pulled her off the switch. Qian Inger fell backwards stiffly, and the back of her head hit the ground heavily. Bai Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to shake her. "Inger, how are you?" Qian Inger closed her eyes tightly and did not respond. Bai Wenbin had to pat her face with his hand. "Cousin, wake up." Still no response. He was at a loss for a while, and finally remembered to give her CPR. He folded his hands and pressed them on her chest, pressing rhythmically. He continued to press for 2 minutes. The wound on his shoulder from the triangular knife, which was difficult to heal, broke open directly at this time, and blood kept flowing out. Bai Wenbin endured the pain, his face pale, and saw that his cousin had not responded. He frowned and was about to give up, but Qian Inger finally slowly opened her eyes. Bai Wenbin's face was happy. "Inger, how are you?" Qian Inger looked at him with a wooden expression, without saying a word. Bai Wenbin said a few more words to her, but there was still no response. He frowned. Was she stunned by the electric shock? Or was her brain damaged? Anyway, she was awake, and Bai Wenbin couldn't take care of her anymore. It would be troublesome if Annan woke up later. Wouldn't she skin them alive? The most urgent thing was to go in quickly and control Annan first. He helped Qian Inger sit down, held her shoulders, and told her, "Sit here first, don't move. I'll go find a hammer with a wooden handle. This door is powered on, so our tools can't be used." After that, he ran home quickly to find a hammer. Not long after, Bai Wenbin ran upstairs with new tools and saw Qian Inger still looking wooden, leaning there with a dull look and expressionless face. He sighed. "It seems that I can only rely on myself." He glanced at the stainless steel door and suddenly remembered that there was a sturdy armored door inside. If the unlocking tools can't be used, it can't be broken open with a hammer. So he had to change his target like the neighbors last time, swinging the hammer and hitting the wall next to him hard. His arm was numb from the shock, and the wound on his shoulder couldn't stop bleeding. But he didn't dare to stop. If Annan couldn't be controlled as soon as possible, the end would be that she would be hunted to death by her after she woke up. But as long as she could be successfully controlled, he could achieve material freedom. Heaven, or it all depends on this one move. Bai Wenbin swung the hammer with all his strength. His eyes were red. At this moment, a scolding voice suddenly came from behind. "What are you doing?" Bai Wenbin turned his head quickly. Seeing who it was, he was a little disdainful. It turned out to be the young widow Chu Pei Pei on the 13th floor. He looked ferocious. What does it have to do with you? Why are you shouting? Chu Pei frowned. You smashed Miss N's door, so it has something to do with me. She came to deliver something to Miss N, but as soon as she came up, she saw someone smashing the wall here arrogantly. As a woman, no matter how kind-hearted she was, she knew that she couldn't meddle in other people's business in this world. But Miss N was different. If she hadn't given her emergency medicine a week ago, I'm afraid she would have returned to the underworld at this moment. Her physical condition has been getting better and better these days, and she has always remembered Miss N's kindness in giving her medicine. Chu Pei stared at the man opposite. She remembered that the last time the neighbors besieged the 14th floor, it was the idea of this brother and sister. What a bad idea. She was still unwilling to give up after being driven away, and still ran over to do evil. Bai Wenbin raised the hammer with a bad face. I warn you, stay out of other people's business. Otherwise, I will deal with you too. Seeing this, Chu Pei put the bag in her hand on the ground, and then pulled out an extended boning knife from her waist. As long as I am here today, you can't break into the 14th floor. She raised the knife, looking like she would not give up. Seeing this, Bai Wenbin's face was gloomy. What bad luck. It's annoying enough to have 2 electric switches lying there, and now there is another obstacle. My cousin is still sitting there like an idiot, without any reaction, and can't help at all. It's really because I didn't check the almanac before going out, and everything went wrong. He calculated the time. His eyes were full of ruthlessness. I have to get rid of her quickly. If I delay any longer, Annan will wake up. Bai Wenbin held the sledgehammer in his hand and quickly smashed it towards Chu Pei. Chu Pei hurriedly dodged Bai Wenbin's attack. She didn't know kung fu, but fortunately the opponent was injured, his shoulder was bleeding, and his arm couldn't exert much strength. In addition, he used a heavy weapon like a hammer, so he easily dodged this wave of attacks. I don't know what's going on at Miss N's house. She let others on the door, but there was no movement. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, her face turned stern, and she also raised the boning knife to chop at the opponent. There is no method, the main attack is fast and fierce, not very accurate. This is the technique she has learned from snatching supplies from others outside for the past 2 months. Commonly known as hacking to death the master with a random knife. She raised the boning knife in front of her chest, swung it up and down, left and right quickly, and even brought a gust of knife wind. Bai Wenbin took a few steps back, feeling a little helpless. He originally looked down on the way women fight, which had no rules and no strength, and could only make random gestures. Either they waved their long nails and scratched like a kitten, or they clenched their fists and waved them for a long time, but the hits didn't hurt at all. Unlike the men, they could use a sudden force from their waists to swing their iron fists and hit people so hard that they saw stars. But he had to admit that once women picked up deadly weapons, the frenzy was still very intimidating. For example, he couldn't really get close to Chu Pei now. He consciously wanted to take the knife from her hand, but the knife was too long, and Chu Pei swung it so hard that it left an afterimage. If he dared to stretch out his hand, he would immediately have one arm chopped off. Bai Wenbin had no choice but to swing the hammer. Although he couldn't hit Chu Pei, he could resist her forward attack. The hammer hit the big knife, and sparks flew. For a while, the 2 people were waving their weapons, evenly matched. Chu Pei heard no movement in the room, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. While she was hacking at him, she shouted inside, "Missin, are you okay? Missin, are you okay?" Bai Wenbin saw her screaming and was afraid that she would really wake up Annan. In a rage, he suddenly exerted force with his hand, swung the hammer, and knocked the knife out of her hand. Chu Pei was distracted just now, and her hand was numb, and the weapon was knocked away by Bai Wenbin. Her heart tightened, and she hurried to pick it up. How could Bai Wenbin give her this opportunity? He hit her head with a hammer. Chu Pei was shocked and immediately stepped back, but she missed a step and rolled down the stairs, falling on the platform between the 14th and 13th floors. Bai Wenbin sneered and was excited to go over and deal with her neatly. At this time, he heard a click. The door behind him suddenly opened slowly. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly looked back. Annan was awakened by Fugue's scratching at the door. Fugue didn't take it seriously when he saw his master go out. After all, in his heart, his master was an invincible general. But this time, Annan didn't stay at the door for long, and suddenly there was no sound. There were still sounds of on the door and fighting sounds that did not belong to the master outside. It sniffed with its sensitive little nose and smelled that the master was not far away from it and should be outside the door of 1402. But she didn't move. As smart as it is, it immediately thought that something had happened to Sister Nan. It was so anxious that it scratched the door frantically, wanting to go out to help. While scratching, it was anxiously shouting, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." And Annan held her breath in time, and the dose of the drug she inhaled was not large, so she finally woke up slowly when Fugue's magic sound penetrated her brain. After she woke up, she heard Chu Pei shouting outside the door, and she didn't bother to comfort the dog at home, and stood up quickly. After taking a few tentative steps, although she felt a little dizzy, she was still more than enough to deal with by Wenbin and Qianinger. She shook her head, found a gas mask from the space, and put it on her face to prevent them from spraying any more drugs or poisonous gases. Let's see what tricks you can play this time. She pushed open the door and saw Bai Wenbin waving a hammer and trying to hit Chu Pei. Bai Wenbin turned around and saw Annan pushing open the door and walking out, and was immediately scared. The female devil who cut people like cutting vegetables woke up. He no longer cared about Chu Pei and ran downstairs with a hammer. In a hurry, he didn't even care about Qianinger, who was sitting on the ground, and ran back home alone. And Nan had just regained consciousness and his movements were still a little slow. He didn't have time to catch him. She looked at the man's frantic escape from the back and felt speechless. This man is really like a fish in the gutter. He can only use some unpresentable means, and he will run away immediately once he is confronted head-on. He is slippery and hard to catch. She rolled her eyes, walked down the stairs in 2 or 3 steps, and helped Chu Pei, who had fallen on the platform. At this time, Chu Pei was already exhausted, panting with sweat all over her forehead, and her arms were covered with marks of skin breakage. Seeing Annan, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Missin, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
Annan took off her mask and looked at her with a frown. "You haven't recovered yet. Why are you out?" Chu Pei smiled weakly. "I'm fine, and I went out to find supplies. I found a lot of biscuits, and I thought I'd send you some to try." Annan was stunned for a moment, and then looked disapproving. "You need to stay in bed to recuperate after miscarriage, and a short period of confinement is also a period of confinement. I don't lack these things." Chu Pei smiled bitterly. "There are no conditions for confinement now. It doesn't matter. I have a good physical foundation. It won't be a problem." As she said, she picked up the bag at hand. "I know you are not short of food for the time being, but I can't repay you for saving my life, and I also want to express my gratitude. The conditions are limited. I hope you don't mind." Annan looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. This woman is really strong, both in will and body. She is like an Iron Man. If Chu Pei hadn't held Bai Wenbin back today, that coward would have easily taken advantage of the opportunity and barged in. And Nan looked at her gratefully, said nothing more, and accepted her things. "Wait here for a moment, I have something for you too." As he said that, he turned and walked upstairs. When he turned around, he saw Qianinger sitting in front of his house. She was sitting on the ground, staring at her with her eyes wide open. And Nan was startled by her and immediately drew his knife to be on guard. But he heard the other party suddenly giggle, raised her hand, and pointed at her. He, beauty. Big beauty. And Nan was very upset. What is this woman doing? Qianinger tilted her head to look at Nan, and while she was laughing, a trace of saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. He, beauty. Not as beautiful as me. I am the most beautiful. As she said that, she crawled towards Nan with her hands and feet. Nan looked disgusted and kicked her to the ground. Then he turned around and asked Chu Pei behind him, "What's wrong with her?" Chu Pei shook her head. "I don't know. When I came, I saw her brother smashing the wall like crazy. And she was like a fool, sitting on the ground motionless. Qian Inger was still squirming on the ground, staring at Annan. After a while, she suddenly seemed to remember something, staring and screaming. "Ah,
Witch.
She stood up shakily and rushed towards Annan. Annan reacted quickly and turned sideways, causing her to miss and fall heavily to the ground. Qian Inger fell to the ground, not in a hurry to get up, but laughed foolishly again. He, you are Annan. I know you, you are a witch." Annan was furious when he heard her calling her a witch. Although he was used to her inexplicable malice, he still felt very disgusted. She grabbed Qian Inger's collar and slapped her directly. With a smack, a bright red palm print appeared on Qian Inger's left cheek. "You're going to spray me with drugs, right?" Another slap on the right cheek. "You're going to smash my wall, right?" Another slap on the left cheek. "You dare to insult me here?" Another slap on the right cheek. "You're full of..." Pa. Annan slapped Qian Inger on the face with both hands. Chu Pei stared at Annan's arms swinging so fast that they almost became a residual image. Soon, Qian Inger was beaten and fainted again. Her face was swollen like a pig's head. Annan let go of her, pulled out a wet tissue from his pocket, and wiped his hands. She looked down at Qian Inger on the ground. "I saw blood on the back of her head. I guess she hit her head and became stupid." Chu Pei said, "When I came, there were only the two siblings. How could they be injured? It's too weird." Annan smiled. "There is electricity on my door. She must have been knocked unconscious and fell down." Chu Pei nodded. "It's true that evil people will be punished by heaven. Going to other people's homes to harm people, but ended up making himself a fool." After thinking for a while, she said, "Her brother is not a good guy either. He is a brothel madam in the community. He used to sell his sister's body in exchange for food, and now he just left her and ran away." "Selling a body?" Annan curled her lips with interest. There was no such thing in the previous life. "I didn't expect that after leaving her, the two siblings would fall to this point. Originally, she wanted to kill them directly. But now, she suddenly changed her mind." She glanced at Qian Inger, who was unconscious on the ground. It was only 2 months after the natural disaster, and her two enemies, one turned into a brothel owner and the other turned into a fool. She wanted to see what would happen next. How would Bai Wenbin deal with this mentally sister? Would the two people who had such a good relationship before also kill each other for food one day? Annan looked at Chu Pei. "You stay here to help me watch her. I'll go into the house to get something." "Okay."
Chu Pei note that.
When Annan returned home, Fugue rushed up anxiously, wagging his tail and circling around her. Ayo. "Sister Nan, where are you hurt?" It nervously checked everywhere and sniffed. Annan picked it up. Relax, I'm fine." Fugue sniffed for a while, and when he saw that she was really fine, he gradually calmed down and leaned obediently in her arms. Annan felt warm in his heart. "Good dog. Wait for me at home first. I'll go out to do something and come back soon." Fugue stood up all of a sudden. Go out again." It bit Annan's sleeve. "It's dangerous outside. Don't go there again." Annan stroked the fur on its back and soothed it softly. "It's okay. There's no danger this time." She put the dog down and found some dry food from the space. Chu Pei brought her biscuits. Although it was nothing to Annan, it was life-saving food for Chu Pei. Not to mention that she had bravely fought Bai Wenbin for her today. After thinking about it, Chu Pei should need food the most now. Annan found a bag of millet, 2 bundles of noodles, a box of compressed biscuits, and several bags of bread. They were all low-key and filling things. She also took out a bucket of mineral water and several bundles of candles. These can be used to cook porridge and noodles. She walked to the door with these things, thought about it, and found a nail gun and several boxes of nails from the space. Fugue saw that his master was going out again. This time, he didn't want to stay at home no matter what. He bit her trouser legs and insisted on going with her. Annan had no choice but to take it with her, thinking that she would not leave the building anyway. When she opened the door, Chu Pei was watching Qian Inger obediently outside. Annan gave her the food. "Thank you for today. Go back and have a rest." Chu Pei saw the things in the bag and waved her hands hurriedly. No, no, no. How can I take more of your things? She was grateful for Annen's gift of medicine and wanted to give something to express her gratitude, but why did Annen take out more things instead? Annen was too lazy to push the issue with her and stuffed the things into her hands directly. Keep it. Stop talking nonsense. I have other things to do. Oh, and this, she said and took out the nail gun. In the future, there will be no need for close combat for things that can be solved with just one nail. Chu Pei looked at the nail gun she handed over, and her eyes widened even more.
No, no, no.
This is too expensive. You should keep it for yourself. I can't take it. The world is in a mess now, and weapons are used to save lives. How can you just give it to someone else? And Nan stuffed it directly into her hand again. Take it, I have more than one nail gun. This one is for you. Chu Pei had sent her notes twice in her past and present lives, and this time she helped her stop by Wenbin, which was equivalent to releasing kindness to her for no reason 3 times. And Nan felt that she had a connection with her, not to mention that the things she sent out were nothing to her. She had plenty of food and more than one nail gun. Although she was usually indifferent and didn't like to meddle in other people's business, she thought Chu Pei was a good person and was happy to help her. Chu Pei held the food and nail gun in her hands, her eyes moist. Ms. N, thank you so much. She said the word thank you too many times, but she still couldn't express her gratitude. She just wrote a note to remind Nan, but in return she got precious medicines, food and weapons in the end times. She looked at Nan, feeling a warmth surrounding her body, her lips trembling, not knowing what to say. Annen smiled. You don't have to call me Miss N. I'm probably younger than you. Just call me Annen. Chu Pei nodded heavily. Annen, thank you. The two were talking when they suddenly heard a scream from behind. Ah! It turned out that Qian Inger, who was unconscious on the ground, was bitten on the thigh by the little Fugue who followed his master out. Fugue bared his teeth and bit off a piece of thigh meat viciously. It was you who hurt my sister, Nan? The unconscious Qian Inger was awakened by the severe pain and screamed. And Nan looked down and saw this scene, and couldn't help laughing. Fugue, don't eat anything randomly, it's dirty. Fugue shook his little head and spit out the meat he bit off from his mouth. Bah! It's so disgusting. It can't be compared with the chicken thigh given by Sister Nan. Qian Inger covered her thigh and howled, and the other leg kicked everywhere. And Nan was afraid that she would hurt Fugue, so he slapped her face. Be quiet. Then he turned around and greeted Chu Pei. I still have things to deal with. You go home first. Chu Pei nodded and went home. And Nan locked the doors one by one and told Gozi, Fugue, follow me and don't run around. Then he grabbed Qian Inger's hair and dragged her on the ground, walking downstairs. Bai Wenbin, that coward, ran away by himself and left his sister with her. As a good neighbor, of course, she had to help him send her back. And Nan straightened his back, holding Qian Inger's hair in his hand, and walked downstairs along the stairs. Qian Inger, who was being dragged by her, felt pain and cried woo woo woo, covering her hair with her hands, sitting on the ground with a stiff body and being dragged away. When they went down to the 12th floor, they happened to meet Sun Peng hugging his lover Wang Xiaoyu upstairs. These two people no longer carry people on their backs and hug each other openly every day. This was the first time Wang Xiaoyu saw Nan in person. She was seen holding a big knife with a fierce look on her face and dragging the little the 8th floor on the ground with her other hand. 明明手里扎着个100来斤重的成年人，她却轻轻松松、毫不费力的样子，简直是女大力士。都不用森哥介绍，她一下子就猜出对方就是14楼的那个女魔头。地上那小姑娘一身血淋淋的，嘴里还流着口水，看起来像是被她揍成了傻子。粗鲁，太粗鲁了！王小玉打了个寒战，扎紧了孙鹏的胳膊。孙鹏浑身的肌肉也紧绷了起来，生怕安南对之前他们上门要粮的事秋后算账。但他面上不露声色，客气又讨好的笑了笑。安小姐，出门呢？安南瞥了他一眼，还真是个无敌厚脸皮，居然能做到一副什么都没发生过的样子，
自然地跟他打招呼。不知道的还以为他们是相亲相爱的好邻居。不过此时他要去收拾白文斌，懒得跟他们浪费时间，因此没有理会，继续往楼下走。
When they passed each other, Wang Xiaoyu saw the dog following behind her. Fugue, a fat white man, followed his master with his head shaking. When Wang Xiaoyu saw it, a trace of greed immediately appeared in her eyes. Is this dog meat stew? Dog meat stew, shaking its head. She seemed to smell the delicious food she had eaten before the natural disaster. In the past few years following Brother Sun, she had eaten a lot of delicacies from mountains and seas, not to mention dog meat. She had also eaten turtles, snakes, wild geese, and all kinds of very punished game. She had long been accustomed to seeing all living things as delicacies that could be eaten. Fugue felt her gaze and roared fiercely. Annan heard the voice, turned his head, and looked at her coldly. Don't stare at things you shouldn't covet, or you will lose your eyes. Wang Xiaoyu's scalp numbed when she met her cold gaze, and she quickly shrank behind Sun Peng. Sun Peng also saw the little white dog, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't covet it. But he knew that he was no match for Annan, and keeping himself safe was his motto in life. So he quickly apologized, grabbed Wang Xiaoyu's hand, and hurried upstairs. I'm sorry, my wife has never seen the world, we'll leave now. Annan got goosebumps all over the floor. My wife, pretending to be a cultured person. That weird woman is your wife. Annan didn't bother to pay attention to them, and went straight to the 8th floor. Beware that Bai Wenbin still had drugs in his hand. She put on the gas mask again. The door to the corridor was closed as expected, but the quality of the door was average. She raised her foot, kicked it open with force, and walked in. She remembered that the brother and sister lived together in 802 in the previous life. So, she went directly to the door of 802. Bai Wenbin opened the door. The room was silent. You left my sister at my house. Still no sound. It seems that Bai Wenbin is really selfish, or he really has no feelings for Qianinger. Annan stopped talking nonsense and took out the door-breaking tools, forcing the door open in a few seconds. Bai Wenbin huddled in the closet in the corner of the bedroom with a hammer in his arms, trembling as he listened to the sound coming from the security door. It's over. Everything is over. He clenched the hammer tightly, his palms sweating. Soon, the door was opened. He heard Annan walking into the house step by step, accompanied by a strange dragging sound. Bai Wenbin, where are you? Don't hide. Come out, don't you want to see how your sister's doing? Bai Wenbin, the sound was like a devil's voice. Bai Wenbin covered his ears in pain, praying that this female devil would leave quickly. However, the opposite happened. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, walking towards his bedroom. The bedroom door was locked, and Annan understood and kicked the door open. With a, the door panel fell to the ground. She walked in and looked around. There was no one, but the door of the closet was closed tightly. She walked over slowly and opened the door. Bai Wenbin huddled in the corner of the closet. When he saw the closet door being slowly opened, a face wearing a gas mask poked out. Haha, I found you. Bai Wenbin felt like his soul had gone out of his body at that moment.
Ah!
Don't come over here. He huddled in the innermost part, his heart pounding, and tried to swing the hammer in his hand. Annan had been trying to scare him on purpose, but seeing him like this, he was speechless. How could a grown man be more timid than a cat? Huddled in the corner of the closet like a little girl. She wasn't some burly man who broke into a house and robbed someone. So what? She had no patience and quickly snatched the hammer from Bai Wenbin's hand. Then she reached out, pulled him out of the closet, and threw him on the ground. Bai Wenbin staggered and fell to the ground. He raised his head and met a pair of dull eyes again. A face swollen like a pig's head came into view. Handsome. The beauty brought me to find a handsome guy. Bai Wenbin was startled. Hearing this familiar voice, he barely recognized that the pig-faced girl was his cousin Qianinger. Her cheeks were red, both sides of her face were swollen, and her mouth was deformed by being beaten. She looked very pitiful. His heart softened, and he quickly shook her shoulders. Inger, what's wrong with you? Qianinger did not reply to her, but just smiled foolishly. Handsome. He, handsome. Bai Wenbin frowned and looked up at Annan. What did you do to her? Annan kicked him. Why are you pretending to be so affectionate with your brother? Didn't you just abandon her? After a pause, he said, Don't you know what happened to her? Don't touch my porcelain here. Bai Wenbin held his sister's head and felt the blood on his hands. Is Inger injured on the back of her head? He suddenly recalled that when he used his clothes to pull his cousin away from the electric switch, she seemed to have hit the ground with the back of her head. He was too anxious at the time and didn't bother to check her head. Was she knocked into a fool? Of course, it is also possible that he did not rescue her in time, or did not perform CPR in a standard way, causing her to be in a coma for a long time and lack of brain oxygen. But he would not admit these. He looked at Annan with great sorrow. Nanan, why are you like this now? You actually electrocuted Inger into a fool. Annan was speechless and kicked him away. Are you playing porcelain with me here? Don't use moral kidnapping. Annan came here to deal with him this time, so naturally he would not be polite. She walked over quickly, grabbed his collar, and slapped him wildly on the face. Bai Wenbin wanted to resist, but he felt as if he was caught by an iron hand, imprisoned and unable to move, and could only be forced to endure. These slaps did not hurt his vital parts, but the mental humiliation was even more unbearable. After all, Annan was the woman he once loved, and now he was being held in her hand like a little chicken. Bai Wenbin felt that his face was burning with shame. It seemed that he had lost consciousness. Annan slapped him more than 30 times, and only stopped when she saw that his face was swollen like a pig's head with satisfaction. The brother and sister were placed together, a pair of red pigs, indistinguishable from you and me. Annan was in a good mood when he saw their miserable appearance. Although Bai Wenbin was dizzy from being beaten by her, he was still nervous, fearing that he would be killed by Annan. He sat on the ground and explained, Nanan, you really misunderstood me. I had no choice that day, so I followed the neighbors to borrow grain. Stop talking nonsense. Annan kicked him again. The grudges between them were more than just this one. The betrayal in the last life, the calculation in this life, the two brothers and sisters even swallowed her into their stomachs. Annan was too lazy to waste words with him and settle all the things one by one. He simply treated him as a sandbag and practiced boxing to his heart's content. He didn't stop until he was knocked unconscious. Qian Inger saw that her favorite brother was abused by Annan, but instead of rushing up to stop it, she was still clapping her hands beside him. The handsome guy was beaten by a witch. The handsome guy was beaten by a witch. Annan heard her scolding him again, turned around and beat her up with his fists and feet. After a while, the world was finally quiet. After the boxing, Annan felt that all the muscles and bones in his body were relaxed. She threw them both on the ground at random and then swept through their house. She found 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of compressed biscuits, a bundle of ham, 5 bags of instant noodles, and a lot of expired bread. Wow, they made a lot of money. She confiscated them all, leaving nothing for the swindlers. Then she threw all the other useful things in the house into the flood through the window. The main point is that the house is bare. Then, she sat on the sofa with the dog in her arms to rest. After a while, Bai Wenbin woke up slowly. He opened his eyes and vaguely saw a slender figure sitting on the sofa in his house with her legs crossed, holding a ball of white in her hands. His brain froze for a moment. What was I doing before? Why am I sleeping on the ground? The next second, the memory returned to his mind, and he opened his eyes wide and looked at Annan in fear. What are you going to do? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw what she was holding in her hands. The little white dog. Bai Wenbin stared at it intently. It has grown so fat. The last time I saw it was the day before the natural disaster, when Annan carried it home. It was so small that it looked like it had only a few pounds of meat. But now it is fat and plump. How many delicious foods did Annan feed it? In this day and age, people are starving to death, but her family actually has surplus food to raise dogs. Just raise it and feed it with fine clothes and delicious food, but you have raised the dog into a pig. People are really worse than dogs. Bai Wenbin felt extremely aggrieved. This Anon would rather feed all the food to the dog than let his friend share a share. Fugue had been glancing at the two people on the ground with his peripheral vision. Seeing that the man was still staring at him after he got up, he immediately stood up and roared at him fiercely.
Ah!
Ewe.
Stinky man!
What are you looking at? Bai Wenbin saw that the dog was not big, but dared to bare its teeth at him. He was furious and wanted to abuse it directly and then stew it into dog meat. But when he saw a Nan behind him, he calmed down immediately. He couldn't move.
He was just scolded by the dog.
He could scold him if he wanted. It wouldn't cost him a piece of meat. Bai Wenbin felt aggrieved. What is a dog relying on the power of its master? This is it. Fugue didn't care what he was thinking and roared at him. The smart one realized that his master had not stopped him, so he scolded him more and more dirty. The more he scolded, the angrier he got. He jumped off the sofa, jumped on Bai Wenbin, and bit him hard. People who are beaten by their masters must deserve to be bitten. Bai Wenbin screamed in pain and was about to throw the dog away. Seeing this, Anon immediately stabbed him in the arm with the triangular bayonet in his hand.
Ah!
Bai Wenbin felt pain instantly and dared not move again. So Fugue showed his power on him and bit him everywhere, but Bai Wenbin didn't dare to fight back. As long as he couldn't help but raise his hand, Anon would immediately give him a knife. When Fugue finally vented enough of his emotions and walked away proudly, there was no good spot on Bai Wenbin's body. Anon stood up and looked at Bai Wenbin, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, whose shoulders and arms were pierced with holes, and who had no good meat on his body, and left with satisfaction with the dog. Before leaving, she stepped on his face. I'll spare your lives today. If you dare to run to me and make trouble again, I'll send you to heaven. Do you understand? Bai Wenbin nodded with difficulty and watched her walk away with the dog. He clenched his fist and pounded the ground hard. Frustrated. So frustrated. But he changed his mind. I thought today's plan failed, and he and his cousin would definitely die. Anon didn't kill them?
Why?
This doesn't fit her recent decisive character. Although Bai Wenbin was temporarily relieved, he always felt a bad premonition. Without time to think about it, he endured the pain and got up to check on Qianinger. How could my cousin become such a fool? She must have been trying to confuse Anon in order to stay alive. He shook her body. Inger, Anon is gone, wake up. After a while, Qianinger slowly opened her eyes. She stared at him for a while with dull eyes, then suddenly grinned. He. Handsome guy. Hello, handsome guy. Bai Wenbin was confused.
Yinger, wake up.
Anon is gone.
Anon. Qianinger muttert, Anon. Anon.
As she kept muttering, her eyebrows suddenly became fierce. Anon, that witch. Bai Wenbin thought she was awake and hurriedly grabbed her hand. Inger, are you awake? Who knew that Qianinger turned her head to look at him and began to drool again. He, handsome guy. Bai Wenbin lowered his hand in frustration and sighed helplessly. He helped Qianinger sit on the sofa, thought for a moment, and ignored her for the time being, and went to repair the anti-theft door that was damaged by Anon. At this time, it is very dangerous if the door lock is broken, and the food that sustains life will be snatched away by others. He went through a lot of hardships to collect a lot of women in exchange for those foods. Just my cousin Qianinger paid a lot of price. Those men are not gentlemen. They are all tough guys who have collected a lot of food by risking their lives. In the face of natural disasters, people are under great pressure to survive, and the psychological pressure that comes with it is even more difficult to vent. Therefore, these people are very rude in some aspects, and they only care about venting the negative emotions in their hearts. He took great pains to find girls who are willing to follow him all the time, and his cousin also suffered a lot. Thinking of the hard-earned food, he subconsciously glanced at the kitchen. This sight made his heart stop. Where is my food? He rushed over like crazy and found that the 20 or so breads on the stove were all gone. Opening the cabinet, it was also empty. The 5 bags of instant noodles, 10 sausages, and 3 bottles of mineral water inside were all gone. These were the things he counted over and over again, like treasures. He staggered out of the kitchen and ran to the toilet. With trembling hands, he removed the toilet lid. Where are my compressed biscuits? Seeing that the 2 packs of compressed biscuits that he had packed in a sealed bag were also gone, Bai Wenbin almost collapsed. This was a backup plan that he had kept in order to prevent others from breaking into his house and robbing. He sealed the most important food and hid it in the water tank of the toilet. He thought that, even if his house was robbed, he would not starve to death and could have a few days of turnover time.
But now,
he cursed in his heart, this Annan is really too cruel. Not only did he break into his house and beat up his brother and sister, but he also took away all their food. These things were enough for the brother and sister to eat sparingly, 1 meal a day, and they were enough to eat for half a month. How could she, a wealthy family with abundant supplies who didn't need to go out, take away their pitiful meals? He was so angry that his liver hurt, and he walked out of the bathroom step by step. Before he could recover from the grief of losing food, he looked at the TV cabinet in the living room and was surprised to find that his own TV cabinet was gone. There were also his treasured candles and lighters in it. He looked around dully. The shoe cabinet was gone. The wardrobe was gone. Hammers, wrenches, and other weapons and tools were gone. Even the kayak he relied on for survival, the kayak that Qian Inger had worked for 3 nights to get, was gone. All his food, clothing, and daily necessities were gone. Annan was like a locust, taking away everything. A good house turned into an empty shell in the blink of an eye. The TV, computer, mobile phone, game console, etc. were all left to him. But there was no electricity in his house. What was the use of these things? Not even a sausage could be exchanged. He sat on the ground decadently. There was only a sofa left in the living room that was still useful, at least it could be used for rest. But the bed in the bedroom was gone, and he seriously suspected that the sofa was not left for him, but Annan used it to sit and rest when she was tired. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't do anything about her. I can't stand it. I can't get rid of it. I feel like I'm holding my breath in my chest. I can't get up. I can't get down. It was uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. He regretted so much. Why did he go and provoke that woman today? Greedy snake swallows elephant, loses the wife and the army. Regret it so much. Bai Wenbin counted and sighed. How could this woman be so powerful? So many things were moved to her house. Then he thought, it's not right, his house is on the 8th floor, and her house is on the 14th floor. Why would she carry those big cabinets that are useless to her and climb up and down the 6 floors? Bai Wenbin suddenly had an idea, stood up and ran to the window, leaning on the window to look down. I saw a lot of miscellaneous things floating on the sparkling water. Sure enough, she threw the things out through the window. Although many of them had sunk, the lighter things were still floating on the water. His eyes lit up, and he immediately wanted to go out and get them back. But at this moment, the old lady in the community who often rummaged through the trash cans ran over with a big red plastic basin and shining eyes. She picked up Bai Wenbin's kayak, sat in it, and then quickly loaded other things into the boat. Bai Wenbin was so angry that he shouted, "Put it down. That's my stuff." The old lady looked up at him, but did not respond to him. She silently quickened her movements. "Old thing. I told you to put it down." He ran downstairs in a rage and ran to the window of the 7th floor corridor, but he didn't know how to get through. He didn't know whether it was because Annan was too strong or because of the current, but all his things were far away from him, floating on the water next to the opposite building. He didn't have a kayak and was not good at swimming, so he could only stand there helplessly and furiously. "Old thing, are you deaf? If you take my things again, do you believe I will kill you?" The old lady rolled her eyes at him and fished out a few more clothes from the water. Even his big shorts and warm cotton socks were not spared. Bai Wenbin was ashamed and angry, and his throat hurt from scolding, but he couldn't stop her. In the end, he could only watch the old lady who had picked up the things rowing away. Before leaving, she grinned at him, with a mouthful of teeth scattered, half of which were gone. "Goodbye, fat boy who doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young." Bai Wenbin was furious. Fat boy? He has been exercising for so many years and has been starving recently, so how could he be fat? After a while, He suddenly realized that it was Annan who beat his face and made it swollen. He was so anxious just now that he almost forgot that he was still injured. When he realized it, he felt his face burning and his whole body was in pain. Especially the knife wounds on his arms and shoulders, which were still bleeding. He covered his wounds and walked home dejectedly. What should he do? The house was empty and there were no medicines. Bai Wenbin returned home and sat dejectedly on the sofa, not even bothering to fix the door. What was there to fix? If a mouse entered the house, it would have to leave in disgust. Qian Inger beside him kept giggling, which made him even more upset.
No.
I have to think of a way. I can't just wait to die. He stood up and sighed at Qian Inger's silly face. Don't giggle, come with me. On the other side, Nan, who came out of Bai Wenbin's house, turned around and went to Chu Peipei's house. When knocking on the door, the inside was very cautious. Chu Peipei recognized Nan's voice, looked through the cat's eye first, and confirmed that it was him before opening the door. Annan, why are you here?
Come in.
Although Nan had a good impression of Chu Peipei, he remained alert, holding the triangular knife tightly in his hand, ready to go into battle at any time. She walked into the room and subconsciously looked around, and found that Chu Peipei's house was decorated very warmly. The house was filled with household items, including flower vases, record players, felt boards with many photos, etc. Although they were all covered with dust, it was clear how much the owner loved life. The TV wall in the living room was built into a bookcase that filled the entire wall with books. In addition to some novels and classics, there were also a large number of medical works. On the wall behind the sofa was a painting of a baby with big eyes. Chu Peipei saw Annan staring at the baby painting on the wall, and her mouth was a little bitter. She rubbed her sore eyes and closed the door. Suddenly, she saw the fat white puppy from Annan's house. It was too small, so she almost didn't notice it and got stuck in the door. Chu Peipei quickly held the door and waited for it to walk in slowly and swaying before closing the door. She smiled and touched Fugue's head. Little guy, I almost didn't see you. Fugue sniffed with his nose, rubbed her hand with his head, and then ran to Annan. Animals are very sensitive to human perception. Annan noticed that among those who had seen Fugue, Chu Peipei was the only one who did not show a greedy look. She was also one of the few who was not treated with disdain by Fugue. You have been hungry for a long time, so you are not greedy when you see it? Annan asked very directly. Chu Peipei was stunned for a moment, as if she did not expect Annan to ask her such a question. She looked down at Fugue. I also had a dog, named Nyo, a pug. I raised it for 14 years, and it just died 2 years ago. My husband wanted to give me another one, but because we are preparing to have a baby, we are afraid that we don't have the energy to take good care of the dog, so we didn't raise it. Dogs are the most loyal companions of humans. In my eyes, they're like children. How can I eat them? Seeing that she looked a little sad, Annan did not continue the topic, but handed her the food in Bai Wenbin's house. This is for you. I just found it when I searched the house. She even disliked putting Qian Inger and Bai Wenbin's things into the space. But she didn't want to throw them away directly. After all, wasting food is shameful, especially in this special period. So he simply gave it to Chu Peipei. Chu Peipei thought Annan had come to her house to find her for something, but she didn't expect that he was sending her something again. She waved her hands quickly. Annan, you have helped me a lot before. I can't take your things for free anymore. Annan said, It's not for free. I see that you have so many medical books at home. I guess you have good professional skills, right? These things are the prepaid medical fees. If I need medical treatment in the future, I will trouble you. Chu Peipei hurriedly said, If you need me, I will help you without these things. Seeing that she was unwilling to take them, Annan put the things directly on the coffee table. I see that after losing your husband and children, your will to survive is still strong. I guess there must be something you must do, right? Annan stared into her eyes. In your current condition, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve your goal. The body is the capital of revolution. When you have enough food, you can rest in bed for a while. Chu Peipei was touched by Annan's words. Her nose felt a little sour, and her eyes became moist. People are like this. When they are alone, they can be infinitely strong, but as long as someone comes to care about you, tears will immediately roll in your eyes. She has been holding on these days. She can feel that her body's vitality is getting worse and worse, and she will fall down at any time. But she can't rest. If she can't find food, it's like waiting to die. How can she avenge her husband if she dies? If she has these things given by Annan, she can really take a breath and rest for a few days to recover her physical condition. She no longer refuses. Thank you, Annan. I will take care of my body and go on with strength. After a pause, she said, I hope you will never need my medical skills. But if there is a day when you really need me, I will definitely die. Annan nodded, stopped greeting her, and left with Fugue. You have a good rest. We are going home. Annan is not a saint, and she is not even a good person. She often sees injustice and does not help others. But she is not a female devil who only knows how to kill. Chu Pei is not greedy, knows how to advance and retreat, is brave and strong, knows how to be grateful, and is also a doctor. When playing games, the team has to bring a nanny. Not to mention that in the crisis-ridden end times, it will definitely not hurt to make friends with a doctor with good character. Annan came out of Chu Pei's house and walked to the 14th floor, only to find someone waiting at the door. It was Zhao Ping'an. Hearing the footsteps on the stairs, he looked back vigilantly. Seeing that it was Annan, a smile appeared on his face. Idle. So, you went out. I was wondering why no one answered the door when I knocked. Annan noticed that he was holding something in his hand, which was wrapped in a black plastic bag and looked very large.
Well,
I went out for a while. What's the matter with you? Zhao Ping'an scratched his head and smiled shyly. I'm fine. It's mainly because my queen mother, that is, my mother, has had enough dry food and especially likes the snacks you gave her. I just wanted to come over and ask, do you have any more? Zhao Ping'an's family has a lot of reserve food, but it does not include small snacks such as pickled pepper chicken feet, shrimp strips, and potato chips that are not very filling. After he finished his request, he quickly explained, Of course, I won't take your snacks for nothing. I'll exchange them with you. As he said that, he opened the plastic bag. I think you have enough food and you might be interested in this. This is a high-tech fabric, which can keep the temperature constant when made into clothes and can also prevent cuts. Annan was stunned. Constant temperature? Anti-cuts? She suddenly remembered the things she couldn't find after searching through the entire floor of Taiyu building. Taiyu Group hasn't developed this constant temperature fabric yet. So, how did Zhao Ping'an have it? Annan asked him, Where did you get it? Zhao Ping'an smiled shyly. I developed it. It took me 3 years, and I finally succeeded in the past 2 days. Annan was a little unbelievable. You said you developed this thing? Yes. Zhao Ping'an nodded. I used to work in a technology company, doing product research and development. This is my work. But later I didn't agree with the company's philosophy, so I resigned and went out on my own. He scratched his head. When I left, the fabric hadn't been developed yet. After that, they seem to have been continuing their research, and I don't know if they succeeded or not. Anyway, I just figured it out in the past few days. Isn't your company affiliated with Taiyu Group? How do you know? It's Taiyu Group's innovative technology company. Zhao Ping'an's eyes lit up. Idle. You have dabbled in this area? Annan sighed in her heart. It really was the constant temperature fabric she was looking for in the science and technology building at that time. It's really a case of searching for something in vain, but it finally comes to you without any effort. Something that hadn't been invented when I was looking for it actually came to me. This Zhao Ping'an is really capable. Not only did he work in Taiyu Group, but he also looked like a business backbone. Zhao Ping'an studied her expression. Idle, do you like this thing? If not, I'll find something else to exchange with you. I like it.
Of course I don't like it.
Annan coughed. Let me take a closer look. What does this thing look like? She pulled a piece of cloth out of the bag and stroked it with her hand. The touch was a bit like her silk quilt, comfortable and soft. Wrapping it around her right arm, she could clearly feel that the moisture was blocked. Since the city became a water city, people have been shrouded in humid water vapor every day. As soon as she wrapped herself in this cloth, she immediately felt the long-lost comfort. At this time, Zhao Ping'an took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it to roast Annen's right arm. Annen was surprised. I really can't feel the heat. Then, Zhao Ping'an took out a fruit knife and chopped at her arm. Annen was startled and quickly retracted her hand. Zhao Ping'an saw that she was on guard, afraid that she would chop back the next second. Idle, don't get me wrong. I just want to show you its anti-cutting function. Annen breathed a sigh of relief. No need. This fabric is very good. I will exchange with you. She would not test this function. What if she was really cut? Even if she was not hurt, it would not be good if the fabric was damaged. What she cares most about is that it can maintain a constant temperature after wearing it. Nothing else matters. She just wants to go out in extremely hot or cold weather without suffering so much. Zhao Ping'an was very happy to see that she agreed to the exchange. Idle, you have a good vision. Although its constant temperature function is a bit useless, it is really powerful in preventing cuts. You can try it yourself when you go back. Useless? Annen sighed in her heart. How could constant temperature be useless? It is simply too useful. Silly boy, you don't know what the weather will be like in the future. She asked again. This stuff is good. Do you have more? Zhao Ping'an. Yes, I have. I'm giving you this piece of cloth, which is 10 meters long, enough to make 4 sets of clothes. I probably have this much at home. Do you want more? No, this is enough. She would not do anything to exhaust the resources. She still had to leave some for Zhao Ping'an. Annen put away the cloth. What snacks do you want to exchange for? Anything is fine, I'm not picky. You can give it as you see fit. Annen nodded and walked home with a plastic bag. She was still sighing in her heart. Such a high-end thing. He put it in a plastic bag for garbage and gave it away. This cloth was originally supposed to be beautifully packaged and put in the window and sold at a high price when it came out. She remembered that the rumored price was 70,000 yuan per meter. The cloth in her hand was about 10 meters long, and it was worth about 700,000 yuan. Such a valuable thing, he used it to exchange for some snacks? Annen herself felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that she had taken advantage of Zhao Ping'an in both transactions. Fugui, who had been following his master, was originally sitting on the ground watching them talk. Seeing his master suddenly walk home, he hurriedly followed him. Zhao Ping'an then saw that there was a puppy. Just now, his attention was focused on his idol, and he really didn't notice this little thing. He looked at it with shining eyes. You have a good dog, and its fur is shiny and smooth. He likes cute things the most. Does it bite? Can I touch it? When Fugui was mentioned, Annen immediately stared at him cautiously. It's not that she didn't trust Zhao Ping'an, but in this famine and chaos, there are too many people coveting dogs, and she can't afford to be careless. Fugui is no longer just a pet to her, but also the only family member who accompanies her. She observed Zhao Ping'an's expression and didn't see anything unusual. Zhao Ping'an carefully stroked the dog's head, and Fugui didn't resist. Annen was relieved and called Fugui to go home. It is estimated that Zhao Ping'an has not been hungry yet, and seeing her dog will not have any bad thoughts. Annen carried the cloth home to find snacks, and Zhao Ping'an waited patiently at her doorstep, not afraid that she would swallow the cloth and not pay for it. When Annen returned home, she was puzzled by the snacks in the space. She really didn't know how to exchange this thing. What kind of snacks could be worth 700,000? Although she had far more than 700,000 snacks in her hand, if she took out too many at once, it would arouse suspicion. Even before the natural disaster, few people stocked dozens of boxes of snacks at home. What's more, now is the end of the world after the natural disaster, and taking out so many snacks is too high profile. Let people know that she has a rich reserve, which is not a big deal. But if people suspect that she predicted the natural disaster or has a storage space, it will be troublesome. Zhao Ping'an is a person with a big imagination. It is estimated that he has read a lot of apocalyptic novels, and he might really guess the space by accident. So you still have to be cautious. It's better to take less. After all, the price of food is different now. 1 big gold bracelet can be exchanged for 2 bags of millet. Annen found a big cardboard box and started stuffing things into it. Potato chips, spicy strips, squid strips, pickled pepper chicken feet, spiced melon seeds, seaweed, crispy sausage. 3 to 5 bags of each. Does self-heating hot pot count as a snack? I don't know if it counts, but there's still an empty space in the box, so Annan just put 2 boxes in. After putting everything away, she took out the tape to seal the box. She even thoughtfully helped him wrap a handle with tape. Finally, she took out a box of Coca-Cola. To be honest, these things were only worth a few hundred yuan before the natural disaster, and she felt uneasy in exchange for hundreds of thousands of constant temperature fabrics. Zhao Ping'an wouldn't think it was too little, right? Annan carried the things out nervously. When Zhao Ping'an saw her coming out, he immediately came up to her happily. He took the 2 boxes from Annan's hand and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Idol, why did you bring so many for me?" Annan was embarrassed. Is this guy speaking in a sarcastic way? Unexpectedly, Zhao Ping'an weighed the things and said, "Why don't you wait a moment? I'd better go home and get you something. It feels like I'm taking advantage of you to exchange a piece of cloth for so many foods."
Annan.
Seeing that he was not speaking in a sarcastic way, Annan stopped him. "No, let's just do this." Zhao Ping'an looked at her. "Idol is so nice. Idol, next time I run out of snacks at home, I'll bring something to exchange with you, okay?" Annan got goosebumps when he heard him calling her Idol. "I should be a few years younger than you, just call me Annan." "Okay, Idol." Zhao Ping'an carried the things, said hello, and prepared to go home. Annan called him. "Hey, don't you want to check what's inside?" Zhao Ping'an smiled frankly. "No need. As long as it's snacks, my mother will like it. You can't stuff a bunch of stones in it for me. I believe in my idol's character, haha." Annan looked at his departing back, always feeling that this kid seemed to be missing a string in his head. How to say it, he is just extremely positive and optimistic. No matter what the situation, he can always smile brightly. Sometimes even she will be infected. Zhao Ping'an took the 2 boxes back to the top floor. Hu Tsuelon took the things in his hand and asked, "A piece of rag, in exchange for so many food?" She sighed in her heart. That little the 14th floor, although her fighting ability is good, her brain doesn't seem to be very good. Someone gave her a piece of cloth, and she handed over all the delicious food. "Zhao Ping'an, what do you know? My idol is generous and kind-hearted. What's more, mine is not rags, but new high-tech fabric. I don't care whether it's high-tech or low-tech. As long as it can bring delicious food, it's good technology." Hu Tsuelon said as she opened the box with scissors. "Oh my god. So many delicious foods?" She tore open a bag of spicy strips and started chewing with relish. "I'm not saying anything to you. You've stockpiled so much dry food. Why don't you stockpile some spicy strips or something?" "My dear mother, have you seen any doomsday survival movies where the protagonist has stockpiled a lot of spicy strips in the warehouse?" Zhao Ping'an said helplessly. "It's good enough to have dry food. How many people out there can't even eat expired bread?" While eating spicy strips, Hu Tsuelon took out the self-heating hot pot from the box. "How come Annan has it?" "Stop talking nonsense. We're eating hot pot today. My mouth is so dry." When it comes to Annan, Zhao Ping'an no longer refutes. Her idol is indeed more fully prepared than himself, and he can't help but admit it. Hu Tsuelon unscrewed 2 bottles of mineral water and poured them into the self-heating hot pot. "Look at you, you don't even know to save some hot pot base. Isn't that stuff better than compressed biscuits? I'll save the soup after this meal, and we can cook some noodles for the next meal." Zhao Ping'an nodded. "Okay, I'll be responsible for rolling the noodles." Seeing how frustrated his mother was, he used to not eat overnight dishes, but now he can't bear to throw away the soup base.
He sighed.
This doomsday is nothing like what he thought before. At first, he had the idea of hoarding supplies because the little country kept committing suicide, provoking everywhere and discharging nuclear wastewater. In short, it was all kinds of showy operations. Being on the same blue planet with such people really makes people feel insecure. So, he made various doomsday presets such as mutant zombies and meteorological disasters. When he was hoarding supplies, he also thought that if the world really ended one day, he would have already stored supplies and built a doomsday bunker. How cool it would be. But now it seems that the once ordinary and stable world is the most precious and beautiful. It's a pity that time cannot be reversed. Although the Little Book country has completely disappeared, The group of humans who still exist in the world have also encountered unprecedented challenges. On the other side, Bai Wenbin went to the 13th floor to borrow a kayak from Sun Peng. When he opened the door, Sun Peng didn't recognize who he was. Bai Wenbin explained for a long time with a swollen face before Sun Peng recognized him. Fearing that he would not return the kayak, Sun Peng directly lied that Wang Xiuyu took the kayak out. But in order to maintain his good image as a unit leader, he still lent the bathtub to Bai Wenbin at the price of 2 boxes of biscuits. Bai Wenbin doesn't even have 2 boxes of biscuits now, and he is still on credit. After getting the means of travel, he took Qian Inger to Building 12 and knocked on Brother Wang's door. Brother Wang heard the sound and opened the door excitedly, and found that it was 2 strangers.
Who are you? Me.
Bai Wenbin. Brother Wang looked at his swollen face and couldn't identify him with the handsome Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin had to point at Qianinger again. My cousin, Qianinger. Brother Wang. Don't you recognize her? Brother Wang looked at them and frowned. Why did you become like this? He looked behind them. Why are there only 2 of you? Where is the beautiful lady you mentioned? Bai Wenbin forced a flattering smile. Brother Wang, the beauty didn't come today. Please see, how about making do with it for now? As he said that, he pushed Qian Inger forward. Qian Inger was hit by him, staggered, and fell directly into Brother Wang's arms. She was startled and burst into tears. Brother Wang was shocked to see her with a pig face, howling while reaching out to wipe her face, with a big snot from crying. Is this woman not normal? He pushed Qian Inger a little further away. What's wrong with her? Bai Wenbin pulled her over awkwardly. Behave yourself. Stop crying. Then he turned around and explained awkwardly. My cousin accidentally hit her head and suddenly became a little stupid. Brother Wang looked at Qian Inger with disdain. Go away, go away. She's too ugly, I don't want her. Just bring that beautiful girl next time. After saying that, he slammed the door with a. Bai Wenbin's face turned pale, but he couldn't say anything. He could only twist Qian Inger's arm and yell at her. Behave yourself. Then he dragged her to other people's homes. As a result, after climbing a whole building, no one was willing to trade with them. As soon as people opened the door, they saw a woman with a swollen face and unrecognizable appearance, laughing foolishly with snot bubbles. Hee hee. Hello, handsome guy. Bai Wenbin, who had nothing to gain, was very helpless and could only take his cousin to find the pervert who had drugged them before. They definitely couldn't go home. If they couldn't get food today, they would have to go out hungry tomorrow to find food, and their condition would only get worse day by day. So they had to get food today. Bai Wenbin thought that the perverted big brother had a strong taste and might be able to accept the big snot bubbles of his cousin. But the big brother didn't live in this community and needed to walk a long way to get there. Bai Wenbin had no choice but to squeeze into the bathtub with his cousin and paddle the water with difficulty. Qian Inger couldn't help at all and kept making trouble. She looked around excitedly. Hee hee hee. Water. So much water. As she said, she raised the water with her hands and splashed it on Bai Wenbin. Water. Give you some water.
Qian Inger. Stop.
Can you be honest? Bai Wenbin was rowing the boat alone, and he was already tired enough. She also splashed dirty and smelly water on him, soaking him like a drowned chicken. Especially since he still had wounds on his body, it hurt when he got wet. His eyes were sore and a 1.8-meter tall man actually shed tears. Today was definitely the most difficult day in his life. He was humiliated and beaten by his former sweetheart, lost his food and all supplies, and had to be splashed with dirty water on his wounds by this cousin who suddenly became a fool. The most painful thing was that he couldn't cry in bed with a quilt, because there was no bed. Annan didn't even leave him a bed. He endured the severe pain in his shoulders and arms, gritted his teeth, and paddled forward. When he finally reached the destination, he was almost exhausted and collapsed in the bathtub. At this time, the sky was already a little dark. He took a deep breath and dragged Qian Inger to the shore quickly. After climbing 5 more floors, they arrived at the perverted eldest brother's house. When the eldest brother heard his voice and opened the door, 2 pig-headed faces came into view. Bai Wenbin? Bai Wenbin's eyes were tearful, This was the only person who recognized him at a glance after he knocked on so many doors today. He said excitedly, "Brother Zhang, it's me." He pushed Qian Inger forward. "This is my cousin." He was tearful and pitiful. "The drug you gave me is very effective, but we still lost. Look at her. She was beaten into a fool." This time, Qian Inger did not call the other party a handsome guy, but hid timidly behind Bai Wenbin as if she had some psychological shadow.
Wow, ugly man.
Pervert.
I'm scared.
Bai Wenbin's face turned pale, and he pinched her hard. "What nonsense are you talking about? Say hello to Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is their last hope. Although he is a little perverted, it is better to suffer a little grievance than to starve to death." Qian Inger hid behind him crying and refused to move forward no matter what. The perverted Brother Zhang looked normal, but with a little disgust. "Don't push her. Her face is covered with tears and snot. It's disgusting." Bai Wenbin felt cold in his heart. It's over. Even this pervert disliked his cousin's big snot. The more he looked at her, the angrier he got. I don't know where this guy got so much snot. It kept flowing all the way. Perverted Brother Zhang looked at the two of them, and instead of closing the door immediately like everyone else, he suddenly grabbed Bai Wenbin's hand. He showed a meaningful smile. "Little brother, why don't you take her place? I'll pay you double." Bai Wenbin looked at his face full of acne and pockmarks. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were squeezed together when he smiled, and suddenly felt a little nauseous. He shook off the other's hand and said in shock, "Brother Zhang, what are you talking about? I'm a man." Perverted Brother Zhang blinked at him. "I know. That's why I said I'll pay you double." He had long felt that Qian Inger was meaningless. Not only was she ugly, but she always raised her head with an arrogant look on her face, and I didn't know why she was so arrogant. Bai Wenbin was different. He is good-looking and knows what's happening. You can tell at a glance that you can put aside your pride and serve him well. Who wants to pay for such suffering? What's more, he has never tried a man before. Bai Wenbin looked at the other person's eyes, looking him up and down, and subconsciously covered his ace. He felt his worldview collapse, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Brother Zhang, don't joke." As he said that, he pushed Qian Inger forward again. "Look, I've sent my cousin to you." The man surnamed Zhang didn't care what he said and stretched out his hand to pull him into the house. "Come on, brother. Don't be shy, I won't treat you badly."
Ah.
"Let me go." Bai Wenbin was so scared that he screamed and shook him off, pulling Qian Inger downstairs. Brother Zhang looked at his hurriedly fleeing back, but did not chase him. Instead, he smiled and called him. "Brother, walk slowly, don't fall. Remember to come back to find your brother." The embarrassed Bai Wenbin took Qian Inger back home in the bathtub. After a day of tossing and turning, he was a little exhausted, and he had lost too much blood. In addition, he was frightened, and his whole body was shaky. He sat weakly in the bathtub, paddled twice, rested 3 times, and it took him twice as long to go back as it did to come. When he returned home exhausted, looking at the empty and deserted house, he couldn't help but vent his anger on Qian Inger. Bai Wenbin kicked her to the ground with his foot. "It's all your fault. You instigated me to provoke Annan, and made it like this now." Qian Inger fell to the ground and didn't react. She still smiled at him stupidly with a dull look. Seeing this, Bai Wenbin felt like he had punched cotton, and he just couldn't vent his anger. He was so angry that he collapsed on the sofa, gasping for breath with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling violently. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he opened his eyes and sat up straight. "Chew, pay," he shouted with gritted teeth. He was so anxious to find food that he almost forgot about this woman. If she hadn't suddenly appeared to make trouble and delayed time, he would have smashed through the wall and went in to deal with Nan. How could he have experienced so many things? At this moment, he suddenly felt that the frustration and anger in his heart had a vent. It was Chu Pei. It was all her fault. He clenched his fists, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and suddenly stood up and went out to the upstairs. Kill her. To calm the anger in his heart, he walked and thought, seeing Chu Peipei desperately protecting Anan today. Although he didn't know when they had an intersection, the relationship between the two must be good. Maybe Anan even gave her some supplies. Thinking of this, Bai Wenbin's steps became more determined. If I can't rob Anan, can I not rob you? He walked upstairs with great enthusiasm. As long as he got rid of her, he could not only vent his anger, but also grab the supplies. When he reached 1301, he couldn't wait to on the door. Chu Peipei, get out of here. Bai Wenbin was furious and knocked on the door loudly. Sun Peng and Wang Xiaoyu in 1302 next door were just about to go to bed when they heard the knocking on the door outside. Wang Xiaoyu was startled and thought it was her own door that was knocked. After hearing Bai Wenbin shout, she realized that someone was looking for trouble with Chu Peipei next door. She hugged Sun Peng's arm. Brother Peng, someone is knocking on the door opposite. Sun Peng naturally heard the noise outside. He narrowed his eyes. That's just right, someone will help us deal with her. It's a pity that the group of people only robbed her things last time, but didn't hurt her life. My efforts were in vain. Sun Peng is a very cowardly person. Unless there is an opportunity to plot secretly, he never hurts others by himself, but always instigates others to do it. Because of the short hair incident, he stared at Chu Peipei for a long time. But even if the other party was just a woman, he didn't fight face to face, but looked for an opportunity to sneak attack her. But Chu Peipei was very cautious, so he never had a chance to do it. So Sun Peng could only talk to others while he was out looking for things, saying that there was a lot of food in 1301. He thought he could kill someone with someone else's knife. Unexpectedly, the group of people only robbed her things and caused her miscarriage, but did not kill her. He originally thought that Chu Peipei had died at home, but when he saw her again, she was alive and kicking. What a strong woman! Is she made of iron? Seeing that someone came to trouble her again today angry, he wanted to smash the door. Sun Peng thought happily that she was finished this time. He hugged Wang Xiaoyu happily. Baby, let's go to sleep and let them kill each other. Chu Peipei, who stayed at home, naturally heard the sound of the door being smashed. She was lying on the bed to rest, and just as she fell asleep, she was frightened by the sound and opened her eyes. She stroked her frightened heart, took the boning knife beside the bed, got up and walked to the entrance. Through the cat's eye, she identified for a long time before she recognized that the swollen face outside the door was the man who came to Annan's house to cause trouble today. He was still alive. Annan confiscated the supplies from his house and gave them to her. Chu Peipei thought that the brother and sister were dead, but she didn't expect that they were still alive. It's really unlike Annan's character. But Annan has her own reasons for doing things. Chu Peipei clenched the knife in her hand and thought about what to do. During the day, if Annan hadn't appeared in time, she would have been hammered to death by him. There is a natural gap in physical strength between men and women, not to mention that she had just had a miscarriage and was extremely weak. If it weren't for protecting Annan, she wouldn't have burst out with such courage and strength. But now, her condition is not even half of that during the day. After all, she had been tossing around all day, getting up early to find supplies, and coming back to fight again. Now she has no strength in her body. And Bai Wenbin is different from those people who are grabbing supplies outside. Those people outside have no grudges against her. They are all for a bite of food. If they can't grab it here, they will go there to grab it. There is no end to death. But Bai Wenbin was different. Today, she had ruined his plans, causing him to be beaten into this state by Annan. From the sound of him on the door, she knew that he wanted to eat her alive. Chu Peipei thought about it and put down the boning knife in her hand. She was definitely going to lose the knife fight this time. She had strained her arm muscles from overexerting during the day, and now she was so sore that she couldn't even swing her arm. Fortunately, Annan gave her a nail gun. This thing doesn't require much effort. She found the nail gun and nervously aimed at the door. At this time, people outside had already started kicking the door. Bai Wenbin had been in the weather all day and was full of anger. At this moment, he had endless strength and didn't even care about his shoulder that was still bleeding. He kicked vigorously. Chu Peipei looked at the shaking door. Holding the nail gun tightly, her palms were sweaty. She had to hit the target with one shot. If she couldn't get rid of him quickly, and he took the gun away from her, she would be in danger. She was highly focused, and then suddenly an idea came to her. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Annan, get up quickly. The man on the 8th floor is here again." The on the door stopped abruptly. Bai Wenbin was stunned. What's going on? Annan is sleeping in her house.
His brain was working fast.
How could Annan sleep in someone else's house? Did she guess that she would come to retaliate and come to protect Chu Peipei? Or was Chu Peipei bluffing and trying to scare him here? His mind was full of thoughts, and he was stunned for a while, not knowing what to do. There was no way. Annan had left him with a huge psychological shadow. After so many fights, not only did he not gain any advantage, but his fate was worse each time. Chu Peipei heard the noise outside stop and knew that she had bet on the right horse. Little guy, I can't scare you to death. It seems that he is really afraid of Annan. During the day, he saw that he was about to kill him, but when he saw Annan open the door and come out, he was so scared that he ran home. It can be seen how terrifying Annan is in his heart. Seeing that he was still hesitating outside the door, Chu Peipei thought of giving him a strong medicine. So she shouted again, "Annan, are you up? Come here quickly, he is outside the door." As she said this, she retreated quietly towards the bedroom. Then she stepped harder, pretending to be Annan, and walked towards the door step by step. When she reached the door, she put her hand on the door handle and slowly opened the door. Take a gamble. Bet that he dare not stay. If he still stays outside the door, then drive the nails in immediately. Nail his son to death. Chu Peipei held the nail gun tightly in her other hand and opened the door nervously. Bai Wenbin, who was outside the door, heard her two shouts and was already struggling in his heart. When he heard the footsteps slowly approaching the door, his heart also rose to his throat a little bit. No way, is it really Annan? At this time, the door suddenly opened slowly, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. A nail flew past Bai Wenbin's cheek. His pupils shrank suddenly. It's really Annan. Annan's nail gun. Bai Wenbin didn't dare to look at it anymore. He turned around and ran downstairs. Chu Peipei smiled. I made the right bet. She raised her hand and shot at his back again, but unfortunately her aim was not good enough. Bai Wenbin slipped away quickly and only scratched his ear. It seems that I have to practice my shooting skills tomorrow. The weapon is in my hand, and it has no effect. Chu Peipei saw his figure disappear, closed the door, and went back to her room to sleep. TSK, I thought it would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect this guy to be scared and fled in a few moves. On the other side, Bai Wenbin ran for his life with all his strength, ran home madly, and fell on the sofa. He sat there for a while and finally couldn't help crying out loud. Frustrated to death. After crying for a long time, his brain was deprived of oxygen, so he fell asleep unconsciously. The next day, Bai Wenbin opened his eyes with an empty stomach and gritted his teeth to make a decision. Since Chu Peipei is protected by Annan, she must not be touched again. It would be troublesome if Annan retaliates. Bai Wenbin woke up Qian Inger, who was sleeping on the floor. Wait at home. Don't run around. I'm going out for a while. After saying that, he left home alone. Qian Inger tilted her head and looked at his desolate back in confusion. Annan has been in a good mood since he dealt with Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger. But because he inhaled a strong drug that day, there are still some residual toxins in his body, and sometimes he suddenly feels dizzy. The perfectionist Annan naturally will not tolerate any flaws in his body as strong as a diamond. That's dizziness. If it can't be cured, what's the difference between it and Qian Inger, that idiot? Chu Peipei's face was black when she heard her theory. There is a big difference. I didn't expect that Annan, who is so fierce in fighting, would be so cherishing. After Chu Peipei helped her, she thought that the most effective treatment method was to use traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture to adjust the body's qi and blood circulation and slowly transport the toxins out of the body. However, she is a Western medicine surgeon. Although she is very interested in Chinese medicine and has dabbled in it, she is only a beginner in acupuncture. Therefore, she still needs to read medical books and improve herself before giving Annan acupuncture. Annan had to take calming and detoxifying drugs while waiting for her to figure out the reason. Chu Pei was at home, reading medical books and doing experiments on herself, repeatedly studying acupuncture and acupoints. Fortunately, Annan's physical foundation is good. He practices the 8-section brocade, 8-part Vajra exercise and other exercises to cure diseases and strengthen the body every day, so his life is not affected much. As the days passed, more and more people starved to death outside. In less than 3 months, human living habits and worldviews have changed dramatically. Everyone began to get used to death. Occasionally, when someone heard the cries of a loved one who had lost their loved ones, they just walked by numbly. Seeing a floating corpse in the water, they no longer made a fuss, but used oars or directly pushed it away to prevent it from blocking the boat's way forward. Long-term hunger and high-pressure life made people more and more indifferent. Almost everyone's life has changed dramatically. The only one who was not affected was Annan, who stayed at home every day to maintain her health and grow crops. On this day, she went to the space as usual to carefully take care of the Isida's root in the experimental field and diverted the water from the pond behind the villa to irrigate it. After finishing her work, she came out of the space with Fugue, who was full of wine. As soon as she landed, she heard many people screaming outside the window.
Crocodile.
There are crocodiles.
Ah.
Help, the boat capsized. Husband, hurry up.
Come up.
Annan heard the sound and walked to the window to look out. I saw that the waters downstairs were boiling, and several groups of people who went out to look for supplies were in chaos. Some people fell into the water. Some reached out to pull. Some paddled their kayaks desperately to run away, and some of the boats capsized. The several crocodiles floating in the water were the source of their fear. At this time, a woman with no left hand and left foot was floating on the water. Several crocodiles were surrounding her and eating her. Blood spread in the water, dyeing the nearby waters red. More crocodiles were attracted by the smell of blood. Amid the exclamations of the people, a crocodile gradually approached a man who fell into the water, suddenly opened its mouth, and bit the man's right leg. The man felt pain instantly and then struggled desperately to get out. But once the crocodile bit its prey, it would not let go. Perhaps it noticed that the man was not honest, and the crocodile, which had been biting him tightly, suddenly flew and turned 180 degrees and did a death roll. One circle was not enough, and it turned again and again, and the man's right leg was instantly removed by it. It was satisfied and chewed it. Then more and more crocodiles gathered. Some bit his other leg, some bit his arm, and some bit his head. They rushed to die and rolled. Soon, the man was all in the stomach of the beasts. Not only him, but the other people in the water also had a similar fate. Even those who wanted to save people on the boat were pulled by their arms and rolled into the water. Some people who reacted quickly took advantage of the chaos to paddle their kayaks away, while those who reacted slowly were knocked over or bitten by crocodiles and fell into the water. The heart-wrenching shouts below quickly attracted the residents of each building. Everyone stood in front of the window and looked out. They were trembling with fear when they saw the tragic scene in the water. Oh my God! Will you let people live? Surviving in the flood is already torturous enough. Now such a terrifying creature has appeared in the water. Who dares to go out to find food? Not long after, the water returned to calm. Only crocodiles were left on the bloody water surface, gnawing on the broken limbs. Annan closed the curtains and stopped looking out. Crocodiles also appeared at this time in the previous life, injuring many people. Slowly in the future, various other fish will appear. Long-term accumulation of water has caused some rivers to backflow, and animals in the water can move unimpeded, freer than humans. However, danger often coexists with opportunities. People who were frightened by crocodiles at first will soon react and capture them wantonly. There weren't even enough beasts for everyone to share. The title of the overlord of the Blue Planet and the position at the top of the food chain were not obtained for nothing. Soon, the hungry people would eat these crocodiles to the point of almost extinction. In the previous life, Annan also got a glimmer of hope when she was almost starved to death because she ate crocodile meat. But in this life, She would not risk her life to hunt crocodiles with others. The various red and white meats of chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep in her space were enough for her to eat until the end of her life, so there was no need to eat these meats soaked in stinky water. In addition to people's domestic garbage, feces, and farts, there were also rotten corpses in the water. She didn't want to put any of the meat she fished out of it into her mouth. It's better not to occupy other people's survival resources. No one fights. All for you. Like Anne and Chu Pei also thought that these crocodiles could be eaten. During this time, she stayed at home to recuperate and did not go out to find food. Every day was spent learning acupuncture therapy and practicing gunmanship. Although her marksmanship and medical skills had improved, the food Annan gave her was running out. She had to find a way to go out and find food. Just as she was about to go out that day, she saw a horrifying scene outside the window. She was scared at first. Fortunately, she didn't rush out. Otherwise, she would be the only one in the water now. Then she stared at the crocodiles chewing with relish, and suddenly an idea popped up in her mind. Is it possible that it is not the crocodiles that are eating me, but I am eating it? Take action when you think of it. In order to study Annan's dizziness, Chu Pei specially picked up the empty bottle of drugs that the two siblings threw on the ground and brought it home. Now it can be used. She added a little water to the bottle and shook it vigorously. Then she threw the nails that came with the nail gun into it to soak. Annan said that she only inhaled a little bit at the time and had an immediate reaction. So soaking for an hour should be enough, right? An hour later, Chu Pei saw that the crocodiles were floating quietly in the water after eating, so she came to the window on the 7th floor with a boning knife in one hand and a nail gun in the other. There was no crocodile next to the window, and they all gathered in the water on the opposite side of the building. At this time, the water surface and the community were quiet. Due to the miserable situation of those people just now, no one dared to go out to find supplies for a while. Chu Pei took advantage of the relatively safe environment and stood directly in front of the window, slowly stretched out the arm holding the nail gun, and attracted the crocodiles to come over. The crocodiles were almost full at this moment, staying lazily, and only one was still swimming restlessly. This crocodile was relatively thin and weak. It had not been able to food from its companions just now. When it was snatching food, it accidentally put its right front leg into the mouth of the crocodile next to it. It was bitten by its companion and turned into a disabled crocodile with a death roll. It was stunned at the time. When it reacted, there were no human remains on the water. The friends had eaten everything and left nothing for it. It was the only one left and still hungry. It was wandering in the water in frustration, but suddenly smelled the smell of food. It quickly swam over there. Because it was missing a front leg, its swimming speed was a little slower. When it reached the window of the building, it saw a human leaning over and stretching his arm out. "What do you mean, are you going to feed me? You are so nice. Knowing that this crocodile was missing a front leg, you specially came to my door to let me eat something to make up for it." Chu Pei watched a crocodile getting closer and closer to her, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was her first time hunting a wild animal, and she didn't know if the drug residue on the nails would work. Seeing that the crocodile was close and opened its bloody mouth, Chu Pei immediately retracted her hand and shot several nails at it. The shooting skills she had practiced these days were not in vain. Not a single nail was wasted, and each shot accurately hit the crocodile. When Annan bought the nail gun, she chose the most powerful one. Because of the extremely fast firing speed and close distance, although the crocodile's skin was rough and its flesh was thick, the nails still penetrated the flesh. Because it opened its mouth wide, 3 nails were directly nailed into its bloody mouth. The crocodile was also hit by 2 nails. After feeling the pain, it closed its long mouth, causing the last nail to shoot directly into its eyes. The unfortunate crocodile twisted and struggled wildly in the water, splashing water. Chu Pei saw its huge body roaring in the water, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared. So she shot it a few more times. It finally stopped tumbling until all the nails soaked with the drug were shot out. Chu Pei looked at the quiet crocodile with a look of surprise. Did it really work? She looked around vigilantly. making sure there were no other crocodiles around. Then she leaned out and poked it back and forth with a boning knife. Seeing that it had indeed fainted, she quickly stretched out her arm to pull it over here. The crocodile was bigger than her, and Chu Pei used all her strength and gritted her teeth to pull it in through the window.
Ha!
Why does this crocodile only have 3 legs? Chu Pei was in a dilemma after throwing it on the corridor platform. When she was a child, she had seen her grandmother's family in the countryside slaughtering pigs, but she had never seen anyone deal with this thing. How should it be slaughtered? Chu Pei thought about it for a while, but she didn't dare to delay too much time. She didn't know how long this drug would work on animals, and it would be troublesome when it woke up. No matter what, it's an animal like a pig, and it's nothing more than cutting the throat, bleeding, and chewing the meat. Chu Pei deftly took off the wire that was wrapped around her waist before going out, and wrapped it around the crocodile's mouth with a nervous look on her face. This step was necessary. When she cut it with a knife later, it would definitely wake up in pain, and she would not be able to beat it then. After wrapping it tightly with wire, she was still worried, so she wrapped it with tape a few more times. Then Chu Pei took a deep breath, stepped on its long mouth with one foot, and then slashed at the crocodile's head with a knife. As expected, the crocodile was awakened by the pain, struggled violently, and bit her in an instant. Chu Pei was lucky in her heart. Fortunately, I tied its mouth in advance. The crocodile opened its mouth hard, and the wire directly embedded into the flesh. Chu Pei rushed forward and continued to slash the same position with a knife. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid. She had never fought against a beast in her life. Even though the beast had its mouth wrapped, was drugged, and was missing a leg. After several cuts, blood flowed, and the crocodile gradually calmed down. Chu Pei used her foot to poke at it a few times to make sure it was limp and not breathing. Just in case, she cut off the crocodile's head first, and then she was completely relieved. She untied the wire and threw it on the ground with the nail gun, the boning knife, and the tape, and then she sat down on the steps. At this moment, a sentence her teacher said in school suddenly came to her mind. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans make and use tools. The teacher was right. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, tools. How could she beat this big guy in close combat? Chu Pei looked at the crocodile meat on the ground, and a huge sense of satisfaction surged in her heart. The last time she felt this way was when she was admitted to the medical university she wanted. She had made steady progress in her studies in the medical field for so many years, and she never expected that one day she would have to fight a crocodile to the death. Chu Pei's fierce fighting attracted neighbors from nearby floors. As soon as they went out, they saw Chu Pei holding a big knife and slashing at the crocodile's head frantically. Everyone was stunned by the scene of her killing the crocodile. People stood far away, and no one dared to come over to help. But when they saw her really kill the crocodile and sit there to rest, they all gathered around. Chu Pei, you are so amazing. You can't eat such a big crocodile by yourself. Why don't you share it with us? Yes. When your husband was still alive, I had a good relationship with him. He always called me brother. I know you are a doctor. Doctors are the kindest, and they save the dying and the wounded. Please save our family. Give us some meat. Chu Pei stood up from the steps, raised the nail gun, and looked at them coldly. Stand back. Don't come over. The psychological trauma left by Annan, the neighbors no longer dare to look down on any tough woman. What's more, this woman just killed a crocodile. That's a crocodile. Everyone stopped and said nice things, but they didn't get close. Chu Pei knew the truth that the man is innocent, but guilty of holding a treasure. Once she brought so much crocodile meat home, countless people would want to break into her house. She didn't have Annan's ability to withstand the siege of everyone. After all, crocodiles are only fierce. Cunning humans with high IQ and the ability to use tools are much more terrifying than beasts. She would rather fight crocodiles than a large group of humans. What's more, there was a power outage at home, and the refrigerator couldn't be used. She was holding so much crocodile meat by herself, and it became smelly before she finished eating it. Therefore, she agreed to share the crocodile meat with her neighbors, provided that they were exchanged for other food. After all, dry food is much easier to preserve than fresh meat. As a concession, she proposed that 1 pound of dry food could be exchanged for 2 pounds of fresh meat. If there was no dry food, other supplies such as mineral water, candles, gas bottles, etc. could be traded with her. People rushed to exchange with her.
No one had eaten meat for a long time.
Except for a few vegetarians, others had had enough of eating biscuits, bread, rice, and coarse grains every day. The crocodile in Chu Peipei's hand was nearly 3 meters long and weighed more than 200 kilograms. It could probably produce more than 100 kilograms of crocodile meat. Even the remaining bones and internal organs were wanted by some people. They were all exchanged in a few hours. But Chu Peipei deliberately kept some of the meat. Annan was practicing boxing with sandbags at home when she suddenly heard someone knocking on the door of her building. She walked over and opened the door, and was surprised to find Chu Peipei standing at the door with a large piece of fresh meat in both hands. Seeing the crocodile skin on it, she opened her eyes wide. "Is this crocodile meat?" Chu Peipei nodded. "Yes, a group of crocodiles suddenly swam into the community today, and I killed one." Annan looked at her bloody body. "You killed it?"
Who did you kill it with?
Chu Peipei. "I killed it myself." Annan. What a heroine. She thought people would start to hunt crocodiles, but she didn't expect that Chu Peipei would be the first to do it. Annan couldn't help but praise. "You are pretty fierce. You can actually kill a crocodile by yourself." Chu Peipei was a little embarrassed. "It's not that I'm fierce, it's that the weapon you gave me is powerful. I soaked the nails you gave me in the bottle of knockout drugs before, and then used the nail gun to knock out the crocodile." The crocodile didn't seem to be very smart. "Not only did it lose a leg, but I also tricked it into coming here in a few seconds."
Annan.
A bottle of knockout drugs. The Bai Wenbin brother and sister are really nothing. After giving her such a strong drug, there were only a few residues left, which could make a crocodile faint. No wonder she still feels dizzy from time to time. If it weren't for the doctor Chu Peipei by her side, helping her study acupuncture therapy, would she still have sequelae? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. "No, I have to go downstairs and beat them up again." Chu Peipei handed the crocodile meat in her hand to Annan. "The rest of the meat was divided up by the neighbors, and I specially left the best part for you." Annan frowned. "Did they steal your crocodile meat?"
No.
Chu Peipei winked at her playfully. "I sold it to them and got a lot of supplies back." "That's okay." Annan nodded. "It's right to sell it to them. It won't last for a few days at home. It would be a pity if it goes bad." "Well, I think the same as you," Chu Peipei said, and handed the meat forward again. "This is yours, no charge." Annan thought for a moment. If she didn't want the free food, it would seem that she had too much stock at home. It has been almost 3 months since the natural disaster, and it would be a bit strange if she still had everything. Therefore, although she didn't want to eat it, she still accepted Chu Peipei's crocodile meat. It can't be taken for free. As a thank you, Annan wanted to give her some dry food in exchange. But this time Chu Peipei refused. "Annan, I owe you too much. If you hadn't reached out to help me when I was in the most difficult time, I would no longer exist now. This meat is just a little bit of my heart, but it is not as precious as the medicine you gave me." After saying that, she ran home. Annan looked at her back and recognized her a little more in his heart. What a good woman, both strong and grateful. It's just that the handwriting is a little ugly. And Nan recalled the note that looked like a chicken claw. She smiled, took the meat home and put it in the space, then changed her clothes and prepared to go downstairs. Fugue saw that she was going out and scratched her with his claws while shouting "Ah." "Sister Nan, where are you going again? The boxing practice is not finished yet." And Nan squatted down and touched its head. "You wait for me at home. I'll go out and change a sandbag to fight." She walked to the 8th floor and just happened to meet Bai Wenbin and Qianinger coming back from outside. The brother and sister went out early today, and when they came back, they saw crocodiles on the water, which scared them to death. Fortunately, they were full and did not come to attack them. Bai Wenbin paddled the newly acquired kayak, his hands quickly shaking the paddle, and accelerated to run towards his own building. Coming in from the window on the 7th floor, he saw a lot of blood and several fallen crocodile teeth in the corridor. What happened? He walked home with his cousin in fear. Just as he entered the house and was about to close the door, he saw Anan following him and punching him. His nose was bleeding instantly. Bai Wenbin covered his nose. Anan, don't go too far. Who would come to someone's house and beat someone up for no reason? Seeing that she was about to hit him again, Bai Wenbin quickly raised his hand to stop her arm. Unexpectedly, Anan had trained himself to be brute force. His behavior was simply a real-life version of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His arm was almost broken. Anan was ferocious. Don't move, be honest, or I'll just stab you. Bai Wenbin didn't dare to move again, holding his head with his hands and enduring silently. It's not that he didn't resist. He resisted 100 million times. It didn't work. Anan didn't use any weapons this time. The iron-like fist hit him as if it had broken his bones directly. I don't know what had offended this woman again. Just when he felt that he was about to faint, the other party finally stopped. Bai Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief and looked up, only to see her turn around and beat Qian Inger up again. Qian Inger was beaten for no apparent reason, and her already dull eyes became even more stupid. She was crying and her nose was running. Anan beat her for a while, but thought she was too dirty, so he stopped. He crossed his hands and moved his wrists. Ding, today's boxing session has been clocked in. Seeing that she finally stopped, Bai Wenbin said helplessly, Why did you come to beat us again today? Was it just to practice boxing? No matter how hard he thought, he would not guess that it was Chu Peipei's use of drugs to soak nails that brought him misfortune. Stop talking nonsense. Anan pushed him away impatiently and pushed him to sit on the sofa. Bai Wenbin immediately jumped up with an awe. His reaction was even greater than when he was beaten by her just now. Anan looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Do you have hemorrhoids? Seeing your enemy in trouble is so pleasant that it can extend your life by a year. Anan pushed him again, with a sense of fun. Ah! Bai Wenbin sat on the sofa, shouting like a pig being slaughtered, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. What's going on? Hemorrhoids shouldn't be so painful, right? She turned to look at Qian Inger, who was still crying. What's wrong with him? Qian Inger, who had just been spanked by her, shrank back cautiously and answered honestly. My brother was spanked by a pervert. The pervert didn't spank Inger, but my brother. Anan was stunned when he heard this, and after reacting, he looked at Bai Wenbin meaningfully. I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been busy with recently? Bai Wenbin was so angry that his face turned blue when he saw that his cousin was telling everything to others. Qian Inger has a problem with her brain now. Don't listen to her nonsense. Anan curled her lips, put her hands behind her back, and walked around his house. Not bad. You bought a lot of things again. Bai Wenbin looked at her vigilantly. What do you want to do now? You can beat me, but you are not allowed to take my food and supplies again. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Anan laughed out loud. No, 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 I'm a good person. How could I take away the things you earned from selling flowers with great effort? What flowers are you selling? Chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Bai Wenbin's face was extremely ugly. Anan ignored him and left in a good mood. I won't throw things today. Leave him a way out and see how miserable he can be in the future if he tries so hard to survive. In the previous life, they relied on her space. Although they could not be considered to have enough food and clothing, at least they did not lose their dignity. I didn't expect that after leaving her, this was the first natural disaster, and the brother and sister became like this. Not only did the sister sell her body and become a fool, but even the brother did this business. Life is really not easy. The news of Chu Peipei fighting the crocodile quickly spread in the community. People opened up new ideas and followed her example, trying to kill the crocodile to fill their stomachs. For a while, the outside became lively again. On this day, Chu Peipei, who was studying acupuncture, suddenly heard a knock on the door. She lay on the cat's eye and looked out. It was a man. He had a handsome and upright appearance, fair and clean, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. The knock on the door was very light, and it didn't sound like someone was looking for trouble. So he said, "What can I do for you?" "Hello, I'm Zhao Ping'an from the top floor. Annan from the 14th floor recommended me to come to you." Recommended by Annan? Zhao Ping'an from the top floor? The Zhao Ping'an who, like Annan, had so much supplies that he was besieged by all the neighbors? Then he shouldn't covet these things in his own house. However, for the sake of caution, Chu Peipei still didn't open the door and said through the door, "Hello, Zhao Ping'an. What can I do for you?" "It's like this," Annan said, "you know acupuncture. Can you please help me check my mother's leg injury?" Speaking of acupuncture, Chu Peipei felt relieved. It seemed that Annan really introduced it. After all, Annan was the only one who knew that she knew acupuncture. She immediately opened the door. "What's your mother's condition?" "She sprained her knee when she was dancing in the square at home this morning. She sprained her knee too hard, and now she's afraid to walk." "Do you think it can be cured?" Chu Peipei nodded. "This kind of joint injury is very easy to treat. As long as the needle is given in time, it will heal in a few days." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This family lives a really good life. Other families don't have enough food and they are weak when walking, but this aunt actually has extra energy to dance at home. Zhao Ping'an was relieved to hear her answer. Originally, he was worried that he couldn't find a doctor and delayed his illness, but he didn't expect there was one downstairs. The idol is really reliable, and the person he recommends must not be bad. "Then trouble you to go upstairs with me. Don't worry about the consultation fee. I will definitely not give less to the doctor recommended by Nan." Chu Peipei nodded, feeling warm in her heart, and Nan was really good to her. Unexpectedly, when she knocked on the door to borrow medicine that day, she knocked on a noble person. She took the needle and followed Zhao Ping'an upstairs. Zhao Ping'an's house was full of supplies, so he would not let anyone in easily. Therefore, he took his mother out and treated her in the open space between 1501 and 1502. Hu Tsuelon sat on a chair, looking nervous. "Child, tell your aunt the truth. Does it hurt?" "Why is this aunt acting like a child?" Chu Peipei smiled gently. "Don't be nervous. It doesn't hurt. You can close your eyes." After piercing the acupuncture points for the knee, Zhao Ping'an said that she also had mania, so she gave her a few more injections to calm her nerves. After 40 minutes, the needles were removed. Hu Tsuelon stood up and found that although she could not walk freely, it was not so painful. She was surprised and said, "Little girl, your medical skills are good. If you continue to pierce for a week, the effect will get better and better. I can come up every day these days." After the treatment, Zhao Ping'an gave her a bag of potatoes, a bag of green vegetables, and a few bottles of mineral water as medical expenses. Chu Peipei looked at the bag of green vegetables and was shocked. It's been 3 months since the natural disaster, and his family still has vegetables to eat? Let's not talk about anything else, just this fresh vegetable is too valuable. As if he could see what she was thinking, Zhao Ping'an explained, "My mother likes to grow some vegetables when she's idle at home. If you like, I'll give you vegetables with all the consultation fees in the future." His family has a generator and seeds, and he has also developed a new type of fertilizer, so there will be no shortage of vegetables in the short term. Chu Peipei did not refuse. She now has crocodile meat at home, as well as dry food and other supplies exchanged from neighbors, but no vegetables. Not eating vegetables for 3 months, movements are not smooth. After leaving Zhao Ping'an, Chu Peipei went directly to the 14th floor. And Nan introduced a patient to her, so naturally, he had to give her some of the things he got. Especially this vegetable, it's so good. Chu Peipei now wants to share with her as soon as she has good things. And Nan opened the door and saw her standing outside the door with a smile. "Annan, thank you for introducing the patient to me. I'm here to give you some vegetables." And Nan looked at the things in her hand. Is this something grown by Zhao Ping'an's family? It's really a good thing. But there are plenty in her own space, so there's no need to occupy hers. She waved her hand and didn't accept it. It seems that Annie's treatment is very effective. "I don't want this. Just help me cure my dizziness." Chu Peipei stuffed it into her hand for a long time, but seeing that she was determined not to take it, she had to give up. The effect of today's treatment gave Chu Peipei a lot of confidence. I have achieved good results recently, and I will start acupuncture for you tomorrow.
Annan smiled. Okej.
As she was talking, a roar suddenly came from behind Chu Peipei, little witch on the 14th floor. Give me your life. An old lady with skinny body and white hair rushed over madly with a kitchen knife. Chu Peipei had her back turned and didn't notice her. Annan's sight was blocked by Chu Peipei, and he didn't notice when she came upstairs. When the two found her, she had already rushed to the door. The crazy woman looked thin, but she didn't know where she got the strength from. She pushed Chu Peipei to the ground. Then she raised the kitchen knife and chopped at Annan. Annan's pupils shrank suddenly, but he reacted very quickly and squatted down in an instant to avoid the attack. At the same time, he supported himself with both hands, put his center of gravity on his left leg, and quickly swept his right leg across the opponent's ankle. With a sweeping kick, the crazy woman fell directly to the ground. When she fell, she didn't hold the kitchen knife, and it fell directly and chopped her thigh. Before she could cry out in pain, Annan rushed forward quickly, pulled out the kitchen knife, and then chopped it down fiercely. Blood splattered on her body instantly. Annan didn't hesitate and pulled it out and chopped it again. One cut after another, more than 20 times in a row. Each cut was fatal. Just like chopping ribs. Annan didn't throw away the broken kitchen knife until the person on the ground stopped breathing. The quality of the knife was not good to begin with, and now it was bent by her. She breathed a sigh of relief, supported her knees, and slowly stood up. Can't be impatient. Her adrenaline surged just now. If she stood up too quickly, she was afraid that her brain would be deprived of oxygen. Chu Peipei, who was watching this thrilling scene, was so scared that she couldn't speak. From the time she was pushed to the ground to the time the crazy woman lost her breath, it took less than a minute. In a blink of an eye, Annan completed the counterattack on the spot. The scene was bright red and very tragic. Annan pulled Chu Peipei, who was still dumbfounded on the ground, up. Are you scared, silly? Chu Peipei nodded subconsciously, and then shook her head quickly.
No.
Annan looked at her and couldn't help but teasing. You, a female warrior who fought against a crocodile alone, are you scared by such a small scene? This crazy woman is not as good as the crocodile. Chu Peipei hurriedly said. How can we compare? I relied on the nail gun you gave me, and you relied on your bare hands and pure yourself. To be honest, if the crazy woman had attacked me, I would definitely have died. Annan's reaction was really fast. Not only did she avoid the sneak attack in an instant, but she also killed the opponent with the opponent's weapon. After recovering from her shock, Chu Peipei asked curiously, Who is this person? Why did he chop you? Annan shook her head. I don't know. Who cares who she is? Anyway, if she made a move with me, I will chop her to death. Chu Peipei stared at the person on the ground for a long time and suddenly said, Huh? Is this old lady Lu? She squatted down, brushed aside her messy white hair, and looked at the face of the person on the ground carefully. With high cheekbones and a face like a shoe pad, although she was too thin to look like a real woman, she could still vaguely recognize the sarcastic face of Old Lady Lu. That's her. Old Lady Lu. Chu Peipei explained to Annan. It's the Lu brothers who used to live on the 7th floor, their mother, Old Lady Lu.
Annan suddenly realized.
She didn't know Old Lady Lu, but she still remembered the Lu brothers. She ran to her house to break into the house and pick the lock, and ended up being her first murder in this life. Is this their mother? It's not Annan's fault that he didn't recognize her, but the old lady didn't dare to come to Annan at that time. When her son died, she just cried to the neighbors in the corridor and didn't dare to go to Annan's house to cause trouble. Chu Peipei looked at Old Lady Lu and asked curiously, didn't the old lady have her house robbed and was driven out by the residents on the 5th and 6th floors? How come she is still alive? But she didn't dare to come to you at that time. Why did she suddenly dare to come and chop people today? The man was already stabbed, and Annan shrugged nonchalantly. She must have been desperate. She wanted to take me with her before she died? After all, no matter how cowardly a person is, as long as he reaches the end of his life, he can always generate endless courage. Billionaires cherish their lives, so who do terminally ill patients have to fear? Chu Peipei nodded. She was driven out of her home, and it is a miracle that she can hold on until now. I'm afraid she knew she couldn't hold on any longer, so she ran over to attack you. Ambush? Annan curled his lips in disdain. Whose ambush involved shouting slogans? He thought he was acting in a TV series. The knife hasn't even hit anyone yet, but he's already yelling at people with a hoarse voice. Was he choked? Chu Peipei had completely recovered from her shock at this time, and she said pooh to the people on the ground. The two brothers of the Liu family had it all to themselves. I think it's not a pity that the old lady died, but luckily she didn't hurt you. As she said that, she looked at Annan with admiration. You are really amazing. I was so scared just now. Annan smiled. You can do it after a long time. Chu Peipei was stunned for a moment and hurriedly waved her hands. No. Don't take a long time. I just hope that this flood will evaporate as soon as possible. She clenched her fists with a gleam in her eyes and said, Sooner or later, our lives will return to normal. Annan did not comment. The flood will indeed evaporate completely because the extremely hot weather will come in full force. But she would not undermine Chu Peipei's confidence. After all, people still need hope to have the courage to move forward step by step. The two lifted the body of the old lady Liu and threw it out of the corridor window. With a plop, a huge splash of water appeared on the water. Several crocodiles swam over. Soon, another life disappeared completely and silently from this world. In the following days, Chu Peipei went to the 14th floor to help Annan with acupuncture and then went to the 15th floor to treat Hu Tsuelan's legs. After a week, both of them gradually recovered. Annan did a few squats quickly and didn't feel dizzy anymore. She was surprised and said, Your acupuncture method is really good. The disease is cured by the needle. Through this treatment, she has a little more expectation for Chinese medicine. Sister Peipei, you continue to study and take my pulse in a few days to see if there is dampness or coldness. If there is, help me regulate it with acupuncture. You earn food, and I earn an indestructible body. Let's make progress together. Chu Peipei agreed with a smile. I sighed in my heart. This little girl really cherishes her life. What Chu Peipei didn't know was that for Annan, since he could live again, how could he just live? Of course, he had to live more freely, more excitingly, and more stronger. Annan's dream was simple. He wanted to have a curvy figure and a strong body. With the appearance of the crocodile, many other fish appeared in the water soon. People cheered and were glad that they no longer had to go hungry. They tried to catch aquatic creatures. Zhao Ping'an, Chu Peipei, and Annan, who became acquainted with each other because of treating illnesses, also began to cooperate. Zhao Ping'an's family does have a lot of food and vegetables, but no meat. The frozen meat that was bought in the refrigerator has been eaten up. Both mother and son are meat lovers. They have only tasted meat recently thanks to the pickled pepper chicken feet and other snacks they got from Annan. Therefore, as soon as various fish appeared in the water, they immediately became Zhao Ping'an's target. But his biggest problem is that neither he nor his mother can swim. So he asked Chu Peipei, who is good at swimming, to go fishing together. In this way, if he falls into the water, there will be someone to save him. No matter whether he can be rescued or not, at least Chu Peipei is on the boat, so he can feel a little safe. The situation in the water is complicated. Although Zhao Ping'an's family has a kayak, it is far less solid and safe than a speedboat, so he went to borrow it from Annan. Annan was not interested in fishing at first, but the two of them invited her kindly and allowed her to go out with the boat and not go out with people, and finally everyone shared the meat. Annan thought about it and agreed. But since she didn't contribute, she was determined to take only the smallest share. Zhao Ping'an made a fishing device by himself, equipped with the latest powerful drug, and cooperated with Chu Peipei to successfully kill many crocodiles. A lot of other fish were also caught. With the whole nation's large-scale fishing of aquatic products, people finally alleviated the problem of hunger. Even a large water trading market has been formed. The fish caught by everyone are different, and they can be exchanged with each other. And those who can't fish can also exchange food for meat. Those who don't have any food can exchange some survival supplies for food. For a time, the water market was extremely hot. Annan, who had been at home for a long time, also wanted to go to the trading market to look for chemical fertilizers. Since I plan to grow medicinal materials in the space in the future, fertilizers must be indispensable. At present, I will use my own and Fugue's feces to ferment some farmyard manure, but I still have to prepare various fertilizers to feel at ease. At the same time, Zhao Pingan and Chu Peipei also want to go to the market. In addition to the crocodile meat and the fish that were made into dried fish, the rest was also prepared to be taken to the market to exchange for more useful supplies. So the three of them agreed to go together. Several people sat on Annan's speedboat, and Zhao Pingan's kayak was towed behind. Even so, the crocodile meat could not be stuffed in, so they had to leave some at home and prepare to go again the next day. The location of the water market is on an empty water area in Zhongguan district. When the three people arrived, the market was at its busiest time, with constant shouting. Fresh fish. Does anyone want it? Rice soaked in floods. If you want it, sell it at a low price. Knives, axes, everything. Only dry food is accepted in exchange. The whole market was full of the most primitive bartering, and no one wanted banknotes. After all, for most people, filling their stomachs is the most important thing now. Banknotes cannot be eaten. Several people rowed the boat around and found that there was really a lot of exchange, but fish accounted for the majority. But Annan has never seen anyone trading fertilizers. After all, no one would move such things into their own homes. They are probably all submerged in the water at this moment. Annan frowned and thought, if I wear diving equipment to salvage them, will they be unusable? While thinking, Zhao Pingan suddenly pointed to the front and said in surprise, Look, someone is selling chicks. Amazing! There are still surviving chickens after 3 months of natural disasters? Several people slowly approached the boat. There was a large cardboard box on the other party's boat, which was full of chirping yellow chicks. Since these chicks don't have much meat on their bodies, and it takes time and food to raise them, no one came to see the stall. When the old man selling chickens saw several people approaching, he immediately said enthusiastically, Do you want to buy chicks? He had been here for several hours, and no one had the intention to trade. Seeing that they were interested, he hurriedly recommended it very actively. The chicken in Annan's space was enough for her to eat, so there was no need to bother raising chickens at home. The family had raised a rich chicken. Chu Peipei's family had limited food and no spare money to raise chickens. Zhao Pingan, on the other hand, was very interested. His family had enough food and vegetables, but they lacked meat, especially a steady supply of meat. He looked at these chicks, and his eyes lit up. If chickens lay eggs and eggs lay chickens, there would be no worries about not having meat to eat in the future. He asked with great interest, What do these little things eat? The old man said enthusiastically, Just feed them millet every day. If my family really had no surplus food, we wouldn't sell them. I tell you, these chickens are lucky stars. If my wife didn't like to do some breeding at home, we wouldn't have lived to this day. Zhao Pingan didn't care about lucky stars or not. He only saw crispy fried chicken, braised chicken, 3-cup chicken, big plate chicken, and salt-baked chicken waving to him in a line. After bargaining for a while, he finally exchanged 2 pounds of crocodile meat for 10 chicks. Several people continued to stroll. There were many fish sellers at the market, but it was very rare for them to pull 2 boats of crocodile meat. After all, it was very difficult to catch crocodiles, and crocodile meat was relatively firm and filling. Therefore, the meat in their hands was very popular, and it didn't take long for them to exchange for a lot of things. Chu Peipei exchanged for 100 kilograms of various dry foods such as millet, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, as well as 2 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of matches, and 2 gas cylinders. Zhao Pingan exchanged for some hardware accessories, 80 kilograms of millet, 10 chicks, and a pair of rabbits. The lady who sold rabbits kept patting his shoulders. Young man, you have a good eye. This thing can reproduce. It takes 30 days to have a litter, and there are more than 10 in a litter. It is passed down from generation to generation. You can't eat them all. You can't eat them all. Zhao Pingan nodded and persuaded Annan to buy a pair to raise. Annan himself didn't like rabbit meat very much. He bought some at the farmer's market before and later emptied the rabbit nest on the mountain. So he declined. I won't raise any more. Rabbits smell too bad when kept at home. Zhao Ping'an nodded. Yes, not everyone has two houses on the same floor like him. Even if the breeding is smelly, it will not be affected. He smiled and said, Okay, then when I raise them well, I will send you a few ready-made ones to eat. After 2 hours of shopping, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei exchanged a lot of things. Only Annan, with her share of crocodile meat, had not made a successful transaction. She had stocks of these things in the market in her space, which were fresher than what they had, so there was no need to exchange them. Unable to find fertilizer, Annan called the two to go home. Come back tomorrow to try your luck. At this time, a new trading ship happened to come. Annan glanced at it casually and then changed her mind in an instant. The man on the boat had a small stool with a tray on it, which was filled with gold and silver jewelry. Before the natural disaster, who would have displayed so many precious jewelry on the street? But now people are not interested in these things at all. Gold necklace?
Can it be eaten?
It is not as valuable as a pound of millet. Although no one else is interested, Annan found a treasure in it. A jade bracelet with excellent appearance. This is a good thing for her. Although the area of the space is no longer increasing, it will still devour the jade, and the texture of the jade bracelet on her hand will still be optimized. Therefore, Annan firmly believes that the space must be still upgrading, although she has not figured out where it has been upgraded yet. Annan called the man and moved the boat over. The man's face was happy. Someone came to trade with me so soon? He had already exchanged these things with his neighbors and his community, but no one was willing to exchange with him. So he thought that there were many people in the market, so he came here to try his luck. The two people argued for a long time, and finally Annan exchanged it for 4 pounds of crocodile meat. Annan looked at the jade bracelet and was very satisfied. She made a lot of money in this transaction. After all, a pound of crocodile meat was only worth about 100 yuan before the natural disaster. 4 pounds of crocodile meat was less than 500 yuan. And this jade bracelet has a lot of waterhead, is old, and has green. Before the natural disaster, it would not be bought without 50,000 yuan. The most important thing is that it can help her upgrade the space. The man opposite was also very happy. Although this bracelet was once very valuable, few people buy it now. Before, he and his neighbor couldn't even exchange a pound of millet, but now he actually exchanged it for a full 4 pounds of crocodile meat. Both parties said goodbye, with satisfaction. After exchanging the jade bracelet, Annan and the other two turned around and returned home. Just after leaving Zhongguan district, they saw 5 kayaks not far ahead, lined up in a row, blocking the road. Annan stopped the boat cautiously and called Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei. There is a situation ahead. Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei quickly picked up their weapons after hearing this. Annan also squatted down and picked up the chainsaw and nail gun that had been prepared on the boat. She had guessed that it would be difficult to go out with 2 boats of supplies, so she took out the chainsaw and nail gun in advance. Fortunately, she had foresight. Otherwise, she would not be able to conjure such a large weapon out of thin air in front of Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an. At this time, the group of people on the opposite side were very excited. Brothers, I said that those who can go to the market are all wealthy people. How many waves of fat sheep are there? A group of people stared at the full supplies on their boat and cheered greedily. Go, go, go. The supplies are coming again.
Quick, quick.
Everyone moved forward together. Several boats were parallel and getting closer and closer to them. Chu Peipei looked at this row of obstacles, holding the nail gun, and sweat was secreted in her palms. Annan saw her nervousness and comforted her softly. Stay steady, don't panic, shoot at their kayaks. After that, he took the lead in shooting at several boats on the opposite side. Seeing this, Chu Peipei hurried to follow. The two of them had practiced shooting a lot, so almost none of the nails were hit off center. In an instant, the 5 kayaks on the opposite side began to leak air slowly, and several people were shot and injured by them. Seeing their fighting style, the other side immediately became anxious. Quick! Hurry up and get close. Long-range combat is very disadvantageous to them, but as long as they get close to their boats, they can easily kill the three of them with their overwhelming numbers. Several boats quickly approached. Seeing this, Anon put the nail gun on his waist and pulled the chainsaw. Buzz buzz, a deafening roar sounded instantly, and the sharp saw blade also ran rapidly. The group of people on the opposite side were dumbfounded. What's going on? Looking at the terrifying big guy, everyone's heart was pounding for a while, and no one dared to move forward. Please, we only have kitchen knives, wrenches, and fire axes in our hands. How can we get close to them? The group of people who originally wanted to use their numbers to bully the few were dumbfounded in an instant. What's going on? Isn't it a game of gunfighting? Why is the other party so unethical? But at this time, their boats were already deflated. If they couldn't kill the three people, they would be in danger after falling into the water. Several guys with longer weapons had to bravely move forward. Seeing this, the others also huddled behind them and waited for an opportunity to attack. Anon's chainsaw is not a group weapon, so it is naturally impossible to saw down so many people at the same time. But now, she has a partner by her side. The three stood side by side on the boat. Anon held the chainsaw and was responsible for defending the four sides. Anyone who dared to approach would be sawed into a bloody mess. With her stopping these people, Chu Pei stood by and boldly aimed and shot at them one by one with a nail gun. With Anon in charge, she felt at ease, her hands were particularly steady, and almost every shot hit the target. Zhao Ping'an was responsible for checking for leaks and filling in the gaps. He held a homemade harpoon more than 4 meters long, which was smeared with a powerful drug for dealing with crocodiles, and stood guard beside Anon. Anyone who crossed the line would be directly stabbed with a fork. The three of them worked together and soon beat the other side to a pulp. 5 minutes later, seeing that all these people had fallen into the water and lost their fighting power, Chu Pei put away the nail gun. She looked at the 20 people and couldn't believe that it was the three of them who killed them. For a moment, her self-confidence soared. On the other side, Anon also put down the chainsaw in her hand and took out the nail gun on her waist again. She raised the gun and aimed it at the water. A gust of wind blew the broken hair on her forehead. Her voice came gently from the wind and fell into Chu Pei's ears. I'll teach you another trick. Kill them all. As she said that, Anon mercilessly shot at those who were still struggling on the water, and each shot was aimed at the temple. The people she hit soon stopped struggling. Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an were stunned for a moment. Then they quickly reacted and followed her to finish off the people one by one. The water surface gradually returned to calm. The three looked forward and found that there was another boat without people, parked not far away. It was full of supplies. It seemed that this group of people had robbed many people before robbing them. Anon and the other two approached and took all their ill-gotten gains. About 300 kilograms of potatoes, various kinds of dry food, some snacks, boxes of mineral water, and even 3 large bottles of gas tanks. Not only the supplies, but also the kayaks they loaded with supplies were taken away. After collecting the supplies, Anon drove the speedboat home. On the way, several people did not speak again. This was the first time that Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei killed someone with their own hands. In the past, they just drove away those who bullied them, but never killed them all. When they started just now, they were a little nervous and felt a little guilty, but it was not as terrible as they imagined. There was even an unspeakable pleasure. A new experience that has never been experienced in peacetime, the strong crushing the weak without mercy. It was as if something had changed after taking action personally. The speedboat quickly returned to the community. Chu Pei, who was originally stunned, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, has the water level dropped?" The water level has indeed dropped a bit. Chu Pei clearly remembered that when she first caught crocodiles 10 days ago, the water surface was just 2 centimeters below the window on the 7th floor. Now the water level has dropped to the middle of the 7th and 6th floors. If it drops a little more, the 6th floor will be exposed. Anon recalled that in the previous life, the accumulated water did not completely dissipate until almost 4 months after the natural disaster. Now it has been more than 3 months since the heavy rain. According to the time in the previous life, the water level should have started to drop. She looked at Chu Peipei's excitement and nodded. The water level has indeed dropped. Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were both very excited, especially Chu Peipei, whose eyes were full of light. Do you think the natural disaster is finally going to end? Annan looked around. I don't know if the natural disaster is over, but you'd better wake up quickly. We are entering the community, not home. At this time, the people in the community were staring at their 3 boats with a covetous look. On the boat were the food that Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an had traded back, as well as the crocodile meat that Annan had not exchanged for, and the boat full of supplies that they had robbed. Whether it was the people on the water in the community or the people looking out of the windows upstairs, they all stared at their rich supplies without exception. There was greed in their eyes. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an stood up nervously. Annan asked Zhao Ping'an to take over the speedboat and continue driving home while he raised the chainsaw and pulled it. The roar was deafening. People upstairs and downstairs were instantly awakened by the sound. This is a chainsaw. Seeing the chainsaw, everyone immediately thought of the famous female devil in the community. The chainsaw killer on the 14th floor of Building 6. The wanted criminal on the run who was rumored to cut people like cutting vegetables. Everyone turned their eyes away from the supplies and looked at the 3 people on the boat. Only then did they realize that they were all splashed with a lot of blood. Originally, I thought the legend was exaggerated. Now it seems that even these supplies were probably robbed by the female devil, right? Look, even the 2 followers beside her have murderous intent in their eyes. Some of the timid ones shrank back and closed the windows. But not everyone was afraid of Annan. There were still some who were eager to try and rush forward. There was no way. The temptation of food was too great. At this time, Annan, who was standing on the boat, turned off the chainsaw with a cold look in her eyes, looked around, and shouted, "If it is not yours, don't be delusional. If you don't believe in evil, just come over. I'll let you experience what it means to have no survivors." Her voice was full of energy and loud enough to echo between the buildings.
No survivors. No survivors.
People who have killed many people have murderous intent in their eyes. Many people were frightened by her momentum, especially those who knew people in Building 6 and had heard about the fierceness of this woman. At this moment, they quickly avoided her for fear of being targeted by this female devil. Occasionally, there were a few who were not convinced, but they just stared at their backs gloomily and did not dare to step forward easily. Annan's goal was to intimidate these neighbors with her momentum. Once she showed her weakness, she would be harassed endlessly and would not be able to rest in peace. Of course, even if she could not intimidate them, she was not afraid. The reason why she dared to speak so arrogantly was naturally because of the submachine gun in the space. Even if they were really besieged by them, a burst of submachine guns would be enough to repel everyone. After all, China prohibits guns. Not to mention Fonglin Yijing community. Even in the entire Linbei city, there are not many people with guns and ammunition. Even the police are only equipped with a pistol. As long as she does not attract the attention of official leaders and international organizations, she is almost invincible. Of course, in the face of natural disasters, official leaders have no time to pay attention to a small person like her. Therefore, she despises all neighbors with bad intentions equally. The boat quickly drove to the window of Building 6. Annan stayed on the boat with weapons in hand, while Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an moved the supplies into the building together. After entering the building, the 3 of them moved the supplies upstairs one by one. Someone opened the door halfway, and when he saw it was Annan, he immediately closed the door. Let's not talk about the people outside. The people in this unit were really scared by Annan. It's not like they can't catch fish, so why risk their lives to provoke that female devil? The 3 of them moved all the supplies to the corridor on the 14th floor and distributed them together. The supplies exchanged by Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei belonged to each of them, and Annan's part of the crocodile meat still belonged to him. The robbed supplies were divided equally among the 3 people. Each person had a gas tank, 100 kilograms of potatoes, and other dry food and snacks were divided into 3 parts. Zhao Pinggan's family was more in need of snacks, and Chu Peipei's family was even more in need of dry food, so the two exchanged again. Annen's space had water and electricity, and she had bought a lot of mineral water at the supermarket for free before, so she deliberately left all the mineral water for them and only symbolically took a few bottles less. Zhao Pinggan and Chu Peipei saw this and gave her some more of the other things. No one took advantage of the other. After distributing the things, Annen thought for a while and said to Chu Peipei, "We brought back so many supplies today. I'm afraid it will be unsafe in the future. If you want, you can live in 1401 opposite my house. That house has been vacant. The corridor door on the 14th floor has a mechanism designed by Zhao Pinggan for her. Chu Peipei's safety performance is more guaranteed when she lives in 1401. The two people live on the same floor, which can be regarded as taking care of each other." Of course, Annen did not fail to consider her own safety. Even if Chu Peipei had second thoughts about her, her 1402 still had two explosion-proof armored doors. But if Chu Peipei was ignored, she might be broken into tonight. After all, people always pick on the weak. Compared with the iron walls of Zhao Pinggan's house and his own house, the anti-theft door of Chu Peipei's house was no different from cardboard to the robbers. Chu Peipei's eyes lit up when she heard Annen's proposal. Is it really possible? After thinking for a while, she hesitated and said, "But when the owner of his house comes back, will he sue me for trespassing?" Chu Peipei had always been holding on to the beautiful hope that the flood would recede and the natural disaster would end. Annen naturally couldn't tell her that the natural disaster would continue and the family had never returned. As for whether they didn't come back or didn't return alive, no one knew. Annen smiled and comforted Chu Peipei. "It's okay. You can stay here until the flood recedes. If they really come back, I will help you explain." Chu Peipei thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, nothing is more important than her own life. In fact, before Annen spoke, she was also a little worried. The eyes of those neighbors today were really terrible. She looked at Annen gratefully. "Annen, thank you." Zhao Pinggan listened on the side and was also happy for Chu Peipei. "That's great. It's much safer for you to live on the 14th floor. And she is my idol. Beautiful and kind." Annen was too lazy to listen to his compliments and told him to move his things home quickly. Then he said to Chu Peipei, "Wait for me here." Then he turned back home and took out the universal lock-picking tools that Bai Wenbin and his sister had brought before. Together with Chu Peipei, they pried open the door of room 1401. There were only a few pieces of furniture in the room, all covered with dust-proof cloth. Chu Peipei tried to be careful not to touch other people's things and moved the supplies in. Then she went downstairs and went home and moved the other supplies and medical books she often read here. She sat in the new house and carefully counted her supplies. 2 basins of dried fish, and more than 100 kilograms of remaining crocodile meat waiting to be traded. 100 kilograms of potatoes, more than 150 kilograms of other dry foods such as noodles, millet, sweet potatoes, etc. There are also 2 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of matches, 2 gas bottles, a gas tank, and a bundle of candles. Chu Peipei couldn't help but sigh. I am now considered a rich family. She looked at the supplies in the house and thought of the corridor door on the 2nd floor outside and a Nan who lived opposite her. The sense of security in her heart increased greatly. Since meeting a Nan, good things have happened every day. On the other side, Zhao Pinggan just arrived at the door of his house and saw 2 corpses lying in front of his house. He was stunned at first and then felt a little funny. These 2 guys must have seen that I went out and thought that my mother was left alone at home and was easy to bully, so they ran to the door to rob things. Please, it was me who left, not my family's agency. Although his mother was not as strong as the young man, she was more ruthless than him in using these devices. The 2 men were shot into hedgehogs by the poisoned arrows. Zhao Pinggan threw them into the flood and opened the door to go home. "Mother, come and help, the supplies are back." Hu Tsuelon came over and said, "You made too little poison. I just used half a bottle at once. You can make more when you have time. There are only 2 people outside." "You used half a bottle?" Zhao Pinggan was extremely shocked. "Mom, you are too ruthless. Only a little bit of that thing is enough. Half a bottle can kill 20 people. After a pause, she said, besides, I can't make as much poison as I want. The chemical raw materials in our house are not enough to be wasted like this. Hu Tsuelon pouted, I know little. I will save it in the future. She took the potatoes and millet from her son's hand and was about to say something else when she suddenly heard a burst of chirping. Hu Tsuelon, what's the noise? Zhao Ping'an said mysteriously. The gift for you is outside the door. Go out and see for yourself. Hu Tsuelon curiously leaned out of the door to look. Little chicks? Big meat rabbit? Hu Tsuelon was full of surprise and ran out of the door in her slippers, picking up the cardboard box. Eldest son, you brought back braised chicken and spicy rabbit head? Zhao Ping'an, don't rush to eat it. We have to raise it for a while first. Let's take it slow and steady. Hu Tsuelon, I know. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs lay chickens. She happily took the chicks and rabbits to the next door suite. You go and take a rest. I'll go make a nest for the new member. While taking the key to open the door, she muttered, this time the life is fulfilling. Zhao Ping'an looked at his mother's back with a smile on his face, and then moved other supplies home. Unlike the joy of the two families' harvest, Annan returned home with a calm face and threw all the supplies into the space. There were so many things that they could not be used up, and it didn't matter if there were more. Fugue saw his master coming home and rushed over excitedly, wagging his tail. Annan was in a good mood when he saw the enthusiastic little guy, and he hugged it and pampered it. When it calmed down, Annan took out a grilled lamb chop from the space for it to chew. Then he went into the house to change clothes, wash his hands, and took out a bowl of snail noodles for himself. The snail noodles were steaming hot, exactly the same as when they were just bought in the store, and there were fried eggs covered with soup in it. Annan found the TV series The Legend of Huan Huan to eat with rice, and slurped the noodles with satisfaction. Fugue, who was chewing the lamb chops at her feet, smelled this special smell and widened his dog eyes in surprise. What are you eating? It squinted at her and silently moved away with the lamb chop in its mouth. Annan looked at it and was speechless. And Fugue, what's that look in your eyes? Fugue turned his ace towards her and hid far away to continue chewing his lamb chops. Respect other people's hobbies and enjoy your own life. You are a dog, you have no taste. I won't bother with you. She lowered her head and slurped the noodles very loudly. After eating, the man and the dog slumped on the sofa. Annan took out her clothes pockets and put the jadeite she bought at the market into the space. Sure enough, it was swallowed up again. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist again. The texture has improved again. But the area of the space has not changed much, so what has been upgraded? After thinking about it, she decided to explore the manor. She picked up Fugue. She couldn't lift it. She carried Fugue and flashed into the space. Fugue, why are you so fat? As soon as Annan entered the space, she quickly put the dog on the lawn. I didn't observe it carefully before, but now I see that it has grown so much. Its body is almost twice as long as when I first brought it home, and I don't know how much weight it has increased. Anyway, I can't lift it easily like before. Annan pinched its body and found that it was particularly strong. Other breeds of dogs have thick hair, so although they look round, they don't actually have much meat. Fugue is different as a French bulldog. Its hair is very short, and the bigger it looks, the more meat it has. What you see is what you get. Annan lowered her head and taught it. Fugue, you are a little girl. Eat less. You are almost as fat as a pig. Fugue ignored her, raised his little head, and went to the pond to drink water again. Annan didn't care about Fugue anymore and walked around the manor by herself. The villa, no change. The lawn, no change. The medicinal field, no change. The pond, no change. She looked around, not missing any small details, but she found nothing. What exactly has been upgraded in this space? Swallowed a high-quality jade for nothing, but there is no change at all? This shouldn't be. Annan walked around again without giving up, but still didn't find any changes. So she checked her own medicinal field, and seeing that it was growing well, She took the dog and flashed out of the space. The next second, a man and a dog stood on the coffee table of 1402. Fugue happened to be standing on the edge of the coffee table, and he fell down with a slight movement and fell to the ground. Aha! Although she couldn't understand, Annan could see that Fugue was cursing very dirty. She looked at her feet. What's going on? Didn't they enter the space sitting on the sofa? Why did they stand on the coffee table after coming out? They moved a full meter. Annan was full of doubts. She flashed into the space again, and then came out again.
Wow.
She moved forward another meter. This time she stood on the open space between the coffee table and the TV. She tried it several times and was ecstatic. Finally, she knew what the space had been upgraded. It was the exit position. Annan went in and out many times and finally figured out the pattern. If she didn't control it deliberately, then when she exited the space, she would appear 1 meter in front by default. But if she deliberately used her mind to control it, she could still exit the space on the spot. She could even control the distance she exited as long as she wanted. For example, 30 centimeters, 80 centimeters. As long as it didn't exceed 1 meter, it was all possible. Isn't this teleportation? No wonder she entered the space on the staircase landing when she was in Taiyu building, but she stood directly on the steps when she came out. And the time when she faced the wild boar on the mountain, she rode directly on the wild boar when she came out. It turned out that the space had been upgraded at that time. Although the last few raw stones collected in the gambling stone square did not make the space continue to expand, they were not useless. However, the distance of entry and exit was only upgraded by about 30 centimeters, which was not much longer than her feet. So she had never noticed it. The jadeite she bought at the market this time was of good quality, and it was upgraded to a distance of 1 meter at once, which finally made her discover it. Annan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Good people are really rewarded. If she hadn't lent the speedboat to Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei, she wouldn't have received so much crocodile meat. Without the extra crocodile meat, she wouldn't have thought of going to the market to exchange for fertilizer. This was almost a free jadeite. Annan simply and roughly rounded it off. I lent out a speedboat and unlocked the teleportation superpower. Just as she was happy, her brain suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and she suddenly thought of something. She held down her thump-thump beating heart, came to the wall between the living room and the bedroom, and entered the space. When she came out again, she was standing in the bedroom. What's the difference between this and the wall walking technique? As long as the thickness of the wall is not more than 1 meter, she can enter the space from one side of the wall and then come out from the other side like a bug, passing through the wall. Annan was so excited that he couldn't breathe. In his previous life, he only used the space as a storage room and a temporary shelter, and he never thought that it could be upgraded and unlocked. 1 meter teleportation, wall passing. If this is used in battle, others will think that she has awakened some special ability. Who would have thought that she actually relies on the portable space? Before, she was worried that she had too little time to enter the space every day. Just like the battle with the wild boar, she could only hide in the space for an hour at most. If the enemy stayed in place for more than an hour, she would have to come out to face the danger. But now it's different. She only needs to enter the space, and then quietly come out from other places such as behind the enemy. Then the counterattack can be completed in an instant. Annan was so excited that he almost shouted out. Fugue was also stunned at this time. It huddled in the corner of the living room, watching its owner flash around the room. If it is paired with flashing lights and a white dress, it is simply a scene from a horror movie. Annan was tired and slumped on the sofa, her brain working fast. Now the distance threshold for entering and exiting the space is 1 meter. If she continues to collect jade, can she increase this distance? Then what can it be upgraded to? 5 meters? 10 meters? 100 meters? It is impossible to go abroad as soon as she leaves the space, right? Annan touched her chin and thought, that is probably unlikely. It is likely that it will stop upgrading to a certain extent, just like the area of the space. Now a distance of 1 meter is enough for her. It is hard to imagine how happy her life will be if she upgrades further. At this moment, she has more confidence in her future life. That night, Annan slept particularly well. The next day, Chu Pei just got up and heard a knock on the door. She opened the door and saw Annan standing outside the door with a bright face. "Sister Pei. Good morning." Chu Pei looked at her flushed face and was very surprised. "What happened?" "I have never seen Annan so happy before." "Good morning, Annan, you look good today." Annan would not tell Chu Pei about the space. She blinked and said, "Oh, nothing. I had a last night and I feel particularly refreshed today." Chu Pei looked at her with disbelief. "What kind of lewd words are you talking about?" Annan was very calm. "Have you packed? Let us go if you're ready." Chu Pei nodded blankly and Annan immediately went upstairs to call Zhao Ping'an. "Let's go. Let's go to the market to see if there are any more jadeite. Annan is looking forward to today's trip." When the three of them went downstairs, they passed by Chu Pei's old home on the 13th floor and took a special look. Sure enough, the door had been forcibly pried open and the house was turned upside down. Chu Pei couldn't help but feel scared. "Fortunately, I listened to Annan yesterday and moved to the 14th floor in advance." Today, Annan was driving the speedboat again, and the boat was full of crocodile meat. Zhao Ping'an sat on the boat, looking at Annan's expression, and asked Chu Pei beside him, "What delicious food did you eat behind my back last night?" "Annan looks very happy today." Chu Pei's face turned red all of a sudden. "Man, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." How should she answer? Say that Annan had an unspeakable dream? So embarrassing. Zhao Ping'an had a question mark on his face. What shouldn't be asked? Annan was originally a person who didn't show his emotions and rarely showed his emotions so openly. But that was teleportation. The ability to walk through walls. What's the difference between it and Wang Duiyu's 30 billion inheritance from the sky? 30 billion is just waste paper now. Can it buy my superpowers? She just smiled a little more, which is already low-key enough. But seeing Zhao Ping'an's curious look, she still explained with a smile, "It's okay. I just dreamed last night that 5 handsome guys with 8-pack abs appeared at home." "Zhao Ping'an, my idol, you are so magnanimous." "Chu Pei, I told you not to ask." The three of them soon arrived at the floating market again. This time, Annan's goal was clear: to find jade. "I'll buy all the jade on this street." "Sister, I want to try what it feels like to teleport 10 meters. But she drove around the market and didn't meet anyone with jade. Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei, on the other hand, quickly exchanged a lot of things. Their needs were relatively simple. Mechanic Zhao Ping'an liked to collect all kinds of strange steel scraps, such as iron rods and forks, and wanted to take them all home. Then there were all kinds of snacks and seasonings. He always remembered his mother's complaints about him. He didn't stock up on hot pot base for her before. Therefore, whenever he saw someone exchanging seasonings, he would exchange meat for hot pot base, marinated meat, and spicy hot pot. Anyway, there was enough fish left at home, and the rest were all for exchange. As long as it could improve the quality of life, he would trade with others. Chu Pei's needs were even simpler. She only wanted the most practical supplies. Easy to store dry food, basic seasonings such as salt and sugar, energy fuels for making fire and cooking. Although crocodile meat is no longer as valuable as it was at the beginning as the market gradually saturated with aquatic products, fortunately they had a lot of inventory and they still exchanged a lot of good things. While helping them load supplies onto the boat, Annan subconsciously looked around. Fei Sui didn't see it, but she saw an unexpected harvest. The fertilizer she had been thinking about yesterday. There were 2 large bags of fertilizer on a prosperous vegetable stall. She quickly approached the other party's speedboat. The market was full of kayaks, bathtubs, and large plastic basins, and speedboats were still rare. Not to mention that this speedboat was full of fresh vegetables. Leeks, spinach, Chinese cabbage, cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers. Looking around, almost all of them were things that had a short maturity period and could be grown in 1 or 2 months. The water flooded Linbei City for more than 3 months, and there were still people with a lot of fresh vegetables. At this time, the speedboat was crowded with people, all asking questions. "Brother, where did you get these fresh vegetables? Is there any place in Linbei City that has not been flooded?" How do you sell these vegetables? The man selling vegetables was as eye-catching as his vegetables. The man was wearing a well-tailored suit, revealing a neat shirt collar and a cufflink on his cuff. Annan looked at him curiously. Is this a new fashion? Selling vegetables in a suit? It has been more than 3 months since the natural disaster, and there are still people who dress so elegantly. The man in the suit did not respond to those messy questions, but only quoted a price for his vegetables. 1 pound of vegetables for 3 pounds of coarse grains or 5 pounds of crocodile meat, and 8 pounds for other fish and meat. Many people walked away after hearing the price. This is too expensive. 1 pound of vegetables can't even fill your stomach, but you need to exchange so much grain and meat. It's better not to have it. But there are also big households that catch a lot of crocodiles and are willing to exchange with him. After all, if you don't eat vegetables for a long time, your body will have many problems. So, at this time, there were still a few people who wanted to trade with him. Seeing that many people who were blocking the way were discouraged by the price, Chu Peipei quickly found an opportunity and moved the boat over. Annan set his eyes on the 2 bags of fertilizer on his boat. Hello, I want to exchange for some vegetables. How do I exchange this fertilizer? The 2 women asked at the same time. The man in the suit was packing vegetables for other guests and replied to them. The fertilizer is packed in 50 kilograms, 2 bags totaling 100 kilograms, and 10 kilograms of crocodile meat can be exchanged. As for vegetables, how much do you want to exchange? Chu Peipei had already exchanged a lot of things just now, so she exchanged her last 30 kilograms of crocodile meat for 6 kilograms of vegetables. She also specially picked cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers that were convenient for keeping seeds. Not only can you eat them directly when you take them back, you can also keep seeds and plant them on the balcony at home. Annan readily exchanged 10 kilograms of crocodile meat for fertilizer. Do you still have fertilizer at home? I'll take it all if you sell it at a lower price. The man in the suit was a little surprised. People living in Shuiqing now still have such a great demand for fertilizers? Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei were also curious. Annan, what do you buy so much fertilizer for? Annan, oh, I also grow vegetables at home. Zhao Ping'an laughed at her. Growing vegetables, so much fertilizer? Of course. Annan would not tell him that she had a large piece of land to cultivate, so she just smiled. I am not good at growing vegetables, so I can stock up more of this stuff to be at ease. Besides, this thing is not easy to come by. What if I can't come across it in the future? I have to buy more. Zhao Ping'an thought that was the reason, so he also wanted to buy some. The man in the suit scratched his head. I still have a lot of fertilizers at home, and I can sell you another 1,000 kilograms, but I have to wait until tomorrow. Annan immediately said that he could come again tomorrow. Seeing this, Chu Peipei asked the man in the suit to bring her some soil for growing vegetables. She also asked him curiously, where do you grow so many vegetables? They exchanged a lot of things with him, and they were considered big customers. Therefore, the man in the suit was in a good mood and answered, I live on the mountain, and I planted some vegetables.
On the mountain?
Annan thought it is very likely that he lives in the villa area halfway up the mountain. Especially his outfit. Annan looked at him. I have a question too. Seeing her serious expression, the man in the suit replied, Excuse me. Why do you wear a suit to sell vegetables? The man in the suit was a little speechless, but Annan still waited for his answer with a serious face. Please. It has been more than 3 months since the natural disaster, and there are still people who dress like the CBD elites in suits and leather shoes. Isn't it worth being curious? How high is this self-requirement? It's even more exaggerated than the beautiful woman in the community who must wear Chanel, carry LV, and put on exquisite makeup before going downstairs to take out the garbage. After all, that beautiful woman now just puts on a sweater and goes out with a disheveled face. The man in the suit was a little embarrassed. There is no special reason, mainly because I have no other clothes except suits. As the backbone of the group's business and the most capable lackey around Mr. Gu. Oh no, assistant. A closet full of suits is the minimum respect for this job. Another thing is that wearing this way will also make it convenient for me to meet my boss at any time in the best condition. Annan and her friends were stunned. What kind of outrageous capitalist is this? Even when there is a natural disaster, you still have to be ready to meet the boss at any time. It's really sad to hear it, and cry to see it. Annan. Fortunately, I am an unemployed vagrant lying at home. It's true that no money is easy to earn in this world. A few people were talking, and suddenly, a high-handed voice came from afar. Hey, Long Tsongin, you are not only farming now, but also selling vegetables? Annan looked in the direction of the voice and found an unexpected person. A speedboat came on the water. There were a woman and two men sitting on it. The woman wore sunglasses, the latest suit of a high-end luxury brand, and held a half-drunk bottle of Perrier in her hand. The two men were like her bodyguards, one driving the boat, and the other looking around vigilantly. There was nothing on the boat except the snacks and drinks that the woman was eating. It was obvious that they were not here to exchange supplies. It seemed that they were out for a picnic with delicious food. When Annan saw this woman, his brows instantly frowned.
And Xiaobei,
The illegitimate daughter raised by her scumbag father. Not long before the natural disaster, her mother had just passed away, and Xingye brought in Xiaobei and her mother into the house. That was the first time Annan saw her. At first glance, she was very annoying. Her features were 3/4 similar to his, and her dressing style was all imitated from his style, and even her name was copying his porcelain. Annan and Xiaobei. From the south and the north, do you want to get together and form a mahjong table? It's so unlucky. Chu Peipei, who didn't know the truth, looked at Xiaobei with an expression of I am the most noble in the audience and couldn't help but sigh. Princesses from rich families are really happy. Even if natural disasters come, their lives are not as miserable as those of ordinary people like us. Chu Peipei is from the most ordinary family. She relied on herself all the way, studied hard, went to college, went to the hospital, and worked hard step by step. Finally, she bought a house and a car and had her own corner in the city. Although she had a mortgage and a car loan, her life was getting better and better. Who would have thought that everything would be reset to zero in one day? But look at her. It seems that this natural disaster has not affected her rich life at all. And Nan looked at Xiaobei's arrogant look and felt disdain in his heart. A country chicken flew to the branch and really thought she was a phoenix? What kind of princess is she? Everything Xiaobei enjoys now is earned by her grandparents and has nothing to do with the Yin family. If it weren't for Xingye, the phoenix man, who took away the property left to him by his grandfather and mother, what would happen to Xiaobei? Her mother was just a village woman from the same village as Xingye. She became a mistress and suddenly became a rich lady. She was not even worthy of carrying shoes for Annan's mother. She comforted Chu Peipei. You may not always be in dire straits, and she may not be able to keep her current wealth. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Rich people are always more resilient than ordinary people in the face of sudden changes in the environment. For example, now, more than 3 months after the natural disaster, and Xiaobei can still continue to use bodyguards and drivers. But as the natural disaster continues, even the rich will gradually be unable to survive. She knows that during the extreme cold, Xingye's family could only eat half full at most. Life is always getting worse and worse. Chu Peipei nodded when she heard this. Annan, you are right. I shouldn't be so depressed. Life will always get better. Some time ago, she couldn't even eat a few biscuits and almost lost her life. Now she has food, meat, and supplies, and she has met Nan, a noble man. God still treats her well. And Nan looked at Chu Peipei's excited face and couldn't help laughing. What a strong little woman. Always positive, high-spirited, and extremely strong. And Xiaobei on the other side quickly pulled the boat next to the man in the suit. Long Tsongin, how come there is a like you in the mid-levels villa district? Not only do you grow cucumbers next to precious trees, but now you're selling vegetables? The man in the suit, Long Tsongin, looked at the woman who came to pick a fight, and his face suddenly turned bad. What do you care what I grow? I want to sell vegetables. What's it to you? TSK. I really don't understand why Mr. Gu would lend you a villa. Inferior people are inferior people. You move into a villa and grow vegetables in it. The two knew each other at first sight, and they should have had conflicts many times. Long Tsongin was irritated by her relentless attitude. Seeing in Xiaobei's arrogant look, Annan felt disgusted and sneered. You call others inferior. What kind of superior are you? Annan's figure was blocked by Zhao Ping'an before, so Xiaobei had never seen her from her perspective. Now Annan spoke. She leaned over to look, and found that there was a familiar beauty standing on the boat next to her. And Xiaobei was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes widened instantly. Annan? She would recognize this woman, even if she turned into ashes. Especially her appearance has not changed much. These people outside are hungry and pale, but she is still the same outstanding appearance. And Xiaobei has hidden in the dark corners to spy on Annan countless times. She is an illegitimate daughter who cannot see the light. Every time she misses her father, she has to wait for a long time before she can see him secretly. When she was a child, she couldn't ride on her father's shoulders to the amusement park like other people, and when she grew up, she couldn't take her father's car for a ride. She couldn't even tell any friends who her father was. But Annan is completely different from her. She was a girl living in the sunshine, a bright and beautiful little princess, the apple of the family's eye. And Xiaobei would sometimes secretly follow her, like a mouse hiding in the gutter, peeking at her glittering life. Watching her go shopping with her father's arm around her, buying countless pretty little skirts. Watching her live in her unattainable villa on the hillside, with a whole floor of independent space. Watching her hold a bright and grand coming-of-age ceremony in a 5-star hotel when she was 18 years old. On the day she turned 18, she only received a transfer from her father because he was on vacation abroad with Nan and her mother and daughter. If you ask Xiaobei who is the person she hates most in the world, it is definitely Nan. And Xiaobei stood up, all the muscles in his body tensed up, and he was on full fire. Hey, isn't this my good sister? Long time no see. Have you fallen on hard times? She took off her sunglasses and looked Annan up and down. You used to wear a full set of custom-made dresses. Why are you wearing a sports suit now? Hearing this, Annan glanced at her with disdain. Only people who can't afford nice things will stare at what others wear every day. How come you put on a few clothes you haven't worn before and you think you've become an immortal? Before Xiaobei could refute, she continued. Besides, who is your sister? I'm an only child, and I don't have any sisters or sisters. Oh, I almost forgot. You are the illegitimate daughter that Xingye raised outside the woman who has lived for more than 20 years and has rarely seen her own father? Annan always knows where to stab the knife to hurt the most. And Xiaobei was furious. Bah. Isn't it just that your family has a few stinky money? As she said that, she seemed to think of something and covered her mouth and laughed. But now all your money is mine.
Now my father wants me, not you.
And Nan remained calm and was not angered by her at all. What is there to be proud of being treated as a treasure by a piece of trash? So you also know that you use all my money? It's okay, no need to thank me, but a few taels of silver to reward you to see the world. And Xiaobei exchanged a few words with her, but didn't get any advantage. Instead, she was very angry. She stamped her feet and ordered the 2 bodyguards around her. Go. Tear her mouth for me. At this time, Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an next to them were shocked by the content of their conversation. And Nan was actually a rich girl? This woman was the illegitimate daughter of Nan's father? They also robbed Nan's family business. It turned out that this was a real girl who met a fake phoenix. Seeing that the other party was still shamelessly trying to fight, the 2 men immediately stood behind Annan and showed their weapons. Chu Peipei was annoyed that she had just envied this fake phoenix, so she took the lead and shot a few nails at the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards were naturally good, but the distance between the boats limited their performance. They only had 2 short daggers in their hands. Not only could they not do anything to Annan, but they were also shot in the wrist by Chu Peipei accurately, causing the weapons to fall out of their hands instantly. The 2 men immediately wanted to jump onto their boat and fight in close combat. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ping'an followed closely behind, holding his 4-meter-long harpoon and stabbing them viciously. You still want to tear my idol's mouth? Stab you to death. The area of the speedboat was limited, and the two men had to take Xiaobei into consideration, so they had nowhere to hide, and Zhao Ping'an stabbed a big hole in their bodies. The harpoon was smeared with powerful drugs. No matter how strong the bodyguard is, he can't beat the thick-skinned crocodile. Soon his eyes rolled back and he fell into the water without making any sound. And Xiaobei saw that his two bodyguards were defeated so easily, and he could not help but cling to the side of the boat and roar.
Ah!
What's wrong with you? Chu Peipei put away her gun and looked at her with disdain. We defeated 20 people yesterday, so how can we be afraid of just 2 of your men? In just 1 minute, and Xiaobei looked at his 2 bodyguards in disbelief and was defeated. And Nan stood there calmly, without even making a move. She was trembling all over, yelling at the top of her lungs. Anan, how could you hurt someone? You're breaking the law. I'm going to put you all in jail. Anan seemed to have heard a joke. Oh? Then come and catch me. And Xiaobei shrank back. You bullied me. I'm going to tell Daddy. Chu Peipei looked at her unkindly and asked Anan in a low voice, Do you want to get rid of her? And Xiaobei was horrified. What are you talking about? I heard it. You vicious woman. I'm her half-sister. Anan didn't recognize this cheap sister in her heart, but she wasn't a female devil who would kill anyone she saw. She leaned over, grabbed Xiaobei by the collar, and slapped her hard twice. Since you're spending my money, you should be polite when you see me. This is the rule I taught you. Then he leaned close to her ear and said, But believe it or not, you won't be able to use this money for a few days before you can enjoy it again. And Nan thought that when the natural disaster came, all the wealth would become a thing of the past, and she would not be able to enjoy it at all. But Xiaobei thought she was going to kill her, and her pants got wet with fear. Seeing this, Nan sneered, Go back and tell your cheap father a message. Today I spared your life, which is also a repayment for his 20 years of raising you. From now on, we will go our separate ways, and I, and Nan, will always look down on him. And Xiaobei was released by her, and her legs softened, and she fell on the boat. After a moment of stunnedness, she hurriedly rolled and crawled to drive the boat. She didn't care about the 2 bodyguards who fell into the water unconsciously. There were crocodiles in the water, and she didn't dare to go down, not to mention that the 2 people might have been drowned by now. Seeing her running away, Nan threatened her from behind. You are dressed so stylishly, but the journey is long and the mountains are high. Be careful not to be abused by others, and Xiaobei was very angry with her, but she didn't dare to get angry. Of course, she knew that the world was in chaos now, and there were robbers and bullies everywhere. If she hadn't been really bored at home and brought 2 bodyguards with her, she wouldn't dare to go out and hang out. After trembling, Xiaobei started the speedboat and ran away crying. It was in sharp contrast to her arrogance and vigor when she came. Long Tsongan, a man in a suit, looked at her running away and felt angry. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He happily gave the last few vegetables on the boat to Nan and the others. Beauty, your name is Anan, right? As soon as I saw you, I could tell you had an extraordinary temperament. You are indeed a heroine. Let me introduce myself. My name is Long Tsongan. I will deliver the fertilizer to you on time tomorrow at the same time. Anan nodded and took the dish from his hand, but suddenly found that he was wearing a ring on his hand. Anan stared at it for a moment. Is this thing of yours made of jade? Long Tsongan nodded. Yes. Anan was delighted. Are you selling this? Long Tsongan was stunned for a moment. Is there anyone willing to exchange food for jewelry now? It seems that even if this girl is down and out, she is still very capable. But he shook his head. I won't sell this. This is a gift from my boss. It is a reward for my first completion of a work task. It has special meaning to me. Anan stretched out his finger. 20 kilograms of crocodile meat. Long Tsongan shook his head. Anan added another finger. 30 kilograms of crocodile meat. Long Tsongan still shook his head.
Annan frovnid.
The bracelet she received last time was much better than this one, but it only contained 4 pounds of crocodile meat. If she hadn't seen that he made a lot of money selling vegetables and didn't like the crocodile meat if it was less, she wouldn't have offered such a high price. 50 pounds. No more, it would be too conspicuous. Long Sung-in still shook his head. Missin, I want to go home. I really can't sell this ring. It would be bad if my boss found out. And Nan had to give up, thinking, it seems that this big brother really didn't starve. This thing can't be eaten, and if it were someone else, they would have exchanged it long ago. But she was not discouraged. Jade can't be soaked or burned, and there will always be opportunities to get it in the future. She received jade bracelets and fertilizers during these 2 visits to the trading market, which was already a huge profit. After all, the crocodile meat used for exchange was caught by Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei, and she just sold a speedboat. After agreeing with Long Sung-in on the trading time for tomorrow, and Nan and the other 2 also started the speedboat and left. Supplies on the 3 people's boat today than yesterday. The scrap copper and iron collected by Zhao Ping'an alone took up a lot of space. On the way home, Chu Peipei asked curiously, "No one came to rob today?" Annan laughed. "Are you addicted to robbing others?" Chu Peipei blushed. "That's not the case. Who would like to be robbed by others as a fat sheep?" But the supplies confiscated yesterday were really delicious. Not to mention anything else. The 100 kilograms of potatoes alone are enough for her to eat for a long time. Chu Peipei would definitely not do something like robbing others. But if someone robbed you, swallowing up their supplies would be considered as doing justice, right? Chu Peipei stopped talking and looked around carefully with the nail gun in hand. "Let me take a look. Is there anyone who wants to rob you without a care in the world? As the saying goes, if you keep thinking about it, there will be a response." Chu Peipei really ran into a few robbers. It's just that the targets of the robbery were not them. Not long after the 3 of them left the water market in their speedboat, they heard a quarrel not far away. Brothers. The guy who brought a boatload of broken vegetables this morning actually exchanged for a lot of dry food and meat. Sure. Get him. Little white face, why are you showing off in a tattered suit? Hand over all the supplies if you know what's good for you, and we can be merciful and spare your life. A tattered suit? Annan heard the voice and looked around. It was really the suit man Long Sung-in who traded with them. At this time, Long Sung-in was surrounded by 3 kayaks, and a dozen people on them were shouting at him with weapons. He frowned and negotiated with the other party. "If you have something to say, I can pay part of the toll. But it's impossible to give you all the things." This was the first time Long Sung-in went out to exchange supplies, and he didn't expect to be targeted so soon. The things on the boat were rations to take back to his wife and children, so it was naturally impossible to hand them over to others. He nervously grasped the weapon in his hand, a large sickle. "Toll?" The leader laughed. "Did you hear what the pretty boy said? He said he would pay part of the toll. You wish. Why should we only take part of something that can be left behind? Don't waste your time talking to him. Just kill him and take all the supplies away." Long Sung-in knew that a big fight was inevitable. Seeing that the other party had already rushed over, he quickly swung his sickle. He was quite skilled and injured 2 people right away, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and he was soon at a disadvantage and was stabbed several times. Seeing this, Chu Peipei quickly turned around and asked Annan, "Do you want help?" "Help." Annan manipulated the speedboat to move over there without hesitation. How could she not help? She still had 1,000 kilograms of fertilizer waiting for her. A burst of motor sound came, and the speedboat approached quickly, bringing up a burst of water and attracting the attention of all the robbers. Long Sung-in, who was being beaten by more than a dozen people on the other side, suddenly felt much less pressure and looked over there. The girl was seen driving the speedboat with one hand and holding a nail gun in the other, coming at high speed. A beautiful tail swing splashed everyone's face with water. Following closely, the nails flew over and knocked down all 4 people who had jumped onto Long Sung-in's boat. Long Sung-in, who was pressed and injured, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Annan with gratitude. Chu Peipei also reacted quickly and followed up, shooting at the kayaks of the group of people, but they all deflated after a few shots. The robbers immediately changed their targets when they saw the uninvited guests suddenly landed. Quick. Kill the 3 newcomers first. They have nail guns in their hands. The trio would not give them that chance. Still using the formation of yesterday, Annan raised the chainsaw to defend the formation. Chu Pei aimed and shot, and Zhao Ping'an checked for leaks and made up for them. The battle was over soon. Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an finished off the people struggling in the water, while Annan jumped onto Long Tsong'an's boat and helped him up. Are you okay? Long Tsong'an was covered in blood, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. Annan looked at the knife wounds all over his body, and the wounds were very deep, and he was still bleeding. At this time, Long Tsong'an's lips turned white due to excessive blood loss. We must stop the bleeding immediately, otherwise it will be dangerous, Annan said, using the backpack behind him to cover up, and took out a hemostatic bandage from the space to help him stop the bleeding. My 1,000 kilograms of fertilizer. You have to hold on, don't squeak. Long Tsong'an endured the pain and let Annan help him strangle the wound simply and roughly. After a long time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This group of people is so cruel. Not only did they rob things, I think they want my life. Annan looked at him with a look of you-know-it. There are such road robberies and unearned gains every day. You took out so many things, it's better to bring a partner with you. Long Tsong'an nodded. I can't repay you for saving my life. He took off the jade ring on his hand and handed it to Annan. I see you like this ring so much. This is a thank you. Annan raised his eyebrows. Aren't you afraid that your boss will be unhappy? Long Tsong'an. No, you are my lifesaver. My boss can understand. Annan didn't bother to be polite with him and took the jade directly. I won't take it for nothing. I'll exchange it with crocodile meat. Long Tsong'an hurriedly shook his head. No, no, no. I said I won't sell this ring. This is to thank you for your kindness, as a gift to you. This man is still very stubborn. Annan didn't say anything else and put the ring into his pocket. It's impossible not to want it. I also put in the work, it's not for nothing. When Long Tsong'an recovered, the group said goodbye to each other and went home. Mid-Mountain Villa area. Long Tsong'an returned home exhausted. His wife, who was cooking, heard the sound and hurried out to greet him. Seeing him covered in blood, she was shocked. Tsong'an, are you okay? Nothing serious, I just met a few robbers. I was lucky and was saved by a kind person. Li Shihan's eyes instantly reddened and tears fell. Fortunately, you are okay. I would have gone with you if I had known. Long Tsong'an saw that his wife was in a bad mood and quickly hugged her. Don't cry, my wife. I'm fine. Don't worry. I promise to take good care of you for the rest of my life, and I will definitely do it. As he said, he took her hand. Come on, follow me to get the things in. The harvest is so big that I can't even move it. Li Shihan followed him down the mountain and saw that their own speedboat and the full boat of supplies were hidden in a hidden bush. She widened her eyes. Just those vegetables, but they actually exchanged for so many things? That's right. My wife is smart and beautiful. The vegetables she grows must be extraordinary. I have to exchange more meat and dry food for her. Li Shihan burst into laughter. Slippery tongue. Then he drove him back to rest. You don't need me for this. I'll call Xiaobao to come and move with me later. You go back and take care of it. Don't move. The villa halfway up the mountain is still safe at the moment, and Long Tsong'an is not going to show off. Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll pick some fresh vegetables, and send some to Mr. Gu. If Mr. Gu hadn't lent him a villa to live in and given him a lot of support, he wouldn't be where he is today. Although he doesn't need his little money, he should still show his appreciation. The villa area halfway up the mountain is built along the mountain. The villa where Long Tsong'an lives is the second one from the bottom of the mountainside. Going up to the highest point is the villa of his boss. It is both the highest and the most luxurious one. In the past, there were many servants and security guards, but now they have all been sent back home, and the villa is quiet. Long Tsong'an entered the villa by scanning his face outside the grand gate. As he walked in, he remembered Xiaobei's arrogant face. Bah, why are you pretending? Our boss's business is the first in Linbei City, but he is not as arrogant as you are. He walked into the villa and vaguely heard a crying female voice from the audio-visual room. It was a wrong choice after all. Long Sung-in put the things in the kitchen first and then followed the sound to the audio-visual room. When he opened the door, there was only one man inside, wearing a black home suit, with his sleeves loosely rolled up and his collar slightly open, lazily nestling in the leather sofa. It was his wise and heroic general manager Gu. He was seen holding a glass of red wine elegantly, watching the legend of Huan. Long Sung-in. What does the president usually pay attention to at home? Financial reports? Current news? Global warming? No. It could also be a 76-episode large-scale palace drama. Long Sung-in could understand it very well. After all, Mr. Gu was not like him, who had a wife and children at home. He was a single young man, staying alone in a large villa of thousands of square meters. How lonely it was. It was just right to watch Legend of Huan, where concubines appeared one after another like a stream of water, fighting and competing with each other. How lively. Long Sung-in stood and waited for a while, and seeing that he was really absorbed in watching, he had to interrupt. Mr. Gu, I'm here to bring you something. Gu Jiu raised his eyes and saw Long Sung-in standing at the door in a bloody and embarrassed state. He paused the TV series and frowned. What happened? Long Sung-in grinned. Mr. Gu, I'm fine. I just went out to sell vegetables and encountered a few robbers. Selling vegetables? Gu Jiu's brows tightened. Did you find a part-time job outside? No, Mr. Gu. My wife grew some vegetables at home, and I took them out to exchange for some fresh meat and dry food. I feel at ease if I store more supplies. So I brought some for you as well. Gu Jiu, no need to give it to me. Keep it for yourself. After thinking for a while, he asked again, what's the situation outside now? Long Sung-in answered truthfully, it's a mess. It's like 2 different worlds compared to Arlon Mountain. He pointed to the wounds on his body. Robbery and murder have become commonplace. If I hadn't met my savior today, I wouldn't be able to come back.
Savior? Yes, savior.
As soon as she made a move, she killed 4 people in an instant. Speaking of Annan, Long Sung-in's face was full of admiration. What a kind-hearted person. She helped me out at the market and later saved me from a dozen robbers. By the way, you may have seen her. Her name is Annan, and she used to live in the villa halfway up the mountain.
Annan.
Gu Jiu opened his thin lips and read the name. I haven't heard of it. Long Sung-in. There are many people in the villa area, and she has moved away. It's normal that you don't know her. Anyway, today is really thanks to her and her friends. Whenever Long Sung-in mentions Annan now, his face is full of admiration. Gu Jiu looked at him with a look of complete subjugation and was a little surprised. After all, in the past, he only had such an expression when he mentioned his boss. By the way, boss, Long Sung-in looked at his face carefully and said, the ring you gave me, I also gave it to Miss Annan. She likes that thing. It's yours if I give it to you, and you don't need to ask me for permission. Long Sung-in nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. I knew that our boss is very generous and would not care about such a small matter. Gu Jiu did not care, but a little curiosity arose in his heart. Long Sung-in used to regard the ring as his lifeblood, showing it off to everyone he met, saying that it was the boss's recognition of him. He wore it when taking a bath and sleeping, and no one was allowed to touch it. Now he gave it away willingly. You said that woman, she knocked down 4 people in an instant? She was quite strong. When talking about the situation at that time, Long Sung-in's eyebrows flew with joy. You don't know, more than a dozen people were holding machetes to beat me. It was so dangerous. My life was over. In a flash, the heroine drove the boat with one hand, swung the tail, and fell from the sky. Long Sung-in described the situation at that time vividly. He was too excited in the middle of speaking, and the wound suddenly burst open, so he stopped with a grin. Seeing him holding his wound in pain, Gu Jiu said, since the supplies have been brought back safely, go home and recover. Long Sung-in scratched his head. There are still some supplies that have not been replaced, and I have to go out again tomorrow. Hearing this, Gu Jiu seemed to have thought of something and pondered for a moment. I'll go with you. Long Sung-in was flattered. He has such a high status in the boss's heart now. He even accompanied him on purpose, fearing that he would encounter danger? Long Song-in's eyes were filled with tears. Boss Gu, you don't have to accompany me on purpose. I can do it myself. Gu Jiu raised his eyes. You think too much. He just stayed at home for more than 3 months and was a little bored, so he wanted to go out for some fresh air. What's more, he had to see the outside world with his own eyes and see what it was like now. Before leaving, Long Song-in reported to him the recent developments in the villa area. As you expected, more and more servants and security guards are restless. Now most families have temporarily dismissed their servants. Only the Yu family is still doing normal. The supplies of each family are still sufficient, and there is no sign of chaos in the villa area for the time being. The water outside has dropped a little, and the situation may improve. Gu Ziyu listened to him in silence, nodded, and opened the legend of Huan Huan again. Long Song-in, Mr. Gu, then I will go back first and come to pick you up tomorrow. When he returned home, his wife had already moved all the supplies back. The 5-year-old son Long Xiaobao was surrounding his mother, helping seriously. Seeing his father come home, he immediately rushed up crying. Dad, Mom said you were injured? Long Song-in picked up his son. Let me see, whose real man is crying here? The little boy immediately held back his tears. Don't cry, Xiaobao. After a while, he burst into tears again. Daddy will never go to dangerous places again. Good son. Daddy will go out again tomorrow, and I will stay at home with you every day in the future, okay? Li Shihan, who was packing, heard his words and came over immediately. You're going out tomorrow? She looked disapproving. It's too dangerous outside. We have enough things, you should stay at home and recover. Long Song-in. No, I promise my benefactor, I can't go back on my word. Then he told his wife what happened today in detail. After listening to this, Li Shihan thought for a while. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. I'm worried about you going alone. Long Song-in hugged her. Don't worry, my wife. Mr. Gu will go with me tomorrow, so you won't be needed. You and Xiaobao just stay at home and wait for me to come back. Mr. Gu? Li Shihan was a little surprised. Why would he go with you?
He's worried about me.
Li Shihan. Do you think I believe it? Oh, my wife, anyway. You don't have to worry, there will be no danger tomorrow. Long Song-in is an orphan. Now, he finally has his own home. He cherishes his gentle and lovely wife and obedient and sensible children. How could he bear to let them follow him and take even the slightest risk? Seeing that his wife wanted to say something, Long Song-in leaned close to her ear. You forgot that Mr. Gu has a weapon in his hand. As he said that, he made a gun gesture with his hand. Li Shihan nodded. Then you guys be careful. Xiaobao and I will be waiting for you at home. Okay. The next day, Fenglin Yijing. Annan got up early as usual, practiced Ba Duan Jin, had breakfast, and then changed her clothes to go out. Fugui saw her changing clothes and stood up from the nest.
Ewe.
What's the matter, shoveler? You go out to play every day without taking me? It pulled its neck and complained hard, swearing and pulling at Annan's legs, not letting her go. Annan comforted it. You wait at home obediently. I will be back soon. But this time Fugui said he didn't want to stay at home anymore. Ewe. Baozi's face wrinkled into a ball, and he cried heartbreakingly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Annan was helpless. It's dangerous outside. Wait for me at home. I'll make you something delicious when I come back. But Fugui stood at the door with a heroic and proud attitude, not giving way. While guarding the door, he kept crying aggrievedly. He looked so pitiful. Annan thought about it and decided to take him with her. It has indeed not breathed the fresh air outside for a long time, and it is probably suffocated. But Fugui is too fat now, and the backpack can no longer fit him. Annan had to put a leash on him and carefully reminded him. Follow me closely after you go out. Don't leave me for a step, understand? Fugui blinked his big eyes at her and put on the leash obediently. Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei saw that the dog also followed him out today, and they couldn't help but step forward and stroked the dog's head twice. Especially Chu Peipei, she was very happy and kissed Fugui's big round face fiercely. Fugui raised his head proudly and turned his face away with disgust. We are all females. Please be more respectful. Chu Peipei. Annan, your dog seems to dislike me? Annan smiled. It's normal, it has a bad temper. Just now, it scolded me at home. It is said that dogs follow their owners, but Annan thinks that it has a worse temper than himself. It will twist its mouth and curse wildly when it is not satisfied. It scolds, and its voice is very loud. It is just like a street shrew. 3 people and 1 dog sat on the speedboat, and the kayak behind them was pulling more than 100 kilograms of crocodile meat. The speedboat was moving very fast, bringing a light breeze. The dog had not been out for a long time, and at this time, facing the wind, it enjoyed breathing the free air. Although the air was still accompanied by the fishy and foul smell of the water, it did not dislike it at all, and sniffed around with its little nose. Annan held the traction rope with one hand to prevent it from falling into the water due to excitement, and drove the speedboat to Jongbei District with the other hand. Today's goal is mainly to exchange fertilizers. Therefore, when she said goodbye to Long Tsongin yesterday, she did not meet at the crowded Zhongguan District Market, but at the relatively quiet Jongbei District. Jongbei District was where Annan had swept the entire shopping mall and office building. At this time, the shopping mall was flooded with only one top floor left on the water. The windows had also been destroyed by people searching for supplies. But they must have found nothing. After all, the boss's entire floor of good things was lying quietly in her space at this time. Annan passed by with a normal expression, as if she had never been to this place. Soon Annan and the other 2 arrived at the agreed location first. The speedboat turned off the engine, and the water surface returned to calm. It was quiet all around, and there was no boat. Now most of the boats are concentrated in the water market in Zhongguan District, and some road robbers are also concentrated there. Therefore, although Annan and the others pulled a lot of crocodile meat, they did not encounter any trouble. Several people waited quietly. After a while, another burst of motor sound came, and the 3 people and the dog immediately looked over cautiously. A speedboat arrived, also towing a kayak. There were only 2 people on the speedboat, and they were too far away to see their faces clearly. But soon a familiar voice came. Benefactor, I'm here. The other party was driving the speedboat and waving excitedly. It was Long Tsongin who came. He drove the boat and quickly approached. Annan thought to himself that this man was quite obedient. As expected, he did not travel alone today and brought a companion. You look good. Does your wound not hurt? Annan greeted him and subconsciously looked at the companion he brought. At first glance, he was stunned. The man was lazily leaning on the speedboat, with deep features, a high-nosed bridge, and a pair of narrow phoenix eyes in the broken hair on his forehead. The temperament around him was like a magnet, revealing an extreme seduction. And he was quite good-looking. Annan had seen handsome men all his life, and Zhao Ping'an was very good-looking. Even Bai Wenbin, who had always been around her, was considered a handsome guy in terms of appearance. But it was the first time that she was attracted by a man's beauty. He was really too aggressive. At this time, the man seemed to have noticed something and raised his head slightly. His narrow eyes met Annan's eyes. Discovered. Annan coughed awkwardly and turned away. Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an also stared at the man without blinking, not recovering from their shock. Long Tsongin, on the other hand, had long been accustomed to the aggressive appearance of his boss and responded to Annan with a normal expression. Thanks to the timely rescue of my benefactor, I am fine now. Annan nodded and was about to say something. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Fuguei, who had been staying obediently, suddenly jumped up and jumped onto Long Tsongin's boat. It kicked its short legs, and although it landed accurately on the opposite boat, it landed on its face and braked. However, it seemed to feel no pain at all. It immediately climbed up with its head shaking and ran excitedly towards the man sitting there. Then, it plunged its head into his arms. Not a pound of Fuguei's dog food was eaten in vain, and the meat on his body was very honest. Gu Xiu groaned when he was hit by it. He stared blankly at the little thing in his arms, obviously not expecting that the little guy would suddenly rush towards him. Fuguei didn't care whether he was being presumptuous or not. He squinted his eyes and rubbed his head in his arms, scratched with his paws excitedly, and wagged his tail wildly. Everyone was stunned by Fugue's sudden behavior. Anon was still holding the other end of the leash in his hand, and he was also stunned at this time. Since raising Fugue, he has never seen it so enthusiastic towards anyone. Could it be that dogs also judge people by appearance? I saw it staring at the man with its big, bright eyes, accompanied by a ying coquettish sound. What is a pug? This is it. Guji lifted Fugue up by his armpit with some amusement, looking into his eyes. Little guy, what are you doing? Fugue's eyes widened, and his tail wagged even more happily. A trace of saliva dripped slowly from the corner of its mouth. Gujiyu. Longed Songen. Zhu Pei Pi. Zhao Ping'an. And Nan. How embarrassing.
An, Fu, Gui.
Come back. Anan's voice was already faintly angry. Upon hearing the voice, Fugue quickly broke free from Gujiyu's hand and ran towards his master. After running a few steps, he looked back and glanced reluctantly. Alas, you can't have both a handsome guy and a master. Fugue jumped back to his master's speedboat with melancholy. Longed Soman looked at its lively expression, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Benefactor, is this the dog you raised? And Nan?
I don't want to admit it.
Longed Soman is very good at reading people's faces and immediately changed the subject. This is my boss, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, this is my lifesaver, Miss Nan. And Nan was embarrassed by the infatuated dog and nodded randomly. The man who was originally sitting still stood up calmly. He walked to the bow and slowly extended his hand to Anon. Gu Jiyu. His hand was white and had distinct joints, and his nails were neatly trimmed. Anon subconsciously shook his hand back.
Anon.
The two hands touched lightly, and then withdrew. Gu Jiyu turned his gaze to Fugue at her feet and chuckled. Your dog is very cute. The voice was low and magnetic. Eoeoeo. The dog cried excitedly again. Fugue. My name isn't Fugue. Anon gritted her teeth. This seductive goblin doesn't look like a CEO at all. Anon, who has been single for more than 20 years, felt the lethality of a person's appearance for the first time. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It would be fine if this skin could grow on her face. At least it can paralyze the opponent for 5 seconds before doing something bad. After greeting each other, Anon called Longed Songen to exchange supplies as soon as possible. She thought to herself that she would go home quickly after exchanging things. She didn't like the feeling of being out of control today. After tying the dog firmly to the engine, a group of people began to move crocodile meat and fertilizer. In addition to fertilizer, Longed Songen also brought some soil for growing vegetables to Chu Pei as agreed. Longed Songen was injured, but Mr. Gu didn't act like a CEO and personally helped him move. When the two sides crossed, Anon sensitively noticed that there was a bulge on Guji's waist, as if something was pinned on it and covered under his clothes. She couldn't help but stare at it for 2 seconds. As if noticing her gaze, Guji raised his eyebrows and glanced at her with a pair of phoenix eyes. Anon quickly turned away. She thought to herself, judging from the outline and size, it should be a pistol. Her hands kept moving, and she became more alert. She thought she was the only one with a hard guy in her hand, but she didn't expect that this was the first natural disaster and she encountered another one. This is China. Are guns and ammunition so ubiquitous? But other people's can be pinned on their waists openly, unlike mine, which has to be hidden in the space. After all, her sword was not obtained legitimately, and it would be bad to publicize it. If that unknown big shot finds out and comes to settle accounts with her, it will be troublesome. She emptied his private collection and shopping mall. While moving things, Anon thought to himself, the natural disaster has only been going on for more than 3 months, and that big shot must still be alive. It is better to keep a low profile. It doesn't matter, just wait a little longer. The natural disaster will kill him sooner or later. He won't live long. Achoo. Gu Jiyu on the side suddenly sneezed. Anon was moving things and passed by him. Hearing the sound, he moved aside in disgust. Is she catching a cold? Do ent infect her. There is strength in numbers, and all the supplies were exchanged quickly. Longed Songen said goodbye reluctantly, Benefactor, where do you live? Will we have a chance to see each other again in the future? Anon would not easily reveal his address. It doesn't matter. We will meet if we are destined to. Long Sung-in nodded. You are right. Then we will meet again. I hope everything goes well for you in the future. Anon, you too. After receiving the desired supplies, Anon and his party left without stopping. Long Sung-in looked at their backs and couldn't help but sigh. It is said that dogs follow their masters. Benefactor looks cold and lonely, but I didn't expect that the dog she raised is so enthusiastic. Gu Zhu didn't speak, leaning against the speedboat to rest, and his slender fingers tapped the edge of the boat rhythmically. Mr. Gu, where are we going next? Walk around. Okay. While starting the boat, Long Sung-in complained in his heart. Those who have a family are different from those who don't. He just wants to go home to be with his wife and children. My wife is taking care of the kids and the vegetable garden at home, so she must be very tired. On the other hand, Mr. Gu is alone and doesn't want to go back home after going out. Yes, why go back to that deserted luxury villa? There is no one to talk to. So pitiful. Keep him company. Gu Zhu didn't know that his assistant had already thought of him as the most pitiful person in the world. He leaned leisurely on the boat, watching the passing scenery. Not long after leaving Jiangbei district, the deserted waters suddenly became lively. I saw 7 boats gathered not far ahead. 5 kayaks were surrounding a speedboat and a kayak. Are you crazy? I thought the boat was full of supplies, but it was all fertilizer? There was only 1 dog on the boat, which was useful, but it was a small dog. It's not enough for us guys to fill our teeth. Brother, I want that woman. She's beautiful. The woman next to her is also okay. I like that man. A group of people were discussing loudly, as if no one was around, and the 3 people on the speedboat were silent. It was Anon and his 3 friends. Chu Pei looked at their empty boat and said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here right now." There was nothing on the boat. Why did they come out to rob? It was a waste of her feelings. Ouch. Seeing her talking nonsense, the people on the other side immediately rushed over impatiently. Seeing that it was not going to end well, Anon, who had been silent all the time, stood up. For some reason today, she had been feeling angry. At this moment, she saw a few people in the group opposite her showing her extremely obscene smiles, so the evil fire in her heart became even stronger. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty? You are useless. She raised the chainsaw and rang it, pulled the nearest one, and sawed off half of the other person's body. In an instant, red liquid sprayed all around. The other accomplices were holding broken kitchen knives and were instantly frightened by this scene. The few who were closer subconsciously stepped back. Anon didn't give them that chance and grabbed another one casually, this time directly aiming at the other person's neck. "It was you just now, saying you wanted me?" The other person was shaking all over, and his lips were trembling. Just as he was about to say a few words to defend himself, his body and head were separated in the next moment. The roar of the chainsaw was huge. Accompanied by bursts of blood mist, the few young thieves were scared to death. But Anon was too lazy to scare them. He thought the chainsaw was too heavy, so he turned off the fire and replaced it with a handy 3-edged bayonet. One knife after another stabbed directly into the throat. Not to mention the robbers, even her teammates behind her were stunned. Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan looked at her killing spree in confusion. For some reason, Anon was no longer playing safe as before but was very aggressive. He jumped onto the other boat without a care in the world, picked up the people, and killed them like they were little chickens. At this moment, he was holding a 3-edged bayonet and stabbing everywhere, his figure almost becoming a shadow. They almost didn't need to take action. Chu Pei raised the nail gun, fired a few shots out of boredom, and then watched Anon kill people. Her eyes unconsciously revealed envy. "Zhao Ping'an, look at Anon. Does she look like those masters in martial arts dramas? How did she dodge just now? Does she know Qinggong? Do you think if I were to become her apprentice, could I also become so powerful?" Zhao Ping'an was a little calmer than her. The reason why idols are idols is that they are not so easy to imitate and surpass. Look at her speed and reaction, which are simply not something normal people can achieve. Everyone is on a different track, and the idol never said that she wanted to learn medicine from you. Chu Peipei nodded when she heard it. That's right, I'd better continue to improve my medical skills. On the other side, Long Tsongin recognized that it was Nan and the others over there, and immediately drove the boat over there. Mr. Gu, the one who is besieged is Miss Nan. Shall we go and help? No need. Gu Jiu fixed his eyes on the girl who was killing everyone with interest. She was seen carrying a chainsaw and slashing people like a tiger. As if killing was not enough, she turned around and changed to a handy bayonet, slashing one every 5 seconds. How could she need help? During the fight, the girl's hair tie was cut off, and her long and smooth hair flew in the wind. She turned around and kicked the last person into the water. Standing still, a few drops of bright red blood hung on her fair skin, which looked particularly seductive. Gu Jiu's Adam's apple moved, and for a moment he couldn't take his eyes away. He had seen many beauties. Gentle, dignified, sweet. He had long been accustomed to them. But it was the first time he had seen a living devil who was decisive in killing. Seeing Annan quickly and neatly deal with a group of people, Long Tsongin cheered while driving the boat over there. Benefactor. Benefactor, you are so awesome. Annan had just stood still, panting slightly, and was still trying to calm his breath when he heard Long Tsongin's shout. She looked up and saw that it was indeed the familiar speedboat coming towards them. The boat soon arrived in front of them. Just as a few people were about to say hello, the dog Fugue suddenly started barking again. Ah, ah. Ah, handsome brother, are you here to be a hero and save the beauty? It excitedly jumped onto the opposite boat again. As soon as it landed, it immediately ran towards Gu Jiu, then buried its head in his arms, and cried aggrievedly. Just now, a group of bad guys. I'm so scared. Gu Jiu chuckled, took the opportunity to embrace it, and stroked its back hair to comfort it. The dog was enjoying it, while continuing to pretend to be aggrieved. Annan. Slutty dog. That's enough. She didn't know where to put her old face. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Gu Jiu raised his eyes and looked at her. His eyelashes are very long, half covering his eyes, making it impossible to tell the emotions in his eyes. Annan's heart tightened for some reason. That weird feeling of being out of control came again. It must be because the dog is too naughty. She looked down at the extended leash in her hand that could be extended by 10 meters and silently decided to change to a short leash that could not be extended in the future. This silly dog was so fat before that he was out of breath after running 2 steps, but now he can nimbly run to the arms of a strange man and act coquettishly. It's really infuriating. Long Tsongin thought Fugue looked so cute that he couldn't help but reach out to touch him. The dog immediately turned his head away proudly. Go away. Don't disturb me, and the handsome guy reminiscing about the past. Seeing that he was rejected by the dog, Chu Peipei laughed out loud. I was just jealous. Fugue ignored me this morning, but he became close to you. It turns out that you and I are treated the same. Haha, you are really a puppy. And Nan felt that he had not taught him well, so he lowered his voice and called him. And Fugue, go home. Although Fugue was lustful, he was still loyal to his master. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately came out of Gu Jiu's arms reluctantly. He returned to his boat with a droopy head, sat at his master's feet, and looked up at her. Sister Nan, are you going to take this handsome brother back with you? And Nan ignored his eager eyes and said goodbye to Long Tsongin and Gu Jiu, as usual. After they left, Long Tsongin smacked his lips at the pile of corpses in the water. Boss Gu, I said she is not only beautiful and kind, but also good at fighting. Yeah, she is pretty. Long Tsongin. You old pervert. Is this the point of my statement? The two walked around again. Gu Jiu had been staying in Luan Mountain before, and this was the first time he personally experienced the changes outside. The two also encountered a robbery. Gu Jiu didn't waste time talking to them and took the man away with a bullet. The city is full of pale and skinny people. Gu Jiu, who lives in a prosperous era, is used to seeing fat people with greasy faces from takeouts with heavy oil and salt. But he has never seen people starve to that state. The streets are full of skin and bones. They are not the kind of skinny beauties who have lost weight excessively, but real bones with a layer of skin hanging on the outside. Those who used to be fatter were okay, but those who were originally very thin are now walking skeletons. He frowned, and Annen's round and smooth face appeared in his mind. The skin is like solidified fat, the eyes are bright, the red lips are full and healthy, and the long hair is as soft as brocade. Although his figure is also very slender, he is very strong. When he exerts force on his arms, you can see obvious muscle lines. He must be living a very good life. Looking around, Gu Jiu suddenly became a little bored. Let's go back. Annen and his group returned to the community and found that the water level had dropped a little. Although it did not drop much, it was almost down to the window on the 6th floor. Now if you want to enter the corridor, you need to use your hands to support the window sill on the 7th floor to successfully climb in. Although it is much more laborious than before, the drop in water level is always a good thing. Several people laboriously transported bags of fertilizer into the building and then carried them to the 14th floor in batches. When passing by the 8th floor halfway, they heard an intriguing voice coming from inside. Xiaobai, speak louder. Don't be shy, I love to hear it. Then there was a dirty voice. The group happened to be carrying the second batch of fertilizers and was frightened by the voice and almost couldn't hold the things. Listening to Bai Wenbin's familiar voice inside, Annen's stomach couldn't help but churn. Fugue had never seen much of the world and was attracted by the sound to the door of 801, where he stood and listened carefully. Annen's face turned green, and Fugue, don't eavesdrop. Come back quickly. While calling it, he thought that he had to give Fugue a good bath when he got back. It stood too close to the door and felt that it was tainted by the sound waves. Several people moved back and forth several times, and the sound never stopped. Until 3 minutes later, the sound stopped abruptly. Annen and the other two happened to be carrying the last batch of fertilizers and passed by the 8th floor. The door of 801 suddenly opened. Qian Inger ran out stupidly.
Hey.
Go out and play. Several people subconsciously looked into the room. They saw Bai Wenbin lying on the dining table, and behind him there was a man weighing more than 200 pounds and with a beard tying his belt. It's too hot to the eyes, Annen thought. Will he get sty? At this time, Bai Wenbin was panting and looking up, just meeting 3 pairs of eyes outside the door. He was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he was extremely ashamed. He screamed, hurriedly reached for the pants thrown on the ground, and tried to put them on with trembling hands. The bearded man also noticed the people outside the door at this time, but he didn't care. Instead, he smiled and patted Bai Wenbin's buttocks. The sound of slap was particularly loud. Bai Wenbin felt that this slap was simply hitting his face and his soul. He put on his pants with a red face and tears in his eyes. The bearded man tied his belt and left with a red face. When he left, he licked his lips and muttered, Brother Zhang introduced it, it's really good. Annen didn't care what kind of pervert this Brother Zhang was. She just felt that Bai Wenbin's image in her heart was even more disgusting. Although she had known for a long time that he was selling flowers to make a living, hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes were two different things. It was more disgusting than she had imagined. But at the same time, a sense of pleasure of revenge arose spontaneously. She hooked her lips and decided to add fuel to his fragile nerves. Bai Wenbin, you have good business skills. The big brother just now was very satisfied with you. Bai Wenbin was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He was a doctoral student, the object of admiration of countless female college students, and he originally had a bright future. At this time, he was like a stray dog, being oppressed and bullied by an uneducated rough man for a bite of food. The most hateful thing was that he was seen by the person in the world who he least wanted to know about this. At this moment, it was more painful than killing him. He burst out a wail from his chest, rolled and crawled to the door, and slammed it. Then he slid to the ground and cried helplessly. Listening to the crying coming from inside, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei wiped their arms and felt goosebumps all over the floor. I don't know why, after seeing the eye-catching scene just now, listening to his voice now, I can always think of the royal in the TV series. Annan was in a good mood. She asked them to continue moving things. After moving things and arriving home, she slumped on the sofa and let out a long sigh of relief. Many times, the one who knows you best may not be your relatives, but your enemies. After experiencing 2 lives, Annan has a very thorough understanding of Bai Wenbin. He is a person who forgets his principles when he sees profit, is vain, and does whatever it takes, but he is also very good at disguising himself. In the final analysis, what he cares about most is his own face. His good appearance and education make him wear a false nobleness. He is self-important and thinks he is destined to be a superior person. Even when pursuing Annan, he never looks down on her, thinking that she is just a stepping stone on his road to success. Such a vain and conceited person stripped him of all his fig leaves, exposing his incompetence and fragility in front of others, which is equivalent to cutting flesh from his heart. Nothing makes him more painful than this. Annan recalled his collapsed expression and opened a bottle of red wine for himself in a good mood. Then he took out ribeye steak, French baked snails, tomato pasta, and black truffle ham salad from the space. He ate heartily while humming a song. Fugue tilted his head and looked at his master. Master is in a great mood today. Is it because he met a handsome brother? Fugue recalled Gu Jiu's face in his mind and stamped his feet excitedly. I really hope that sister, Nan, will bring the handsome brother back to live with us. When she is happy, Bai Wenbin on the other side cried for a while, and suddenly thought of something, and raised his head with swollen eyes.
Qian, Ying, Air.
He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The stupid Qian Inger ran wildly in the corridor for a while before finally returning home. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Bai Wenbin staring at her with red eyes. She sensitively took 2 steps back and forced a laugh twice, but saw that the other party looked even more angry. Bai Wenbin roared, suddenly rushed forward, his eyes red, and dragged Qian Inger into the house by her hair. Qian Inger cried out in pain. Bai Wenbin ignored him and rained down his fists on her mercilessly. I told you to open the door. I told you to open the door. Did I ever tell you not to run around? It's all because of you.
Which?
He was merciless, as if the frustration that had accumulated in his heart for more than 3 months finally had an outlet at this moment. Annan, who turned his face and was ruthless. Inexplicable natural disasters. Supplies that couldn't fill his stomach. Perverted brother Zhang. And those beastly men. He threw punches one after another, as if he was beating this world. He beat Qian Inger for half an hour until he had no strength left, and then he stopped exhausted. At this time, Qian Inger curled up and fell to the ground dying. Bai Wenbin kicked her again, and then fell on the sofa to rest with a sense of unsatisfaction. His face was full of numbness, and he looked at the person on the ground with empty eyes. It was as if the person lying there covered in blood was not his beloved sister. The relationship between the brother and sister had always been very good. Qian Inger had always admired her cousin who was good at studying and good-looking. She regarded him as an idol and respected him, which greatly satisfied Bai Wenbin's vanity. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 people was very good since childhood. When they grew up, they became close neighbors and gathered together to plan how to enter the upper class through Annan. Although the natural disaster disrupted their plans, the 2 of them supported each other in the past few months, breaking a piece of bread in half to eat, and insisted on surviving. Unexpectedly, Bai Wenbin suddenly punched and kicked her today. Not only that, it even seemed to open up a new world. In the following period of time, Bai Wenbin beat Qian Inger violently whenever he was not satisfied and completely used her as a tool to vent his depressed emotions. Anyway, she is already a fool. How can a fool feel pain? From then on, every day in Building 6, there would be horrible sounds of abuse, accompanied by the screams of women in pain. Everyone knew that the pretty boy in room 801 of Building 6 had gone crazy. Every day, he either brought men into his house to sell flowers or beat up his silly sister. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that it was miserable. At first, he just waved his fists, but later, it sounded like he used something to burn her. The more he played, the more perverted he became. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Poor girl. A girl who was originally as beautiful as a flower was abused beyond recognition by her brother. Annan had also heard about it, but she would not sympathize with Qianinger. No matter what the fate of these two siblings is, they deserve it more than the other. She was too lazy to even give them a gloating mood. The focus of Annan's life now is to prepare for the arrival of extreme heat. The water level dropped day by day, and soon it had dropped to the 5th floor. People cheered, as if life would soon return to normal. But only Annan knew that a more terrible disaster was about to come. When all the accumulated water disappears, the extreme heat disaster will follow. At that time, the high temperature of up to 60 degrees will shroud the crowd. It is not like a flood. As long as you adapt to the life in the water city, you can always find a way to survive. During the extreme heat period, there are no crocodiles or other aquatic products for people to eat, and there is no dirty water for people to drink with frowns. What awaits people will be the torture of high temperature and the dilemma of extreme water shortage with nowhere to hide. It is like throwing people into a scorching desert without an oasis. Annan urged Chu Peipei and Zhao Pingan to continue to go out fishing and exchange supplies. After all, with more food in hand, there will be a chance to exchange for precious water resources in the future, so as to continue to live. But, of course, she would not tell them that she could predict natural disasters. The tragic experience in the previous life made her never reveal the secrets about her space and rebirth even if she trusted her friends. Therefore, Annan just stimulated the ambition of the two. Why haven't you seen any improvement in your fighting power for so long? Do you want to practice more? The two men ran out to fight crocodiles to vent their anger. They killed too many crocodiles and had no place to put them. It was a pity to throw them away, so they had to take them to the market to exchange for supplies. As the water level dropped, many people believed that the natural disaster would soon be over, and they no longer regarded food as treasures and saved them. Instead, they were more willing to exchange them for crocodile meat to improve their diet. For a time, the value of crocodile meat rose sharply, and Chu Peipei and the others exchanged for a lot of supplies. Zhao Pingan's family had a lot of supplies, and they couldn't fit them in the back, so they simply gave them to Chu Peipei. Chu Peipei also turned into a big household with a room full of supplies. Until the room could no longer fit anything and the crocodiles were almost eaten up, they finally stopped and rested at home. And Annan stayed at home every day to learn needlework. Yes, needlework. Her home has electricity and air conditioning, and there is plenty of food and water. The only inconvenience for her in the extreme heat is going out. But fortunately, she has the constant temperature fabric given to her by Zhao Pingan. As long as she could successfully make clothes out of it, the extreme heat would no longer be a big deal for her. Since the constant temperature fabric was extremely precious and limited in quantity, Annan had to take ordinary fabric and learn from the video tutorials over and over again. After she had scrapped countless fabrics and finally learned how to make clothes that fit her body, she carefully took out the constant temperature fabric. More than 10 days passed in a flash, and the accumulated water had already dropped to the 2nd floor. Annan finally succeeded in making clothes. The flesh-colored fabric was as thin as a cicada's wing. She put it on and felt it. It was soft and comfortable, as if she was wearing nothing. She looked at the mirror, nodded with satisfaction, and prepared to make another one for Fugue. Dogs of the French bulldog breed have short nasal cavities and a lot of meat, so they are very likely to get heatstroke. Especially this one in her family, who lived a rich life with her and was raised to be extremely pampered by her. She couldn't let the little guy suffer. She took a tape measure and carefully measured Fugue's body. Dog clothes are made differently from human clothes, so she carefully considered the pet clothes she had bought before starting to make them for the dog. Fugue looked at his master, who used to practice boxing every day, and changed his violent ways to thread needles at home every day, and felt very surprised. The world outside the window became more and more lively, and noisy voices could be heard every day. He was sensitive to the difference. On this day, Annan finally made the clothes and was about to put them on the dog while holding it. Suddenly, a strong cheering sounded outside the window. Annan followed the sound to the window. She saw that the last bit of water downstairs had finally disappeared. Although the ground was still a little damp, there was no water. People rushed out of their homes in groups, ignoring the garbage and rotting corpses on the ground, and stumbled around. They shouted loudly, "This is simply a moment to witness history. The natural disaster is finally over. We survived." People ran to tell each other, and those who knew each other and those who didn't know each other hugged each other and cried with joy. Even enemies who had fought with swords and robbed each other of supplies no longer cared to fight at this moment and embraced each other to celebrate the new life. Annen's door was knocked, and she walked over to open it. It was Chu Pei. With tears in her eyes, she hugged Annen. "Annen, the natural disaster is over." Annen was stunned for a moment and gently hugged her back, feeling a little complicated. Chu Pei must be very excited at this moment, right? She thought that the days of living from hand to mouth and not having enough food would finally pass, and the desperate days of fear would finally end. But she didn't know that all this was just a false joy. At this time, Zhao Ping'an also came down from upstairs. But he was not as excited as Chu Pei, but his face was a little worried. "Don't you think that the accumulated water is receding too quickly? I always have a feeling of uneasiness." "Pooh, pooh, pooh," Chu Pei hurriedly said. "You crow mouth, don't talk nonsense." Zhao Ping'an scratched his head and smiled. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. No matter what, the receding flood is always a happy thing." Annen poured a basin of cold water on him at this time. "I think what Zhao Ping'an said makes sense." Chu Pei frowned. "Oh. Annen, why are you following him to scare people?" Annen said seriously. "Isn't there an old saying? After a big disaster, there must be a big epidemic." Chu Pei was suddenly stunned when she heard this. Yes, after the flood receded, there were rotting corpses and garbage that had been soaked in water for 4 months everywhere outside, and it was indeed easy for an epidemic to occur. As a doctor, she knew better than anyone how terrible viruses and bacteria were. Chu Pei frowned and suddenly recalled the epidemic that went down in history decades ago. There was no flood or natural disaster, no burning, killing, or looting, just a sudden outbreak of a virus, which made so many people's lives stay forever in that year. The medical system at that time was still working normally, but it was still so terrible. Not to mention now, all medical equipment and medicines have been soaked in water for 4 months. If an epidemic breaks out, Chu Pei's face looked ugly. Annen looked at her expression, knowing that she had heard it, and then said, "So we shouldn't rush out recently to prevent infection with any germs. Let's wait and see at home for a while." Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an both nodded. Annen breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the so-called epidemic is just an excuse. The reality is that when the extreme heat comes, the temperature rises too fast and too high, and many pathogens are killed by the high temperature before they can ferment. There were indeed several small plagues in the middle of the extreme heat, but they were not too serious. The real danger is the sudden high temperature. Many people who ran out excitedly died of heat outside before they could get home because they ran too far. The reason why Annen scared Chu Pei was to prevent her from dying outside inexplicably. Several people said goodbye and went home, and Annen continued to put on the constant temperature suit for Fugue. Pucci. She looked at the dog who was dressed and couldn't help laughing. The constant temperature suit was flesh-colored and close-fitting. When it was worn on Annen, nothing could be seen. It was just worn as an autumn coat, and other clothes could be put on normally. But when the same material was put on Fugue, it became very funny. I saw that the originally milky white and chubby little Fugue was now wearing a flesh-colored thermostatic suit that was as thin as a cicada's wing, as if he had secretly worn someone else's stockings. Annen slammed the table and laughed wildly. Fugue was not used to being imprisoned by clothes. Seeing the look on his master's face, he immediately ran to the mirror. Ah! The moment he saw the mirror, his hair stood up and he grinned and cursed wildly. Where did this perverted puppy come from? After cursing for a while, he realized that it seemed to be himself. Fugue was so angry that his nose was sniffing and he glared at Annen with his eyes slanted. Aha! Immediately. Right now. Take off this ugly clothes for me. Annan was laughing so hard that he was out of breath. Seeing that he was really angry, he quickly helped him take it off. The dog regained his ease and ran to the mirror to admire himself. Well, this is me, pure and flawless and beautiful. Fugue, when the weather gets hot, don't beg me to wear this dress. Annan smiled as he put the dress into his small closet. 8:01. Bai Wenbin was doing his daily fitness at home, pulling Qian Inger's hair and it on the ground. After hitting it dozens of times, he finally let go. He felt like he had done a hearty aerobic exercise, sitting comfortably on the sofa drinking water, but suddenly heard cheers outside. He ran to the window and saw that the accumulated water had completely dissipated. Bai Wenbin held the windowsill tightly with both hands and was overjoyed. I finally made it. I don't have to suffer the humiliation of stuttering every day. He will go back to study for a doctorate. Hook up with a white, rich, and beautiful woman. Reach the peak of life. Before he could calm down from the excitement, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. He looked back and saw Qian Inger, who was originally dying on the ground, staggering to her feet. She raised her head, and blood slowly flowed from her forehead. Bai Wenbin looked at her impatiently and was about to take action again, but suddenly he heard her speak. Cousin? Bai Wenbin was stunned. This was the first time she spoke without a silly smile since she became stupid. He called her tentatively, Inger? Qian Inger rubbed her head in pain. Cousin, why does my whole body hurt so much? Bai Wenbin's face was happy. Inger, are you back to normal? Then he was a little nervous. How do you feel? Qian Inger frowned. I don't know why, my whole body hurts. What's going on? I clearly remember that I knocked out that witch in Nan and wanted to pry open her door. And then, Qian Inger covered her head in pain. Cousin, why can't I remember anything? Seeing this, Bai Wenbin happily ran over to help her up. Don't think about it if you can't remember. You have a head injury, and I just helped you heal it. Head injury? Qian Inger looked at him in surprise. Bai Wenbin nodded. You were electrocuted by the door of Annan's house, and when you fell to the ground, you hit the back of your head and became a fool. Fool? Qian Inger opened her mouth in disbelief. Yes. Bai Wenbin had a painful look on his face. A lot of things happened recently, and I can't explain it to you at once. But his eyes lit up. Now everything has finally come true. He dragged Qian Inger to the window. Look. Qian Inger looked out and saw that there was a lot of noise outside, but the accumulated water that had troubled them for a long time was gone. She widened her eyes. The flood is gone? In Qian Inger's memory, she had just suffered from hunger and was tortured by the perverted Zhangge for supplies and drugs. In the blink of an eye, the natural disaster was over? She was stunned for a moment, feeling that it all seemed like a dream. The severe pain in her body reminded her that everything was real. Qian Inger asked Bai Wenbin in surprise, Cousin, why do I have so many wounds on my body? What happened recently? Bai Wenbin looked a little unnatural, and after thinking for a while, he said, It was Annan. Annan beat you up. Qian Inger was furious when she heard this. It's Annan again. Bai Wenbin saw her gritting her teeth, and was afraid that she would go to the 14th floor to cause trouble again, causing him to suffer again, so he hurriedly advised, Inger, don't be impulsive. We are not Annan's opponent. Last time we used such a strong drug, we didn't get any advantage, but were beaten badly by her. Thinking of the experience during this period, Bai Wenbin couldn't help but shudder. Anyway, don't mess with her for the time being. Now that the natural disaster is over, when order is restored to normal, we will call the police directly. She killed so many people, and the neighbors saw it. I guarantee that she will be jailed for life and spend the rest of her life in prison. Qian Inger heard this and nodded in agreement. Thinking of Annan being arrested in disgrace, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Witch. I will definitely visit you in prison and laugh at you. Sun Peng's family in 1302 was also paying attention to the changes in the flood. Wang Sui looked at the people cheering outside the window and couldn't help but grabbing Sun Peng's sleeve. Brother Sun, what should we do? The natural disaster is over. Sun Peng was looking out the window with a smile on his face, planning how to inherit his wife's inheritance after social order was restored. Hearing this, he looked at her in confusion. It's a good thing that the natural disaster is over. Why do you look like you are about to die? Wang Xiu looked at him with annoyance. What I mean is, once social order is restored, what should we do about your wife and the buzz cut? Sun Peng grinned nonchalantly. What's wrong with my wife? Didn't she disappear while looking for supplies, as for the buzz cut? He smiled smugly. When we killed him, there was only one witness, Lao Wang. Lao Wang starved to death a few days ago. Wang Xiaoyu reminded in a low voice. Then there is only the buzz cut's wife, Chu Peipei? Speaking of her, Sun Peng's face was unfriendly. Chu Peipei has no evidence, and she is not a witness. But, thinking of her relentless look, he added, but as the relative of the buzz cut, she does look difficult to deal with. Wang Xiaoyu pouted. Yes. I saw that she had found so many supplies and wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but I didn't expect that she moved to the 14th floor. Her friend Annan is not easy to mess with. Annan? Sun Peng snorted disdainfully. The past was the past, and now is now. The natural disaster is over, and she can still ignore the law. Annan is different from me. When she killed people, the neighbors saw it. Sun Peng smiled cunningly. I will first cause some trouble for Annan, so that she can't take care of herself, and then we will take the opportunity to get rid of Chu Peipei. Wang Xiaoyu smiled and pushed his chest. You still have a way the next day. Annan did not go out as usual and practiced his body skills at home. Since receiving the jade ring from Long Tsungen, the distance of the space has been upgraded by 10 centimeters. After half a month of practice, Annan can now use this plug-in very skillfully. She faced Fugui and said in a low voice, Go ahead, warrior. Fugui let out a fierce roar from his throat, then suddenly jumped and pounced on her at a very fast speed. At the moment of contact, Annan smiled slightly and disappeared. Fugui pounced on nothing and fell to the ground. The next moment, the back of his neck suddenly felt cold, and a cold weapon was placed on him. You lose, warrior. The fierce-looking dog heard the words and instantly regained his harmless cuteness. It staggered back and stuck out its tongue. Sister Nan, have you practiced enough? I don't want to play this silly game with you anymore. It yawned boredly, twisted its little ace and ran to the nest, and then took out its own food bowl. Poppet put it at Annan's feet. Put the food. Annan smiled and brought over its food bowl that was as big as a wash basin. That's right, as big as a wash basin.
I don't know what happened to Fugui.
He grew bigger and bigger, and his appetite became more and more outrageous. The French bulldog is usually no longer than 60 centimeters when it grows up. But it is only 9 months old now, and its length has reached more than 80 centimeters, and it is still growing. The most exaggerated thing is its appetite. It is obviously a small dog, but one meal can catch up with Annan's 2 meals. Annan consciously controlled its appetite at the beginning, fearing that it would get too fat and have health problems. Who would have thought that it would look pitiful every day, hungry and without strength, lying in the nest listlessly? It was like being abused. Annan had to compromise and increase its food intake, letting it grow naturally. As a result, not only did it not have any health problems due to obesity, but it became stronger and stronger. So the food bowl grew bigger day by day. Annan poured dog food, freeze-dried vegetables, salmon floss, trace elements, and a bowl of pet goat milk for it. Fugui ate with relish. Annan was so hungry by the sight of its eating that he also prepared to eat something delicious. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he heard a knock on the door. How annoying! Someone always comes to disturb us when we are eating. Annan walked out reluctantly, but Chu Peipei had already arrived at the door of the corridor before her and was looking out through the peephole. Is anyone in there? Does Annan live here? When Chu Peipei saw Annan coming out, she quietly made room for the peephole and whispered, It looks like a policeman. Policeman? Annan raised his eyebrows and also leaned over to look out through the peephole. Outside the door was a young and unfamiliar face, wearing a blue police uniform, knocking on the door with a righteous look on his face. Is Ms. Annan home? I am a police officer in this neighborhood. Please open the door and cooperate with the investigation. Annan did not open the door, but asked through the door, "What's the matter?" The person outside saw that there was finally a voice inside and immediately said, "You are Annan. Someone accused you of intentional homicide. Please come with me and cooperate with the investigation." Annan still did not open the door and carefully observed him through the cat's eye. At this time, some neighbors were attracted by the sound and stood on the platform between the 13th and 14th floors to look.
Hey,
This is a kind-hearted person who called the police. The police are here to deal with this female devil. Great, when she is taken away by the police, we can go into her room to see how much supplies she has stored. God has eyes. Finally, someone can control this arrogant woman. She killed my neighbor next door, and I can testify in court. Humph. Let's see what she will do this time. No matter how arrogant she is, she still dares to go against the authorities? I have disliked her for a long time. How can she have so many supplies at such a young age? People's hearts are like this. They often hate you for what you have and laugh at you for not having. Since the natural disaster, everyone has looked pale, except Annan, who still has a rosy and shiny complexion. It is obvious that she is doing very well. Not only that, she also drove away all those who coveted her supplies. A few days ago, she went to the market and returned home with a full load every day, which really made people hate her. Seeing that she was finally going to be defeated, people became excited, and more people gathered to watch the excitement. There were also many people who were gloating and making a fuss. "Comrade police, you are finally here. This female devil is simply doing evil in the community." Yes, comrade police, we can all testify that she has killed many people. It is said that she is still a wanted fugitive. She was a perverted murderer before the natural disaster. You should arrest her quickly. Seeing that there were police officers here, these neighbors who had long been jealous of Annan were no longer afraid, and they all accused her of crimes. They were excited to see her get into trouble. The young policeman turned around with a dignified look and raised his hand to stop everyone from talking. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment and don't disturb me in handling the case." Then he said to the door, "Ms. Annan, please open the door immediately and go back to the police station to cooperate with me in the investigation." At this time, Chu Pei inside was very nervous. She looked at Annan worriedly. The natural disaster has just ended. Why did someone go to the police? She comforted him. "Don't be afraid. I can testify for you that those people bullied you first, and you are justified in self-defense." Annan chuckled. "What am I afraid of?" Then he shouted to the outside, "I will count to 3 and leave my house immediately, otherwise don't blame me for not giving you a chance." The words shocked everyone. Not only the neighbors who were watching the excitement outside, but even Chu Pei behind her was stunned. This woman is too strong. She really doesn't give anyone face. The people outside the door frowned when they heard her words.
Annan.
Resistance will be dealt with severely. Please do not put up a pointless resistance. 3. Annan ignored him and started counting. "Young policeman, please open the door immediately.
2.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude."
1.
As Annan finished speaking, the mechanism was activated, and the cat's eye moved away in an instant, revealing a shooting hole. Annan raised the nail gun and shot decisively. A nail hit the policeman right in the middle of his eyebrows. He widened his eyes in disbelief, and before he could react, several more shots came at him. The man was shot with nails all over his head and fell backwards. With his body fell heavily to the ground. "Aha!" The crowd watching the excitement behind him suddenly burst into screams. The female devil killed again. Attacking the police. Killing the police. At this time, the corridor door on the 14th floor was suddenly opened. The beautiful girl had a face like a snake and raised the nail gun fiercely. "Shut up. It's so noisy." Everyone fell silent instantly. She even dared to touch the police. Who else dared to say a word? Annan looked at them one by one, and every time her eyes fell on a person, that person would quickly look away. She said coldly, "What are you still gathering here for? Want to go down to accompany him?" Everyone was shocked, pushing and shoving each other, and all ran away. Annan felt that the world had finally returned to peace and closed the door with satisfaction. At this time, even Chu Peipei was shocked by her. She trembled and said, "And Annan, you are in big trouble. Is Annan crazy? How could he hit the police?" But Annan looked disapproving. "Let me give you some general knowledge. The one riding a white horse is not necessarily a prince, and the one wearing uniform is not necessarily a policeman." Chu Peipei was stunned. Then her eyes widened. "You mean he is fake? How could it be? That man clearly looked righteous." Anna nodded. Chinese police officers usually do not act alone when handling cases. There are at least two or more. And this man dithered for a long time and didn't even show his ID. Chu Peipei was still a little nervous. "Based on these alone, can you determine that he is a fake? What if he is real? It would be a serious crime." "Of course not." Annan nodded on his shoulder. "The biggest problem is his shoddy police rank. Let's not talk about whether the line drawing is crooked, just talk about the level." She sneered. "A first-level police inspector in his 20s? What are you dreaming about?" After listening to her, Chu Peipei suddenly realized. No wonder. Although Annan is good at killing, he is still very measured. How could he suddenly kill a policeman? She was scared just now and thought Annan was really crazy. Now, thinking back to the appearance of the fake policeman just now, combined with the popular science Annan gave her. Well, there are too many loopholes, and his death is not unjust. Although she doesn't know much about police ranks, since Annan acted so decisively, he must not have made a mistake. Chu Peipei was relieved and looked at Annan with admiration. "Annan, it must be you. If I were scared by him, I would have followed him. Thinking about it, I felt scared. If I really followed him, who knows what terrible things might happen." Annan pouted. "It's impossible to leave with him. I can only take him away. Take him to reincarnate." Annan didn't show any mercy just now. After all, people thought that the natural disaster was over and order was about to be restored. The other party dared to take the risk to pretend to be a policeman, which means that his purpose must be not simple, and he might be here to kill her. Of course, he had to be killed. Annan said hello to Chu Peipei and went back home to eat. Chu Peipei wanted to go out and dispose of the fake policeman's body, but then she thought, just leave it there to scare those annoying neighbors, so she turned around and went home. Who had been paying attention to the movements on the 14th floor, was so angry that he overturned the table at home. Wang Xiaoyu was also muttering unwillingly beside him. This Chu Peipei is really hard to kill. Sun Peng heard this and raised his hand to slap her. "Shut up. If you hadn't suddenly mentioned this yesterday, how could my cousin die?" Wang Xiaoyu covered her face aggrievedly. What does it have to do with her? Wasn't it his idea to find someone to trick Annan away and then take the opportunity to kill Chu Peipei? He was also the one who decided on his cousin, not her suggestion. Wang Xiaoyu was full of grievances and cursed him fiercely in her heart. Bah! Stinky men, they are all the same. They don't know how to cherish what they get. If it weren't for the fact that he was somewhat capable and could get a lot of supplies, she would have run away long ago. Wang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and thought in her heart, "Old man, when you get your wife's inheritance, I will make a lot of money and dump you immediately. Take the money back to my hometown to do some small business and never look at a man's face again. I am also an independent and strong woman in the new era." Thinking of this, she wiped her tears and leaned over softly. "Brother Sun, don't be angry with Xiaoyu. It's all Xiaoyu's fault." Sun Peng slapped her without saying anything just now, and he had already lost some of his anger. Seeing her leaning over so gently and pitifully with a slap mark on her face, his expression immediately improved a little. This Wang Xiaoyu is really a good woman with natural charm, unlike his wife, the tigress. Relying on the few dirty money she can make, she yells at him every day without any feminine tenderness. He coughed lightly. "Okay, don't cry. It's not all your problem. Sun Gang is too stupid. I found him a police uniform, but he couldn't scare Annan." Wang Xiaoyu wiped her tears hypocritically. "Brother Gang is also pitiful. This Annan is really hard to deal with." When mentioning Annan, Sun Peng looked cold. Although Sun Gang was only his cousin and they didn't interact much, he was still his blood brother after all. He was really angry that he was harmed by Anon. At this time, he didn't care about dealing with Chu Peipei anymore, and all his anger was transferred to Anon. He was angry, but he knew the other party's situation. No matter how angry he was, he would not be stupid enough to confront her openly. It would be worthless if he lost his life like his cousin. Sun Peng gritted his teeth. Let her be arrogant for a few more days. When order is restored, we must send her to step on the sewing machine. Wang Xiaoyu reminded him, "What sewing machine? She has killed so many people. After she is sent in, she will definitely eat peanuts." Sun Peng felt much better after hearing this. Yes, the natural disaster is over. How can she have a good end? There is no need to be angry with her. After thinking it through, he embraced Wang Xiaoyu in a good mood. "Baby, did I hurt you just now?" Wang Xiaoyu pouted. "Xiaoyu doesn't feel any pain. Xiaoyu is just afraid that you will feel sad." But he secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. Money is really hard to earn and is hard to eat. How can a dogman have true feelings? His cousin just passed away, and he was angry before, but now he is in the mood to put out his dirty hands on her. He is not sincere to his relatives, and he still expects him to feel sorry for himself? Bah. Trusting a man will bring you bad luck for the rest of your life. But she didn't show it on her face, and leaned on him tenderly. Brother Sun is the best. Seeing Wang Xiaoyu's charming look, Sun Peng felt itchy in his heart, and wanted to pull her to the bedroom. But Wang Xiaoyu was not in that mood. He slapped her just now. She rolled her eyes. "Brother Sun, Gongdi's body is still upstairs. Should we go and collect it for him?" Sun Peng frowned. "If we go now, Anan might contact me. Let's leave it there for now. When we move it out in 2 days, we can say that the smell is too strong. As the unit leader, I will go and clean it up." Wang Xiaoyu, you are the most ruthless. In order to avoid being dragged into the bedroom by him, she had to continue to make excuses. "Then let's go out for a walk." "I haven't been downstairs since the flood receded." Sun Peng lost interest because of her distraction and nodded to agree to take her out. The two of them went out and just walked to the 3rd floor when they ran into Bai Wenbin and Qianinger coming back from outside, talking and laughing. Sun Peng and Wang Xiaoyu were stunned. Didn't the brother and sister have a falling out? Some time ago, the man beat his sister at home every day. The sound coming out was so cruel. Why are they talking and laughing again today? Seeing them staring at her, Qianinger subconsciously nodded and smiled as a greeting. Wang Xiaoyu saw this and asked curiously, "Huh? Are you okay?" Qianinger was stunned, then reacted and pointed to her head. "What are you talking about?" She was a little embarrassed. "I had a head injury before and was stupid for a while. I'm sorry to make you laugh, but my brother has cured me." Her brother cured her? How? Wang Xiaoyu looked at Bai Wenbin inexplicably. Just through beating and abuse? Is this a new type of fighting poison with poison? Bai Wenbin coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "Are you going out?" Wang Xiaoyu put away her thoughts and nodded. "Yes, let's go out for a walk." Sun Peng on the side suddenly interrupted. "Hey, Anon on the 14th floor killed someone again today." Xiaoyu was scared, so I quickly took her out to get some fresh air. After saying that, he carefully observed the reactions of the two. When Anon was mentioned, the expressions of the two people really changed, especially Qianinger, who almost had hatred written on her face. Sun Peng knew that the two siblings were not on good terms with Anon. In order to occupy the most advantageous situation, he knew the situation of everyone in the building, especially Anon, who was powerful and had abundant resources. When all the neighbors besieged the 14th floor, it was this Qianinger who instigated it, and she even talked to Anon in the middle. It was obvious that several of them knew each other. Since they were acquaintances and had never received help from Anon, there must be grievances between the two parties, and the siblings must hate Anon more than others. He has always been the best at sowing discord. At this time, he leaned over mysteriously. "The person she killed today is not ordinary. It's a policeman." Qianinger opened her mouth wide when she heard it. "Policeman? She is so bold." Sun Peng. "Yes, she even dared to attack the police. You can see how crazy she is. If you have a grudge against her, you may end up in a miserable situation. After saying that, he looked at Bai Wenbin's uneasy expression and laughed in his heart. What should you do when you meet a strong opponent? Of course, muddy the water first, so that you can wait for an opportunity to act. Sun Peng stirred up the anxiety of the brother and sister with a few words, and left with Wang Xiaoyu in his arms contentedly. Sun Peng's original intention was to provoke the brother and sister to take the initiative against Annan. Bai Wenbin had already been frightened by her, and at this moment he felt his legs go weak. She dared to kill even the police, but she still kept the lives of the brother and sister? A strong sense of uneasiness lingered in Bai Wenbin's heart. He felt cold on his back and always felt like something bad was about to happen. After watching Sun Peng and the others leave, he and Qian Inger looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces were not very good. Qian Inger frowned and said, "Brother Wenbin, do you think Annan is crazy? He even dares to touch the police?" Bai Wenbin's mind was in a mess at the moment. Why would the police suddenly come to find her? Has she been reported? Qian Inger nodded. It should be. This which has offended a lot of people. Thinking of this, she smiled triumphantly. I think she is in big trouble. Killing a policeman is an aggravated crime. Maybe soon a car full of special police will come to arrest her. Bai Wenbin was not as optimistic as she thought. Looking at her attitude, I'm afraid she won't give in easily. Duant let her go crazy and implicate us. How about we go out and hide?
Why?
Qian Inger's voice became shrill. I must see her in big trouble with my own eyes. Bai Wenbin frowned. Wait until she is arrested, and then go to the prison to visit her and laugh at her. Now listen to me. Let's go out and avoid the limelight first. Qian Inger, you go if you want to leave. I definitely won't leave. I must watch her being taken away by the police with my own eyes. Bai Wenbin said helplessly, Then I'm leaving. Be careful. Qian Inger was furious seeing her cousin's cowardly look. Why are you so timid now? Is Annan so scary? Bai Wenbin nodded. She is scary. I can't afford to offend her. The two went home quarreling. Bai Wenbin divided the supplies into two parts, left one for his cousin, took one for himself, and prepared to leave. Qian Inger called him. Where are you going to hide? To the house I rented before. I have 2 spare keys here. Qian Inger was puzzled. You have already moved out. Is there no one living there? Bai Wenbin, I just moved out, and the natural disaster came. How could it be rented out so quickly? Qian Inger still wanted to stop him. Even if the house has not been rented out, who knows if it was occupied by someone else during the flood? How can you rush in like this? Bai Wenbin pondered for a moment. You are right, this possibility cannot be ruled out. I'd better not bring so many things at once. He took out only enough food for one day. I will only take a little supplies and go to explore the way. If there is someone in the house, I will come back. If no one is there, I will stay there. If I don't come back, please make a trip tomorrow and help me deliver the other things.
Qian Inger.
She really couldn't persuade her cousin, so she nodded in agreement. While watching him leave, he couldn't help but complain. It's outrageous. My cousin was actually scared like this by that witch. Bai Wenbin left with his backpack, thinking that when his cousin came over tomorrow, he would force her to stay, and he would move back after Nan was executed. Although he used Qian Inger as a punching bag and beat her up every day during this period, everything is over now. The natural disaster is over, and his cousin has recovered his consciousness. No matter what, she is his sister, so he should try his best to save her life. And Nan, that woman, never plays by the rules. He has guessed a little bit during this period. The reason why she has kept him and his cousin alive is to torture them slowly. Once she is really targeted by the authorities, she will definitely let her and her cousin be buried with her when she is desperate, and it is impossible for them to live happily. Therefore, going out to hide is the right choice. At this time, Nan, who had just finished dinner at home, sneezed twice in a row. Who is talking about me behind my back? Fugue heard her sneeze, raised his ace, and moved away silently. Did the master catch a cold? Don't infect me. Annan noticed its little action and was furious.
Wow.
You heartless little dog. How dare you despise me? As he said that, he picked up Fugue and kissed him on the face. Fugue closed his eyes tightly and resisted weakly with his claws. After a while, Annan put it on the ground and prepared to go to the window to bask in the sun for health. In case he really catches a cold, basking in the sun and sweating can increase the yang energy in the body. Tomorrow afternoon, the temperature will start to rise and the extreme heat will come. You won't be able to bask in the sun anymore. Just as I walked to the window, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in my peripheral vision. I took a closer look and it turned out to be Bai Wenbin. He was carrying a backpack, taking small steps, and his posture was awkward, as if he was walking with his hips clamped. Annan looked a little funny. Is this guy too diligent and has developed an occupational disease? She recalled that in the previous life, when the extreme heat first came, Bai Wenbin had heat and suffered a lot, but he survived by chance. But in this life, there will be no more luck. Heat is the last suffering he has suffered. The torture is almost over, and it is time to send them on their way. The next day, Annan was doing Ba Duan Jin facing the window as usual, and suddenly saw Qian Inger also appeared downstairs with a bag on her back. Not only was she carrying a bag, but she was also dragging 2 suitcases. Annan stopped immediately. What's going on? After Qian Inger became stupid, she laughed foolishly every day, running and stumbling, and couldn't walk properly at all. Now she can actually walk out calmly with 2 suitcases? Annan looked at the people downstairs and quickly realized Qian Inger has regained her intelligence. And from the look of her, is she going to run away? Yesterday, Bai Wenbin also left the community with a bag on his back. Although I don't know why the brother and sister had to go separately, and they also gave all the luggage to Qian Inger. But if you want to run, that's not possible. The 2 mice that she had kept for fun now wanted to escape from her grasp. Annan raised her head and looked at the sun, which was particularly bright today. It's getting hot, so I'll send you off. Fortunately, she had changed her home clothes into fitness clothes that could be worn outside, so she didn't even need to change her clothes. She went straight to the entrance to put on her shoes, then chased after them with a bayonet. Qian Inger's wounds had not yet healed, and she was not walking very fast. While dragging the suitcase, she cursed her cousin in her heart. What a idle guy. Annan was obviously about to face a disaster, but he didn't stay in the community to watch the fun, but had to hide away. She even had to drag the suitcase so far to deliver supplies to him. What if Annan was taken away by the police during this period? Wouldn't she miss a good show too? Kongwon Community. A black SUV was speeding past countless garbage and rotting corpses on the ground. The car stopped in front of a residential building, and a man in a suit got out of the driver's seat. He walked quickly to the back seat of the car, opened the door, and welcomed another person to get out. A straight and slender leg stepped out first, and then a man with a strong posture and broad shoulders walked out. It was Long Tsongin and Gu Jiu. Long Tsongin closed the car door. Mr. Gu, thank you for accompanying me to my house. In fact, you just need to wait in the car. I will get the things down soon. Gu Jiu straightened his clothes. No problem, I'll exercise. After that, he took the lead and walked towards the unit door. Long Tsongin, the boss is really interesting. He got tired of the treadmill and climbing machine at home, so he came to our civilian area to climb the stairs. Just as he was thinking, he saw his boss walked into the wrong door and hurriedly reminded him, Boss Gu, it's not this unit, it's the one in front. Gu Jiu paused, turned a corner neatly, and walked to the next unit. Say it in advance next time. Long Tsongin. Your long legs, 3 steps, and 2 steps to that side. I didn't even have a chance to speak. He quickly chased after him. Boss Gu, please slow down. My house is on the 7th floor, 702. The 2 of them went upstairs and found that the door had been violently opened by others, and it was now thrown on the ground in a broken state. There was no one in the room, but it was turned upside down. Long Tsongin had anticipated this situation. Fortunately, the valuable things in the house had been moved to the villa halfway up the mountain. It was just that he left in a hurry, and he left some clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. Some inconspicuous small things, such as sewing kits, were not available when my wife wanted to use them. This time, I followed the boss out for inspection, and it happened to be near my home. I took some things back on the way as my wife asked. There was no tea or drinks at home, so he had to say dryly, "Boss Gu, please sit on the sofa for a while. I'll pack up and we'll leave." After that, he hurried to pack up. Gu Jiu didn't say anything, but stood in front of the window and looked out silently. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the sun today? Usually, the sun only appears red in the early morning and evening. Now it is close to noon, so it should be white. But at this time, the sun in the sky is particularly red. It is not quite the same as the usual red, but it is full of blood-colored enchantment. Gu Jiu frowned. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. He whispered, "Long Tsongan, hurry up, let's go back early." "Okay, boss." Long Tsongan responded while speeding up the packing. The house was turned upside down, but fortunately, no one wanted anything other than food. While packing the necessary things, he made small talk to prevent his boss from getting bored waiting alone. "Boss Gu, now that the natural disaster is over, when will our group resume work?" He was stunned when he said this.
Bah.
What is the saying that the emperor is not anxious, but he is anxious? How can an employee urge the boss to go to work? Gu Jiu, in the living room, has not said a word. Long Tsongan thought, "See, even the boss is shocked by my cheap skin." He regretted it in his heart. Would the boss really announce that he would go to work tomorrow after he said this? He quickly packed up his things and hurried to the living room. "Boss Gu, I'm done, let's go." Gu Jiu did not move. His eyes were still staring out the window, and his thin lips opened slightly. "No hurry."
Oh.
Long Tsongan was a little confused. "Didn't you urge me to move faster and go back earlier just now?" He looked out the window following his boss's line of sight, but was stunned. Two figures came in from the gate of the community. The person in front was carrying a backpack and dragging two suitcases. With her messy hair, she could barely be identified as a woman. The person behind was easy to recognize. She was wearing a gray fitness suit and had a curvy figure. She was obviously a beauty. Her long hair was high, and she was holding a bayonet. This familiar figure and weapon. Long Tsongan widened his eyes. "Miss Annan? Why did she come to my community?" Gu Jiu didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on Annan downstairs. She was seen following the person in front nimbly, not far away. The sound of the suitcase, wheels rolling on the ground, perfectly covered her light footsteps. The person in front quickly entered the unit they were in. Because the door of the room was broken, the sound of dragging suitcases in the corridor could be clearly heard at this time. Annan stopped in front of the building, staring at the Hummer off-road vehicle they drove. After a moment, he suddenly reached out and touched it. Gu Jiu raised his eyebrows. Why does this woman look like this? His mind suddenly popped up the dog she raised named Fugue. It had this expression when it jumped into his arms. He stared at Annan downstairs with interest. After she touched him, she circled the car and touched him again. At this time, the woman dragging the suitcase had come to the 7th floor, and from the sound, she was parked in front of the door of 701 next to them. Long Tsongan glanced at his boss when he heard the sound. Gu Jiu stretched out a finger and made a silent gesture on his lips. Long Tsongan nodded and stood beside him silently. It's right to listen to the boss. It's not known what the benefactor is going to do. If they go out at this time, it might affect her. The house next to his house has always been rented out by the owner. He vaguely remembers that the most recent tenant is a handsome single man. He doesn't know why a woman came here. He doesn't know why the benefactor followed her. Long Tsongan pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the movement outside. Although his house has no door now, since the entrance is facing the dining room, you have to turn left after entering the door to reach the living room. Therefore, unless someone walks into the house, even if you look in from outside the door, you can't see him and Mr. Goose standing in the living room. From the sound, the woman with the suitcase is knocking on the door of 701. She knocks and shouts, "Cousin, open the door. I'm here." After knocking for a while, no one responded. She took off the backpack behind her and rummaged through it, muttering impatiently, "Where did this person go? Fortunately, he left a key for me, otherwise, do you want me to stand here and wait like an idiot? Where's the key? I'm so annoyed. If Annan has been arrested when I go back, I will be really angry." At this time, A clear and beautiful voice suddenly came. Who arrested me? Qian Inger was startled by the voice, and the key she just found in her hand fell to the ground. Qian Inger didn't bother to pick up the key on the ground and turned around quickly. She looked at the person on the stairs in astonishment. Annan? Why are you here? As if she thought of something, Qian Inger's face was very ugly. You followed me? Annan did not answer her question and asked again. Who said I was taken away by? Qian Inger looked at her vigilantly. The police. What did you do yesterday, don't you know? Annan curled his lips when he heard it. I thought this woman had done something weird again and asked someone to find trouble with me. I didn't expect that she thought I killed the police and was looking forward to being caught and working on the sewing machine. That was too much. Annan, since I was going to be taken away, why are you running? Qian Inger widened her eyes. Who said I ran away? I came to deliver something to my cousin.
Oh?
Then why did your cousin run away?
Qian Inger was speechless.
What should she say? It said that my cousin knew that Annan was going to be arrested, but he was still so scared that he packed up and ran away. How embarrassing. She shouted with a weak breath. My brother has many houses. We can take turns living in them. What's it to you? Besides, you haven't answered my question yet. Why do you keep asking me? It was not until this moment that Qian Inger realized that she seemed to have been led by Annan. She didn't answer any of her questions, but she kept answering her questions. She put her hands on her waist to give herself courage. Why are you here? Are you following me? Annan looked calm. Yes. Do you have any objection? You. How can you be so unreasonable? Qian Inger looked at her, feeling inexplicably upset. You abused me and I am covered in injuries, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. As she said that, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms, which were covered with marks of burns from unknown things. Annan looked at the hideous scars and raised his eyebrows. Who said I did it? If not you, who else? Qian Inger said sharply. My cousin told me it was you, taking advantage of my dementia to bully people. Annan couldn't help laughing. Bai Wenbin said I did it? This man is really shameless. Not only did he abuse his sister, but he didn't dare to admit it and pushed it onto others. Qian Inger thought she was making fun of her and was so angry that her hands were shaking. Annan, what on earth gives you the right to be so arrogant? You don't think you can get away with killing the police, do you? Now that the natural disaster is over, you are in big trouble. Annan looked indifferent. Oh, really?
Qian Inger.
Arrogant. Too arrogant.
So angry.
Qian Inger felt that she was punching hard, but every punch hit cotton. Annan looked at her angry look at her being mad at his words, and suddenly thought of which way to die would be most suitable for her. She smiled wickedly in her heart, but her face suddenly became serious. The natural disaster is indeed over. The authorities have also issued a statement saying that subsidies will be awarded to the survivors of this flood.
What?
Qian Inger was confused by her sudden words. When did this happen? Why hadn't she heard of it? But seeing Annan's serious look, he didn't seem to be talking nonsense, so she couldn't help but ask seriously, Really? Subsidies? Annan nodded, Really. And the authorities said that if the house was illegally occupied by others before, you can ask for 10 times the rent and house loss compensation. Qian Inger's eyes lit up when she heard it. Annan looked at her, as if he had thought of something. Yes, your house 802 was occupied by the neighbor downstairs, right? Then you're going to make a fortune. Long Song-in in the next room heard it with a question mark on his face. What nonsense is the benefactor talking about? How could the authorities issue such an outrageous statement? Qian Inger's IQ had just recovered, and her mind was not very clear. At this time, she was completely led by Annan's rhythm. She didn't care about any grudges anymore, and she really started to count the accounts in her heart. The house had been occupied by someone for 4 months, and the rent was probably more than 10,000 yuan. 10 times that would be 100,000 yuan, plus the house damage compensation and subsidies. Her eyes lit up. I can pick up the car. And Nan looked at her excited look and felt a little funny in his heart, but he still kept talking. Alas, actually, there's a reason why I suddenly broke up with you before. Qian Inger immediately looked at her after hearing this. She was most curious about why Nan suddenly turned against them. And Nan showed a melancholy expression. It's because I'm jealous of you. Qian Inger was stunned after hearing this. Jealous of me? And Nan? Jealous of me? She couldn't believe it. What was there about her that was worthy of a Nan's jealousy? And Nan, you know Gu's group, right? Hearing her mention Gu's group, the president and the president's special assistant Gu Jiyu and Long Songin, who were listening carefully in the corner of the room next door, were stunned. Why did she mention them again? Qian Inger outside nodded blankly. She had certainly heard of Gu's group, the leading enterprise in Linbei City, which was firmly in the top position. The president of their group likes you. Qian Inger's eyes almost popped out. Like me? Long Songin in the next room also popped out his eyes. He looked at his boss with disbelief. You like that woman outside? Gu Jiyu's forehead twitched, and he pursed his lips tightly and gave him a cold look. Long Songin immediately turned his head back. The boss seems to want to kill me. At this time, and Nan in the corridor nodded sincerely. Yes, it seems that when you were working part-time as an etiquette worker before, he took a fancy to you at some meeting. Qian Inger was stunned in place, and her head began to recall. She did work part-time as an etiquette worker several times during college and served water at business meetings. Could it be that she was favored by some big boss? Long Songin in the room was more excited than her, and his gossip spirit was burning. What meeting? Which meeting? How come I don't know? Which meeting did the boss not take me to? Gu Jiyu. Annan has been watching Qian Inger's reaction, curled his lips, and continued to output. Then President Gu knows that you are my classmate and specially sent an assistant to ask my father about you. It is said that he wants to marry you into the family in a grand manner and make you a rich wife. Qian Inger opened her mouth wide. What? The rich family is only one step away from me. Long Songin, who had been eavesdropping with his ears, finally reacted at this moment. This assistant has never helped the boss to inquire about beautiful women. Benefactor, you are such a stable person. How can you talk nonsense so seriously? He turned around to look at his boss. He saw that he stood there expressionlessly, as if he had not heard anything. But Long Songin clearly felt that the room was gloomy and cold. Qian Inger was in a good mood and asked Annan seriously, how old is President Gu? What does he look like? How old is the president? And Nan pondered in her mind. Although her family is rich, they are not in the same class as Gu's. Moreover, she has been studying and does not like to attend those business dinners, so she has never met the president of Gu's. However, as the strongest company in Linbei City, the leader should be older than her scumbag father, right? And Nan's mind emerged with the image of an old man who is powerful, smart, and capable. Of course, making up lies must be more credible. She said seriously, the president is 58 years old, with a decent appearance and no bad habits. Long Songin in the room? He stroked his chest. Fortunately, I didn't drink water, otherwise I would have spit it out. He couldn't help but look back at his own 28-year-old, handsome, and unrestrained President Gu. Gu Ziyu glanced at him expressionlessly. Long Songin quickly retracted his gaze. Qian Inger frowned in the corridor. 58 years old? And Nan looked at her and thought, this young lady is still disgusted? Doesn't she really think she is Cinderella in the TV series? I am unreasonable and useless, but he loves me as a young, handsome, and domineering president? He doesn't want any elegant daughters who are well-matched, or any outstanding women who are independent and strong, but he only loves me. However, the reality is that with Qian Inger's conditions, let alone handsome, domineering presidents, even rich old men have no chance to hook up. To be honest, if the president of Gu knew that he spread rumors that he admired Qian Inger, he would probably overturn in Xingye's stall in a rage. And Nan's eyes lit up. That's great. An old saying echoed in her mind. The president waved his hand. It's cold. Let Angsenji go bankrupt. Qian Inger saw Annan looking dreamy and waved his hand in front of her. Annan? Annan immediately came back to his senses and continued to make up nonsense. Isn't it a good thing to have a big age gap? When the billions of inheritance fell on you, you were still young. Annan knew Qian Inger and knew that she didn't care about love and handsome men at all, but was more interested in wealth and status. Sure enough, Qian Inger's heart was pounding after hearing her words, and her dry and yellow face turned red with excitement, as if she thought of something again. But as for the inheritance, won't his children also get some of it?
Annan.
This Qian Inger is really greedy. I just wanted to fake a beautiful future for her, but I didn't expect her to ask so much even for a daydream. Annan said impatiently, he can't. So he has no offspring. Gu Ziyu in the room only heard a voice repeatedly circling in his ears. He can't. He can't. He can't. Long Tsongan looked back at him tremblingly, his heart pounding. Benefactor, are you crazy? Which man can stand being told he can't do something? He turned around, only to see that his boss actually had a smile on his face. He rubbed his eyes. Is the boss crazy too? Gu Ziyu was so angry that he laughed.
Annan, right? Good.
Very good. Very good. At this time, Qian Inger outside had been fooled by Annan and was at a loss. Official subsidies, 10 times the rent, house damage compensation, the president's admiration, Annan's jealousy, billions of inheritance. She felt that she was simply blessed by God and embarked on the path of the heroine of a cool novel. How wonderful her life will be in the future. Seeing that he had been teasing her for a long time, Annan began to add wood to the burning fire. If it weren't for the sudden natural disaster, you would have been a rich lady by now. The Gu family is noble, and even I have to respect you. Now that the natural disaster is over, I guess Mr. Gu will come to pick you up soon, right? Your future is really bright. Qian Inger's eyes were full of desire. It was as if she had already seen her brilliant and wonderful second half of life. She opened her mouth excitedly. I will. Before she could finish her words, a knife flashed, and a trace of blood flew out of her neck. Qian Inger stared and slowly fell down.
You.
Annan's mouth corners raised slightly. This world will indeed be beautiful, but it's a pity that you can't enjoy it. Qian Inger trembled and stretched out her hand, trying desperately to grab something, but it was in vain. She opened her mouth, making an unclear cry in her throat, and her eyes were full of desire. She didn't want to die. She had never wanted to live so much. The natural disaster finally ended, and the hardship was over and the happiness came. She was going to marry into a wealthy family and enjoy a rich life. Everything was as beautiful as a dream. This Annan, why did he have to hurt her life at this time? She stretched out her hands desperately and grabbed in the void. She used up all her strength. Soon, her hands fell heavily. Qian Inger was completely out of breath. Annan lowered his head and saw that although she was out of breath, her eyes were still wide open. He chuckled. In fact, the future world is not beautiful at all. Natural disasters come one after another, and the world is like purgatory. Death should have been a relief for Qian Inger, but Annan turned her relief into a death with eyes wide open. Are you unwilling? What a coincidence. I was also unwilling when you stabbed me in the back in my last life. Now I will repay you double. Annan stepped over her, picked up the key on the ground, opened the door of 701 and walked in. Next door 702. Gu Ziyu, who was shivering just now has calmed down and curled his lips with interest.
Annan.
What a vicious and interesting woman. She outlined an extremely beautiful future for others and then strangled them. Let people die in extreme unwillingness. If there are ghosts in this world, the woman who just died would probably be the one with the heaviest resentment. Long Tsongan next to him couldn't help but whispered, Boss, that woman died so tragically. Gu Ziyu glanced at him and opened his thin lips. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Long Tsongan nodded. That's right, my benefactor is such a beautiful and kind person, but he tortured her like this, which means she must be very bad. Beautiful and kind? Gu Ziyu recalled seriously. How many times has this word been heard from Assistant Long? Annan is undoubtedly beautiful. I don't really feel that she is kind at the moment. She is obviously a sharp-tongued little devil. 701. Annan walked into the house and looked around. The house must have been pried open by someone during the flood, and there were obvious signs of repairs on the door. The floor and furniture were covered with dust, but the bedroom was very clean. Bai Wenbin must have slept here yesterday. Annan found a note on the dining table. Inger, I'm going out to do something, and will be back in the evening. You wait here for me. This house is fully furnished, and the door has been repaired by me. It is very suitable for temporary residence. Be obedient, and let's hide here for a while and go back after Annan is arrested. Then I will accompany you to visit her in prison. Visiting? Annan raised his eyebrows. Why are these brother and sister so dreamy? Annan sat in the house for a while, but Bai Wenbin didn't come back. It seems that he really won't be back until the evening. Annan came to the window and took a look at the abnormally red sun. She couldn't wait any longer. In more than an hour, the temperature would suddenly soar from 15 degrees to 35 degrees and continue to rise. She came out in a hurry, and she didn't wear a constant temperature suit inside. The sudden temperature change outside would cause great damage to her body. The most important thing is that Fugue is still alone at home. Its physiological structure determines that it is almost the most afraid of heat stroke. If the temperature rises suddenly and there is no air conditioning at home, it will be dangerous to get heat stroke. And there is no place to find a pet doctor now. Annan decided to go home first. As for Bai Wenbin, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. What's more, he will soon get heat, and he will definitely not be able to run away. I can come and kill him at any time. The most urgent thing is to protect the dog first. In order not to alert the enemy, she dragged Qian Inger's body into the house and put it into the space. Then she wiped out all her traces and cleaned up the bloodstains. She didn't take away the supplies in the backpack and suitcase, but left them intact. It looked like Qian Inger came here, put down the things, and left. After packing everything, she took the key, locked the door, and left. As she went downstairs, she hummed a song in a good mood. Today is a good day. Everything you want can come true. Today is a good day. We opened the door to welcome the spring breeze. The two people in 702 next door were shocked when they heard the loud singing suddenly coming from the corridor. Long Songin covered his ears. My lifesaver, who is peerless, beautiful, smart, and powerful, turned out not to be perfect. His voice is so charming when he speaks, but he is actually tone deaf when he sings. The magic sound in the corridor continued to his brain. If it was an unfamiliar song, it would be fine, but it was such a familiar song. Knowing that the pitch of the next word should rise, she just couldn't rise. The tone of the following voice was steady, but she turned a few more corners. Gu Jiu couldn't help but stand up from the sofa, raised his slender hand, and pinched his eyebrows. A rare appeared on his usually calm face. He stood in front of the window and watched Annan walk out of the unit door with a brisk pace. The magic sound piercing his brain finally ended. Annan walked downstairs, and his attention was attracted by the domineering black Hummer again. Other girls generally prefer beautiful sports cars with streamlined bodies. But she has a special liking for this kind of tough off-road vehicle. Especially in the environment of the end of the world, this rough and tough model is particularly attractive to her. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it again. What a car! It looks so good. Stick it here to me. It's a pity that there is no key, otherwise it will be put into the space by the female robber. Thinking of the crazy and cool Knight 15 in the space, Annan's restless heart calmed down a little. It doesn't matter. My Black Knight is enough to buy 5 of these cars. People should not be greedy. Thinking of this, she grinned and touched the tough rear of the Hummer before turning and leaving. Gu Jiu, who was upstairs, saw this scene with a smile in his eyes. He had only met this Annan twice. But every time and every step of her actions always surprised him. People who never play by the rules can't help but make him want to explore more. It was the first time that Gu Jiu saw a woman showing that kind of gangster-like expression to a lifeless car. He couldn't help but think of her little dog drooling at him again. Well, it's true that dogs follow their masters. He stared at her leaving figure and called Long Songin. Let's go back. Annan left the community with a bayonet and walked on the road, feeling more and more irritated. When she came here, she followed Qian Inge step by step and it took more than an hour. She wanted to drive back, but there were communities along the road nearby, and there were many people and eyes, so it was not easy to take out a car from the space out of thin air. She could only continue to walk back. She couldn't help but think of the majestic Hummer just now. It would be great if she could drive it away. She was walking forward with big strides when she suddenly heard the sound of a car driving behind her. The flood had just receded, and all the vehicles were soaked in water. Now there were almost no vehicles on the road. So Annan subconsciously looked back. What came into her sight was the Hummer she had been thinking about. The black SUV sped up and slowed down and stopped beside her. The window of the driver's seat slowly lowered, and it was an unexpectedly familiar face. Long Songin? Long Songin greeted her with a smile. My benefactor. We meet again. Annan was a little surprised. What kind of fate was this? The owner of the car she had touched several times turned out to be someone she knew. She looked at Long Songin and asked, Is this your car? How could it be? This is my boss's car. Long Songin smiled. My benefactor. Where are you going? We can give you a ride.
We?
Annan couldn't help but look at the rear window. The car windows were closed and it was pitch black, so she couldn't see inside. But she thought that it must be Mr. Gu, who was fascinated by her family's wealth. What was his name? She recalled the hands they held that day, and his slightly opened lips. Yes, his name was Gu Jiu. She responded without hesitation. Okay. Then thank you for your help. I'm going to phone Lin Yijing. If you don't take the car when you have it, you're a fool. Just now she was thinking if only she could drive home, it would be so painful to walk so far back and catch up with the temperature rising. It's really like someone brings a pillow when you're sleepy. Since Long Songin spoke up, it must be with the boss's permission. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped to say hello to her. She put away her bayonet and was about to go around to the opposite side to get in the car from the co-pilot, but was stopped by Long Songin. My benefactor, please sit in the back. As he said that, he got out of the car and opened the back door for her. Annan looked inside and saw a familiar figure. The man stood tall, his black windbreaker open, revealing the dark gray casual clothes underneath, which matched her outfit at first glance. He had delicately carved features, slender phoenix eyes, and angular lips. He was still a face that made people unable to look away. Annan smiled politely. Hello? Gu Jiu. Nice to see you again. She wanted to follow Long Songin and call him Mr. Gu, but he took the initiative to tell her his full name last time, and the two of them seemed to be about the same age. Besides, she was neither his employee nor a business partner. Annan simply called him by his name. Gu Jiu nodded at her as a greeting. Annan got into the car neatly and sat next to him. Long Songin closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, and restarted the car. Annan looked at the scenery passing by outside the car window and couldn't help sighing in her heart. For wheels are still fast. Just one step on the accelerator. I have to walk for a long time on my own two legs. She was in a good mood and glanced around the car that she couldn't let go of and touched several times. The interior was as tough and majestic as she imagined, and the leather seats were also very comfortable. She sat there, and she felt a faint, pleasant smell lingering around the tip of her nose. It should be from the man sitting next to her. The smell is very natural, not like perfume, but like the scent of some kind of shower gel. And Nan couldn't help but turn her head to look at Gu Jiu, but just happened to meet his dark eyes. She was startled and turned her head away quickly. I was caught peeking at someone again. But she soon regained her composure. What are you panicking about? If he doesn't look at me, how can he find out that I'm looking at him? If he wants to look, he will look at me first. What's the matter? He is good-looking, so why don't you let people look at him a few more times? Thinking about it, she turned her head and glanced at him again. This time, he didn't look at her again, but looked straight ahead calmly, his long eyelashes casting a shadow under his eyes. Annan couldn't help but look at him carefully. His jawline was so tight that there was no extra flesh, his nose was high, and his whole face was like a model in the game, delicate and standard. Long Songin grew vegetables in a villa halfway up the mountain, so this Gu Jiu probably also lived in a villa halfway up the mountain. Why had I never noticed before that there was a man of this level of evil living on the mountain? Was it because everyone went out in the car? Gu Jiu felt that she was looking at him straight, swallowed uncomfortably, and his Adam's apple slid up and down. Annan reacted immediately. This man definitely knew that she was looking at him. He probably thought she was a lecherous nymphomaniac. But it was really not her fault because he was too eye-catching. Ordinarily, this man should have been accustomed to the attention of others, so why would he be shy? Annan looked at him again with confidence, then turned his head and looked forward. Looking at Long Songin, who was driving, she asked casually, "I just saw this car in Kangwon Community. How did you come here?" Hearing her mention her car, Gu Jiu immediately recalled the way she looked at it and touched it, and couldn't help but curled the corners of his mouth. Long Songin didn't see that scene and replied seriously, "My family lives there, and I came back to get something."
Oh.
And Nan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Long Songin looked at his boss in the rearview mirror, then looked at Nan and couldn't help asking, "Benefactor, have you heard of Gu Group?" And Nan looked at the scenery outside the car and replied casually, "I have heard of it. Who hasn't heard of the first group in Linbei City?
Didn't she just use it to fool Qianinger?"
Long Songin drove while spying on her face through the rear-view mirror. "Do you know the name of the president of the group?" "I don't know. What does his name have to do with her? Anyway, his surname must be Gu something." As soon as she said that, she suddenly thought of something. A rich man living in a villa halfway up the mountain. Surnamed Gu. She looked at Gu Jiu beside her. It suddenly occurred to her that this Hummer had just stopped in front of the building where Bai Wenbin lived. Long Songin also suddenly mentioned the Gu Group. Even if she was a fool, she could guess it at this moment. These two people must have been in that building at the time and happened to hear her conversation with Qianinger. And this Gu Jiu, I'm afraid he is from the Gu Group. And Nan looked a little embarrassed. It's okay to be caught killing someone, after all. It's not the first time they've seen her slashing people, and there's nothing to be afraid of when the order of the end of the world collapses. But her irresponsible remarks are not good after all. And Nan looked at Long Songin. "Did you hear the conversation between me and that woman just now?" Seeing him nod, she immediately clasped her hands in embarrassment. After thinking for a while, she apologized to Gu Jiu. "I'm sorry, I just blasphemed your father's reputation." "Your father?" Gu Jiu raised his eyebrows and turned to look at her. "My father died a long time ago." And Nan was so embarrassed that she dug her toes on the ground. Sorry, I said something wrong. The president of Gu's is not his father. Is he his grandfather? Or an uncle or something?" And Nan, "Then, you are the president of Gu's group." Long Songin was afraid that she would continue to talk nonsense, so he hurriedly explained, "My benefactor, this is the head president of our Gu's group." Is this the person she rumored about? Sitting next to her. And Nan felt that the chassis of the car was about to be dug through by her embarrassed toes. She thought that Gu Jiu's Mr. Gu meant General Manager Gu, but she didn't expect that he was actually the president of Gu's group. Is this reasonable? Such a young president? The helmsman of such a huge ship, Gu Group, is actually a young man in his 20s? No way. Annan couldn't help wondering, could it be that he looks good and young but he is actually almost 40? "Excuse me, how old is Mr. Gu this year?" Gu Jiu glanced at her. 58.
Annan.
This man who holds grudges. Long Songin burst into laughter and explained to her, "My boss is 28.
Annan's pupil shook.
She is now 22 years old and still an unemployed vagrant who just graduated from college. If you count the 4 years in her previous life, then her actual age inside is already 26, a 26-year-old unemployed vagrant. And Gu Jiu is only 28, but he has long been the head of the first group in Linbei City. Comparing people, you can't compare. She actually spread rumors that such an excellent person likes Qianinger.
Bah.
Qianinger doesn't deserve it. Annan glanced at Gu Jiu's handsome face with no emotion. After thinking for a while, she apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that you were obsessed with that woman, nor should I have said that you were 58 years old. I shouldn't have talked about whether there was an inheritance or not. Mr. Gu, you are young, handsome, and strong. You must be healthy and live a long life." Annan spoke sincerely while trying to recall. What else did she say? It seemed that there was nothing else. So she ended. In short, I was talking nonsense today, and I shouldn't have dragged you into it because of personal grudges. I apologize to you.
After that, there was no sound in the car for a long time.
She raised her eyes to see Gu Zhiyu's reaction, but she saw him open his thin lips and said, "You like cars very much?"
Huh?
Why did he suddenly change the subject? But he still replied politely, "It's okay. It depends on what car it is. What about this off-road vehicle?" Somehow, Gu Ziyu always had the image of her like a female gangster, touching his car again and again. It's quite contrasting. He doesn't look like the little king of with a cold expression and killing people everywhere. When talking about his Hummer, Anna nodded honestly. I like it very much. The shape of the car is majestic and tough, which just suits my aesthetic taste. When women look at cars, the most important thing besides performance is the appearance. Annan is a typical appearancist. She insists that a car that looks majestic will not have bad performance. For example, the Knight 15 in her space. It looks like an extraordinary car. The performance is even better. A doomsday chariot. It is several times better than his Hummer. Gu Ziyu saw that her beautiful face showed the expression of a cat seeing a fish. He couldn't help but chuckle. This woman must have thought of a car she liked again. The car quickly drove to the gate of Fonglin Yijing community. Annan thanked her and got out of the car impatiently. If she had known that the person she had spread rumors about was in the car, she would have walked back on her own two legs to avoid facing such an embarrassing situation. I really can't talk nonsense in the future. Goodbye. Have a safe journey. She said goodbye politely, closed the door, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the window of the back seat suddenly dropped down, and Gu Zhiyu leaned over, staring at her eyes with his phoenix eyes. He slowly said, "Let me clarify, there's no problem." Then, the window went up, and the Hummer sped away. Annan was left with a question mark on his head. What's wrong? She thought for a while, and suddenly understood. Her face flushed. This vengeful man. As she walked home, she couldn't help but slap her mouth hard for talking nonsense. What kind of lewd words did he say? When she got home, Fugue rushed up to her as usual, wagging his little tail happily, welcoming his master home. He happily circled Annan a few times, but suddenly stopped. He sniffed her carefully with his little nose, and his tail stopped wagging. This smell. Fugue looked at her in disbelief. You went to see my handsome brother? And you didn't take me with you? Annan saw it suddenly stopped moving and looked at her with an accusing look and immediately understood what was going on. You crazy little dog, you have a very sharp nose. Aha! Fugue turned into a crooked-mouthed god of war again and continued to curse and swear at his master. Seeing this, Annan hit it on the head directly. Treason. Scolding me for a man? Fugue immediately whimpered aggrievedly. At this time, some scenes from melodramatic TV dramas suddenly appeared in Annan's mind. She pretended to be heartbroken. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Are you going to turn against your family for a yellow-haired guy riding a will-o'-the-wisp? Fugue didn't understand what she was saying, but did the master seem angry? It tentatively moved to her feet and scratched her with its claws. But Annan was already in a dramatic mood and continued to complain. He didn't even cook you a bowl of porridge, and you just met him once, and you don't want your mother or this family anymore. Fugue.
What are you talking about?
But no matter what the owner said, it looked really sad, so it quickly became well-behaved, rubbing its little head against her and coaxing her while acting coquettishly. Annan looked at its cute little appearance and immediately broke down, smiling and picking it up. Okay, rebellious girl, I forgive you. Fugue breathed a sigh of relief and continued to act coquettishly while feeling bitter in his heart.
What's going on?
It was obviously the owner who met my handsome brother behind my back, so why was it me who apologized? It lay in Annan's arms, unable to figure it out. But smelling the owner's scent still made it feel very relieved. Forget it, just go out with the owner next time. Otherwise, she would secretly eat good food outside and let him wait foolishly at home. Annan favored Fugue for a while, then rolled up his sleeves and moved out the solar generator in the space. Previously, I thought this thing was not as useful as a fuel generator, but during the extremely hot period, the sunlight was too abundant, and the gap between them would be greatly shortened. Especially since diesel and gasoline are now non-renewable resources. Although she had a lot of them in her space, they were consumables after all, and it was definitely not as cost-effective as plucking the wool of the sun. She set up the solar panel on the balcony, and, together with the fuel generator, it shared the burden of running the air conditioner and other home appliances. After all the preparations were done, Annan changed into comfortable home clothes and went to the kitchen to cook. After hiking for more than an hour today, she was lazy and canceled all other fitness plans, preparing to eat skewers and watch TV with her dog. Just when she had skewered half of the beef and mutton, a sultry heat wave suddenly hit the originally cool room. Fugue was lying at her feet with his eyes closed to rest, but he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up with his tongue sticking out. Annan wiped his hands, took out the thermometer, and saw that it was exactly 35 degrees. The extreme heat disaster was about to begin, and everything was the same as in the previous life. But the difference is that this time she came prepared. No matter how bad the environment is, it will not affect her and Fugue's beautiful little life. Annan comforted the dog, calmly turned on the air conditioner, closed the window, and continued to skewer the meat. Fugue felt that the temperature in the house had returned to a comfortable level, and he calmly lay back. Unlike the peace in her home, it was a mess outside. In the past 2 days when the flood receded, many people like to stay outdoors. Even if there is mud, garbage, and rotten corpses everywhere, they are still willing to go out and walk around. There is a saying that goes, people should stay in a place without a cover on their heads. People will get depressed if they stay at home for a long time. Especially in the past 4 months, the whole city has become a water city. Many people who are not good at swimming almost never go out except to find supplies. Even those who are good at swimming go out only to find survival supplies and often fight with others. It has been a long time since people have simply come out for a walk and sunbathing like these 2 days. Thinking of the flood receding and the end of the natural disaster, many people happily gathered in the community to chat. Several retired uncles were still speculating about the official post-disaster reconstruction measures and people-friendly policies. Unexpectedly, while they were chatting happily, the temperature suddenly rose, making people sweat profusely in an instant. Everyone's first reaction was that someone's house nearby was on fire or exploded. Looking around, they didn't find anything unusual. The only abnormality was that the sunlight was particularly dazzling. Standing in the sun at this time, it was as if you suddenly entered a steam room, hot and stuffy. Everyone hurriedly took off their coats. Several young men who were full of vigor and vitality took off their upper bodies directly. While sweating, they muttered, "What's going on? It's November. It hasn't been cold for a long time, but why did it suddenly get warmer?" A group of people started discussing. "What's wrong with the weather this year? It's raining heavily, and the temperature has suddenly risen. It's almost winter, but the weather hasn't cooled down at all. Now it's getting hotter. Could it be that the United States can't stand the loneliness again and has developed some weather weapons? It shouldn't be. I saw it online before the internet was cut off, and they also suffered. Can they harm their own country by developing weather weapons? That's hard to say. Isn't there a saying, harming others will eventually harm yourself? There are too many tricks, so they are too excited." The women naturally couldn't continue chatting with their bare chests like them, and they all hurried home. When they got home, they could also take off their clothes to cool down. The men didn't discuss anything, they just felt that it was getting hotter and hotter. They didn't want to say anything more, and they hurried upstairs to go home. Global warming has become more and more serious in recent years, and the temperature has been getting higher and higher every summer. The temperature of 35 degrees is not uncommon. But the strange thing is that it should be the month when it is about to snow, but the temperature has not dropped. It was still a cool 15 degrees just now, but now it has suddenly risen to more than 20 degrees, making people sweat instantly. For those who are outside and close to home, it is okay. They can go upstairs and lie down, comforting themselves that they will be calm and cool. Those who are far away from home suffered. During the flood, many cars were washed away by the flood, and most people couldn't find their cars at all. Even if the car can still be found, it has become a wet car that cannot be driven at all. Therefore, most people go out on foot. These people feel the change in temperature at this time and want to avoid the scorching sun above their heads and go home to rest, but they can only walk back step by step under the hot sun and high temperature. Bai Wenbin is one of the most unlucky ones. At this time, he was walking on the way home with sweat all over his head. It was getting hotter and hotter. Even if he took off all his coats and shirts, it still couldn't relieve it. Originally, he didn't want to go out today. He thought about waiting for his cousin to come to the house and then keep her. But when he got up in the morning, he suddenly remembered that the perverted brother Zhang still owed him a box of mineral water. That was the reward for his hard work. The food at home was enough for him and his cousin to eat until the water and electricity supply were restored, but the existing water could not last for a few days. Now that the flood has receded, he can no longer make do with boiling flood water to drink. So he went to find Brother Zhang one last time. Inevitably, he was touched and touched. In addition to a box of mineral water, he was also given an extra bag of millet. Bai Wenbin was already exhausted when he came out of the perverted Brother Zhang's house. He had just walked a few steps when he was greeted by a high temperature of 35 degrees. It takes a full 3 hours to walk from Brother Zhang's house to Kanlong community. He was so hot after walking for a while, and he had to carry a box of mineral water and a bag of millet. Before the natural disaster, he was still a bookish student who had never suffered physical hardship. At this time, sweating profusely, carrying things and walking home step by step, it was simply painful. After walking for a while, he backed off and wanted to go back to Brother Zhang's place to temporarily avoid the heat. But thinking back to the perverted torture he had just suffered in his house, he couldn't help but clamp his legs together, grit his teeth, and continue walking home. On the way, he met a man who was also on the road. The man had dark skin and a strong body. Looking at the delicate and tender Bai Wenbin, he couldn't help but say, "Young man, your body is too weak. It's just a little hot. Why are you so tired? Do you need me to help you carry that water?" The man had worked on the construction site for many years and had developed a strong body of muscles and strong willpower. High temperatures and labor were already commonplace for him. Bai Wenbin looked at the other person warily. This was the survival resource he had worked so hard to get. How could he easily hand it over to others? Therefore, he rejected the other person fiercely. The man looked at him and shook his head. "Tiesa, you don't know how to be kind. Take it yourself." As he said, he quickened his pace and left Bai Wenbin far behind. The sun shone fiercely on his body. Bai Wenbin walked while feeling thirsty and thirsty. He unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and poured it into his mouth. However, this did not make him feel better. Instead, he became more and more tired, and the more tired he was, the hotter he became, and the hotter he became, the thirstier he became. He finally reached home when he was about to faint from the pain. There were only 2 bottles left in the box of mineral water in his hand. Bai Wenbin looked around. Qian Inger had already brought him the supplies, but he didn't see her figure. She must have left after putting down the things. He had a headache. This cousin really didn't listen to advice and insisted on staying there to watch Annen's joke. I hope she can get what she wants. Anyway, I can't take care of her. Bai Wenbin was so tired that he collapsed directly on the bed, feeling dizzy, burning skin, tinnitus, nausea, and retching. It should be heat stroke. He gritted his teeth and thought, it's better not to go out. This trip out tortured Brother Zhang a lot, but he drank almost all the water he brought back. It was like a wasted trip. I suffered so much on the way. Now I feel so uncomfortable all over. What is wrong with this weather? Why did the temperature suddenly rise so high? Bai Wenbin cursed in his heart and smacked his lips. He has been busy all day and hasn't eaten anything yet. But he was too exhausted to get out of bed. He casually grabbed the bag of millet he brought back, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth raw. He didn't bother to pick it, so he just imagined it as delicious meat. "Eat it, Fugue." Annen pulled 5 skewers of mutton and threw them into the dog bowl. He opened a can of cold beer, grabbed a handful of mutton skewers in his hand, and ate them 1 mouthful of cold beer and 1 mouthful of meat. While eating, He continued to grill the pork belly and vegetable rolls. Fugue ate up everything in the rice bowl in a few bites, and then raised his head and stared at what she had in her hand. Anon, these are mine, they are sprinkled with salt. You can't eat them. Salty foods are not good for dogs, so Anon specially grilled unsalted meat for it. Here, you eat this roasted quail first. As he said this, Anon put the 2 roasted quails that were no longer hot next to him into his food bowl. Fugue lowered his head and ate heartily, biting the bones and meat with a crunching sound. Beef and mutton skewers, roasted quail, pork belly, soy sauce tendons, pork skin, plate tendons, vegetable rolls. When the man and the dog had almost finished eating, Anon took out the remaining crocodile meat and grilled it, thinking of sending some to Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an. They had helped her a lot before, and the crocodiles they caught were also exchanged for a lot of supplies. The origin of beef and mutton and other fresh meat was unclear, so they couldn't give it to others, but they would probably like the roasted crocodiles. She processed the crocodile meat, brushed it with oil, sprinkled it with ingredients, and it was done in one go, and the fragrance was overflowing. Fugue, who was full and satisfied, was standing by with his belly bulging. He came over again after smelling the food. Greedy dog. Anon threw another piece of roasted crocodile meat to him. After it was roasted, she knocked on the door of 1401. Chu Pei opened the door and came out. She was only wearing a very short suspender nightgown and holding an advertisement leaflet in her hand, fanning herself like a fan. When she saw the roasted meat in Anon's hand, her eyes lit up and she quickly took it. Nan, how did you know I was too hot to cook? She lowered her head and smelled it again. It smells so good. Although Chu Pei also got a lot of crocodile meat, she basically cut it into thin slices and cooked it directly to save fuel. She hadn't eaten this kind of barbecue sprinkled with cumin and spices for a long time. Nan, wait a minute, I'll get you some dry food in exchange. Anon stopped her. No need, these are what you and Zhao Ping'an caught before. I grilled too much and can't finish it. Let's eat together, I'll treat you today. Chu Pei thought for a while. Okay, I'll treat you next time. Thanks to you, my family is now well stocked. As she said that, she looked at Anon's face in surprise. I was so hot that my face turned red when I didn't move at home, but you grilled a skewer, and you still look normal? Anon said honestly, I have a generator at home, and the air conditioner is on. There is nothing to hide about this. Her family has an air conditioner outdoor unit, and Chu Pei lives next door, so sooner or later she will know that she has turned on the air conditioner. Chu Pei looked like I see, and she was not surprised. Anon's family is rich in supplies, and there is nothing surprising about having a generator to keep the air conditioner running. Even she, who has just become rich by catching crocodiles, has a generator at home. As for why she was still so hot. Good news, she got a generator. Bad news, she got it in exchange for an air conditioner. Of course, an air conditioner alone could not be exchanged for such a precious thing. Chu Pei used a lot of food at the time and gave away air conditioners, washing machines, dishwashers, and other appliances that she thought were useless in exchange for the generator and a small amount of fuel to keep the refrigerator running. Who would have thought that the weather would suddenly become so hot? Now air conditioners have become a good thing. Chu Pei couldn't help but complain. I even have a generator, but I don't have an air conditioner. There are extra air conditioners in Anon's space, but there is no way to give them away. After all, even a doomsday fan like Zhao Ping'an would not equip his home with several air conditioners. She must be cautious about anything that may leak the space. Anon thought about it and suggested. Many families have air conditioners. You can look for them in the community. It's easy to find them. Many people died during the floods, and many houses were vacated. Just find one and move in, and you will have air conditioners. Chu Pei hesitated. But the temperature won't stay this high forever, right? Maybe it will cool down tomorrow. Anon, everyone thinks the same as you, so air conditioners are not in great demand right now. But if the high temperature lasts for several months like a flood, it will be difficult to deal with. In fact, the extreme heat will last for more than just a few months, but for 2 whole years. Not to mention air conditioners, even an old electric fan will be snapped up. The most in-demand supplies during the extreme heat are drinking water, refrigeration appliances, generators, and food. Clothes are not important, as there are many people running on the streets due to the heat. Chu Pei listened to Annen's words, pondered for a moment, and felt that it made sense. The temperature rise was not normal, just like the rainstorm 4 months ago, sudden and extreme. Maybe it will really last for a long time. No matter how long it lasts, it is always beneficial to be more prepared. She said seriously, I'll go for a walk around the community in a while and find an air conditioner to install. Annen reminded her, remember to bring your weapons. After saying goodbye to Chu Pei, she went upstairs to find Zhao Ping'an. The corridor was extremely hot and stuffy. Annen broke out in a thin layer of sweat after walking only a few steps. As soon as Zhao Ping'an opened the door, a hint of cool air immediately blew out from inside. It seems that his family also has air conditioning on. Zhao Ping'an came out and was immediately attracted by the large plate of fragrant barbecue in Annen's hand. Idol. This barbecue skewers came at the right time. My mother is complaining about the bland noodles I cooked. Annen smiled. I just wanted to eat barbecue today, and I was thinking of sending you some to try. Zhao Ping'an was moved at first. Who understands? My idol has become my friend and sends me delicious food. Then she looked at her face with concern. Idol, the weather is so hot now, you are grilling skewers at home. You didn't get heat stroke, did you? Annen shook her head. No. That's good. Zhao Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief and said, the temperature rose too suddenly today. Fortunately, we all stayed at home. Otherwise, it would be easy to get sick. Annen nodded. It was very sudden, just like that rainstorm. It came with great force. She deliberately led to the first natural disaster so that she could attract Zhao Ping'an's attention. Sure enough, Zhao Ping'an frowned and nodded. Yes, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I suspect that this doomsday catastrophe is not over at all. We must be alert and be careful. Then he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. By the way, Idol, have you made clothes with the anti-fabric I gave you before? That fabric can also maintain a constant temperature. Remember to wear it to prevent heat stroke. Annen nodded and was about to say something, but saw another figure sticking out from behind Zhao Ping'an. You are Annen, right? Hu Tsuelon looked at her with a smile. I always heard Ping'an talking about his idol to me. When I was doing acupuncture treatment, Peppa also always praised you. Today I finally met you in person. You are so beautiful.
Annan smilet på lite li. Hello, auntie.
Zhao Ping'an. Mom, you have met before, have you forgotten? It was in the elevator. Hu Tsuelon changed her face and slapped him on the head. You little, I said one thing and you said another. Are you deliberately trying to save my face? Zhao Ping'an felt pain and dodged while saying, Oh, Mom. My idol is still here. Give me some face. Then he explained to Annen. I'm sorry, Idol. My mother has manic disorder. She explodes at any time. I'm sorry to embarrass you. Annen looked at them playing and fighting, not disgusted, but felt very warm.
Her home was cold and lonely.
If she hadn't been rich, I'm afraid she would gradually lose her language function. If only her mother were still alive. Her mother was not as emotional as Hu Tsuelon. She was an extremely elegant and gentle woman. But no matter how different their personalities were, the look mothers gave their children was always the same. Whether they were praising, beating, or scolding, there was always love in their eyes. Hu Tsuelon took back her hand that was beating her son, looked at Annen's depressed expression, and immediately thought of something. She called out to Annen in a loud voice, Girl, come in and eat with us. Annen immediately came out of her thoughts. No need, Auntie, I'm full. You guys go in and eat. After saying that, she handed the things to Zhao Ping'an and wanted to leave. Zhao Ping'an quickly stopped her. Idol, wait a minute. I'll exchange things with you. Annen waved her hand. I didn't take anything from Sister Peppa. How can I take yours? Go back to the room and eat. This meal is my treat. Zhao Ping'an was no longer polite. Okay, I'll treat you next time. Annen smiled. Sister Peppa said so too. It seems you have to go to the back. After saying that, he waved and went downstairs to go home. Hu Tsuelon looked at Annen's back as she left and sighed. What a nice little girl. Zhao Ping'an reminded her, Mom, you said before that she cut people like cutting vegetables, and she might even break one of my legs. Hu Tsuilon punched him again. Little, do you really want to go against me? After punching him, she walked home and said, you have to be ruthless when you need to, but you also need to have some humanity to be called a flesh and blood person. I think this girl is good, and I won't go wrong in the future. After Nan sent the things home, it was completely dark. The temperature was slightly lower than during the day,
but it was only a little bit.
She adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner slightly, and then she took the dog into the space. Fugue ran to drink the spring water as usual. And Nan was used to it, so she ignored it and went to the experimental field to check the medicinal materials that she had ignored for many days. She took the pictures on the tablet and compared them carefully, and was surprised to find that the Isatis roots she planted were already mature. What happened? She had done a strategy before, and the ripening time of Isatis root is 6 months. How come it has matured in just 3 months? She looked at it again in disbelief. It was indeed ripe. Could it be that the time in the manor is different from that in the outside world, and is accelerated? But she quickly ruled out this possibility. Before sowing, she deliberately experimented with apples. According to the time of oxidation and decay, the time here is exactly the same as the flow rate outside. The only difference is that there is no change of seasons in the manor. Even though it is November outside, the manor is always full of vitality. Logically speaking, since the flow rate of time is the same as outside, the ripening period should not be shortened. Annan pondered for a while and felt that the reason should be the soil or irrigation water. Either the soil in the manor is particularly nutritious, or the spring water used for irrigation has the effect of promoting plant growth. She dug out a Isatis root and checked it. The root was long, straight, thick, and uniform, and the appearance was very good. Moreover, after careful observation, she found that the Isatis root she, a novice, planted was better than those sold on the market. Of course, she would not be so narcissistic as to think that she was gifted. It was probably the work of the space again. She thought about it, took a small amount of soil and spring water samples, and prepared to find a suitable opportunity to let Zhao Ping'an study them to see if he could figure out the reason. Annan looked at her green experimental field. She didn't expect that the first time she planted medicinal herbs would be so smooth. She started harvesting excitedly. Harvest the leaves first. This leaf is called dakingi, which is also a medicinal herb that can be used to treat acne, sore throat, fever, headache, and mouth sores. After harvesting the leaves, you can harvest the roots, which is the root of Isatis. As soon as she finished harvesting dakingi, she was kicked out of the space. Annan saw that it was still early to go to bed, so she returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed, and used her consciousness to continue harvesting the roots. Mental power can also be trained through the use of consciousness. At the beginning, Annan used consciousness to move things in the space, and she was exhausted after a while. Now he can do farm work swiftly. After working for another 3 hours, she fell asleep tiredly. The next day, Annan had a simple breakfast and did not do any more physical training. Instead, she continued to use her consciousness to dig out the remaining Isatis root. After working for more than 2 hours, she finally collected all the Isatis root. She excitedly flashed into the space, touched the results of her hard work, and then spread the dug Isatis root flat to dry. This time, a total of 150 kilograms of Isatis root were harvested, and the yield was very good. With a successful experience, Annan planned to expand the experimental field and open up more planting space. She did it right away. She marked the area and started to turn the soil. After turning for half an hour, she withdrew from the space and switched to using her mental power to continue turning. She would not use up all the time she had to enter the space every day. She always had to keep some to deal with unexpected emergencies. After all, the space was the basis for her flash and wall-penetrating skills, and it was also the key to her life-saving. It was the same to work with consciousness, it was just a little more mentally exhausted. But since it can exercise one's mental strength, why not do it? Annan leaned on the sofa, closing her eyes and turning the soil in the manner. Fugue thought the master was sleeping, so he also lay lazily beside her. When Annan finished turning the soil, it was noon, and the temperature outside had risen to 42 degrees. However, in just one day, the temperature has almost reached the temperature limit before the natural disaster. The most terrifying thing is that this temperature will continue to rise, and at the highest point, it can even reach 60 degrees. Annan stood in front of the window and saw that the outside was quiet again. The residents who had just resumed their normal lives for 2 days were trapped at home again and dared not move. After all, every household is short of medicine now. Once you get heat stroke, if you don't take medicine in time and the temperature remains high, it is easy to develop heat. If you get heat and can't see a doctor, your life will be in danger. Annan looked at the land outside the window that was originally soaked by the flood, and it was now completely dried. She stared blankly for a while, and suddenly felt that God still left a glimmer of hope for humans. After all, it waited until all the water was gone before raising the temperature, so suddenly. If the water was still more than 10 meters deep, and the extremely high temperature suddenly came, then everyone, including her, would have no chance of survival. Because the building would become a huge steamer, with their steamed meat inside, and the water below getting hotter and hotter. Before the water was dried up, everyone would be cooked. Annan recalled the slow-steamed steaks posted by those food bloggers, and couldn't help shuddering. By the evening, the temperature dropped from 42 degrees to 38 degrees. Annan put on the thermostatic suit and prepared to go out for free shopping. Although the temperature was comfortable in the past 2 days, there were too many people hanging out, and it was crowded everywhere, which made it inconvenient for her to move. Now, the temperature has risen sharply, and everyone is hiding in the house and dare not come out. In a few days, people will gradually adapt to the high temperature, and the stored food will be exhausted, so they will venture out to find supplies again. Therefore, if you want to be quiet and not be disturbed, now is the best time. After Annan put on the thermostatic suit, she tried to turn off the air conditioner. Soon, the temperature in the room rose. Fugue, who was originally comfortably nestled in the doghouse, stood up with his eyes wide open and his tongue sticking out. It looked at its owner nervously. What's going on? Where is the fire? The temperature is so high now that it sweats all over when it moves slightly, but Annan's body does not feel any temperature changes at this time. She couldn't help but touch the thermostatic suit on her body with surprise. This Xiao Pingan is really good. Seeing the dog in pain, she quickly turned on the air conditioner again. However, the temperature was not turned down very low this time, but was set to 28 degrees. The dog could not stay at home forever in the next 2 years, and would have to go out sooner or later. Although it was protected by the constant temperature suit, it could not be too weak. Those people outside competed for the survival of the fittest, and those who survived would gradually adapt to the high temperature. This is also the strength of human beings. Therefore, although she and Fugue did not have to suffer from the high temperature, they could not always stay in a particularly cool environment and be domesticated by the comfort zone. Therefore, she planned to gradually adjust the indoor temperature with the temperature outside. As long as they grasped a certain degree, they could adapt to the changes in hot weather without suffering from heat stroke. Fugue saw that the temperature was much more comfortable and lazily lay back in the nest. It was not until he saw Annan preparing to go out that he stood up again. What are you doing? Are you going to meet the handsome brother behind my back again? Annan looked at it with a questioning look on his face and laughed. I'm going out to find supplies. Do you want to follow me? It's very hot outside. Then he carried it to the window and opened it. A wave of heat came, and Fugue's features wrinkled together. Fugue screamed like a pig being slaughtered, broke free from Annan's arms, ran back to his nest, and shouted back twice. Close the window. It's hot. Annan smiled and closed the window. I have read in educational posts before, the child at home is disobedient and always wants to put his hand in the door. How can I stop him effectively? Answer. Put his hand in the door once, and he will never be curious to put his hand in again. This is what Fugue is like at this time. He has no curiosity at all, lying lazily in his nest, quietly watching Annan change his shoes at the entrance. The owner can go wherever he wants. I have no objection to meeting the handsome brother privately. It's too hot outside. I won't go out and suffer that. After going out, Annan found a secluded corner and took out the Night 15. She got in the car, turned on the air conditioner, and breathed a sigh of relief. Touching the luxurious interior and the comfortable steering wheel, she hummed a song in a good mood and stepped on the accelerator. The strong push on her back made her instantly realize what powerful power is. After so long, she finally had the opportunity to take out her beloved car and drive it. She stroked the steering wheel and said in a light tone, "Little darling, I know you love to drink oil, and your sister must make sure you are full." The main purpose of this trip was to get more gasoline. The oil she got from the oil thief before, if it was only for the fuel generator and Wuling Shenche, would be enough for her to use for a long time. But now she has this Night 15. As a powerful, super horsepower armored vehicle that can withstand a 15-kilogram TNT bomb, it has a body weight of 6 tons and a speed of up to 240 yards. Every aspect is so perfect, but it also had a small disadvantage, which was the terrible fuel consumption. Her Wuling Hongguang consumed about 6 liters per 100 kilometers, and the other RV consumed only about 10 liters per 100 kilometers. And her precious chariot consumed 60 liters per 100 kilometers. That's right, 60 liters. The oil she had stored was reduced by nearly 10 times from a few decades of use, and it was estimated that it would only be enough for the Black Knight to drink for a few years. The first thought after receiving this car was that she had to get more oil. But at that time, the entire Linbei city had become a water city and could not operate it. Now there was no water accumulation and no one was around, which was the best time for her to collect oil. The road was silent. There was no living thing, only garbage and corpses on the ground. Ordinary cars really couldn't drive normally on such a road. But for her Black Knight, let alone these small obstacles, even a car would be crushed at will. Annan drove the armored vehicle, crushing and pressing all the way, and easily arrived at the destination, a large machinery manufacturing plant. Before getting the oil, you need to get the right tools. Annan walked in from the factory gate, which was divided into different factory areas. When she entered the first factory area, she found her target, an excavator. With an excavator, she could get out the oil storage tanks buried under the gas station. This factory area was full of excavators. Although they had been soaked in water, they had all been dried by high temperature at this time. Annan tried them one by one, and most of them could not be started, but after careful selection, she still found one that could be used normally. She put the excavator into the space, and then began to collect supporting equipment everywhere, such as stone grabbers, steel bar shears, quick connectors, etc. The most important thing is the breaker. After installing it on the excavator, it can be used to break the cement floor of the gas station. After the excavator and supporting equipment were put away, she hesitated for a moment and stored the damaged excavators into the space. Zhao Ping'an should be able to repair these things. After all, he always collects some scrap copper and iron in the water market and goes back to make inventions. Who knows when these things will be repaired by him and will be useful again. After leaving the excavator factory, she casually entered the next factory area and was surprised to find that it was full of agricultural machinery. Annan's eyes lit up. Before, she thought that her planting method was too primitive, tiring, and inefficient. It would be great if she could realize agricultural production automation in the manner. It would be a piece of cake. Annan walked into the factory happily and collected all kinds of agricultural machinery, including tractors, planting machines, sprayers, and combine harvesters. It was hard to tell which ones were damaged and which ones were usable, so she simply put all the machinery here into the space and studied it slowly when she had time to go back. After leaving the agricultural machinery factory, Annan ran through the factory area one by one and emptied all the machines in the entire machinery factory. Although she didn't know what many machines were used for, let alone what they were used for. But when she was stockpiling supplies before the natural disaster, she didn't expect that one day she would need excavators and agricultural machinery. Now, she suddenly needed them. So, who knows what unexpected equipment will be used in the future. She simply put all these machines into the space. Anyway, the space is so big that she can't see the edge. After looting the entire machinery factory, Annan returned to the car and drove to a nearby gas station to get oil. This gas station was specially selected by Annan. It is located in the suburbs. There are no residential areas and residents around, which is convenient for her to use the space. When she arrived near the gas station, she drove around for a long time to check if there were any people around. After making sure there were no strangers, she returned to the gas station and took out the excavator. She first replaced its bucket with a breaker, then filled it with diesel and prepared to work. Generally, the oil tanks at gas stations are buried directly below the refueling floor of the vehicles. Annan prepared to make a hole in the ground next to the oil tank, then reach in and put the oil tank into the space. The steps sounded very simple, but they were very difficult to operate in practice. The first thing was positioning. She could only guess the approximate location of the underground oil tank and could not locate it accurately. Once the drilling position was wrong, and it drilled directly onto the oil tank, there would be a risk of a big explosion. The second was that she had never systematically learned to drive an excavator, so it was difficult to achieve the purpose of the operation flexibly and safely. Therefore, she first set the location of the first operation at a place far away from the predicted location. She was prepared to start drilling from a distance, and then tentatively move towards the direction of the oil tank little by little until the hole could touch the oil tank. Play it safe and safety first. Although this is a bit slow, it can effectively ensure her safety. After making a plan, Annan first put Night 15 into the space. If there is a mistake or an explosion, she can hide in the space at the first time, but her car will be in trouble. Hurry up and put it away. Everything is ready, and Annan got on the excavator in a cool way. Before, she saw a video with more than 3 million likes on a short video on a certain audio platform, which taught people how to drive an excavator. Because the operation is very simple and easy to understand, the comment area is full of jokes such as "I learned to drive an excavator at a certain audio network vocational and technical college." Annan turned the key according to her memory, lifted the safety lock, and pushed the handle to control the direction and the operating handle. After adapting for a few times, she quickly mastered the method of use.
Da-da-da.
The breaker started working, and soon a hole was chiseled in the concrete floor. However, since the initial position was far away, there was obviously nothing underneath. Annan operated the machine, moved it inward again, and continued to dig a hole. After drilling several holes in a row, Annan had already become proficient in controlling the angle and depth of the holes from her initial unfamiliarity. After she was confident, she moved a long way towards the gas station. After drilling the hole this time, a corner of the oil tank was directly exposed. Annan excitedly reached in and put the huge oil tank into the space. The precious fuel resource was finally in hand. Not to mention the end of the world when materials were scarce, even before the natural disaster. This gasoline cost more than 8 yuan per liter. Now she bought tons of it for free. A gas station usually has 2 to 6 oil tanks, which are stored next to each other. After collecting one, Annan did the same thing and continued to collect the others. In the end, she collected a total of 3 oil tanks, each of which can hold about 20 tons of fuel. However, there were already vehicles passing by to refuel, so the oil tanks were not full, and each tank was only half full. The 3 tanks together weighed about 40 tons, including 10 tons of diesel and 30 tons of gasoline. This amount of gasoline was enough to drive her Wuling Hongguang to the point of being scrapped. But it was still not enough for the armored vehicles that drank oil vigorously. After being busy for nearly 2 hours, Annan hurried to the next gas station. There were too many people in the city and she didn't dare to go there, so she could only continue to walk outside the city. When she arrived at the next station, she still used the old method, but she was much more skilled than the first time. After working for just over an hour, she successfully received 4 oil tanks, totaling 60 tons of oil. After working for most of the night, Annan successfully received 14 oil tanks from 4 gas stations, and the fuel storage capacity in the space reached 200 tons. This was enough for her, but she was addicted to hoarding and still wanted to continue. After all, fuel is comparable to gold in the end times, and of course the more you reserve, the better. Annan continued to move forward, preparing to go to the 5th gas station. Driving on the provincial road, it was pitch black all around, with only the high beam of her car illuminating the road ahead. Just as she calculated the time and estimated that she was almost there, she suddenly saw the lights in front of her brightly lit, accompanied by a loud noise. Annan quickly turned off the lights to hide her whereabouts. Then she quietly approached and stopped about 100 meters away from the light. She carefully observed in the dark. The place with the lights on was the gas station she wanted to go to, and there were 5 workers working inside. They also brought a generator and connected the headlights, which illuminated the entire scene very brightly. The noise came from the hammer that was drilling the ground. The other party was working late at night like her, breaking the ground of the gas station.
Annan fråvned.
It seems that they are also collecting oil. But the difference is that they don't have the golden finger of space, and the method they use is more dangerous and time-consuming than Annan's. Their construction scope is very large. They have to dig up all the ground, separate the oil tanks with professional techniques, and then use a crane to lift the oil tanks out and load them onto a large truck. Annan looked at the group of people working in full swing and couldn't help wondering, could it be that they are official people who want to recycle these fuel resources to build a base? Then he thought, no. The authorities only started to build the base in the middle of the extreme heat, and when the base was built, fuel was in short supply, so they bought it everywhere. At that time, Annan and Bai Wenbin went everywhere to find cars to pump fuel, and then saved it to sell to the authorities in exchange for drinking water. In her memory, it seemed that there was an unknown boss in her previous life who monopolized all fuel resources and then used the opportunity of providing fuel to cooperate with the official base, thereby controlling more other resources. Could it be that these people were sent by that boss? No matter who sent them, this gas station has been taken over by someone else. Annan looked for a while and planned to leave. The road ahead was blocked by several large trucks waiting to transport oil tankers. Annan put her car into the space, walked down the road, and went around in the dark. When she was far enough away that the other party could not find her, she took out the armored vehicle and drove away. She drove all the way to the next gas station, but found that there was only an empty pit. Well, that group of people took over first. She had to drive forward. The next 2 gas stations were hollowed out. Annan did not give up and continued to move forward. When she arrived at the next station, it was finally no longer a desolate pit. It was a brightly lit work site.
Annan.
How did another construction team appear? She observed for a while and felt that this construction team was in the same group as the previous group. Although they were all shirtless due to the heat and there was no difference in their clothes, their construction methods were similar. Moreover, the dry food and drinking water placed in the corner as work meals were all of the same brand. It should be supplied by the same boss. Annan had no choice but to continue driving forward. It was the same situation until she reached the next city. Either it had been dug up or occupied. The other party sent several groups of workers to work at the same time. There were 2 gas stations that had not been dug up in time. She quickly found a leak and got another 100 tons of oil. While collecting, she sighed. Fortunately, it came out today. If it came tomorrow, there would be nothing left. The other party thought the same as her, and even the timing of the action was almost the same. But this group of people is simply carpet digging, not even leaving a little oil residue for others. It's really unrefined. Annan was furious, angry for a while. Well, 300 tons of oil have been collected, which is enough for her to use, and there is even a lot left for trading. In this period, being able to hire so many professional workers to work for her and being able to bargain with the official later, it can be seen that the big man behind the scenes is very powerful. There is no need to confront the other party and disturb her peace. Annan rubbed her sore shoulders. After a night of hard work, I am so tired. Let's go home. It was already early in the morning when I got home, and Annan hurried to bed to catch up on her sleep. She slept until noon and was awakened by the heat. Fugue was scratching her with his claws next to her, and Annan opened her eyes with sweat all over her forehead. What happened? Did the air conditioner fail? She wiped the sweat off her face and turned down the temperature of the air conditioner, which immediately made her feel much cooler. She took out the thermometer, opened the window, and measured the temperature. It was already 49 degrees outside. No wonder it was so hot. The surface temperature must be 70 degrees, right? Annan got up, washed, filled Fugue's rice bowl with food, and then took out a bowl of iced cold noodles from the space, paired with Fat House happy water. While slurping the cold noodles, she watched funny variety shows. Just after finishing her meal, Chu Pei came to knock on the door. She didn't have a puppy or a companion at home, so she could only come to Annan when she wanted to chat. Nan, it's only been 3 days and the temperature has gone from 15 degrees to 50 degrees. It's terrible. Then he handed the bowl in his hand to Annan. I cooked mung bean soup. You can drink some to cool down. Annan didn't take it. Extreme heat has arrived, and water resources will become the most scarce material. The weather is hot, making people sweat and dehydrated, and there is no tap water supply. Many people died of dehydration, and even became dried bodies after death. There is a constant supply of drinking water in the villa of Annan Manor, and there are still a lot of supermarket stocks in the space, so there is naturally no shortage of water. But Chu Pei is different. The supplies she had saved before, drink a little less. Annan, I just finished my meal and can't drink it anymore. You can keep it for yourself. Oh, this is a drink to cool down. How can it be the same as food? It's no joke if you really get heat stroke. Chu Pei said, and stuffed the bowl into Annan's hand without saying anything. Annan thought about it and did not refuse. He took the mung bean soup back to the house and brought out a 5L bucket of mineral water and handed it to her. Chu Pei waved her hand. No need. It's just some mung bean soup. I also left some for Zhao Ping'an. You don't need to give me anything. Besides, you treated me to barbecue last time. Annan, this is different from barbecue. The weather is so hot now, and summer drinks are too precious. Seeing that Chu Pei insisted on not accepting it, she had to say, I'm too lazy to cook soup, so the water is with you. If you cook mung bean soup, you can give me a bowl. You provide the beans and fuel, and I provide the water. It's fair. Chu Pei accepted it hesitantly. She knew in her heart that Annan was taking care of herself. After all, in the current situation, water is much more precious than mung beans and fuel. Annan looked at her expression and knew that she was moved again. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If she gave this water to others, they would have accepted it happily. Even if she didn't give it, there would be people who would try to it. But Chu Pei didn't want to accept anything she got, for fear of taking advantage of others. It can be seen that this person is really good. But people's hearts are exchanged for people's hearts. Chu Pei was embarrassed to ask for it, but she was willing to give it. Others wanted it and begged her with tears, but she would not be soft-hearted. Annan looked at Chu Pei's condition and asked, Have you found an air conditioner? Chu Pei nodded. After talking to you the night before yesterday, I went to the community to look for it. I got one in less than half an hour, and I also found an electric fan. But, she said with a distressed look, it's not that hot with the air conditioner on, but it consumes too much electricity. My generator fuel can't last long. Nan, when do you think this disaster will end? The high temperature will not continue forever. Annan thought to himself, and that will take 2 whole years. She didn't show it on her face and said, I don't know how long it will last. However, fate is always in our own hands. She looked at Chu Pei seriously. Instead of praying that the natural disaster will end as soon as possible, it is better to make adequate preparations and deal with it calmly. Fate is in our own hands. Chu Pei muttered this sentence, and suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, if the temperature continues to rise, will I just lie at home, waiting for the fuel to run out and be killed by the heat? Nan, you are right. Instead of praying for God's grace, it is better to prepare yourself. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. I will find a way to get oil tomorrow. Annan looked at her with a look of chicken blood and couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, doctors are all academic masters who can endure hardships. With a few pointers, they will be full of fighting spirit. She looked at Chu Pei and asked, How do you plan to get oil? Chu Pei, wait until it's cooler at night. I'll go to the gas station to have a look.
Annan,